not so comfortable will take it. 3 will do it. So I think that Blastoise is definitely a good pick for Keldeo. That's why he's been relying on it quite a bit. But he needs to figure out a way to get through the Hikami's strategy that you've been saying earlier on of stripping the shields away earlier on and then just letting that Empoleon go to town, washing away the Pokemon there with the Hydro Cannon after Hydro Cannon. We're hopping in to game number 2 in the Grand Finals. Get ready to make some noise because these two trainers are ready to pop off. You saw the Empoleon in the back. It's now in the lead and it has found a mark.
And Keldeo, he's relying on Hikami's predictability to play the Empoleon in the back. But no, Hikami says, well, look at this. I can play Empoleon in the front too.
Look at this. If you are swapping in a Blastoise when it's fast attacked and neither of its charge attacks do much to an Empoleon, you are not having an answer to the Empoleon here. Now swapping into this Wireless, this Skull Bash will do a decent chunk of damage because Blastoise is one of the Pokemon that is going to have it here, and now his shield goes up on Hikami's side.
And now Hikami is the one who's down shields against Keldeo. Keldeo throws a Hydro Cannon into this Dragon-type Wireless. So Hikami, how will he play this? He knows he is running a Dark Dragon-type, and Keldeo has that Florges. We saw it in the lead.
I actually really love this play by Hikami there. The Hydro Cannon will be able to go through. We saw it wasn't very effective, but he's just trying to get as low as possible. Also with Undercharge on the side of Keldeo here, he's going to be able to completely farm down. That Forge is going to come in, but there's 2 Body Slams waiting. No, not even! Going out with all of that energy and coming back in with the Empoleon!
And now Hikami, he has realized this Empoleon can put in a lot of work, and the Florges, its charge attacks do nothing against the grass-type Abomasnow. Hikami is strong front, back, and center against this Florges.
Going ahead, going for that Trailblaze on Keldeo's side. It is going to ramp up that attack of the Fur, and Fur needs every advantage it can get in this scenario because it's not enough to knock out the Empoleon, and Empoleon is going to be able to get to another attack. It will knock out the Fur. If the shield isn't used, Keldeo shields it up. I think he's going to farm down, come out with a bit of energy for whatever's in the back.
But Swilis has so much energy to throw this Ferret, and Swilis will win charge attack priority over this Ferret. So Hikami, he will look to throw back-to-back Body Slams. Or does Keldeo let this Furry go? No.
Wow, what a play though, because look at this, the Swift is gonna go at the same time, and actually, Hikami doesn't even care, he swaps out, he doesn't even want to take that onto this Wireless at all. Swift coming through, still blocking up because he knows, okay, I've seen the whole team now, it's Florges in the back.
Abomasnow knows it needs to shield up the Swifts from the Ferret to win this game because the Florges can only throw resisted charged attacks. And now he's throwing an Energy Ball. It's a hard-hitting move from an Abomasnow.
Going ahead and knocking it down into the yellow here. And Keldeo saying, okay, I know that neither one of these attacks is going to do very much. So in this scenario, I really like the play. He's got to try to slow down the momentum of the Abomasnow. And the best way to do that is to lower the attack.
But the Abomasnow, there's no stopping this Yeti. Abomasnow throwing the Weather Ball to get rid of this pesky Florges, so Swilis and Abomasnow in tandem can win this game for Hikami. The Ferret is going down.
No shields needed at this point. Going ahead, taking game number 2 in this Grand Finals. This 5 games in a row that Hikami has won. He just needs one more game to become the Lille Regional Champion.
But now is where the pressure is piling because Hikami knows he's 1 game away. He's been playing flawlessly for the past 5 games, and now he is standing at the gates and he's knocking on the door. But will he let himself in, or does he turn around? Does Keldeo, the gatekeeper, tell him to turn around and go back down and find his own way into the gates? It's left to see. This could be the final game of the Lille Regional Championship. It's match ball in Hikami's court.
Hikami is patient. He's thinking about what he needs to bring from time and time again so far in these Grand Finals. He's had the best calls, the best team reads. His Empoleon has been unstoppable. Keldeo, coming from the winner's side of the bracket, has been playing flawlessly this weekend, has had so much support from friends and family. As he said earlier, he just needs to be able to get the momentum back in his court to be able to call himself the champion. He just needs 1 game to shift that momentum back in his favor.
In the winners finals, we saw a lot of Scizor from Keldeo. Where has it gone? It's been boosting up time and time again to threaten Ikami and threaten the shields. Maybe it's coming back for the last resort for Keldeo here.
Going ahead and seeing maybe last resort, maybe the resort that he needs to be able to push him back into these grand finals. You know that Stunfisk in the lead. He recognized earlier there was a Talonflame and Empoleon once before. Not in this matchup. Swilus has a much more comfortable time here. And I think if you're Hikami, you're saying, okay, I'm so glad to see it right here.
What Hikami knows is that his Empoleon will be entirely unchecked in the back. He will want shield advantage on his Empoleon. He will look to win this game off the back of this Emperor.
Just going ahead and trying to take a little bit of chip damage because it could be meaningful later on, but it would surprise me if Keldeo swaps out at some point because he knows that Empoleon is somewhere in the back, and this is not the place that you want to be using that Unilvin Stunfisk. He's been using Blastoise as a safe swap, and I wonder if he will be doing it again, maybe trying to catch. No, going for another attack here on Hikami's side. Does he want to use both shields, or is he going to let that Stunfisk get low?
I think he lets the Stunfisk get low. Now the Blastoise can come in because it can potentially roll out down this Swilus. But no, Keldeo is expending his energy here on the Swilus to get rid of it. There's no Furrin in the back. There's a Scizor. So I think Keldeo is hoping for... Oh, he knows there is an Empoleon there somewhere. Where is it? He's playing hide and seek.
Going ahead, going and throwing now an extra rollout, but there is going to be a Nightshade going through on the side of the Galarian Corsola of Hikami as it comes in, trying to scare off this Blastoise. But Blastoise has a lot of energy already to its name, basically all 100% here. Neither one of these Hydro Cannons is going to be enough to knock out the Corsola on its own, but a tag team effort could put it desperately low into the red.
This Corsola is so bulky. It withstands these Hydro Cannons without a problem. It can easily live another one to get off a Nightshade. And then what will be left to stop this Empoleon from Mikami? He throws a Nightshade with his Galarian Corsola. How does Keldeo respond?
Now he responds by not shielding it up. We're about to see the last Pokemon that Keldeo has brought into it. It's going to be that Shadow Scizor, but it's immediately now pivoted into the Empoleon. You see both of these trainers recognizing this is the end game. Both of them need to be exactly on point, and there is no shield use on this first Night Slash.
Can Keldeo boost to potentially give him a shot at this game? No, there's no boost. Can he get a catch?
Going ahead, throwing up right now here. There's one shield remaining on Keldeo's side. He's got to use it on this Scizor.
And Empoleon is now looking to wash out this Scizor from the field. He tries to go for a catch. No, but he needs to get a shield from this Empoleon. The Empoleon, he got me realizing he is winning. He knows how to win this game. He can see it clearly right ahead of him. Farm down the Stunfisk and launch this Hydro Cannon.
Hydro Cannon will be thrown here. Put your hands up. Take the crown off of the Empoleon and put it on Hikami's head because he is the 2026 Lille Regional Champion.
And it's on the back of this Empoleon. The direct invitation to the World Championship is secured. Hikami is a veteran. He's been to so many tournaments. He's been grinding. He has been training for this exact moment. He must be so emotional inside. You could tell on his face the moment that he realized he was winning. It was incredible to watch.
Coming in from that winner's side of the bracket earlier on today, he faced Keldeo in the winner's finals. Keldeo was the person to knock him down to that loser's finals. Hikami played against Kokshek there, taking it to game number 5, but securing his spot not only in the grand finals, not only did he flip it, but he was able to 3-0 both times to become our champion.
against it, and then applied with that fairy zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's on the battle, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Looking at this final HP to deliver the finishing blow, and just like that, your Pokemon World Champion!
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
He goes on the ice speed! Resetting the bracket and then winning it in game number 5.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Dzień dobry, Pokemon Go enthusiasts. I'm so happy that you, in particular, have joined us here in the city of Gdansk for the Pokemon Regional Championship. I am Arceus Aurelius, and I am joined here with my fellow most pristine colleagues and friends. This is Martijn, also known as the Inadequates. This is Amanda, also known as Lumberger. And we have João Correa, the Jocks. This is your debut, Jocks. Welcome.
Thank you. So excited to be here. Personally, I'm usually playing these tournaments, and one of the coolest memories I have of watching the stream is watching the stream back, watching my matches, and I get so emotional being on stage and performing. So I want to provide those moments for other trainers as well, continue narrating the story of our circuit.
That's heartwarming, but it's not just you who's here. It's also Amanda and Martijn. How you guys feeling?
Good. This feels familiar. It feels like I just saw you guys like last weekend.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
It's a little bit too much, actually.
Yeah.
I'm also happy to be here. Thank you, everyone.
It can be too much of the good stuff. That's what I'm saying. But this, as you mentioned, Amanda, this is not the first time we've been gathered this season, because we were together in Lille just last weekend. And there's been a few tournaments already.
That's right. As you can see, we've already gone through Frankfurt and Lille. We're here in Gdansk for perhaps a Gdansk revolution, but these are not the only regional competitions that we have. As you can see, we have so many more to go. But not only that, we have the international championships coming up. The first one being LAIC in Sao Paulo, Brazil. But it's all leading up to San Francisco. It's all leading up to this 30-year anniversary event of Pokemon in San Francisco. Can't wait.
I'm getting chills. But before we get to that, we need to zoom in, because this is where it's happening this weekend, trainers. And we have a few battlers. They are so ready to get up on stage, but it's up to you to decide who of them gets their chance.
Make sure that you get your votes in on the matchup that you want to see. You can only vote on Twitch. So if you have YouTube open right now and not Twitch, why not both? Open it, get your vote in. We want to hear what you want to see. We're going to get some of these battlers up on the stage. And even if they don't make it the pair you want to see, you might see them still later.
So get your votes in, trainers. That is what you need to do. We did the same in Lille. And talking about Lille, do you guys have anything that stood out from that weekend to you?
Hikami winning it all, right? That was phenomenal to see. He's a player that has made it to the winners finals and the losers finals so far, and for the record, that's just usually barely not top 16 or top 8. And then to jump from that moment to winning everything, I don't think even Hikami saw that coming, and it's just amazing to see his reaction at that time, because he was so emotional about it, and I can totally understand.
Not only Ikami, but we saw a bunch of new players making top cut, and that's impressive because it means the EU circuit is so stacked. There's the average player that doesn't usually come up on stream is a menace and is a threat to make top cut, and that was shown in Lille. last weekend.
And if you missed Lille, don't worry about it, we got you. Trainers from across Europe came to the city of Lille, clashing for glory and also the dream of becoming regional champion. After the few last regionals, the meta seemed settled, but the talent coming here wanted it differently. Ferret and Empoleon were two of our standout Pokemon after day 1, and into day 2, only a single Pokemon was represented on more than 50% of teams, with Galarian Corsola haunting our trainers. Hikami had the crowd's favor from start to finish. He faced off against Keldeo in winner's final. Keldeo's Ferret, Florges, and Blastoise gave Hikami too much trouble, and he went down to the loser's bracket. After an intense set against Coxshack going down to the wire in Game 5, Hikami made it back to the grand finals, ready to take his revenge against Keldeo. Having learned after the first set against Keldeo, Hikami was determined to turn it around. He kept giving his Empoleon shield advantage scenarios, and it ruled the battlefield. Hikami started with a clean 3-0 to reset the bracket, and with his newfound momentum, Hikami kept on believing in his partner Empoleon. Keldeo needed to bring in his Stunfisk to control the Empoleon better, but when it faced off against Swilus in Game 3, Empoleon roamed free in the back. First, taking out Blastoise, then farming down Stunfisk to unleash a finishing Hydro Cannon, washing Scizor off the field. The crowd roared for the people's champion, celebrating his emotional victory as he shared it with the entire community. With the audience in his back, Hikami made miracles happen. Make sure to cheer for your favorites in the future, as your unwavering support might send them to the top of the tournament.
What a touching moment. That storytelling was incredible. I gotta say, some trainers just know exactly their way with words.
Yeah, but enough about Martine.
Oh, Martine, you're such a silly scoundrel.
I didn't even say anything.
And still, you were the butt of the joke. Anyway, that was an incredible display, and all of those trainers who made it to the top 3 and top 4 and top 8, and all of the trainers making their first ever top cut in Lille. Huge congratulations to them, but it's the event winners that really took it home.
Yeah, absolutely. Hurricane Hikami just came in, swept up Lille, was able to take that first place. Not only that, second place also remained in that French territory, with Keldeo taking that with a very, very nice top cut finish, with so many unique Pokemon that were on the field, the Galarian Corsola being the only one that was truly similar. Also, Coxshack, someone who is here in Gdansk this weekend, a former regional champion himself, got third place, one of his best finishes since that first championship where he won.
I just want to point out that for these first 2 players, this was also their first medals that they earned. The top 4 at a regional championship earn a medal, and for Hikami and Keldeo, it was the first time making it to that grand finals.
It's only the Galarian Corsola that is a staple throughout all of these 3 teams. So the meta was kind of new and it was fresh for Lille.
Yeah, for sure. The meta breakdown for Lille saw the scream culture coming through. It was really impressive. Galarian Corsola is still a staple in the meta, of course, but you see Cradily usage going down, as you see around that 30%, and we see Empoleon making his debut on the top cut. 31% of trainers chose that, and there was mainly the French community coming up with that pick. Also Zwilus coming up, replacing the Guzzlord. People don't want that Sludge Bomb coverage, they want that hard-hitting Dark Pulse.
And Body Slam is just really fast as well as Swilus. The Pokemon that I have my eye on was the Diggersby. I don't think Diggersby might be as good in the current meta anymore, but there's only one reason why trainers bring it, and that's because they see way too many GOs. They see way too many Galarian Corsola. So Diggersby walling that entire moveset is the reason why we have it in the top 12 in Lille last week.
So the European trainers, they have certainly found their way around this meta. We thought the meta was solved with Bastiodon winning 2 regionals in a row in NA, but the spice, the creativity, and the eclectic minds here in Europe have decided to bring you guys something new. And those trainers are really something special. I'm sure that there is more yet to be discovered in this meta.
If we take a look at those event winners that we had in the past tournaments so far, we've had, let's take a look at the leaderboard first, actually. Right? We have the players that have been successful so far in Europe, and these are the championship points that they have. With the gold ticket behind their name, that means that they already have been qualified, as you can qualify directly through winning a regional championship.
There are only a few, because there's only been 2 winners so far in this European circuit that has that direct invitation. It's in that I can't remember read that, but Hikami, he won Lille and he did so well. But here you actually see the winners.
Yep, that's me and Hikami. Hikami won last week, as we saw with that Abomasnow, Zweilaus, some of the Pokemon that you see in the top usage and some of them don't. And I'm really curious to see who's going to be performing at their best this weekend. Gdansk only has been is only a week later, and I'm curious to see if it's going to be like a big meta change already adapting from Lille, or if we're going to see like what NA uses, which usually is much more hard meta.
That is a great question, because I've heard NA players say that the European circuit is more RPS, but the NA players, they have decided to bring more meta picks, more meta teams, and more established cores and foundations. But that Meteor Fallion, he brought the Bastiodon.
He brought Bastiodon, a very, like with RPS, we mean that they're very alignment-dependent Pokemon. And one thing that I wanted to like specify the European and the NA meta in Europe, we have the European bird, Talonflame. In North America, we have Corviknight, the American bird. I feel like those 2 Pokemon really specify the usage as well, because Talonflame much more spicy, right? And you don't see as much. And then Corviknight, way more meta. And yeah, Meteor Fallion getting so far, beating Corviknight actually with a Fearow, really set his ground there.
Yeah, and I think Meteor Fallion pretty much set a trend there, because he brought that Fearow for the first medal ever, and it's a Pokemon that got a buff recently with Pack, having that drill run coverage that was so useful in his matchups leading up to the championship.
No matter what the players in NA are thinking right now, it won't matter, because we care what the trainers here in Gdansk have decided.
That's right. We have our top 12 Pokemon for day 1 here in Gdansk. And look at this. Of course, we're seeing a typical core that we've seen since the past couple regionals at the top there, with that Credilli and the Corsola in the lead. But the surprising picks as well are some Pokemon that really made their debut in Lille, and we're already seeing in them in the top 12 Pokemon here in Gdansk.
Right, we see Shadow Talonflame make it so far again, but the big surprise next to it, Empoleon. That was not on the day 1 usage in or last week, and now it really looks like that Empoleon has made its mark in the European meta. It's right here at 20% usage.
Ikami really showed how great Empoleon is, and it was performing so well the entire weekend of Lille. So I'm curious if some of our players are bringing it.
We have here our players to watch. These are some absolute staple trainers. Nickname from Poland, multiple regional championships winner. He won 2 last season. Sees Zweilaus, not the Pokemon, the trainer. This player has accomplished so much. He's won championships, but he's also gotten multiple trophies last season at the EUIC and the NAIC.
Yeah, and also, speaking of top players, we have the event LAIC coming up next, and we asked the players who won a travel award in region from LATAM to give us their thoughts and what's the standout pick for them in this Gdansk regional to come. As we see here, we have the, you recognize all these names, surely. We have even Lindos Rajev, who was top 3 in the last World Championships, bringing that Lapras, which we haven't seen a lot, but maybe he's looking at it. Oh, Lapras has such decent coverage into the whole meta. Neutrally, it even beats Galarian Corso, which is the main meta threat, as Ice Beam for Credilli. Looks like a pretty fun pick.
I think all of these picks are very valid. We saw Carbonite high in the usage. We've seen that Shadow Dusk Noir perform incredibly well on stream. And we saw the Shadow Talonflame. Players are really picking up on it. Out of all the Talonflames brought so far in the tournament, it is 85% of the Talonflames here in Gdansk are the Shadow variant. And that really means players are really gambling on that Talonflame, but they also believe in it. And if you don't want to miss a second of the action, I would go to Pokemon.com/broadcast. And this is not a link, trainers. You cannot click this. You need to go into your browser and type it in. We don't have that interactive touchscreen yet. I'm sorry, but this is where you catch all the action on Pokemon.com/broadcast. And while you're there, make sure to follow all our channels. On YouTube, we are at Play Pokemon. That's where you get all the competitive battles and all the competitive action. And if you're on Twitch, Pokemon Go is where it's at. You can vote at the community choice. You can cheer for your favorite trainers. And if you want to catch all the action off stream that's not happening on stream, type in !bracket and you get a link to see the entire bracket. But if you're still not sure exactly how a tournament in Pokemon Go goes, a Pokemon tournament in Pokemon Go goes, then we have a format video for you right here.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokemon Go matches to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. The competition is fierce and the strategy is key. This tournament spans 2 intense days of action, where our trainers battle it out in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format. Every match is a best-of-3 clash, but the stakes get even higher in the winners' finals, losers' finals, and grand finals, where the action extends to a best-of-5 showdown. Trainers will be strategizing in a Bring 6 Pick 3 format, each one carefully selecting a team of 6 Pokemon, but only 3 will enter the fray in each game. Every choice could be the difference between victory and defeat. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
Whew, I'm ready for the action that we're gonna have this weekend. Xiao, how excited are you to cast your first battles?
I mean, as a player, the battles are already exciting, but when you can narrate and build up even more, I feel like there have been such cool castings lately, and I want to bring in my touch to that. It's going to be so much fun.
It is going to be a lot of fun. These trainers are here to win prizes, accolades, booster boxes, but overall you can also win championship points at these kind of events. Your placement determines how many championship points you will get, and as you can see, the table on the right will show how many players in that specific region can qualify through championship points. Now do keep in mind here, Zhao, that trainers who win the entire event will directly qualify, and trainers that would place top 4 at an international event or at last Worlds will also directly qualify if they place top 4.
Yeah, and something exciting to notice is that Europe and Latin America both have more slots allocated to qualify for the regional championship, for the world championship rather. And that means, yes, there are more slots, but it's not easy to get one of those slots because the trainers keep getting better and better each regional.
Yeah, as you say, it just keeps getting more competitive. There are more prizes. One of the updates that we've had to the Pokémon GO Championship Series Secret is the travel pricing, as you can see here. The travel award is earned based on that leaderboard that we saw earlier when we were talking about it. The top 4 on that leaderboard gets a travel award, and based on whether that travel award is for out-of-region international championship or in-region, that determines how much money you get from that. And then the 5th to 8th place, this is new, gets a stipend of $1,000.
That's pretty nice. And something that you can notice if you look at the qualification time period, for trainers in Europe, Gdansk is the last European event where you can qualify for that European International Championship Travel Award. So a lot of money at stake here.
If we just take a look one more time at who is in that race for the Travel Awards, and most of these trains are going to be competing in Gdansk. We're gonna show you that later actually, because we have our matches coming up very shortly. Of course, you picked which players we're gonna get very soon. Do you think we're gonna see any of those Polish players come in action or very early on?
I mean, there are a lot of them, and they are heavy practicing here for this regional championship. They saw the French bring their keep the trophy home, and they want to do the exact same. Poland has such a great group of Pokemon Go players. I'm excited to see which one of them makes top cut today.
And whoever makes top cut also wins prizes. The top 8 will win just straight up money, but also booster boxes. You can see your placement determines how much you win.
Yeah, and those booster boxes are the most fun thing you can do with your friends after the event. You're just hanging out. Well, might as well see if we get lucky. Let's rip up those packs and see if we get some cool cards to show.
When you get those booster boxes from your tournaments, right? Because you place very high all the time. Do you open them right away, or do you keep them and maybe for later?
I think it depends a bit on the set, right? Because there's some of those sets that have high collectible value, and I feel like I can keep them on the stash for a bit on the collection, and if I'm really itching for it, maybe then I'll just rip them open.
That's exactly what you can do with them. Now, you have voted on the Twitch poll, and we are curious to see who you picked that we're gonna feature first on the stream. It's gonna be Kale Special versus Calyx. That's gonna be an exciting one. The trainer on the right is a very popular graphic designer who makes Pokemon Go graphics.
Yeah, and Kale is very well known for bringing the spice, right? He was known for bringing E-Trend.
Yeah, he defeated Nighttime Clasher with that.
Nighttime Clasher, right? So
good reminder.
I'm kind of excited to see what else he's cooking up for this event. Maybe we'll go a bit more standard, try to place even higher, but he's known to bring the spice, so looking forward to that matchup.
We saw so much spice last weekend as well, right? We saw a Pokemon like Abomasnow, for example. Abomasnow, an ice and grass type Pokemon. Really interesting typing, and I think one of the reasons is that Florges, with the Community Day attack, Chilling Water. The Abomasnow resists everything from that. What is your opinion on anticipating on the meta like that?
Yeah, I think Abomasnow was a really interesting call, because if you notice, a lot of the teams, they were bringing that Unnovan Stunfisk and Mud Slapper core. And if you don't have a grass type versus that, that's a very hard neutral core to beat. So Ikami with the reader, Abomasnow being the pick to choose for Lil. What a great meta call by Ikami.
And that just leads up to what we have this weekend, because that was only last weekend. Trainers only have so little time to either adapt, or they're like, you know, I've talked to a few players and they were like, you know what, my team from Liu last week was just fine. I'm gonna try it again. It was the player, it was the team, it was the driver, not the car.
Yeah, I feel like you could think like that 1 week isn't enough to change, but we have now the scrim culture. People are scrimming a lot of games. They're changing their team every day, trying to be the next player to know that next spice pick, that next pick to break the meta and to claim their throne as regional champion.
But of course, meta is meta for a reason. We saw so much Galarian Corsola and Credilli. I think that we're going to see a lot of that as well. Soon we're going to have that matchup ready. I'm super excited if we're going to see something like a Heatran again. Legendary Pokemon are just really tough to master, really, because you can only get so few of them. You probably have to trade like trainers, and you know, I'm just saying, while we're here, regional championships are a great opportunity to trade those. But we see here Kale Special on the left, not really anything spicy from him. From Calyx on the right, we see that Diggersby that I talked about. I think Calyx is just one of those trainers. He's like, Galarian Corsola, not on my watch, bro. Not happening.
Yeah, and that's pretty interesting, because that Diggersby breaks that super solid core of Ghost, but still Kale Special with that Corsola plus Steelix core, that Diggersby calls that a great meal.
Right. One of these trains already has locked in. The other one's still thinking it through a little bit. I think that Kale Special went for a little bit more flying type coverage with the Steelix. The problem is, in the current iteration of this meta, many teams have like double ground, and it makes a Pokemon like that Steelix that has the fast attack Thunderfang so tough to use.
Yeah, and I really like about Kale Special's team that he has that Corsola Ferret core that has such great fast move pressure along with charge attack pressure, which is really nice. But then on the other side, we have that Wigglytuff, one of the main core breakers to that core.
I just love... Did I tell you this before? I love Wigglytuff.
Oh, I never heard about that.
It's a great Pokemon. It checks Ghost and Dragon and Fighting type and Dark type Pokemon. It's 4 very common typings that you check. But nowadays, a lot of teams also have a Steel type Pokemon or the European Bird, aka Talonflame. So that makes it just kind of tough to use or position Wigglytuff really well. With the Charm update though, it's a little bit more neutral in some of its bad matchups because you get faster to Swift.
And if you think about Galix's team, he has that double fairy coverage, Florges being the more flexible of the two, having played with versus that Talonflame, having a coverage move versus a Scizor, or Trailblaze versus the Empoleon, but then you have Wigglytuff for that hard check versus the Ghost versus the Dark.
Both trainers are locked in. Jean, we're going to cast your first battle now. We have Kale Special on the left, we have Galix on the right. And let's see what these trainers have locked in. It's gonna be the Shadow Talonflame on the left from Kale Special. It's met up with the Galarian Corsola from Galix. Jox, how does this match go?
Yeah, I feel like this is a tricky matchup for Shadow Talonflame because if you want to time your moves correctly, you're just getting hit with that Astonish damage. Galix choosing to stay in while there's a Azumarill safe swap, and there's Answer with the Unova Stunfisk.
This is actually not that bad for the Shadow Talonflame from Kale Special because I would argue that Unova Stunfisk is an even harder answer to that Shadow Talonflame. Looks like Galix already putting up the first protection. He wants to protect this Stunfisk.
Yeah, and kind of interesting that it took a while to get the swap in. Azumarill got a bit of an energy advantage, but Unova Stunfisk paces so fast, he's almost at another discharge, and he presses it. Does this KO in Advance?
This discharge is super effective, but it's not the strongest attack, and both Pokemon are very bulky. Azumarill going to hang on. It will be able to get to another Ice Beam here, which is super effective, but it's not the same type of attack bonus. And because it's not the same type of attack bonus, it won't hit as hard as, for example, the Hydro Pump. So Galix can let this go, and the Stunfisk will hang on. Now swapping into the Florges, though.
Interesting, the switch clock manipulation here by Kale Special. Getting to the Trailblaze. The Unova Stunfisk doesn't release its energy. Maybe a miscount by Galix.
Do you Protect Shield here because you have so much energy? And yes, we see Galix use the Protect Shield there because the Stunfisk can still get the 2 attacks here. No, swapping into the Wigglytuff right now, but now the Florges attack has been boosted, so the Charge section will do even more damage.
Yeah, and Galix is now down 2 shields to 0, and the Wigglytuff paces to the Swift so fast thanks to the rework of Charm. Florges putting up the first Protect Shield.
Let's see, going for the Chilling Water this time, trying to stop that Wigglytuff just a little bit. Wigglytuff has a lot of fast attack pressure with Charm, but with Chilling Water dropping the attack stage. And look, because he went for Trailblaze earlier on, that 2 charge attacks will knock out. And now going for another Trailblaze, there's no point to go for Chilling Water here, because this attack will knock out. So another attack drop won't help. Now you buff your own attack instead.
Yeah, and I really like this Trailblaze play, because now Florges, if the Galarian Corsola does come in, the Chilling Water will threaten. No, Galix choosing to use the energy from the Unova Stunfisk Mud Bomb coming through.
You think this looks good, kind of, for Kale Special, but the thing is, Talonflame takes super effective damage from both Pokemon remaining. If you use a Protect Shield here, you are prone to Power Gem from Galarian Corsola.
Yeah, but let's see if the Talonflame can get the farm down here, because the Corsola is already... Oh, he has a move loaded! He snipes the Talonflame with the Power Gem! This is gonna knock out!
Power Gem, double super effective, is gonna secure the first win for Galix as he knocks out the European Bird. In comes Azumarill, but it doesn't really have enough. It is very bulky, but looks like Galix forgot to tap for a second. Forgot about the Azumarill, it doesn't really matter. Astonish down, and now he actually takes game number 1.
And interesting that even though Galix went shield down so early, that fast move pressure from the Corsola, from the Wigglytuff, pulling through for him, putting the pressure on Kale Special, and that didn't come up to bite him. Because usually when there's shields down, Talonflame goes to town, but that wasn't the case this game.
You think, but Shadow Talonflame was just really hard targets here by Galix. It has decent matchups into that Florges, really good into Wigglytuff, fine when shields are up into Empoleon and Galarian Corsola, and pretty good into Diggersby. Galix instead, he brought water type coverage with that Florges, even though it's still not that positive. He brought Unova Stunfisk, arguably one of the harder answers to that Talonflame. And then he went for Galarian Corsola just for straight up some bulk, but also having Power Gem coverage proved to be so valuable, because you saw in that end game, it was just so hard to use protections for Kale.
Yeah, and I really like the strategy that Galix chose to use, protecting that Corsola with 2 fairy types right from that opposing ferret. So, and that Forge is such a free safe swap because up energy, it has played into everything in Kale Special's team.
Do you think that we're going to see ferret this time around from Kale Special just to check the Galarian Corsola? Because other than that, Galarian Corsola is so free into the team from Kale.
I think you kind of have to, right? Galarian Corsola is top usage for a reason. It has such strong neutral matchups. You either bring your own Galarian Corsola to try to contain it, or you have to hard counter it, and Ferret is the exact hard counter on Kale Special's team.
We saw Ferret so much at Leo last weekend because it's one of those more neutral Pokemon, having dark, normal, and grass type coverage. Here we're going into game number 2. If Galix can secure one more when he advances, but Kale, he's looking for the comeback. And this is a great start because Ferret has grass type coverage. It has a decent matchup here. And I don't think you can even switch out as Galix.
Yeah, and this is pretty good because Talonflame avoids the Unovan Stunfisk in this lead matchup. Going straight for the Trailblaze, charge attack priority, Ferret wins that no problem. First Trailblaze coming to, will we see a Protect Shield? Chooses to no-shield the first Trailblaze.
I actually want to retract my statement that Galix cannot swap out here. If you look at all 3 Pokemon of Galix, if this Ferret boosts up his attack even more, it's going to be unstoppable!
Yeah, and pretty much Galix here no-shielding, may play, playing those mind games, hoping and praying that Kale Special no-shields the Ferret, and that is exactly what happened. Now it's way more manageable for that Diggersby in the back.
Ferret is able to get to another charge stack. This would knock out. Going for the charge security type to maximize the energy. Does Galix put up a Protect Shield here? He needs to get this Ferret down as much as possible. He puts up the Protect Shield, wants to get this Ferret out of the way. It's an absolute threat for his backline.
Yeah, but Unovan Stunfisk is putting in a lot of work thanks to its spamminess. Here, chooses to let go the Ferret. I think this is a wise decision because Talonflame with shield advantage is so good.
But you get to another charge stack here.
He catches the move!
Catch on the Steelix. That is an incredible play from Kale Special. The thing is, there's another ground type in the back.
Yeah, there's that Diggersby in the back. Saves the Unovan Stunfisk for a later day. And now he can maximize that energy on the Diggersby and farm up as much energy as he can to threaten the Talonflame later on.
First going for the Psychic Fangs. This will drop the defense of the Diggersby. But do look at the moveset of this Steelix. It has Earthquake. We've seen Crunch a lot of the times just to cover the Galarian Corsola a little bit better. And this is only a Fire Punch. Even though it's super effective, Steelix can hang on quite comfortably. I'm not sure if you can take another Scorching Sands here, though. It's going to deal a little bit more damage. And Charge Security Tie again, but it's again no Earthquake.
Yeah, interesting here. Going straight for the Psychic Fang, maybe trying to burn that Switch Clock as fast as possible, trying to get back in with the Talonflame. Diggersby's double debuff, and he's going for another Fire Punch. Kale Special no-shielding, recognize that he can endure this move.
You can't fast stack down this Steelix and swapping immediately now. Let's see Shadow Talonflame coming back in here. This Diggersby has been double teamed. The Incinerators are adding up so much now. Oh, coming into the Galarian Corsola and saving all that energy. I like that play.
This is an interesting play. The chip damage from Quick Attack did add up, but you give so much energy to the Talonflame. Going for the Flame Charge, trying to ramp up that Incinerate damage.
Another fly coming through now. This is gonna do a lot of damage. This is Shadow Talonflame. It is fragile. The Astonish are adding up, but it can pack a lot of power as well. Fly does a lot of damage, and now after one more Incinerate, this Galarian Corsola is almost erased. Oh, another Incinerate sneaks through!
Oh, gets a free Incinerate, but the Talonflame is so low even though it's behind 2 Protect Shields. Can the Talonflame Incinerate down to get the knockout at the end game? Don't forget, Galix still has available the Unovan Stunfisk to catch a move.
I think Kale predicted Galix to swap into the Diggersby here. He goes for the Flame Charge. Let's see if he needs 1 or 2 Incinerate to get to another. And I don't think it even matters. These Incinerators are gonna do so much damage. I would not be surprised if Diggersby fades to 1 more Incinerate here. And do keep in mind, there's a shield still on the side of this Talonflame. You gotta use protection here. Steelix is not gonna deal damage.
The win con here for Diggersby is to survive this double boosted Incinerate. Will Diggersby hang on? No, he goes for the, predicts the combo play, goes into the Steelix, there's the KO, and Kale Special ties up the score.
We didn't see that Diggersby faint there, but the Incinerate landed, and in the charge stack it fainted, so it looked like Galix swapped into the Unovan Stunfisk, while in reality, the Diggersby had already fainted. The Stunfisk came in, and you don't see this every day. You don't always see a Steelix chomp down a Unova Stunfisk.
Yeah, and the play that won Kale Special the game was that catch of the discharge onto the Steelix, protecting the Talonflame. Give me those 2 protect shields, because even though Galix was at a lot of energy behind 2 protect shields, Talonflame can just keep fast moving through. And that's where that flame charge covers comes back in, right? Because you're ramping up your incinerate damage.
That was, I love that you call it out. That was a wicked play that Kale Special made there. It kind of set him up for victory later. Shadow Talonflame is one of those Pokemon that just performs the best when shields are up. And that is because Incinerate just keeps hitting harder and harder. Do you think that Shadow Talonflame is going to come back for Game 3 as well? Because I feel like Galix is really targeting it hard.
It's been relying on it a lot, and you know that Talonflame covers the Corsola so well in this matchup because it walls the Diggersby energy as well, right? It walls that Fire Punch and that Scorching Sense. Though being the Shadow, the quick attacks do add up. So it's kind of a bond that you have to maneuver carefully in this matchup.
Okay, but what about Furret though? In the Go Battle League, we've seen a lot of Talonflame. I don't know about you, but I've seen a lot of Talonflame and Furret core, right? In my elo range. And that core really seems to do it for Kale in game number 2. Furret is that one core breaker, and a core breaker in this case is a Pokemon that beats 2 Pokemon here. It can defeat both Stunfisk and Galarian Corsola. It can kind of secure, if you win one of those matchups in the lead, your Talonflame in the back. It won't be aligned to the Unova Stunfisk.
And such a gutsy call, right, by Kale, bringing in that Furret in the lead after seeing a double fairy line. But we get lock-ins here. Game number 3, who's moving on to the next round. Wigglytuff lead into the Talonflame. What a call by Kale Special.
The European Bird strikes again. Here it is. This is a great matchup for Kale Special. We see Galix stay in, actually, while he has 2 better matchups in the back. But I think that's a little bit scary to swap out of here as well. And going for the Icy Wind first. You can see, though, that the European Bird Shadow Talonflame still has taken a lot of damage here.
Yeah, and what Pokemon do you swap in as Galix here? Because you swap in the Corsola, but that's the Furret counter swap. This is the prime position that Kale Special wanted to be in.
Now, you do have a shield advantage as Galix here. The problem is the Shadow Talonflame is loaded, it's maximized on energy. So let's keep that in mind. Even though that this Furret will likely get a little bit low through some power gem damage, it's not going to matter as much. I think Kale Special is not going to use any protect shields anymore.
Yeah, let's not forget that Wigglytuff used its energy on the Talonflame with the Icy Wind, and the Talonflame swapped out. So the Wigglytuff is dry, and this Furret is going to come out with a lot of energy, reaches another power gem. Is this enough to KO Inadequance?
This is not going to knock out just yet, but it will bring the Furret very low. Now, what I'm curious about is if we're going to see Galix swap out to try and get that Charm down, surprise, but no, he's staying in and going for the Swift. I think Kale Special was predicting the swap there.
Ooh, that Corsola putting in so much work, drying out this Furret, but he has back-to-back Swifts. He's able to deploy this boosted Swift into the incoming Backmon.
There's still one protect shield on both sides here. Galix is thinking, what do I bring in here? He brings in the Stunfisk, knowing that this is not a Trailblaze. You don't have to use protect shield. Did he have his counts right here?
He no shields the potential. There's no Trailblaze here, but he comes in with the Forge, and now with this chip damage, 2 moves from the Forge will threaten a knockout on his Stunfisk.
And to keep in mind still that there's 2 charge attacks loaded on that Shadow Talonflame. Kale Special is looking in a prime position here.
Here, goes into catches the move on the Wigglytuff. Okay, interesting play. Do you come here with the Talonflame, get the full Incinerate down, or do you say he gets the Protect Shield? This Talonflame is shields down. Goes for the combo play, Flame Charge coming through.
In comes the fire. First Flame Charge is being launched, and now you can even get an Incinerate down. No, it even knocks out already.
Ooh, and here boosted, but draws out the Talonflame into the Unovan Stunfisk. Here going for another Flame Charge. This is boosted. Will it knock out the unprotected Unovan Stunfisk?
Let's take a look here. Unova Stunfisk is not gonna like that. Can it get to a charge attack here? You have to throw now! And no, the Incinerate knocks out!
It goes for two Thunder Shocks instead of 1, and the Incinerate registers. And Kale Special, after going down 0-1, gets the reverse whip, moves on to the next round.
That looked so tough for him, but as soon as he realized, wait a second, my opponent is bringing both Unova Stunfisk and Galarian Corsola. I have Furret for that. And Furret just ran through that match, just walked right through the Galarian Corsola and the Unova Stunfisk there.
Yeah, and you see the mind games that Galix played on game 1, right? Bringing that double fairy line and trying to say, oh, you're not bringing that Furret into a double fairy coverage, right? No. Ferret coming through, breaking that Unovan surface, Corsola core, and getting the win for Kale Special.
Galax is great at making graphics, right? But he's also a very solid PvP player, almost getting through Kale Special there, who has been playing a lot of those matches already. If we take a look again at the replays here to just emphasize how important the core breaker in this matchup here, the Ferret, to being able to defeat both Stunfisk and the Galarian Corsair, because in game 1, Kale Special didn't bring it, and then the Talonflame couldn't take all the energy anymore from both the Stunfisk and the Galarian Corsair.
Yeah, here Kale Special making a great adjustment after this game 1, knowing that the Corsola was very hard to stop if the Ferret wasn't coming through, so he took the risk. Okay, Ferret, even though it has a bad matchup versus those Fairy, it has coverage, right? With that Swift, with that Trailblaze. So let's bet on the Ferret. If it gets a good matchup on the lead, it can ramp up and even threaten those Fairy types.
And that catch on the Steelix though, the discharge. What a play that was. Just setting up this Shadow Talonflame, the European birds, setting it up with all those Incinerates and then biting down the Stunfisk in game 2. That was very solid.
Yeah, he wanted the Steelix to be a part of this matchup. He was locked in on that Diggersby for so long, getting the final blow here. Here, Unovan Stunfisk not managing to get off the discharge. He was still behind the Protect Shield, so Galix recognizing that Kale Special got him this time.
It's a little bit late in North America still, but do you think that if Shadow Talonflame or regular Talonflame would make it far in Gdansk, in 2 weeks we're going to have a regional championship in Las Vegas. Do you think that we're finally going to see some Talonflame action there?
Don't forget that North America is the land of the Bastion, won the last 2 events there.
It only wins there.
Are we sure that Talonflame is the way? Who knows? Maybe there's some even European or even NA trainers. We know that Valor Ash usually runs that Talonflame to great success. So I'm hoping maybe we can see some more Talonflame action there.
It's funny you mentioned that. Now, this is not a European trainer. This is a player from India. In fact, it is our world champion. Beelzeboy is going to play in Las Vegas. He's going to try his hands at getting a medal as well. That would be actually his first medal. First, he got the gold trophy, right? Actually, no. He got the bronze trophy from 4th place in Hawaii. Then he upgraded. He said, well, let's not lose this time. We'll go for gold. And then he wants to go for a medal. What a interesting order.
Yeah, I feel like he's not getting the correct order there, but maybe Beelzeboy wants to collect all the Infinity Stones, right? I got the trophies. I'm going for some medals now. I can't wait to see him in Las Vegas in a couple of weeks.
And he also said that he's going to bring Mew. We've seen this Pokemon perform really well, like 2 or almost 3 seasons ago, specifically by Statistan. What is your opinion on this Pokemon right now? It has such a versatile moveset.
Yeah, I feel like Mew is interesting because it's like a Swiss Army knife, right? It has great coverage because it has a move for every typing pretty much. So taking into account the weaknesses of your team, the coverage that you need, you can make Mew that special Pokemon that fills in the 6th slot and protects your team for the common threats.
It's gonna take a lot of charge gems to get the right attacks because it has so many of those. Now, there's an excellent place to get those charge gems though. That's where we are at right now. At regional championships, if you spin a Pokestop, you have a chance at getting a charge TM or a fast TM. Let me tell you, when I was at Liu, when I just got at Liu, I started out with like 25 charge TMs. I have to check it later, but I think I'm at like 300-ish right now, which is a massive upgrade. If you play a lot of PvP, and I'm not just talking about the Go Battle, but also like grassroots formats, charge TMs, you're gonna get low on them. Regional Championships is the place to get them.
Yeah, and the charge TM roulette is real for a PvP player, and if you get the chance to get them, here from spinning stops, it's such a great incentive to come to these regional champions. Even if you're not here to compete, just to hang out and stack up on those charge TMs.
Of course, you can also do trades and catch very unique Pokemon. We're gonna have the Latin America International Championships in about 3 weeks from now, and one of the Pokemon that spawns at these tournaments right now is Turtonator. Yeah. This championship, the same meta, is also available in the Go Battle League, so keep that in mind. Pokemon like Dugong, Claydol, Oranguru, Turtonator. You're gonna want some of those Pokemon. Are you legend in the Go Battle League yet?
Yeah, I recently
of course
got
you
it
are.
with my Duskull Explode core. It was really
Oh,
solid.
dude,
I was
that's so good.
inspired by your play last weekend.
the local, yeah.
You mentioned that you beat Tristan in a local, and yeah, that core inspired me to get Legend in the Go Battle League.
It's really good, but if you also want to hit Legend, make sure that you get those Pokemon as well. Turtonator is such an absolute staple now. Maybe it pairs well with Duskull and Exploud. I would not recommend that core though, generally, but in the local tournament, that actually did what it needed to do.
Yeah, and those Turtonators are so rare to get. Usually they're only available in raids. Here it's a special Pokemon you can catch during the regional championship events. Also, there's Togetic spawning, and it's one of the few mons that can stop Turtonator in that meta. So maybe you can build a roster to compete in LAIC in a few weeks.
Now you'd think, wait, what? What's this guy talking about? Turtonator has access to Flash Cannon and Overheat and Flamethrower even. But the thing is, in the Go Battle League, very possible. At the Latin America International Championship, it's gonna be closed.
Yeah.
It was open team sheet, sorry, where you see the movesets of the opponents. So you would not be able to TM it. And most Turtonator are gonna have Brutal Swing and Dragon Claw as the charge stacks. And then there's also Oranguru, very common. Brutal Swing, Trailblaze. What resists both of that? Togetic and Togekiss. So excellent call out from you there.
Yeah.
Would you play those?
Yeah, I did play a bit of the LIC meta in those grassroots formats that you. I lost to you a couple times in practice, but it's been good fun.
Yeah, I've also not been doing too hot in it, but well, I'm sure that like players who actually compete for those trophies, championship points, all those accolades, they'll probably do better. And you can find all of that, of course, on if you follow the channels, if you follow the website, everything involved with that.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to see what else we have in store, right? Because we just saw Cali Special pulling off that win there with the trusty Ferret Corsola core, but we've been seeing lately in the EU regionals that we bring the spice, we bring the core breaking potential, and let's see what trainers are thinking about to core break those common picks.
Our next pair is going to be a very exciting one. Because I heard we're gonna get Patoman. I think everyone knows Patoman. If you don't yet, he's a multiple-time regional winner. He won the last Europe International Championship, third at North American International Championship, second at Worlds. Very accomplished. He's gonna play against, I believe, his brother very shortly.
Oh man,
yeah,
that's interesting. Is it his brother's first tournament ever?
I believe it might just be, and he built the team for his brother, so he might have the advantage actually on how they're exactly going to work. I'm super excited. We're just getting that matchup set up, so just a little bit of patience. We'll be with that match very soon. I'm super excited to see if his brother learned anything from like Pathway, because I feel like that sibling rivalry is always. Do you have any siblings we have the rivalry with?
Yeah, I actually do. My brother used to play Go Battle League before, and he actually reached Legend before me.
What? That is unacceptable.
Yeah, it is unacceptable because I've been playing for so long. But he has such good technique. Yeah, he loved the game so much. He grinded so much. They actually got Legend first. So it's always something, even though he doesn't really play anymore, it's something that he has bragging rights against me for the rest of my life. No matter how many accomplishments I get in this game, my brother was Legend first.
Wait, which season was that? Because we're in season 24 right now. How long ago was this?
I think it was that season when you got the end pose, so maybe...
That's like season 4 or something, no?
Yeah,
season 3,
maybe season 6, something like that,
yeah,
a long time ago. But yeah,
okay, so you're telling me that he hit Legend once before you, and he's gonna hold that for like the next 2 years at least, and maybe more to come?
That's how a brother relationship works, my friend. Unfortunately, he's got that one over me for the rest of my life, but that's how it works.
Okay, if you were playing in the Go Battle League right now, never mind. Let's move on to our next match, because we're here finally. We have Patoman on the left versus his brother Jorge on the right. What do we think of these teams right here? Hey, wait. Jorge said he built the team, but he's not running the same team as Patoman.
Interesting. I see Patoman here choosing for the dark psychic type Malamar, right?
What?
The shadow version.
His friend? His friend the Malamar?
His friend the Malamar, yeah, I heard so. Maybe it's Patoman's friend.
What is your opinion on this Pokemon right now?
Yeah, Malamar is an interesting Pokemon because It doesn't have that many resistances. For example, it still takes neutral from the ghost typing attacks from Galarian Corsola, but it has the coverage, right? It has those side waves, shadow side waves that add up even versus the bad matchups like the fairy types. But it has foul play for the Galarian Corsola that hits super hard, and then that access to superpower, a very powerful charge attack, fighting type charge attack that hits the likes of Empoleon or Cradily.
We see on the team from Pokémon Talonflame, not Shadow, but also no Flame Charge. Brave Bird is a charge attack. If you use Mega Skarmory in Legends ZA, you know what Brave Bird does. Just massive damage. In the main series, it deals a little bit of damage to yourself. Here, it will drop your defense by 3 stages. So I think Pokémon is just looking for a little bit of a more surprise, hard-hitting charge attack there with the Brave Bird.
Yeah, I really like the pick from Patoman here because his team is not the most solid versus Galarian Corsola besides that Ferret, right? Even Malamar can struggle there. The regular Talonflame actually takes those Astonishes a bit better, so you can actually throw on good move timing, have patience in that matchup, but then the Power Jam still is a one-hit knockout, so you have to be careful about that.
And we saw those accomplishments that we talked about earlier from Patoman. Here we see the team from his brother. This looks a little bit more like a North American team here. I think Pranav, runner-up in Milwaukee, runs something very similar. The Dusknoir. What is your opinion on this Ghost-type Pokemon as opposed to Galarian Corsola that we see all over the place?
Yeah, I feel like Corsola gives your team stability, but if the rest of your team is lacking a bit of that offensive power, I feel like Dusknoir is a great alternative because it has the hard-hitting Astonish, Shadow Punch is a bit quicker than Nightshade that Corsola has, and also has access to that Dynamic Punch.
Yeah.
Great coverage mode versus the likes of Diggersbeak, for example. A normal type that would otherwise wall Galarian Corsola, it doesn't wall Dusknoir. Dusknoir actually puts in work in that matchup.
Fighting type coverage hits super effective on 4 different typings. Normal, Dark, Steel, Ice. Maybe there's even another one, but it's so versatile. Rock. Yes, thank you, Rock. Rock solid from you there, your addition there. And that's what makes that coverage so good. As you can see on the team from Patoman, he does have that normal type in the Ferret. He does have the steel typing in the Empoleon. Last weekend, we saw a Dynamic Punch land on a Ferret. Do you know how much it does?
It pretty much wanted knockout that Ferret. It was like, so close.
I think like 90-ish%. It does so, like Ferret is almost gone.
And it was crazy because that matchup was with Chris last weekend, right?
Yes.
And his opponent was behind 2 protections, so he only had to shield that Dynamic Punch to probably win the game, but he probably miscounted that matchup. And Dynamic Punch saved the game. That coverage was so clutch. If it was Corsola, it had no chance in that matchup.
You really need to stay sharp in these kind of matches. For Jorge, Wigglytuff kind of can have play here into that Ferret, into the Shadow Malamar, but look at how well Patoman protects that Malamar with the Empoleon and the regular Talonflame.
Yeah, here Malamar is very well protected versus those fairy types. Regular Talonflame doesn't struggle as much. We saw in the last matchup, the matchup versus Wigglytuff, it was the charms were actually chunking. Regular Talonflame is not concerned about that. Such a great counter to fairy types.
I do think, and while Jorge doesn't have this Pokemon, that it might be a little bit iffier into opposing Florges. Because normally Shadow Talonflame just has to land 1 Flame Charge. Chilling Water will do a lot, but you need to boost up your Incinerate damage to actually win that matchup. And this regular Talonflame without Flame Charge doesn't have that. Let's see if Patoman is going to bring it. We have our first match here. Patoman on the left, Jorge on the right. It is that Shadow Malamar. It's met up with that Gastrodon.
Interesting lead here because Malamar is dealing neutral damage and Gastrodon is dealing neutral damage here, but Malamar has access to that superpower, and the common strategy by trainers is throw that superpower and dip into their safe swap. Let's see if Patoman does that strategy.
It's very possible. Looks like he's just going for the foul play here, trying to win this matchup. His brother still deciding, do I use my first Protect Shield already? Yes, the first charge attack has been shielded.
Yeah, and here...
Charge attack priority tie.
Charge attack priority, this is very interesting, is that now this Malamar can't swap out and the charge attack priority was activated. Will this body slam KO? Superpower barely not KOing. Gastrodon hangs on. Will this body slam KO? Will he call it?
You have 2 body slam here. Patoman knows he's not going to use Protect Shield there. There's 1 Mud Slap knockout, or oh, it looks like Jorge not going to risk getting Psywave down here because Psywave lands before the Mud Slap would. So he's going for another body slam just to secure a switch advantage. And switch advantage might look kind of decent here. Third comes in, but you have the Wigglytuff.
Yeah, you have Wigglytuff that
No, he
resists
goes
those
into
segments,
Daily.
but he's reading something else in the back. It goes into the Cradley. It still has a pretty decent matchup here, resisting the Swift, but Trailblaze, thanks to the energy advantage, Trailblaze will be coming through, boosting the Sucker Punch damage from Furret.
Cradilly has access to Rock Tomb. Rock Tomb is a very efficient charge stack that will also drop the attack of the opposing Pokemon. But because Furret has Trailblaze, which does about the same, but then boosting the attack, it's kind of just neutralizing here.
Yeah, now Furret here back to standard attack levels. Goes for the Trailblaze right away. This Cordillera is kind of in trouble. You can't use your last Protect Shield here, right? Will this Cordillera endure?
Patoman still has 2 shields on his side as well. This attack won't knock out just yet. You have the charge stack here going for the Rock Tomb. Patoman not going to risk any cheeky catches there on like a Rock Tomb on a Gastrodon. That'd be too risky there, because if it fails, a Grassland would take it out in 1 charge stack here. Putting out the Protect Shield, in comes the Wigglytuff. This Furret's only going to get to 1 charge stack. This might actually still look kind of okay for Jorge, and he's letting that go, which I think is a fine play because Gastrodon Water Pulse would do more damage.
Yeah, this is a fine play, but now the Mud Slap damage will add up, and maybe with enough Mud Slaps you can put his in Body Slam range. Wigglytuff not throwing energy right away, going for the Swift instead of the Icy Wind. What do you think about it, Nadwin?
Swift does deal more damage. I was thinking that Jorge might go for the Ice Wind immediately to make sure that the Mud Slap does less damage. The thing is, this Gastrodon still has 1 Protect Shield. It's almost nearing 2 charge stacks here. And because you didn't throw an Icy Wind, this next Mud Slap plus Body Slam might just barely be enough here.
Yeah, Wigglytuff not being able to tries to catch the move from the Gastrodon. Great heads-up play by Patoman. Goes for the Water Pulse, ensuring the KO. Gets the 1-0 victory versus Jorge.
Patoman saying, not today, broski. Gastrodon prevails. The blue one wins against the pink Gastrodon. I just want to point it out for Lou. And Patoman is 1-0 ahead right now.
Yeah, interesting play there by Jorge, going in with into the Cradley instead of the Wigglytuff. Wondering what he was reading in the back.
I was thinking, if you see the Shadow Malamar lead and you have Wigglytuff in the back, you'd think that Patoman would cover that Wigglytuff in the back harder. So that's why I thought Jorge will probably bring the Wigglytuff into the third, because it's kind of a slightly advantageous matchup still. But no, Jorge predicted something else, and I'm curious what his thought process was on that, because both Malamar and third were revealed at that point. He didn't bring Wigglytuff into third.
That's very interesting. I feel like sometimes playing a lot of scrims versus your brother, which is likely the case, right? Maybe used to Patoman pulling off some tricky strategies, and it was ringing, oh, you're trying to pull a trick on me this time. But Patoman just running a regular strategy, going for the ABC line and paying off here Jorge with a misread, and unfortunately Patoman took advantage.
What do you mean exactly by an ABC kind of line?
Oh yeah, so basically Patoman going for a balanced line where the Pokemon aren't really hard covering each other, but they have neutral play all around versus the team. So if Jorge brings, for example, that Corviknight, yeah, even though Malamar, the Sidewaves are resisted, the flop play will do neutral damage. Then you have Gastrodon with the Water Pulse coverage as well, and Great Bulk does very well into that Corviknight as well, protecting the Ferret.
Right, it's just going to kind of all-around flexible team there. Switch advantage can be pretty important for those kind of teams, because you can have alignment in the back if you run 2 polarizing Pokemon that cover each other's weaknesses, but you do need that alignment in that case. And while Jorge had this, he didn't choose for the potential alignment that he could have had in a positive way. One of our trainers is almost ready to lock in here.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if Patoman chooses to bring that Empoleon, because it would be so solid versus the backline that Jorge chose to run with Wigglytuff and Cradley. Let's see what this player is locked in. We're heading into Game 2 in Adequance.
Let's take a look here. Jorge brought the Shadow Dusknoir, but it's met up with the Empoleon. Now, if you have a non-Shadow Empoleon here, it will actually be able to pace just quickly enough to 3 charge stacks here and win most matchups. Going for the Shadow Punch immediately, this is kind of inconvenient for Patoman, because it still does a lot of damage. Do you use protection here? No, he doesn't.
Yeah, interesting play here by Jorge, maybe choosing to put pressure on this Talonflame right away. Talonflame is already low, and this is very nice for that Cradley in the back.
Interesting play here from Jorge. I like this recognition. Dusknoir hangs on, but it won't hang on to another Metal Sound. You need to knock out this opponent in one charge attack, or sorry, one fast attack, or we'll get to another charge attack here. Coming in with the Ferret into the Gastrodon here. This is a positive match for the Ferret generally, but Gastrodon can hang on there. Trying to catch a charge attack, I guess, on that Cradilly. Cradilly can hang on here well, but the problem is, just like we saw in the previous game, Ferret's going to boost up here.
Yeah, and I really like this decision by Patoman, bringing out the Ferret, trying to draw out that Cradily to free up that Gastrodon in the back. And Jorge stayed in for a while, but he did end up bringing in the Cradily, so great play by Patoman.
Yeah, the Gastrodon still has some energy, and Patoman's protecting the Ferret now. He needs that Ferret to put in a little bit more energy here. The thing is, Patoman swapped out of that Empoleon. He might still be able to get to a charge stack because Acid is double resisted, so it probably won't knock out the Empoleon. He's one Metal Sound of another Hydro Cannon. He can also make a catch here. Does he try it? Yes, he makes the catch!
Wow, what a catch by Patoman, neutralizing all that energy from the Cradily, and now it's so low. Gastrodon can even come in and try to get the energy back because the Gastrodon from Jorge has too much slap advantage.
Normally, this is where I would say he has a family, but they are family, actually. In comes the opposing Gastrodon. It's the battle of the Gastrodon here. Jorge already has some energy. He still has 2 protections as well.
Yeah, very interesting. Energy advantage and shield advantage goes direct for the water pulse.
Oh,
no shield by Patoman! What a call by Jorge!
Can you get a Mud Slap down here as Patoman? I think Patoman's looking to get to 3 charge stacks here. 2 on the Gastrodon and 1 on the Ferret. That might be his win condition. Jorge, however, can also just get a Mud Slap down here and come out with 2 charge stacks. This is going to be a very close game.
Yeah, let's not forget that Ferret does have a Swift load, so Jorge has to manage his shield, chooses to use the last potential, hoping that Ferret can't get to the Trailblaze. That Ferret is still quite healthy. Can he get the Mud Slap? Go for the Swift Snipe!
Does this knockout? It's the same type of attack bonus. Swift hits quite good. The thing is, can you take another Sucker Punch after this? Oh, the Gastrodon goes down, actually. All the energy is gone. Patoman defeats his brother by 2-0.
Yeah, unfortunately, the experience proved to be vital here for Patoman, one of the most accomplished players we have in our circuit, but bringing in his brother for his first ever tournament, and he put on a show on stream.
That's going to be a tough match to win in the first place, right? Family or not, Patoman is the runner-up of last season. He is a phenomenal player, and he just showed that here as well. Even though you might be the one who can watch Patoman do these kind of plays and practice the closest out of anyone, the skill's still in there, and it's hard to overcome, and you know it.
Yeah, let's not forget that even though Patoman got the win and Jorge is now in the lower bracket, that doesn't mean he's out of the tournament here. We have a double elimination format like we showed before, and Jorge still can go on a run and still enjoy his tournament.
It would be very tough to realize this now, but there is indeed a chance we could get this brotherly grand finals at some point. I mean, we've only had 1 round so far, and if you drop to that losers bracket, you do have to play a few more matches than on the winner's side of the bracket. So yeah, both trainers are in. Patoman probably not. He's probably always a favorite to win the match, and he makes that true here as well.
Yeah, and I really like that they're both laughing at each other, just enjoying this core memory, right? Having you and your brother on stage on one of the biggest events of the year in Gdansk.
It's memorable.
It's so memorable. In your first tournament, you get the opportunity to be on stream, and you did pretty well for yourself. Patoman had to pull off all the stocks with the catch here in Game 2.
It reminds me when PvP David played against his dad in Stockholm. That was such a memorable thing, right? Because these are like, you see them every day, and then you have to battle it out on stage. We're like all watching how that goes. It's quite, it's entertaining.
Yeah, and it's interesting that these top players are doing so well, and they bring their families along, and they say, oh, I think I can do the same. I'm learning a lot from watching you. Let me try it out. This seems like a fun tournament to play in.
And this is one of the very few times that Blue Gastrodon has actually defeated Pink Gastrodon. I just want to point it out specifically because Lou's also at this event.
Your favorite is also the Pink Gastrodon?
It's definitely the Pink.
Yeah, I think Pink Gastrodon is my favorite of mine. Blue is not really my color. I think I prefer the Pink. Maybe Lou is wrong on that one.
Batman going to that next round here. We're gonna have so many exciting battles to come. Now we've had brothers, right? How do you feel about casters battling against each other? Is that also like a little bit brotherly or family-like related or colleague-like?
Yeah, I feel like we could do that as a segment, but I don't think it would go well for you with taking a look at the last few times we played in Advance.
I have no memory of that.
Champions have short memory. That's what I hear, right?
We haven't played in the Championship Series. There's no proof.
Yeah,
no,
that's true.
The match that I'm talking about is going to be the next one coming up. It's going to be Tomahawk UK against Koning Lionheart.
Oh, baby, the battle of the casters. Oh, yeah. Tomahawk was able to get top cut in last weekend's Lille, but Koning Lionheart went on his first positive tournament. It went 5-2. He almost made it to day 2. What a great performance by our caster friend, by our caster colleague. And I'm really looking forward to see him building upon that performance.
He's really been stepping up his game, right? I remember when Leo started out as one of our very first commentators, and he's come from so far, because at first he was like, oh man, this game is kind of tough, right? I'm just doing like tapping, but I lose. How does that happen? Martijn, Zhao, teach us. And then we taught him, and well, he went 0-2 after that, but then he went 5-2, as you said. He's making those steps, and it's only been last week, so maybe he still has that form, and he can maybe take that even further. I think Tomahawk UK is an excellent test for him, but do not forget, Tomahawk UK, even though he hasn't gone as far as some other achievements, he is someone who reached the Grand Finals 3 times.
Don't tell him that too many times.
He'll be fine. He'll be fine. He's Farid. I need still a gold medal, and he doesn't have that just yet, so that's something he still wants to get.
Yeah, they're both being behind the desk, but now they get the chance to be on stage for us. I'm really looking forward to see what Farid cooked up, because usually always looking for that specific core breaker.
And then chickens out. Because
and then he chickens out.
Yeah, he said last week, he told me, Martijn, I'm going to play your favorite Pokemon, the Giratina. And what was on there? It was a Galarian Corsola.
Oh,
wait, he brought a Greninja though!
Oh, he brought that Greninja, coring that with the Corviknight.
The American bird.
The American bird, yeah, because Tomahawk has been traveling a lot between regionals, right? So maybe
Tomahawk
getting
US?
some Tomahawk US, exactly. Maybe getting some influence there. I also see the trusty Shadow Annihilate, a favorite of Tomahawk UK.
That is a fan favorite. Many trainers were not exactly a fan of Rage Fist. Tomahawk UK was like, no, I'm winning with this Pokemon. Keep it, please. And here we see the movesets on these Pokemon as well. Annihilate usually packs Ice Punch for flying type coverage. Greninja though, that's a wicked Pokemon.
Yeah, Greninja is interesting because it does very well versus Galarian Corsola as a dark type, but it also, even though it takes super effective from Grass Knot, from Cradily, it paces so fast to those Hydro Cannons thanks to the fast move Water Shuriken, right? So it can put a lot of pressure if it's behind Protect Shield.
But the thing is, his opponent, Koning Lionheart, also has a Wigglytuff. Look at these accomplishments, by the way, from Tomahawk UK. It's been a while, right? Last season, he didn't do too hot. He did, of course, commentate at the LASC and at Worlds. So I guess as a caster, he's been doing pretty good last season. Now he's looking to pick up the competitor side just again.
Yeah, and finalist, but he wants to finally win that gold medal, move on, and he's facing Koning Lionheart, who came back from a strong little performance here, going with that Wigglytuff Corsola core, who has been so solid, and going for that anti-meta with the Unnovan Sunfisk.
And what is your opinion on Galarian Moltres right now?
I feel like Galarian Moltres will always have a place in the meta because there's that resistance to Mudslap and to Astonish, which are two of the better fast attacks in the game. And Galarian Moltres has such solid matchup into both of those. You put pressure on them to, I could always run neutrally Mudslap plus Astonish, but that won't go so well with the Galarian Moltres on the other side.
It can also defeat both the European bird, Talonflame, and the American bird. Do we call this the Apex bird from here on? Galarian Moltres.
Yeah, Beelzebub
he
did
was
win
world
with
champion.
it, right?
Yeah, he was world champion with it. Like Galarian Moltres was that best Pokemon for him at the World Championships. And look at that. Koning Lionheart is like, if a world champion does it, it must be good.
Yeah, interesting. Also picking up that Empoleon, that looks fairly interesting into Tomahawk UK's team, because even versus its toughest counter, which is the Annihilate, it has Drill Peck coverage, super effective, and will do massive damage into that Shadow Fighter.
I'm curious to see what both trains are going to bring here. I think Empoleon looks very playable for Koning lineup, but you have to avoid that that Annihilate, and we know Tomahawk UK really likes the Annihilate.
Yeah, it's a favorite of Tomahawk UK. Let's see if it can put it to good use. Koning Lionheart locking in. We're going in to the battle of the casters. Let's see who gets the win here.
Tomahawk UK on the left here. He has the Greninja. It's better with the Wigglytuff!
What a call by Koning Lionheart already in his head. The Tomahawk UK pivots right away into the American Bird, met by the electric type Unova Stunfisk.
The alignment is looking great here for Koning Lionheart. Even though Corviknight has super effective fast attack, Incent attack, it's not the same type of attack bonus, it's not the strongest fast attack. It will hardly look super effective, and the HP is hardly going down here.
Yeah, here already at another discharge, Tomahawk going for the payback, the hard-hitting move, trying to get as much chip damage into the Xenovan surface, but Koning Lionheart here can manage his energy well, even maybe build up to back-to-back before throwing. Just before that, it throws the last discharge.
Very good counting from Koning Lionheart on the right. Do we see Tomahawk UK trying to get that switch clock a little bit lower? The problem here is you can't even bring in the Greninja, really. He brings in the Cradilly because Greninja almost faints to one single discharge from the Unova Stunfisk since it's so fragile. But now this Unova Stunfisk is at 2 Mud Bomb already.
Yeah, and the problem with Acid Cradilly is that you can't farm down this ground type. You have to throw a charge move, and Koning Lionheart is probably smiling because he has an Empoleon in the back for this Cradilly. Perfect line read by Koning Lionheart here in this game.
This Mud Bomb is neutral because the Cradilly is, yes, it's a grass type, it's also a rock type Pokemon, but it also has a poison type fast attack. So even though it's a grass type Pokemon, it's going to rely on the charge attacks and not the fast attacks to knock out the Unova Stunfisk. Cradilly is already at half HP. Force Shields are in play. Tomahawk UK knows, yeah, that Pinguin, it's looking mighty strong. He's already shaking his head. You got me, pal. You predict me quite well here.
Yeah, and Empoleon, thanks to that part steel typing, doesn't even take super effective from this grass knot. Pivoted to the Greninja, immediately met by this Wigglytuff, and Wigglytuff is behind 2 Protect Shields. This is looking dire for Tomahawk UK.
1 Hydro Cannon, 1 knockout yet. I wouldn't be surprised if Koning Lionheart no shields this, because if this was a Night Slash and you shield that and potentially Tomahawk UK gets a boost, then the next one would knock out. Well, it looks like Tomahawk UK didn't even get to a potential next charge attack, and now you can go for the Icy Winds. The thing is, though, it doesn't matter if the debuff here. Poison from Cradilly is double resistant on the steel type from Empoleon. So it looks like Tomahawk UK concedes this match, and Koning Lionheart with that perfect prediction here takes game number 1.
Yeah, and here not really having the best answers into that Unovan Stunfisk, right? Because your source of super effective damage, they both take super effective damage from electric types.
Yeah.
So it was a hard farm down, and he was forced to bring in that Cradilly to preserve the HP on the Greninja, and that poison fast attack proved costly here because you had to throw energy into it. You couldn't go into that Empoleon in the back with 2 charge moves loaded, and that set up the win for Koning Lionheart.
I think the line from Koning Lionheart made kind of sense here. What I see is kind of an oversight, perhaps, on or maybe kind of. If you look at the line from Tomahawk UK, right? He has Wigglytuff and Greninja to core break Galarian Moltres and Galarian Corsola. My question is, if you see Wigglytuff and Greninja to core break 2 of your almost strongest Pokemon, do you even bring those 2, right? We didn't see Galarian Moltres, the Apex Bird, or Galarian Corsola from Koning Lionheart because of those 2 threats. We saw the Wigglytuff instead to potentially catch a Greninja or a Wigglytuff as it's neutral into those 2. And I feel like Tomahawk UK has to play a little bit more into that prediction here.
Yeah, I was kind of interested that Tomahawk UK didn't rely on that Clodsire because it has great coverage into the opposing team if it avoids that Gastrodon, right? And Corviknight is such a free safe swap into this team because, yeah, there's the electric type in the back, but you're dealing super effective damage. You can hang around, you can pressure shields, and you can maybe swap out. So I feel like Clodsire is the solution there because it's a hard pressure into that Wigglytuff, and it can withstand a lot of charge attacks from everything besides that Gastrodon.
I actually want to come back on the line of Koning Lionheart, because even though the Pokemon that he brought made perfect sense, if you think of Wigglytuff in the lead and Unova Stunfisk in the back, how do you deal with a potential Cradilly lead as Koning Lionheart then?
Yeah,
Kind of tough.
It's interesting, but Wigglytuff is taking super effective damage from those non-same type attack bonus assets, and it has Icy Wind coverage.
Yeah.
So you're kind of soft weak to Cradily in the lead, hoping to maybe free up that Unova Stunfisk in the back.
I think so too, that you just play that soft ABA line, which means that you're weak to a Pokemon in the lead and in the back, but you stay in with the lead to soften it out. Let's see how these trainers are going to adapt in these lines. Coding Lionheart's 1-0 up. He leads the Wigglytuff again. This time he's met up with Corviknight, the American Bird.
He tries to pull off the same strat, but Tomahawk UK doesn't fall for it. Though Corviknight has an interesting matchup into Fairy type because its charge attack that deals the most damage, the payback, is resisted.
Coding Lionheart is playing the same line as in game number 1. This time it looks like Tomahawk UK kind of has the advantage with the alignment. Wigglytuff actually doesn't have the worst matchups here just because of Ice Wind, but this matchup has improved a little bit for the Corviknight because you can get to those air cutters faster, and there's a 30% chance per air cutter to boost your attack back up.
Yeah, and here if you look at the backlines, alignment is key. That Annihilate is waiting for that Empoleon, that Cradily is waiting for the Unova Stunfisk. Tomahawk UK as a good matchup here.
Is that so? Because this... Oh, you get the attack buff though. That might just be necessary. I don't think that this air cutter knocks out. Wigglytuff has a lot of HP and Sand Attack doesn't do a lot of damage. You might be able, as Coding Light, you will be able to get to an Icy Wind here.
And the problem here is that, oh, he chooses the no shield. Will this Icy Wind KO? It's gonna be so close.
Oh, it knocks out. Coding Lionheart takes switch advantage here, and this might be crucial for this game. Cradily comes in. Coding Lionheart, he's nodding. He has the Empoleon, but this time it's going to be an Annihilate. You have to get out of this, but it looks like Coding Lionheart, he's going to take a Protect Shield first. I'm not sure what I think of this play just yet. Metal Sound damage doesn't do a lot. You do take the shield, but you also stall the clock. Tomahawk UK can swap in his Cradily a little bit earlier than Coding Lionheart can swap out of this Unova Stunfisk later again.
Yeah, and you're giving energy to this Annihilate, who's gonna boost up that counter damage with the Rage Fist. Every 6 counters you get to boost your Sass attack damage, and you're behind a shield. This Mud Bomb coming through, it doesn't threaten a knockout, but it will put the Annihilate incredibly low.
When both attacks are neutral, Mud Bomb does a little bit more damage than Discharge does. As you can see, the timer is almost up here for Tomahawk UK. He could potentially save the energy. No, he's not gonna risk it. He's going for the Rage Fist here. And even though Unova Stunfisk has so little health, Coding Lionheart has a shield because the counters do way too much damage.
Yeah, interesting here. Tomahawk is staying in, but the Unova Stunfisk endures with 1 HP, gets off the Mud Bomb into the Cradily.
You can't use a protection here, Tomahawk UK. The Hydro Cannon will do way more damage. There's no energy on the Empoleon though, but there's no fast attack pressure. Tomahawk UK needs 2 charge attacks here, but I think so does Coding Lionheart. Oh, he goes for the Rock Tomb.
Interesting. Is this potentially the loose con? No, it goes against the Protect Shield. It's gonna reduce that Metal Sound damage.
Coding Lionheart's heart is pounding. He's thinking, come on, can I make it? It's going to be a race. Empoleon is at 2 charge attacks here. Is a Debuff Hydro Cannon going to knock out though?
It's gonna be charge attack priority on the next move. Tomahawk UK praying, hoping that the Rock Tomb debuff is enough to make this Cradily withstand this Hydro Cannon.
Hydro Cannon is one of the most efficient charge attacks. Empoleon has a high attack. Cradily
survives! It survives on 1 HP! Cradily hanging on, gets off the Grass Knot, and Tomahawk UK ties the series up.
A smile there from Tomahawk UK. That 1 HP could have also been the face of disappointment there, but Cradily proves why it is the most used Pokemon in this meta. At the brink of defeat, it pulls Tomahawk UK out of that chasm and takes back that game to tie up the score.
I was saying that was potentially the loose con, but Tomahawk UK knew his count, knew that the last attack would be charge attack priority. He needs to survive the Hydro Cannon, and thankfully, thanks to the Rock Tomb debuff, lowering the attack of the Empoleon, increasing the artificial bulk of the Cradily, endures on 1 HP, and ties up the series versus Coding Lionheart. Coding Lionheart here is the underdog, but he's 1-1 versus a multi-time regional finalist.
This is such an important match for both trainers. Not just, it's winners round 2, right? It's not like your next match is a medal already or day 2. But to be the best competing caster between the two is a title to have. And even though Tomahawk UK has had many accolades that may just go a little bit further than this, Coding Lionheart, he is looking for that competitive acknowledgement, right? So defeating someone like Tomahawk UK could be very big for him.
Yeah, I feel like it's a massive confidence booster for anyone, right? Tomahawk UK is so accomplished, but Koning Leinart on the come up, he's been honing his skills in those local practice tournaments, practicing over and over again, and is here face to face with one of the best in the game.
We saw Koning Leinart go with that very weak to Cradilly line twice now. Is he going to do that again? Do you lead the Wigglytuff with the Unova Stunfisk in the back 3 times in a row, or vice versa? I feel like that's a pretty tough call to make here.
I feel like if you're a Wigglytuff player, you ride with that Wigglytuff, make it get your wins. You might catch that Annihilate, trying to catch that Empoleon. So
but there's no way Koning Leinart leads Wigglytuff 3 times though, right? Here we go, decisive game number 3. We're gonna have the Shadow Annihilate. It's met up with the Empoleon. Finally, Tomo UK wins a lead.
apparently should have led the Wigglytuff, catching Koning Leinart lacking. He saves up the Wigglytuff, got into that Clodsire. What a call by Tomahawk UK.
The Clodsire is going to resist all this fairy type damage. Yes, you have Icy Wind, it's super effective, but because of Clodsire's bulk, it doesn't really care. You're gonna need 2 Icy Wind and more to knock this out.
And look at this line call by Tomahawk UK, getting the Clodsire locked into the fairy type. But if you look into the backlight, that Unovan Stunfisk gets to avoid the Clodsire. So this is not over for Koning Leinart.
Let's take a look here. The thing is, this Clodsire also has access to Earthquake, and because of Empoleon's fragile nature, it doesn't want to take that either. But this is an opportunity for Koning Leinart to get a lot of energy on the Empoleon, and then potentially, oh, we see Tomahawk UK try to go for the switch though. He's like, okay, the Wigglytuff is gone. There's no way this Galarian Corsola. I'm gonna try to swap out. No, now he's not tapping. No, he's staying in now.
Staying in with the Unovan Stunfisk, and this is very good news for that Corviknight in the back. Gets off the super effective Earthquake. This is not enough to KO, but it will do massive damage. So Koning Leinart uses the first Protect Shield.
I actually might like this play, because the poison stings don't add up. You shield that Earthquake, you might just be okay getting a lot of energy. Oh, we see the catch on the Corviknight. What a play. However, now you locked in your worst matchup here.
Yeah, but still keeping that that Clodsire quite healthy. The shoots do not stay in, goes into the endpoint, trying to avoid that Annihilate. And here, reaching the Hydro Cannon so fast, set attacks are heading up though.
This Hydro Cannon is not going to knock out though. The weakness of Empoleon is in the fast attack pressure, because it doesn't do a lot of damage, and Steel is resisted by a lot here, so you won't have a lot of time to build up energy here. You're already down a shield. Tomahawk UK still has 2 shields. Koning Leinart needs to pull those Protect Shields.
Yeah, here, great play by Tomahawk UK. No shield in that Hydro Cannon, because he knows he can withstand it. These Sand attacks are adding up. He has to release, tries to predict the catch, goes for the drill pack. I think this is still enough to KO the Corviknight. Maybe a good heads-up play, and leaves very little farm for that Annihilate. Good play by Koning Leinart.
That's exactly what he wanted, but Annihilate is coming back in. It's at full health. You're gonna need 2 Mud Bomb to knock out this Annihilate and take 2 shields. When are you using them, Tomahawk UK?
Yeah, he knows that this Mud Bomb is not enough to KO. Thunder Shocks will not add up, and this Annihilate will just boost on that Rage Fist damage. This counter damage is going to be too much to endure. He chooses to no-shield the first Rage Fist. Good play, because it's the one that's going to do the less damage.
You can't even use your protection here, because Annihilate just gets to another, which will hit even harder with Rage Fist that keeps boosting the attack.
And unfortunately, I think the writing is on the wall. Annihilate is going to keep countering down this Unovan Stunfisk. I don't think you can protect yourself from these counters.
But you can definitely protect yourself from this Mud Bomb as the Annihilate. Tomahawk UK, Koning Lionheart, they're chatting it out already, because Koning Lionheart knows. Oh no, he puts a Protect Shield. What a surprise! Annihilate punches through this Unovan Stunfisk. Tomahawk UK, he wins the caster battle and moves on to winners round 3.
A reverse sweep versus Koning Lionheart, but great plays by Koning Leinart, using that Wigglytuff Unovan Stunfisk core to perfection. Unfortunately, the time that he chose to not wig Wigglytuff, Annihilate came through and got the win for Tomahawk UK.
It's just like where you think as Tomahawk UK, there's no chance that he leads Wigglytuff 3 times. I'm putting my Annihilate up front, and it's not going to be on the Wigglytuff, then it's just probably fine. Except the Galarian Corsola, of course, is also very dangerous. But He didn't lead that. Cunning Liner didn't lead those two Pokemon, and then Annihilate just punches its way through, especially when counter's super effective, and Pauline didn't want to have to deal with any of that.
And I really love that adjustment from Tomahawk UK, knowing that the Claudes are, if it gets on a good matchup, it can build up to that energy, and those coverage moves. Earthquake was gonna hit super effective versus the Empoleon, versus the Unovan Stunfisk. Great call by Tomahawk UK there. Sealed the game for him.
Yeah, so we take a look here again. Really tough with that Icy Wind. It has important coverage here. Cunning Liner getting that alignment, and then Tomahawk UK was like, well, I can't do anything here. Game 2 was interesting, though. Corviknight resists Fairy, right? Those were the leads. Corviknight against Wigglytuff. Wigglytuff won when no shields were used. That was actually mind-blowing. You think you're bringing a Steel-type Pokemon to cover against those Fairy-type Pokemon, and the Fairy-type Pokemon wins. What is your Corviknight good for then?
Yeah, it's interesting, that matchup, because Wigglytuff has that Icy Wind coverage to break the momentum from Corviknight, and Corviknight only has a 30% chance to boost on those neutral air cutters. So if the Corviknight is unlucky and isn't boosting, Wigglytuff can put in a lot of work in that matchup.
Right, and we saw that. You saw the Annihilate. That's where Tomahawk UK puts up his protection. So he's like, I'm sorry. I'm actually not sorry, because this Annihilate is going to win this game for me. It's been a trusted partner of Tomahawk UK for a long time, and he's probably very happy. It's still very viable. Annihilate is just such a high-risk, high-reward Pokemon, because yes, there are a lot of Pokemon that are weak to fighting. Think of Cradily, think of Empoleon, think of Furret. But it's also tough to bring when Galarian Corsola is one of the most common Pokemon, and now even Wigglytuff is showing up.
Yeah, and I really like that Farid stuck to the strategy that got him so many wins. To shield Annihilate, ramp yourself up, power through the neutral matchups, and that's what got him the win there.
Tomahawk UK advancing to winners round 3, and do keep in mind we also saw Patoman advance to round 3. As Jay, he casted last week, he would say the usual suspects. They're winning again. Can we get new names rise up to the top as well? We have almost 100 competitors here in Gdansk. We also have about 10 North Americans competing here, by the way.
Yeah, I'm kind of excited to see if we get some of them on stream. They came all the way from North America to try to compete versus the Europe's best, and maybe bring that North American flavor. Maybe we'll see a Batshit on our team.
Corviknight.
Or a Corviknight, yeah, the North American version.
Bastiodon has not won anything in Europe just yet, but it might in North America. Now, our first international championship, we're going to get a whole different meta. And some of those Pokemon are going to be super exciting to see. Last season, Martogoldo won by like 1 HP against Azurill, against Vitorello, a player we haven't seen as much. Can we get that hype again? Before going into our next match, that's going to be Stone Collection versus the Gengar Life. We're going to show you a little bit of the LAIC. Don't go anywhere just yet. We'll be right back with this exciting match.
some of the most exhilarating battles I've seen in a long time there from Cunning Lionheart and Tomahawk UK. And when that Cradley hung on with a sliver of HP, I was sure Tomahawk was celebrating.
Chat, let us know. Did you think that that Hydra Cannon was going to knock out? Because we were even debating backstage. We're like, it's enough. No, it's not enough. It's and just being able to hang on by that sliver there was truly incredible. Really the game-changing moment for Tomahawk UK, being able to then take game number 3.
When I saw those games, I thought, okay, Cunning Lionheart has Wigglytuff on the Corviknight, so I did not think that was looking too great for him. But that Wigglytuff winning the Zero Shield scenario against that Corviknight, I was amazed. What an impressive performance by that Wigglytuff.
And guess what, guys? This was only winners round 2 at that point. There's still so many more matches to go, and I think if that level was already an indication of how this tournament is going to go, everyone is absolutely in for a treat.
And I can't wait. I can't wait for LAIC coming up. I can't wait for our next games on stream. I can also now wait to see the charged TMs I've gained throughout this weekend, because when I'm not here, I'm just spinning those Pokestops. So keep spinning those Pokestops.
Don't even bother trying to talk to him. He's just like, what? Spinning all the stops here, getting all of those potential charge TMs or fast TMs. Also, the unique Pokemon that are spawning here. There's so many different things that you can do at these regional competitions. Competing is just one of them, but that is the thing that everyone is tuning in to see. Who is going to be our next champion?
I barely got the message that I was going to actually go on screen to cast these battles, but we have the incredible matchup coming up. Is going to be Stone Collection against the Gengar Alive. Two prominent battlers we've seen several times on stream before. Stone Collection, yes, he's the more decorated of the two, but I believe the Gengar Alive also, he knocked me out in Frankfurt. I know personally how good this trainer is.
The nerve of the Gengar Alive to be able to do that to such a good player. And Stone Collection, not just collecting stones here, also collecting Pokemon, collecting championship points, bringing it back, circling back. There are so many different spawns here at the regional competitions. Take a look at the ones that you can find here in the wild. A lot of these Pokemon are able to evolve into Pokemon that can be used in PvP.
We just saw that Rookity evolution, Corviknight win Tomahawk UK, that game number 2 or game number 3. He brought it every game against Cunning Lionheart. Togetic is evolving into Togekiss, and that is certainly a Pokemon that you can bring to the Latin American International Championship, who has its own meta for that event.
And speaking of Pokemon that have their, looking at that Turtonator and LNDS Harjef, one of the trainers who has that travel stipend for that event, suggested bringing Lapras to the Show 6 Pick 3 format. So we'll have to see if there are many Lapras here in Gdansk, or whether people will be using other Pokemon that we've seen in that top 12 graphic earlier on. There's so many different possibilities. Even back in Lille, just last weekend, there was 11 different Pokemon in that grand finals. The only similarity between the two teams being that Galarian Corsola that we've been seeing everywhere.
I don't even have enough fingers to count all these Pokemon.
I'll add one for you.
I started counting on my toes. And that's the wide array of Pokemon that is viable here in this meta that we have. And we see more different Pokemon coming up on both Stone Collection and the Gengar Alive side, but they share one particular Pokemon, and that is that Ferret.
Ferret going on both of the teams there, but you're absolutely right. Not a lot of other similarities, and another dragon-type Pokemon that hasn't really been making many appearances. In Lille, it was Zweilous that everyone seemed to be using, but on Stone Collection side, look at this. We have a Shadow Gyarados.
I think Shadow Gyarados is a very interesting pick for this tournament. Cunning Lionheart considered bringing Shadow Gyarados as well, and I have advised him against it.
Okay, we'll see.
Maybe Leonard and Stone Collection have been scheming for this tournament together, but Stone did not get any advice from me. And here we see the canny Stone Collection bringing his Dragon Breath Shadow Gyarados. That is a
legacy or attack for Gyarados. That means you have to spend an elite fast TM to get Dragon Breath on your Shadow Gyarados, I believe. Also, the Community Day charge attack, Aqua Tail.
So many interesting Pokemon. If we go over to the side of the Gengar Life, looking at that Fortress running Bug Bite as its fast attack, because here in Gdansk, the #1 used Pokemon was once again Credilli, Fortress being one of the Pokemon that can just start bug biting away at that partial grass Pokemon.
So the Gengar Life has Fortress, one of, if not the hardest counter to Cradily. He also has Furret, which is maybe the hardest counter to Galarian Corsola. So he does not want to face that staple meta core. But Stone Collection, he's not running any of them. He's running that Corviknight, and Corviknight has a really good matchup into both Furret and that Fortress. If there is one Pokemon though, Stone Collection does not want his Shadow Gyarados to face, is that Steelix with Thunder Fang. Shadow Gyarados taking double super effective damage from those Thunder Fangs makes that a very pleasant matchup for Steelix.
So it looks like both of these trainers taking a moment to decide what they want to play for this matchup in Winners Round 3. This is just near the beginning of the tournament so far. We're in Group B here. Stone Collection from Germany, Gengar Life from the UK, about to face off here for game #1.
And we see Tinkaton in from Stone Collection side into the Furret of the Gengar Life. This is a nightmare situation for the Gengar Life. Tinkaton resists all of the attacks from Furret, so the Gengar Life goes straight into Fortress, and Stone Collection throws a Bulldoze.
Bulldoze is going to be an attack that doesn't actually do a lot of heavy-hitting damage, but it does have the potential to lower the defenses. He doesn't get the defense drop here, and the Gengar Life just charging up a ton of energy, going for a defense drop of his own here.
And this defense drop is guaranteed with the Sand Tomb, though. Stone Collection knows that this Tinkaton is not taking a lot of damage from the Fortress's fast attacks or his charge attacks. Sand Tomb does not hit hard. And here comes a Play Rough from Stone Collection.
Swinging the mighty hammer of the Tinkaton, but still not very effective against the Fortress. Both of these Pokemon just going ahead, charging up energy, trying to get each other low. A lot of times, maybe chip damage doesn't look so impactful, but if you're reminded of a couple games ago, sometimes a Pokemon hanging on by just 1 or 2 HP can absolutely change the outcome of a game here. Tinkaton now going for the Play Rough right before the next attack is loaded.
And we see the double debuffs has made the Bug Bites do more damage to the Tinkaton, but Tinkaton almost takes out the Fortress. Can the Fortress hang on? Yes! Fortress gets to a parting Sand Tomb. This means I think the Gengar Life will knock out the Tinkaton and get switch advantage.
Going ahead and letting that go through. Stone Collection lets it go down. He does end up losing that first round here with the Fortress hanging on by just a thread, so the Gengar Life will be able to get to alignment as that Furret pops back in, and he can now avoid it coming in with the Steelix.
I'm surprised Stone Collection decided that he did not need switch advantage and not preserve the Tinkaton, which was so good into that Furret. With Stone Collection, he does not see the game like everyone else. He goes for Trailblaze here with the Furret, trying to boost up, hoping that Furret can win this game for him.
Absolutely going to boost because it's another 100% guarantee with the attack. Gengar Life now going for the heavy hitting attack. Does Stone Collection want to use a shield? And yes, he uses his first Protect Shield, and the Earthquake hits the ground.
And he gets the Earthquake call. That is incredible from Stone Collection. So much energy going out the window for the Gengar Life.
Now going in, going for yet another Trailblaze. So this Furret is double buffed at this point. Will have to take a Swift, will have to use the last Protect Shield if he wants to keep that Furret nice and healthy. That's exactly what Stone Collection wants to do. He's a little bit ahead on energy. He's double boosted. He's ready to let a Swift go of his own.
And Stone Collection knows that his Stunfisk has a lot of heavy lifting still to do, because this Furret on the Gengar Life side that was locked into a Tinkaton from the lead is now looking pesky. And Stone Collection wins charge attack priority as a double boosted Furret. And now this Swift might even threaten a knockout on the Gengar Life's Furret. Is gone!
It is out of the way. Steelix coming back in here, and now the third Pokemon of Stone Collection has been revealed. No, these Thunderfangs don't do much to either of the Pokemon, but this charge attack with no Protect Shields remaining will be able to hurt that Steelix.
And this will secure the knockout. The Gengar Life, he was he had such a detrimental start to the game, and then Stone Collection let him kind of get a little bit back in the game because that Fortress barely hung on with the through the play rough. And then it wiggled back and forth. Stone Collection shielding up that Earthquake from the Steelix. That is a very rare case. Steelix going for that hardest hitting charge attack when there's still 2 shields in play is very rare.
The Ferret on the side of the Gengar Life will still have a big uphill battle to go against that Stunfisk that had not been revealed in the back. However, the fact that the Gengar Life went for that charge attack priority and ended up losing was the big impactful moment. Stone Collection now has that information that he can add to his collection of how to win game number 2 as well.
And what a collection he has racked up over the years. This is a player who's been prevalent in the scene for so long, even through grassroots for years and years. And will he now, being up a game, take a risk and maybe bring that Shadow Gyarados?
We'll have to see if he wants to do it so early on in the tournament. Everyone knows that it's a Pokemon that has a lot of utility nowadays with Dragon Breath being able to pace so much quicker than it has in previous times, but Gyarados lacks the bulk that a lot of Pokemon have, so it will take a little bit of maneuvering to use kind of this more flimsy Pokemon. We'll see as it does take to the skies against that Fortress. Fortress, if it was running Volt Switch, would have a wonderful time here, but Bug Bite not as effective. An immediate pivot out into that Fur on the Gengar Life side.
And Stone Collection is staying in yet again and throwing a charge attack before he makes up his mind about what his next move will be. And we see him dipping into his own Furret.
A great play here, getting a little bit of extra energy. Knows that this is not going to be able to knock out the Fur on Stone Collection side, so no shield used here. Maybe using it in the back later to protect a more or less bulky Pokemon. Meanwhile, as Swift, keep in mind, Stone Collection was able to knock out the Fur at game number 1, knowing that he won charge attack priority. So if he was counting, he wanted to maximize his energy before throwing that attack.
And Stone Collection, he needs to get as much leverage out of this for it as possible, but the Fortress on the opposing side is now gathering up energy and is not threatened by this energy from the Furret.
You can throw Swifts, you can throw Trailblazers. Fortress will take it all on the, well, it doesn't even have a chin. It's just going to take it all as the next Swift goes through. And I think we're going to see an aggressive Bug Bite down because the Gengar Life now will have 2 options to throw whatever comes in. Both of them are debuffing moves.
I think Stone Collection might go into his Unova Stunfisk here. He's going to take the risk that there's no Steelix in the back because this energy would have been so threatening to the Gyarados and he didn't want to expend his shields there.
Going ahead and taking this first one. We saw it before, the Sandtube 100% going to debuff the defenses here, but Stunfisk just going ahead and a quick pivot now into that Malamar on the side of the Gengar Life.
Now the Gengar Life is ahead in energy on this rapidly charging Malamar. Maybe it can outpace the Gyarados in the back.
Going ahead now, we'll have to see because it comes back into the field here. Already at that first attack, getting the shield off of Stone Collection side, then getting a little bit of energy of his own. I think we're going to see another attack on Stone Collection coming through right away here as he gets up to the Aquilter, just charging up some more energy.
And Stone Collection will threaten the shield on this Malamar. I believe the Gengar Life, yes, he does put off the shield and he's going to strip away Stone Collection's last shields because that Fortress does not have a lot of threatening energy into that Unovan Stunfisk.
Both of these Pokemon so low health, so far into the red, but the Stone Collection puts up the shield. Gyarados still has some energy to spare, wants to be able to throw, and that's exactly what he's going to do. The Gengar Life also uses his last shield on the Fortress in the back.
And the Gengar Life is shaking his head. He's realizing that the situation is dire. He gets Sandtomb onto the Unovan Stunfisk, but the Fortress, it's so low now. Can it hang on through the Thunder Shocks and the Mud Bombs? I don't think so.
Going ahead, still in the green on the side of Unovan Stunfisk, just knocked down to the yellow here, already at the Mud Bomb. No Protect shields remaining. Stone Collection hitting all those bubbles.
He does not want to risk this not knocking out the Fortress. And the Malamar in the back, so low for the Gengar Life and Stone Collection. Thunder shocking through this winner's round 3.
Unovan Stunfisk, game number 1, barely made an appearance, but it was there to end up taking the game. Also taking the game for Stone Collection in number 2. He continues on that winner's side of the bracket.
Convincing win from Stone Collection. Really incredible display of showing the Shadow Gyarados and showing you don't need switch advantage. With a safe enough Pokemon and a good enough strategy, you can win, even though that the alignment does not go as in your favor as you hoped it might be.
I have to say, before we saw the movesets of the Pokemon, I was very interested to see what Stone Collection was going to be running, perhaps running some unique sort of moveset, because he is known for running some off-meta Pokemon. When Clodsire was one of the most popular Pokemon running Earthquake in either Sludge Bomb or Stone Edge, he chose to run both Stone Edge and Sludge Bomb. It wouldn't surprise me if we saw some unique and crazy things from him, but game number 1 and game number 2 here were clinics of how to be able to continue on this winner's side of the bracket. Stone Collection is not only collecting stones, he's not only collecting Pokemon, he's collecting names.
Oh, and Gengar Life is one of those names in this tournament. He's not out though. He's ready to take on the challenge of the losers bracket. In Frankfurt, he went truly far in the losers bracket as well, almost making it today too. But Stone Collection, he wants to proceed through on the winners bracket. And after this convincing win, he still has the opportunity to do so. But no unique movesets on this Pokemon this time around. He's running the regular set on the Corviknight, but I have seen players go for the Iron Head on the Corviknight to have a better Cradily matchup.
That is absolutely true, and with Cradily being almost everywhere in these tournaments, maybe we'll start to see a shift back to this. We see sometimes Pokemon, people deciding whether they want to run a Shadow variant of a Pokemon or whether they want to run the regular, what movesets they want to be running. This could potentially be another shift back to that Iron Head, but with that Community Day Attack haircut, it just makes it so good.
And that is the problem of Corviknight. You either have to give up the payback, which is the hard-hitting attack into Corsola, or you give up the pacing of Air Cutter, which is also a stab charge attack, and it comes out so fast. So I don't know. I think it's hard to navigate a This is the problem with Corviknight. You would like 3 charge attacks on this Pokemon.
I'm sure that, speaking back to Stone Collection and his Clodsire, he maybe would want 3 charge attacks too, because he could have had Earthquake back then. He's doing so well in this tournament. I really want to hear from him. Martijn, go ahead and take it away.
Yes, thank you, Amanda. Clodsire is a cool Pokemon, but Stone Collection, the winner here, congratulations, brought a Shadow Gyarados, and I was immediately like, I gotta ask him about this. Well, I have a great opportunity to do that right now. Why did you bring Shadow Gyarados? And without going too much into strategy, what does it do?
First of all, hi. And yeah, I brought Shadow Gyarados because in Lille, I realized that my opponents were bringing Gastrodon and Cradily like every time against me, because my team was like 6 out of 6 soft weak. So I was like, what beats Cradily in the high shields? What beats what was it again? Gastro. And also I got surprised by some Swilus. So I was like, I need to do something with my team. So I restructured a bit and dropped the Shadow Dragonair for the Gyarados. And yeah, I like the matchups overall. It's kind of doing like similar stuff, and it's putting a lot of pressure on opponents, so I picked it up.
There's about a 20% total Unova Stunfisk in the tournament. How does that make you feel about the Shadow Gyarados so far?
Pretty bad, actually. I was super surprised to see a 20% plus in the Ufisk in the tournament, or Unova Stunfisk. And then I realized, like when I started my first matchup, my opponent had Unova Stunfisk, and I was like, wait, I'm 5 out of 6 weak against it. So like, I don't know, I built these teams and they were always weak to like something. I'm always behind the meta, I feel like. But I mean, I have a ferret and my own Ufisk, so I'll be fine.
Those are great Pokemon, in fact. Your opponent, the Gengar Life, had a Shadow Malamar. How are you going to deal with that Pokemon?
I was like, Shadow Malamar really shines in if it's shields up or if it has energy advantage. So I was like, I only need to get shield advantage or energy advantage myself. For example, then my ferret, if I have only 1 Sucker Punch advantage, I can pick up like the 2 shield scenario, I think, and inflict heavy damage in the 1 shield scenario. So even my weakest pick is kind of fine against the Shadow Malamar, I thought.
Heavy damage. We sometimes even have a graphic for that. It's very good how you explain that, because it's basically like, oh, the Malamar does this, I'm gonna make sure that doesn't happen. Really good insights from you. you're gonna be up against PvP David next, and that's, I believe, you guys played last year, because you beat me, I remember, in the Stuttgart Grand Finals. How do you feel about this match coming up?
I'm a bit scared, to be honest. But I mean, our overall record was kind of, I think, something like 3-2 in his favor or 4-3 in his favor. So it's kind of even. So I'll be surprised if he has Unovan Stunfisk. I think I'm in a kind of bad position, but let's see how this ends.
I mean, you had just defeated someone with a Unovan Stunfisk, so, you know, maybe you can do it. Do you have anyone that you want to give a shout-out, friends, friends, before we let you go back to the battles?
Yeah, I recently joined the faction, Wasted Potential, so
Really?
shout out to those guys, because they're like super funny, super supportive, even if I'm not playing right now in the grassroots tournaments, but yeah, I'm looking forward to working with and playing with them.
I'm sure they will be rooting for their new player, and looking forward to your next battles. I wish you the best of luck in your next rounds. We're gonna get much more action. Let's head back to Amanda and Marcus.
Thank you so much. Yes, Stone Collection, he's well known within the grassroots circuit. He's well known within the Pokémon GO Championship Series, being one of the trainers who was in our first ever Pokémon GO Championship in, I believe it was London. Do you remember back then?
Liverpool?
London.
London? Oh yeah. In the World Championship, he made the last chance qualifiers and then won that, and then qualified for the World Championship at the last possible second. But here we have two different players. This is Mao Zedong, and he is running that Firo of that Meteor Fallion, just piloted to his first ever win in Milwaukee.
We saw do a lot of really nice things in Lille as well. Wolfpack showing us really how Firo can start to take to the skies in Europe. We'll have to see if Matsipan will be able to take it farther in Poland, but to do so, he will have to face off against a Polish trainer, Lujoslav.
And I am sure that these trainers, Mao Zedong has been around for a while, and Lujoslav as well. These are both trainers that want to set their mark and leave their mark on this tournament. We see Galarian Corsola, obviously, from Lujoslav, because what is a team without Galarian Corsola, am I right? But we also see that Primate, one of the fighting types that can fight back against the Ghosts with that Community Day Rage Fist that boosts up Primate's already sky-high attack stat.
We've seen so many variants. We talked about this a little bit earlier too, Marcus, about whether people want to run a Shadow variant or they want to opt for the regular one. Looks like Lujo has decided to go with the regular Primate, so giving a little bit more bulk. These two trainers are hopping into this game. Number one, ooh, we have a lead. We have the Gastrodon up against the Gradilli. We want to see if Lujo wants to immediately swap out or will gain some energy first, because even though these charge attacks from the Gradilli will do a lot, the fast attacks are barely doing anything.
So this is a play where Lujoslav has to make the correct decision. Is he shielding up a Grass Knot? Yes, he is. Mao Zedong not getting a debuff from Rock Tomb, but he would have threatened a complete knockout on this Gastrodon.
Taking that first shield and also taking a catch here on the side of Mao Zedong, recognizing how much energy was there on that Gastrodon, now wasted on this Blastoise, a water-type Pokemon, just now starting the rollouts as the Florges comes in.
And now this Blastoise can outpace the Florges before he gets to a potentially debuffing attack in that Chilling Water. But Florges will need to go for the Trailblaze to win out this matchup against the Blastoise.
Trailblaze will be the attack that will boost the attack of the Florges. That's what it's going for here. Going for it. Does Mazipan want to use his Protect Shield here on this Grass-type attack? He does.
Ooh.
Last second.
Barely, but I don't think this this attack would have threatened a knockout. But Mountzy here threatens a knockout on Lujoslav.
Now going ahead, using that Protect Shield there, wants to keep it as healthy as possible, because look at the energy still on the Florges, still continuing to charge away and catch after catch. But is this really a catch? This is still like an okay position. There's still some energy on it, and now this Gradilli is into the red.
And here comes the Chilling Water from Lujoslav. That means this Cradley is getting threatened by a knockout. And there's so much energy on this Cradley as well. He lets it go.
Going ahead, just cooling it off with the Chilling Water, enough to knock out. We'll see what wants to come in. This is a very low health Florges. This could be a perfect farm opportunity for the Firo as it comes in here. A quick pip by Lujoslav. He doesn't want to let it take it here, but these mud slaps are doing nothing to the bird in the sky.
Perfect timing from Maotsupeng, and that is hard on that switch as well. Lujoslav is not. He's taking this drill back, and it does so much damage to the Gastrodon. Here comes a hard-hitting water pulse. Will Maotsupeng shield up? Yes, he shields up the water pulse.
He's catching, he's making all the calls, and it looks like he's just whittling down every Pokemon that's in the back. Lujo making it to the next body slam. It's not going to be enough to threaten a knockout, but it will start to chip away at the Furrow, which is still gaining a ton of energy.
And now this Firo is looking so threatening for Maotsupeng. Can it knock out both of the last remaining Pokemon? Here comes a Furret and Mousy. It tries to avoid the catch, but Lujoslav gets the catch on this low HP Florges. This game is not over, trainers.
Going ahead and doing a little bit of saving here as that Florges goes down. An immediate pivot back into that Blastoise. Maotsupeng was ready for it here, saying, okay, if this attack wasn't going to be it, let me go ahead and throw this heavy-hitting community attack Hydro Cannon, washing away that Furret to about half health.
And that is an incredibly clever play by Maotsupeng, in my opinion, because the Furret was getting so close to another charge attack, and the Firo, who wins charge attack priority against the Furret, left the stage with a charge attack in return. Maotsupeng, he is playing super well, and he is winning this game number 1.
Going ahead, he had double Trillbacks loaded. If one wasn't enough, another would do it, but one was enough to take out that Furret, take game number 1 for Maotsupeng, and let's see how Lujoslav is going to adapt for game number 2, because he played very well. He had some catches of his own, but Maotsupeng seemed like he was always just slightly one step ahead, knowing exactly what his opponent wanted to do, catching the crucial attacks at the crucial moments.
Maotsupeng really understood how he could utilize his Pokemon most to his advantage. Getting that Water Pulse on his Blastoise, that left a lot of HP on that Cradily, leaving it still a threat in the end game, making Lujoslav actually have to throw 2 charge attack from his Florges to take out that Cradily. And even though the Cradily had so much energy left, Maotsupeng realized that I can let this Cradily go, come in with my Firo, and potentially win the game upper shield.
Now, if you're looking at the Pokemon on both of these trainer sides, what do you think about the picks that they brought in for game number 1? Were these the things that you would expect to see in it?
I love the Firo pick from Maotsupeng. How does Lujoslav deal with that Firo consistently? There's a Gastrodon that loses that because it relies on the Mud Slap, which is double resistant. Primeape takes super effective pack damage. Galarian Corsola, Ghost type, it does just as much damage as the Gastrodon does with the Mud Slaps. Furret is a neutral matchup. Florges is a neutral matchup, and Firo also has that drill run to hit the Clodsire super effectively. I think the Firo is going to be the most important Pokemon for Maotsupeng to bring into this game.
And it's up to Lujoslav to decide how he wants to counter this, which Pokemon he feels are going to be the important ones, the impactful ones to take back this victory. He needs to win this game to be able to stay in it. This is winners round 1 of Group C. So we'll have to see who wants to stay on this winner's side of the bracket in a double elimination tournament.
A great question though would be, if Maotsupeng can predict Lujoslav to bring Florges, Furret, and Clodsire, because those are the 3 Pokemon that can best deal with that Firo on Lujoslav's side. Can Maotsupeng predict and then move around it or finesse? I don't know. But here comes the Firo from Maotsupeng into the Clodsire.
Now this Clodsire is running Stone Edge, so this would do so much damage, enough to knock that Firo out of the sky. So Maotsupeng needs to be very careful, because one of his charge attacks will completely knock out in that same way. Both of them charging up a ton of energy and actually still both throwing at the same time.
And this is showing that maybe there is an optimal time for these trainers to throw their charge attacks. Lujoslav shielding up the drill run. Even though Clodsire is by far his bulkiest Pokemon, he realized that his
charge attack, the charge attack that are most threatening will come out from this Fearow.
Going ahead and just still charging up a ton more energy. Fearow, because of its pacing, is able to hit the next one before the Clodsire is able to get to an attack. No Protect Shield on Lujoslav this time. You see that super effective damage, knocking down the Clodsire into the red. Not only that, catching that charge attack, that Stone Edge on the Blastoise.
Another catch from Malzahn, and now the Clodsire is drained out of all this energy. It's not threatening the Fearow anymore. Here, the Blastoise, because it got it roll out through, it will also outpace the Florges and potentially threaten it with a KO.
Here's the thing, game number 1, catching that Water Pulse onto that Blastoise, and the Florges came in to counter. Game number 2, catching that Stone Edge on the Blastoise, same play by Lujoslav. This time, no Protect Shield on the side of Malzahn as that first Trailblaze goes through, but not
It's not enough. Florges is not a grass type. It does not have the same type attacks bonus on their attack. So Hydro Cannon will knock out Florges here. Blastoise, the party Blastoise, is putting in work for Malzahn.
Yeah, put on that hat. Definitely time to party and celebrate, getting all of that energy off of the Florges, being able to knock it out. In comes the Furret. Furret will have to be standing here up against the Fearow and the Credilli that is now making an entrance. There is a low health Clodsire in the back for a potential catch, but it is energy dry as it threw that Stone Edge into the Blastoise. Now Trailblaze number 1 coming through for the Furret, boosting up its attack.
And now Lujoslav has boosted up his Furret. If he goes for that catch on the Clodsire, he will lose those boosts. That means that he is more inclined to stay in here maybe. So Cradley will win out this matchup in the zero shield scenario most of the times. But let's see if he can hang on to this Trailblaze.
I mean, you talk about losing the boost, you're losing it anyway when that Rock Tomb goes through and lowers your attack. Trailblaze number 2 coming through, rising it back up here, but now in comes the Furrow. The Furrow is low, the Clodsire is low. He's out of Swift, but there is a shield remaining.
But this Furret is putting in so much work. Can he get rid of 2 Pokemon in the end game for Lujoslav? The Fearow, though, is looking to get a juicy farm down, and here comes Clodsire. It did want to avoid that farm down. The Fearow now has 2 charge attacks stored. Can it deal with both Clodsire, a shield, and a no shield from Lujoslav?
No shield here. Clodsire goes down. Furret comes back in, but it's not going to be able to get to it. He's trying. He's desperately clicking, and the Furret goes down.
And the Fearow closes out game number 2, also for Malzahn. And the Fearow, even though it's kind of an awkward Pokemon in that sense, it's a flying type, it doesn't resist fighting, but Malzahn, he's celebrating his win. It's such an offensive threat, and he applied it to the best of his ability.
You don't just need to fear the Fearow. You should be fearing German trainer Malzahn as he continues on the winner's side of the bracket, taking a clean 2-0 sweep against his opponent, saying, I'm here, I'm back, and I am ready to show you what I can do in Gdansk.
This is a really accomplished trainer as well. I remember playing him in the winners finals in Bochum a few years back. So this
Who
trainer,
won that event?
That was 23 EJB.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Thanks for reminding me. But Malzahn, he's always looking for that secret spice to potentially gain the advantage of his opponents. Even though Lujoslav got the catch in this game with the Florges, the Fearow was just too much to handle.
Being able to just masterfully play through these attacks, knowing when your opponent is going to throw their charge attack is something that is huge in this game. Both Game 1 and Game 2, Blastoise put in so much work against Lujoslav's team, being able to completely negate the energy that has been building up and being able to kind of showcase what it's able to do. It's not a surprise to me that Blastoise has become so popular this season.
Blastoise and Fearow together, if there's no electric type on the other side, they make a pretty good core, I gotta say. The ground types that resist the rollouts, they are not as good into that Fearow. So if Fearow can set up the Blastoise for a shield advantage, then not a lot of stuff can handle Blastoise easily.
I remember when we were in Lille, we had some trainer predictions of which Pokemon were going to be able to do really well in the tournament, and one of the trainers did predict that Fearow was going to be able to take it far. Like I said, I remember Wolfpack playing it very, very well this tournament. Keep an eye on Gdansk because it could be Malzahn taking it all the way to day 2 and perhaps beyond.
That Fearow was fearless, but it was also an incredible performance by it.
Yeah, I think that there's so many incredible trainers bringing some unique Pokemon to this fray. Dragon-type Pokemon have been starting to really make a comeback. We heard Stone Collection say, you know, in Lille, I brought Shadow Dragonair. This tournament, I decided to bring Shadow Gyarados. We saw so many Zweilous. We've seen Shadow Altaria. We've seen Gutra be able to do so well. Do you think that this is really the return of the Dragons? And if so, why?
I think it might be because the fairy types we have right now, like Florges, for example, does not rely as much on fairy type damage, and that makes dragons a lot better. And dragons can also hit back against the steel types we currently have. If you're running a combo, it resists the bug bites from Fortress and hits it back with fighting type damage. If it's Gudra into Empoleon, you have that Thunder Punch that hits super effectively. So I think dragon types are looking really good right now. But Amanda, I want to take a look at one specific moment in that previous game, because I think Matsupeng in Game 1 made an incredible realization that set him up to win his game number 1.
All right, let's go.
Because he throws the charge attack into the Florges to get rid of it. This, naturally, you just want to get it out of the way. That is okay. And then here comes, this is the pivotal play, where it pivots into the Blastoise. And I just want to take a look at that quickly, because you see, the Fearow has 2 charge attacks loaded. You can see the added circle around the charge attack. That means there's 2 loaded. But why? Why does Matsupeng not throw it immediately into the Ferret coming in? And this is the reason. I'm going to explain it in 1 second. Because here, you will see that the Fearow will swap out of the Ferret, even though he could have thrown the charge attack immediately. And there is a reason for that. The reason is Fearow will have a higher attack stat than that's a sword. I'm sorry, that's not a good sword. But Fearow will have a higher attack stat than the Ferret. That means Fearow will always get its charge attack prioritized over Ferret's charge attacks.
So even if Ferret was at that Swift.
Exactly. And you see the Blastoise here. It is only one rollout away from the charge attack. That means the Ferret, who is here, is further away than 1 Swift from the charge attack, will take a Hydro Cannon for sure. That makes sure that the Ferret cannot build up enough energy to threaten the Blastoise with energy before Blastoise can hit it. And because Matsupeng then knows his Fearow will always get their energy prioritized over the Ferret, this is an incredible recognition, not letting the Ferret get any more time than it possibly could, so to make sure that the Blastoise got off that Hydro Cannon. And with the combination of the Hydro Cannon and the Fearow's Drill Peck, Matsupeng knew exactly what he needed to win that game.
And exactly what he did. He was able to throw that Hydro Cannon and get that Ferret low, and he didn't even actually need that second Drill Peck that he had already stored up. But you know what? In case he did, it was still there. It was still an opportunity to use, taking game number 1 by storm.
No surprise, such an accomplished trainer is going through when you play like that. Unmatchable, in my opinion. And here, we have a winner's semis with Bohm against Danny WWW. That means Bohm has knocked down Potoman in the winners quarterfinals. Go check the bracket trainers to see everything that is happening off stream. Danny and Bohm, 2 very accomplished trainers as well.
Yes, we know that Boom has only actually been in 2 tournaments so far. This is his 3rd tournament. He was able to win Lille in the previous year and able to top cut in Frankfurt. We'll have to see if his record will be able to continue on running a team that has some interesting picks. We saw the Dragons earlier. We talked about it. We do see an Altaria on the side of him, but it looks like it's actually a regular Altaria instead of a Shadow. Wants to put that extra Shadow damage into the Scissor.
And Boom 20, he has played more games on stream than off stream. That is how accomplished of a trainer this is. He knows he has what it takes to go far in these tournaments. And you can see his only 2 tournaments so far, he's a regional champion and he's a top cut in Frankfurt just a few just a month ago or a few months ago. But here you see another accomplished trainer. This is Danny WWW. We saw him on stream in Lille just a week ago as well, making top cut.
And also making it with, I believe, a very similar, if not same team composition, because I do remember that he was using a Murkrow in that tournament. How does the rest of this team compare? How does this team compare when there's so many Corsola that's also on Dane's team, also that Diggersby? But guess what? I don't know how many targets it has on Boomside because there is no Corsola or Credilli there.
But I think that is exactly Dane's plan, because then he can maybe use that Fortress, maybe he can use that Charizard. Charizard does not like the fast attack pressure from the Corsola, so this is not the same team Dane brought in Frankfurt. He asked me for a few tips, and we together got into that Charizard might be the final pick that could round out his team, and he's doing pretty well with it so far, making it to the winner semis and now facing an incredible challenge in Boom 20. This is an incredible matchup, and I'm looking so much forward to see who will take out this victory in game number 1.
Yeah, and we have to point out that once again, Dane's Shadow Charizard is on Dragon Breath. Some people have been debating if Ember or Dragon Breath is the attack to use. Is it even the Pokemon to use? We see as they are jumping into game number 1 in the winner's semifinals. Whoever wins this is guaranteed to be in day number 2. We got that Fortress up against the Florges in the lead.
And Fortress will win every equal shielding scenario straight Rock Tomb here. But Florges, as a Fairy type, resists these bug bites and will debuff the Fortress with the Chilling Waters. Going straight for it, making the Fortress a little less attack weighted immediately.
Going ahead and just being able to get to that attack beforehand. You see Dane charging up a little bit more, wants to be able to make sure that this Rock Tomb will be able to connect with the Pokemon it's hoping to. No Protect Shield used on Boom's side, so the attack of the Florges has gone down just like the attack of that Fortress on the other side. Florges versus Fortress, try saying that 5 times fast.
I will not, Amanda, but thank you for the challenge. I also notice switch advantage will be important for Dane here because he needs to keep that Corsola away from the Ferret in the back. But the Unova Stunfisk is not that bad into Altaria. And I think Boom 20, he can let this charge attack go and go for not switch advantage, which he does. He wants to preserve his shields for that Ferret, because when the Fortress is out of the way, the first energy goes everywhere.
Ferret coming in here, and an immediate pivot by Dane wants to negate any of the energy that would be drawn here. Ferret just being able to charge up and get a little bit extra attack going through, but not before the Stunfisk loads off its first charge attack itself. Going for that heavy-hitting discharge. No Protect Shield still used on Boomside, still in the green, now boosting up his energy with the Trailblaze.
And this is an interesting play by Dane because there's a Galarian Corsola, so maybe he's tricking Boom by making him think that there's a harder Ferret answer in the back, something like a Murkrow. But Dane here, he's throwing the discharges and they do slightly less damage than the Mob Bombs. So I'm curious to see if Dane is making sure that Boom is not getting a catch on the Altaria.
Very interesting play. The Altaria hasn't been shown yet, so we don't know for sure. Finally, a shield going up on the side of Boom. There's so much energy on that Ferret. Wants to try to keep it as healthy as possible, but will it be too little, too late as both of these Pokemon get down so low? He's able to, no, he's throwing right at the last second. He knew that he wouldn't be able to farm down. He wants to try to force an attack shield here, and Dane lets that Stunfisk go down.
I think Dane should have shielded if his Stunfisk was not on a single HP. Because if you're on 1 exactly, then the shield will knock you out. So here comes the Corsola.
Oh my goodness.
This energy is not doing as much into the Corsola, but the Sucker Punches.
Keep in mind, this Trailblaze number 3 is continuing to boost up this Ferret. The second one here, going through, getting that protection off of Dane's side, and this Ferret is already trying to jump forward, just come back in, snipes it, takes it out, and you see Boom shrug, as now the Altaria has to get through not only the Fortress, but also that Corsola with energy in the back.
Brilliant recognition by Dane that he didn't want to, he just wanted to get rid of this energy, and the Fortress could do that quickly. Now, the Corsola has a super effective power gem to throw at Boom, but Dane, he's playing this well. He thinks that he needs 3 charge attacks and will go for 2 more Nightshades.
To be able to take this out, well, we'll have to see if he'll be able to pace to it quick enough because Dragon Breath is pacing up here. The Sky Attack #1 is going through. Last Protect Shield on Dane's side is used up. Next Sky Attack is already ready to go.
Dane knows this Sky Attack will not knock him out. He's going to check if he can get to 2 more Nightshades. And he's getting so close. Dane, he's gambling that his Corsola can hang on. But I think this Power Gem would maybe have been the play because I don't think the Corsola can hang on through a Nightshade here. Can he get to another one? No! Dane goes down and boom! Is celebrating his Altaria is winning out game #1.
Incredibly close matchups there. You have to see how the opponents just kind of dance back and forth between these moments. This is a big moment for both of these trainers here, being able to decide who's going to win that switch advantage, but it didn't even matter because both of these times the trainers knew exactly what their opponent wanted to do. You saw Dane immediately swap out when he noticed his fortress was so low. He didn't want to get any farm opportunities for Boom to gain energy on the Ferret or the third Pokemon in the back. Those games were incredibly close.
I believe Dane made the right decision because a Power Gem doesn't even do 50% to an Altaria. That is how tanky Altaria is, but also Corsola has a very low attack stat. So it might have looked weird that Dane did not throw the super effective charge attack, but he knew 2 Nightshades comes out quicker than 2 Power Gems. So if Dane threw 1 Power Gem, that meant he would pace slower to the second charge attack. That's why he went for 2 Nightshades there in the end. He knew 1 Power Gem would not be enough.
Also, just pointing out that Boom shielded up a very low health Ferret. And a lot of times when you're playing a matchup, you recognize, okay, my Pokemon has done its job. I no longer need it. But the fact that Boom shielded it up recognized that in the back, he suspected it might have been the Pokemon that he was looking for, that Galarian Corsola, and being able to already boost with the Trailblaze and being able to do just that much more damage with the Sucker Punch really helped him in the end because Dane was only 1 fast attack away from being able to take game #1.
So I think both of these trainers, they knew that that matchup came incredibly close. Boom taking a risk, being kind of weak to that Fortress lead, but it turned out okay for him. Dane made a bold pivot into that Unnovan Stunfisk against the Ferret, thinking, okay, I am going to predict that you're going to stay in with a Ferret against this Unnovan Stunfisk. So, even though there was a Corsola in the back, if Boom pivots out into the Altaria, the switch advantage doesn't matter anymore because the Ferret will get on that Corsola. But I think the Unnovan Stunfisk is looking so safe for Dane here that he can bravely pivot that Stunfisk around because it will be tough to deal with for Boom no matter what.
I mean, listen, that game came down to the wire. We were on the edge of our seats seeing who would be able to reach the attack, which fast attack was going to be able to do more damage. That was so close. Wouldn't surprise me to see similar Pokemon in game #2. Speaking of, we're hopping right into it. Boom needs to take this game to guarantee to go on to day #2. Dane needs to take it to add another W to his name.
And Dane is realizing the Ferret isn't likely to stay in the front because that's where the Fortress was the last time. And Fortress getting a lot of momentum would be detrimental to Boom. So here, Altaria is lined up against the Corsola. This is where Dane wants his Corsola to deal with this pesky Altaria.
Being able to see this was the end of round #1, but now this is the beginning of game #2, throwing that heavier hitting Power Gem. You guys wanted to see maybe how much damage it would do in that other game? Well, you're about to find out as a no Protect Shield. Boom takes that super effective damage and still able to charge up energy, still able to throw another charge attack before Corsola is ready.
But is this enough to knock out? I don't think it is. But will Dane's shield? No, he lets it go. The Corsola can barely hang on, gets to a Nightshade. What does Boom do? Does he will care about switch advantage here?
Going ahead, and it looks like he is debating no shield here. The Altaria goes down, and this is just a sliver of health, maybe even too small of a farm, but in comes that Scissor saying, I know that there's a Shadow Charizard on the other side, but it's running Dragon Breath. So let's see how you want to play it out here. Coming in with a Murkrow, but watch how these bullet punches just go ahead and shred this little bird.
These do so much damage, but Dane, he is gambling that there is a Ferret or a Florges in the back, and this Murkrow would prefer to see this Scissor. The energy does not go a long way into the Murkrow, but here you see the Fortress
It resists the bullet punches, but these Night Slashes will do a ton to this Fortress.
Dane still with 2 shields, not shielding up anything as the first one connects. Next one of the Night Slashes coming through on Boom's side. Fortress is about half health, a little bit over. It's still not going to knock out, but does he want a shield?
He needs to put up these shields here because the Ferret does not do any charge attack damage to this Fortress. It's the Sucker Punches that will put in the work against this Fortress. Boom is getting so much leverage out of his Scissor. Dane putting up his shield, protecting his Fortress.
Scissor goes out, now it's still a little bit remaining, perhaps for a potential sacrificial swap later on. In comes that Ferret right in time to take a Rock Tomb from the side of Dane. That means the attack will be lowered, and as we know, neither one of the attacks of the Ferret is going to be doing so much damage. Just trying to get as much off as possible. No Protect Shields right on Dane's side. Throwing now the Sand Tomb and getting the Protect Shield off of Boom.
How much energy it's on the Murkrow? That is what everyone's asking themselves, because Boom knows if he can build up to 2, this Ferret will threaten a knockout also on the Murkrow. I think Boom is looking to win out this game.
Boom number 1 for the Fortress as it hangs on, and if you look at what he's got already loaded, Boom number 2 for the Murkrow.
And Dane is chuckling. He is recognizing what a great trainer he has in front of him. Boom 20. How many booms do you need? Well, at least 20 of them, because that's how many charge attack is going to take out that Fortress. But Boom, he did not care about switch advantage in any of those games. He leveraged his Pokemon to the best of his ability, and he got the edge. Even against a Team Cup that was looking very challenging for him.
Boom has only competed in 3 competitions so far. He's been doing so well, knocking down fairly big names, really well-known names within our circuit to that loser side of the bracket already today. He went through Polish trainer EBQ earlier on. He beat out Pataman, our world's finalist, and now he just knocked Dane WWW down to the losers side of the bracket, guaranteeing his spot in day 2. Once again, that makes a 100% success rate for Boom to hit day 2 in every tournament that he's played in.
I think there is one thing I want to note about Boom, and that out of the 3 tournaments he's played, he's only lost 3 sets ever. That means he has as many tournament participations as he has losses, and that is an incredible achievement for such a young and talented trader. And having knocked out Potaman and Dane WWW, that's too many W's for me. Maybe actually stick to only one W, Dane.
Whoa,
Dane. That means some of Boom's toughest challenges is already behind him, but I'm sure that some of the trainers who will face him in day 2 will put up whatever they can to make sure that Boom does not have an easy way to the final.
I'd say there's so many trainers hungry for it, so many trainers saying this could be me, this is my year, and this could be the time to be able to do it. Yes, you have to get through some really big, well-known names, some very, very talented trainers, but I think this just goes to show, if you put in the practice, if you put in the work, this could be you. Congratulations once again to Boom 20. Maybe it's actually Boom 2-0, as the game that we did see on screen today looks like he did have some pretty definite wins.
I would like to see more of Boom 2-0, but maybe next time, if it's going to be Boom 2-1, I'll accept that as well, and I'm sure he will too, as long as he keeps
As long as the
winning.
2 is on his side.
Exactly. So we have more battles coming up. I believe that one of our players to watch is coming up on stage.
Ooh, it's going to be very, very exciting, yes. But in the meantime, we have to continue to discuss this double elimination format that we have, because so many good trainers that we've already seen do so well. I mean, we saw people winning on stream earlier, Tomahawk UK being able to take on our friend and co-caster Koning Lionheart, also not out of the tournament, just dropped down to that loser's side of the bracket. Dane, that's where he'll be, that's where Potaman is at. If you want to follow along with the action, because we've got so much of it, you're going to want to use that exclamation point bracket and be able to see and cheer on for your favorite trainers.
I'm always following the bracket whenever I'm just watching as a viewer at home in the arena.
Yeah, if he's not spinning Pokestops, he's checking out that bracket.
Exactly. Those are the only 2 activities I will be doing whenever I'm at these events, except for playing or casting.
Yeah, that's true, and there's so many different things that you can be doing at these events. Speaking of the event in Gdansk, if you are taking a look at that player bracket, you might have noticed that we've got quite a few trainers from outside of this region wanting to compete here in Gdansk for a chance to potentially win some championship points back for North America. So, I don't know, what do you guys think? We've had one North American once before be able to take the title for themselves. Can they do it again here in Gdansk?
So I would hope that all of you Europeans are voting for your hometown heroes here in Gdansk, and I assume that some of these trainers coming in to try to steal our championships away from us, they will face tough challenges. I hope that their ways to victory will at least be challenged by the trainers we have here, and I'm sure, because there's so much talent on display in this first group, Group A, there were so many world's competitors even in the first group, and then I scrolled down in the bracket to see the rest of them, and there was just all of the groups were so stacked with incredible trainers. So I'm sure that none of the trainers who go far in this tournament will have had an easy way to victory.
No, definitely not. And all of these trainers, of course, you want to have that glory of winning a podium finish, but also being able to gather those championship points is crucial, because at the end of the season, the top 65 trainers in Europe will be selected to compete at the World Championships. And this is what everyone is playing for.
I would love so much to be one of those 65, but I know it's going to take a lot, because we see how hard it is to make it far in this tournament because of the amount of talent that we have on display. So whoever gets those coveted invitations, they certainly have earned it.
Yes, we have, of course, the direct qualifications. If you win a tournament, let's call it the easy way. If you just win a tournament, then you're automatically direct qualification for that World Championships. So we already have 2 trainers in Adequance who won Frankfurt, being able to do that, and also Hikami, who just won last weekend in Lille. But there are so many more trainers ready for that, wanting that position. And I have to say, some of the most interesting and fun things that we get to see at these tournaments are players who have played against each other time and time again and kind of get to know each other through the tournaments, but also the newer players, or players that have some sort of like rivalry or sibling rivalry, like the fact that Potaman played his younger brother Jorge earlier on in the stream. We've seen PvP David play against his father in a tournament. We know that Colin Six and his brother Kellyo both play. I mean, there's so many competitors that have like some sort of family unit that is incredibly fun to watch in the tournaments.
And we've seen relationships develop also outside of familiarity relations.
Nailed it.
Thank you so much. I've been practicing that particular pronunciation. We've seen friendships. We've seen more romantic relationships. And I'm sure that there will be a lot of opportunities here in Gdansk for both friendly and romantic relationships to blossom.
Well, speaking of blossoming relationships, I know that Inadequence has had his time against Boom in some other tournaments, in some even practice tournaments that he has hosted himself. They have a chance to talk to each other once again. Maybe some romance is blooming in the lounge.
Thank you, Amanda, Marcus. I'm not so sure about those romances, but I have the winner of the previous match here. Boom! Congratulations. How did you do that? Because Dana WW, a really good player.
Yeah, obviously Dana. My Altaria was super safe into him. Same kind of with the Furret and the Florges. So I had a lot of neutral play, and I think I used that to my full extent to take him down.
How'd you actually get to this Altaria? Because we hardly ever seen this Pokemon, even with Flamethrower lately.
Well, so in Lille, a lot of good players dropped earlier than expected, and I think the issue there was that maybe people teams. So I was looking into what was good into the was very
indeed. Boom, I wish you the best of luck in the next. Yeah, so you won the League Championship last season. How do you feel about your success, your potential success here? Because you didn't compete in League.
Yeah, I feel confident, but I also know there are a lot of people I cannot underestimate here, so we'll see how it goes.
All right, well, thank you so much. I wish you the best of luck in your next matches. We're gonna get back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Martijn and Boom. I have to tell you, like, when Boom was speaking and there was a little thing, he kind of sounded like one of those anonymous people, you know? It's like, so maybe it was like he was actually spilling some big secrets, the big strategies of how he was going to win in day number 2, and everyone decided, hey, it's too much. Gotta give the competitors a little less of an edge.
Yeah, that's true. And to be honest, impressive plays by both Boom and Stone Collection previously with that Ferret. Ferret has been so strong neutrally. You chip the mirror a little bit and you go into your own Ferret, you get an energy advantage, and once you're ramping up with that Trailblaze, you're unstoppable. Ferret has been so good in this tournament.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me that it's been so popular in these recent picks here, being able to boost, like you said, Jocks, and now we're going to see if it will be able to take on the field because, I mean, we talk about spicy picks, no Ferret to be found on the side of Z's Wireless, but, Jocks, walk me through these Pokemon. Look at the side of Aziz Wireless here.
Yeah, we know Aziz Wireless as the reverse engineer, but I've been cooking in the kitchen. We can see he's bringing a Shadow 2 cannon into Gdansk. He's been buffed with the recent pack update, right? And he also has access to Drill Pack and Flash Cannon. So it is a pretty good pick versus Galarian Corsola with the normal typing, but also has that super effective Flash Cannon into the Cradily.
Absolutely, and on the other side, we have the Italian trainer Alejandro DL being able to take it on here into the winners semifinals up against Z's Wireless. As a reminder, the winner of this matchup goes on to day 2. Looks like a great lead for Z's Wireless here with that Charge Bug against Cradily. Those X Scissors are going to hurt, but it does need to be wary of the Rock Tomb that Alejandro could be throwing right away.
Yeah, and Z's Wireless going straight away for that X Scissor, not overfiring, putting the pressure on this Cradily. I'm predicting a shield here from Alejandro. Yeah, last minute shield because you want to preserve this Cradily to be healthy, right? Goes into the Guzzlord, but throws the Rock Tomb anyway.
Rock Tomb.
Pretty good chip damage here. Let's see what Alejandro does.
Not only chip damage, it's also going to lower that attack of the Guzzlord. Coming in with the Gastrodon for some neutral play here. We see the Sludge Bomb and Brutal Swing on that Guzzlord, throwing its first attack here. But since these are both 3-turn attacks, we still saw another Mud Slap go through, getting that Guzzlord nice and low.
I really like this play by Alejandro because now with the debuff, these Brutal Swings won't add up that much. Gastrodon can go for a full farm down, and the coverage Water Pulse plus Body Slam, each for neutral against these as well as the entire team.
Going ahead and just doing precisely that, Jocks, as he's able to get 100 energy, farm that Guzzlord completely down, and now throw at the Cradily coming in. Z's Wireless has revealed his third Pokemon. The acids from that Cradily aren't going to be doing too much of the Gastrodon, especially when it's so loaded up in energy already.
Yeah, and here Z's Wireless on a predicament because both Acid and Volt Switch are resisted by the ground type. So how is he going to farm this bulky Gastrodon down? Pulls up the first Protect Shield to protect the Cradily.
He did successfully lure out that Gastrodon, but even still Gastrodon is putting in the work. I hope it gave its time stubs this week because my goodness, going for yet another heavy-hitting Water Pulse. And look at this, connected with the Cradily, knocking it very low, and now Volt Switch comes in. That Charge Bug trying to charge up energy, being met now by Unnovan Stunfisk.
Yeah, and here Alejandro smiling, pulling the last card out of his deck. Unnovan Stunfisk covering this Charge Bug, resisting the Volt Switch, double resisting even, but the Zack Scissor will add up. So the Unnovan Stunfisk has to throws on alignment, gets a full Volt Switch through. It is a window of opportunity for Z's Wireless.
This is a big thing because though that fast attack didn't do much damage, it generated a lot of energy on the side of Z's Wireless. He's able to throw another charge attack while the Stunfisk is still charging up energy. He's got a very, very low health Charge Bug and a potential Cradily use for a safe swap. The next Mud Bomb is going through. Protect Shield on Z's Wireless' side.
Yeah, great protection here by Z's Wireless because the Cradily is already pretty low. Cradily already has a bank charge move. I'm not sure by the damage we saw from the last X Scissor if this X Scissor is enough to KO. He catches the move. Now Z's Wireless super patient, over farms just as slightly, gets off the first X X-Scissor, super effective damage into this Cradily.
Cradily is not using its Protect Shield, knows that one isn't enough to knock out, but there is already another one ready, and now going able to throw at charge attack priority, so this is going to either strip away that last shield there, or Alejandro is choosing to let it go down. He's letting it go down even though he was at that Rock Tomb.
Interesting play here by Alejandro, but maybe hoping that the Unova Stunfisk can sweep the entire backline. Zizwalis gets to a departing X-Scissor, and the Cradily as a charge attack load. Can Zizwalis pull this off?
No Protect Shield remaining once again here. Alejandro is holding it on here, trying to do everything in his arsenal. Zizwalis swaps in that Cradily, takes that Mud Bomb there, but Alejandro, with all of these low health Pokemon, is able to take game number 1.
And great awareness here by Alejandro, knowing that that Grass Knot was the hard-hitting move, and X-Scissor, by the damage of the previous X-Scissors, wasn't enough to KO. So preserving that protection, keeping the Unovan Stunfisk, because as we mentioned, Volt Switch and Acid are resisted by both ground types.
I mean, my goodness, that Gastrodon seriously had so much going on for it, being able to completely farm down that Guzzlord, even in the end with all that low health Pokemon, even though that Charger Bug got to so many charge attacks, Alejandro was able to take game number 1. If he takes game number 2, he will guarantee his spot in day 2 here in Gdansk, but he has got to get through a trainer with so many accolades, so many finalists especially into his name in Zizwalis.
Yeah, and I'm kind of curious about how Zizwalis is going to approach this, because Alejandro brought a team that is triple strong into electric, right, resisting that Volt Switch from the Charger Bug that was on the lead. So only X-Scissor did meaningful damage into any of those Pokemon. So now maybe you can free up that Scizor, that Galarian Moltres. Let's see where the mind games bring us.
Yeah, this is a big mind game. It's not only played on the phone, it's in the Show 6 Pick 3 format. Only 3 can take the field. You have to decide not only which Pokemon do I think is the strongest for me, which Pokemon am I anticipating that my opponent is going to bring.
Yeah, and here I bet Alejandro is happy, because he told me he faced Zizwalis yesterday in a cup, and he lost to him both in the Swiss and in the elimination round.
Interesting.
So lost 2-0. So maybe that experience versus the Zizwalis team coming through. Alejandro, when it matters most in the Gdansk Regional Championships, pulling the first win versus a titan of our game in Zizwalis.
I mean, practice sometimes make perfection, and it looks like Alejandro says, okay, this team has been giving me some troubles in the past, but really, when it matters here in the Group B winner semifinals, he could have what it takes to be able to take it on to day number 2. Just one more game for this trainer to be able to do so.
Yeah, and something interesting about last game is that even though Guzzlord is a Dragon type and is supposed to be good versus Grass type versus Electric type, that Rock Tomb debuff came in so clutch, nerfing that Guzzlord. We're heading into the game 2. We have Cradily Mirror teams. Let's see who wins the charge attack priority here.
This is big information, and like you said before, Chalks, if these two trainers have played each other in the past with similar teams, they might already know this information that we as casters, we as the crowd, as spectators, do not know. And it looks like Zizwalis does win that charge attack priority. And then going ahead and no protection shield used on Alejandro's side. The attack is now debuffed off this Pokemon a little bit beforehand, which means that always Zizwalis will have a slight advantage in this mirror.
Yeah, but here I think Alejandro is pretty happy to see Cradily in the lead, because if you look at the backline, both ground types in Alejandro's team are in the backline, so you can use your own Cradily to neutralize opposing Cradily, and hopefully those ground types have enough synergy to beat Zizwalis' backline.
Going for a double debuff, throwing the next Rock Tomb here. Still no Protect Shield on Alejandro's side, and probably no Protect Shield on Zizwalis' either. This is really when it gets down to the nitty-gritty, Jocks, in my opinion, because since Zizwalis will outpace, and both of them know it, we could see a potential catch onto one of the Pokemon in the back, perhaps at Unovan Stunfisk.
Go both for the Rock Tomb. Zizwalis wins charge attack priority once again, and Alejandro shooting to let it go. The Cradily is now neutralized, so maybe a Gastrodon Mud Slap Down is coming.
And I think that's exactly what we're going to see as Gastrodon takes the field, doing so much nice damage here. Cradily not even able to get to an attack, but what you don't have in this, you have in a better alignment, because none of the attacks are really going to be doing that much damage, especially when there's no fast attack pressure. Even still, Zizwalis protects us up, recognizing that the Water Pulse, the heavier hitting attack, would be thrown here. And we see an immediate pivot into the Stunfisk, and Zizwalis actually staying in a little bit, gaining some energy before swapping into Guzzlord.
Yeah, I really like that energy management by Zizwalis. Z's Wallace. Gastrodon got so much energy from that farm down on the Cradley that he got off a Water Pulse versus Corviknight. Here the Unova Stunfisk versus the Guzzlord gets off the first neutral Mud Bomb.
Mud Bomb going through here, just still ramping up a little bit of extra energy on that side of the Guzzlord here. Now throwing the first Brutal Swing. 2 Protect Shields still remaining on Alejandro's side as he's not using it to protect up this Unovan Stunfisk yet. Still barely in the green, about to knock down the Guzzlord to the yellow, which had just hit as well.
And I think here, as Alejandro, you have to be very careful because, yes, the Brutal Swings don't hit that hard, but Corviknight has super effective sand attack. So if you let the Ufisk go too low, you might be farmed down afterwards.
Yeah, how low can you go? It's going to be too low for the Unovan Stunfisk to take as Alejandro puts up his first Protect Shield of the game so he can throw off this next Mud Bomb, getting that last Protect Shield off of Z's Wireless here. Z's Wireless does have some energy, and we see a quick pivot now into that Gastrodon, and once again gaining a ton of energy here before going into his next Pokemon. Corviknight being able to hit this heavier hitting payback, and Alejandro still no Protect Shield.
I really like this plays by Z's while banking energy because both his Pokemon win charge attack priority versus Alejandro's, so having that charge attack bank can be crucial in the end game.
Going ahead and throwing this Water Pulse, what was first shielded up can no longer be. It will connect, knocks that Corviknight down into the yellow, but Corviknight will be able to pace rather quickly here, and if you're counting, and you know ZZ is, he's going to throw right before that Body Slam is available. Alejandro still choosing not to use that Protect Shield, putting it all on the fins of this Unovan Stunfisk.
Yeah, and here the no shields on the Unovan Stunfisk can prove costly because these sand attacks are pulling the Stunfisk dangerously low. Goes for the air cut, maybe hoping that Alejandro miscounted because he was about to get to a move. Does Alejandro count? He counts the air cutter! Great counting by Alejandro.
Going for now the Brutal Swing, a combination play. The Z-Swiles is saying, I need to get that last shield because none of these attacks are going to be doing too much. Alejandro does shield up that Brutal Swing there, but he's got a Mud Bomb and a half loaded. Now throwing that next Mud Bomb. It's all going to come down to who hits their charge attack first. Is it going to be that discharge or is it going to be an air slash, which will be enough at this range?
Alejandro managing his energy perfectly. Z-Swallows hoping, praying that this air cutter is enough to KO the Unovan Stunfisk. It's an electric type. He's bulky. Does he survive? He survives! Does he get off the discharge? He does, and Corviknight gets the W!
You can see both of these trainers waiting on bated breath there to see if the Unovan Stunfisk was going to be able to survive that attack. Unfortunately for Alejandro, it just came down to that absolute sliver. You saw that discharge was loaded. If he would have been able to get it, he would have had a clean 2-0 sweep. But Z's Wireless taking that game back from the jaws of defeat, and will he be able to reverse sweep this and get game number 3?
And here's something that I want to point out that was crucial was Z's Wireless' energy management, banking that payback, banking that Brutal Swing so he could later on use it on the Unovan Stunfisk. Those important things is just an extra fast move, but it gives you so much play in the end game. Prime example of a masterpiece gameplay by Z's Wireless here.
Yes, I know.
Getting that game 2 win, because if he lost this game, he was going to the losers bracket.
I think sometimes if people are just tuning in, if they're not super familiar with the format or the PvP in Pokemon Go, it might just look like tapping, but there's so much that's going on in between. There's move counts, there's when to use your shields, there's energy management, and both of these trainers are playing so well, but both of these trainers want to be going into day 2 on that winner side of the bracket, and they will have to be able to do so in this decisive game number 3.
Yeah, and here, unfortunately, I don't think Tucano will come out of its Pokeball because that Unovan Stunfisk has been putting so much work for Alejandro, even though there's a Cradley, there's a Dragon-type Guzzlord on the other side. Even Corviknight, the flyer of a choice, has super effective sand attacks. But Unovan Stunfisk has been so good for Alejandro, almost got him that game 2 win as well.
It's so many good plays by both of these opponents, both of them taking just a moment to realize that this could be a big moment for them. They both obviously want to be on that winner's side of the bracket. In a double elimination tournament, this is where it's a more quick route to be able to take it to that grand finals. If you're dropped down to that loser's bracket, you have to play more games and you have that pressure of only losing one more to be out of the tournament. This is a big moment for both of these trainers. This is a big game number 3.
Yeah, and something to point out is that Alejandro relied on the same strategy both game 1 and game 2, leading that Cradley with both ground times to the back. Now the mind games come into play, right? Will Z's Wiles try to hard check as much as possible that line, or really predict a change of pace by Alejandro.
Alejandro is a trainer who has been able to make day 2 top cuts before in the past. He knows that he has that opportunity. He has the skill levels to be able to play it. But will he be able to take game number 3 here as it locks in, as both of these trainers are ready to go? We see that Shadow Scissor take the field against that Shadow Tukana.
We get to see Tucana in action. Tucana, look at those bullet punches, but the pack damage. Holy, drill pack coming through. Scissor wins the charge attack priority though.
Going ahead and using a protection shield just by fast attacks alone. Both of these Pokemon are near half health. Tukana is less than that.
Scissor boost!
Big boost here for Alejandro as he puts up a protection shield. Wants to keep that Scissor as healthy as possible. And what can you do if you're Z's Wireless? You can't swap in that Cordilli. You're going to have to come in with that Guzzlord.
And look at the back line by Zizwal. There's no fast move pressure into the Scissor. The Dragon Tails are still chunking, but the Scissor is boosted. Get into a boosted Trailblaze. Even though it's resisted by the Dragon Tail, it will do so much damage.
Already an attack boost from that Night Slash. Already boosted even more by that Trailblaze. Yes, that Scissor might go down, but it is forced now to take a Protect Shield. Look at this. Z's Wilds has to throw an attack to get this Scissor out of here. He's knocked out 2 Pokemon essentially with the Scissor, only the Cordilli in the back.
Yeah, and here Alejandro as the Cradily to neutralize the opposing Cordilli, and still a full health Unova and Stunfisk in the back. This is looking very dire for Zizwaus. It did preserve that Guzzlord, right? So maybe a catch in the later game can save this matchup, but he does know that he wins charge attack priority, and that's helpful. But Alejandro seems to be winning here.
Yeah, Z's Wireless is definitely back up against the wall, but he's played out of tricky scenarios before. He's keeping his cool, he's keeping his patience. He knows that he wins that charge check priority. Alejandro going for that heavier hitting Grass Knot because he knows he's already debuffed, but it's not enough to knock out the Cordilli. But still, it's with basically the only Pokemon remaining on the side of Z's Wireless. He's got to pull off some magic things, and that could be one of them.
And that's a start for sure. Getting that Grass Knot damage on the Guzzlord, low HP. Great technique here by Zeus Wallace. There's still a Protect Shield behind Alejandro, and that Unovan Stunfisk is still quite healthy. Let's see how the trainers play this out. Will he shield this move?
No, looks like he's going to go ahead, content to let that Cordilli go down. Then now being able to throw. Alejandro hasn't even shown that last Pokemon in the back. Now comes in that Unovan Stunfisk here. And I mean, at this point, he's going to be able to throw off this Mud Bomb.
Yeah, and here I really appreciate Alejandro's choice of no shielding the Cradily, because he knows there's back-to-back moves, and he's pretty much in Grass Knot range, so he knows that he wants to preserve that shield for the Unovan Stunfisk. Here we seem to be having something interesting going on. We'll see what the staff deals with this.
At this point, of course, it looked pretty in the driver's seat for Alejandro there. He had a full health Unovan Stunfisk in the back, and even though that Cordilli was loaded with a 1 charge attack already, there were no Protect Shields remaining on the side of Z's Wireless. So I think as they go through the footage here, that they might, come up to certain conclusions on their own, but of course, this is a big moment for both of these trainers.
Yeah, of course, you're always in a situation where you always want to win, but to make sure that everything happened correctly, because there was this dispute going on, and you never know. You're in the heat of the game. You don't know if you had maybe you had a win con or not. So it's always best to get peace of mind. Ask our talented judges to take a look at it, see if it would have made a difference or not. We'll see how this turns out.
Absolutely. Going through here, when we know that there was a big thing that really shifted the momentum in the favor of Alejandro in that game number 3 that we just saw, and that was that huge scissor boost at the beginning here. Looks like both of the opponents have taken off their helmet. You see a handshake, you see the congratulations on the side of Z's Wireless, maybe recognizing that he thought that there was nothing he could do at that point, and it looks like Alejandro will be going on to day number 2 in that winner's side of the bracket.
Yeah, unfortunately, Toucannon's debut was cut short by the Shadow Scissor boost, and maybe something that Zizwells wasn't taking into account, right? Because he was hoping maybe to neutralize the Scissor with a Toucannon, and then both his backline Pokemon that have resisted damage into that steel type could do something there. Unfortunately, the boost is there, and Alejandro on the back of the Shadow Scissor guarantees the presence for tomorrow's games on day number 2.
Guaranteed with that big boost at the beginning of the matchup there. He knocked through that first Pokemon. He essentially put that Guzzler down into very, very low HP. That Scissor put in so much work. These two teams, very spicy, very interesting, both extremely talented trainers, but in the end, there could only be one that was going to win that game number 3.
I really appreciate Alejandro's play because Alejandro is also very well known to be a great Go Battle League player, so using the same team over and over again, and he had a pretty good strategy built with that Cradily double ground line, but he knows that Zizwal is probably going to adapt. Let me change things around, let me put that Shadow Scissor in the lid. So dynamic, so dangerous behind Protect Shield, and it looked like it was the correct decision. Great adjustment by Alejandro there.
Yeah, you see how close game number 2 was, and that just shows how good these trainers can be. Look at this. Being able to get so far, being able to get into the winner's semifinals with a Shadow 2 Cannon was an incredible plays by one of our champions in the past. He's not out of this tournament either. He's just knocked down to that loser's side of the bracket. But Alejandro can take a deep breath. He can relax because he has gone already into day number 2.
Yeah, and when you get a win versus such a titan, such a decorated player like Zizwal is in our circuit, I bet that's a great confidence booster that you can take it all the way. Interesting though that we saw the debut of Shadow 2 Cannon, right? And that means that you're only one move update from so many Pokemon to be viable, right? Because Zizwal, it might have not been the game for Shadow 2 Cannon, but Zizwal has claimed that has been raving about it. He said it's been so good for him, and that's why he brought it to Gdansk with confidence that it could bring him the crown.
And I know that a lot of trainers, especially ones who want to be able to make it to that day number 2, who want to be collecting these championship points, they're trying their teams against different people, whether it be in a grassroots tournament, in a practice tournament, or even just scrimming against other people that they know that are going to be at that same competition, because you know that to be the very best, you have to beat the very best to do so.
Yeah, and shout back to what I said earlier that Alejandro had played versus this Zizwal team, and he lost both times in a cup challenge here in Gdansk yesterday. But this only proves that no matchup is impossible. You can make the right adjustments. You can learn from those defeats and come back on top. And when it really mattered in Gdansk, Alejandro pulled through, is on now in day 2.
Day 2, we have already seen another competitor, Boom 20, making it on to day number 2. We can add Alejandro to the list, and we're just gonna keep on going here because we have some other big names, some other finalists on both of these trainers' sides here, with Tomahawk UK and also Alfie playing against him to see who will be our next day 2 competitor.
Finalist is right. Tomahawk, infamously known for having 3 times reached the final. 3-time finalist, and Alfie, one of the most recent finalists in the 2026 season, losing to Inadequates in the Frankfurt final, but putting on a show, even beating someone like Patoman in the losers final with a great display with his Togekiss.
And we do see that even though this is the same meta, that a lot of Pokemon have been shifting throughout the time. So although it's only our 3rd tournament here in Europe, even though Alfie was able to get 2nd in Frankfurt, this is a new team. But there is a Jellicent on the side of Alfie. I saw one in Lille as well. I'm still trying to find the exact importance of a Jellicent in this meta.
Well, if you think about it, there are some teams that rely on Gastrodon plus Talonflame core, and Jellicent does pretty well there. It walls the Gastrodon energy, and it paces so fast to those serves that are one-hit knockout versus that Talonflame. Talonflame has those neutral flies, but they aren't enough because Jellicent is quite bulky. So I think maybe just a meta call by Alfie. Oh, maybe a lot of Talonflame. Mud Slappers are so prevalent, so it will be good against those. Maybe Jellicent is the way.
Yeah, maybe we'll see it in the tournament. We'll have to see, because it looks like both of these trainers ready to go, locking into their battles, and we are getting ready. We see that Shadow Annihilate up against Altaria, taking from the skies.
You might think, oh, it's a fighter versus a flying type. This might be a bad matchup. Annihilate as Ice Punch has coverage. Ice Punch hits for double super effective into the Altaria. Altaria with the new Dragon Breath rework barely reaching the Sky Attack first, pulling off the first Protect Shield out of Tomahawk UK.
Definitely wants to protect up that Annihilate when it has so much energy, using Alfie, immediately swapping into the Forages, and Tomahawk taking a moment to decide, okay, do I want to save all this energy or am I going to throw it? Throwing now this Rage Fist into this Forages. It's going to boost up the energy, but does he want to stay in because these Fairy Winds are going to be able to start doing a little bit and actually catching on the Credilli on that side of Tomahawk UK.
Yeah, interesting play here by Tomahawk, shipping the Forages before going into his poison type attackers in the back. Cradily with the super effect, his assets, now with the chip damage from the Rage Fist, will probably get the full farm down, not before Forages reaches another Chilling Water, debuffing the attack of the Cradily.
This will be able to connect, no protection used on this from Tomahawk's side. He recognizes he will be able to do, like you said, Jox, most likely farm down, and I think if you're Tomahawk, you're so happy that you didn't see that Scissor, actually. So now you have some moves loaded for if it should choose to come in.
Yeah, Cradily pretty low. Even if the Scissor does come in, he has a loaded charge attack for Scissor. That he will have to respect. He comes in with the Altaria though, interesting, because I feel like now Tomahawk can get value out of this Cradily, getting off both Rock Tombs.
Not only that, Alfie knows that there's an Annihilate on the other side. A Shadow Annihilate into a Shadow Scissor with counter doing heavy hitting damage is not something the Scissor really wants to put through. I guess he recognized there's so much energy on this Cradilli here. Now moving into, but there's a simultaneous swap here as that Scissor comes in and meets up with that Clodsire.
Yeah, and you might think, oh, the poison type attacker versus the steel type. Clodsire is so bulky and has access to the Stone Edge, that Earthquake that does massive damage into the Shadow Scissor. Now that both Protect Shields are out of the field, Clodsire has a pretty okay matchup here.
Going ahead and just going for that Trailblaze, boosting up a little bit. Now, the Tomahawk UK going for that Stone Edge, and Alfie only has one Protect Shield remaining, and he doesn't use it here. Look how low that Scissors get. An Earthquake would have knocked out, but he recognized, okay, I should be able to get to another attack.
What a great call by Alfie. If afterwards an Earthquake would have been a knockout, but now calling that Stone Edge gets the departing Night Slash. Here comes the Annihilate to get the farm down, and it has energy.
Two low health Pokemon on the side of Tomahawk, but it does have some energy. Altaria left here using that last Protect Shield on Alfie's side. It's still going to be a race. There's still potential catch. As you see, the switch timer is up on Tomahawk's side. He get the attack boost, but the Sky Attack is loaded. He's going to throw right beforehand. But it looks like he's able
Altaria
to
gets the
farm
farm down! Altaria gets the farm down, and now the low health Cradily can it test it down. Altaria has almost two moves loaded. Alfie picks up game number 1 versus Tomahawk UK.
Saying, okay, I see your shield, Tomahawk, and guess what? I don't even need to throw a charge attack. I'm going to go from Dragon Breath Pressure. Last season, Dragon Breath was an oppressive attack, doing so much damage. This time, while it generates energy quicker, it doesn't do as much, but it was still enough to knock out that Annihilate and the Cradilli and take game number 1 for Alfie.
And I really appreciate the play by Alfie now in high time, because he came in with that Altaria versus the loaded Cradily, right? So you take both Rock Tombs on the chin, and then you come into the Scissor. Why? Because your Bullet Punch isn't debuffed, right? So even if he comes in with the Annihilate doesn't have that much energy. I can Bullet Punch through, maybe, and you're maximizing the offensive power of Shadow Scissor. Great by Alfie, getting the first win versus Tomahawk UK.
As a reminder, both of these trainers have been finalists before, and more recently on the side of Alfie. Alfie has been someone who's kind of come out of the blue for it, and now he's making a name for himself in the tournaments that he's competing in, being able to already make it to winners semifinals on day number 1. If he wins this matchup against Farid in this one, he will be able to guarantee get into day number 2. But we have seen Tomahawk UK come back from worse.
Yeah, Alfie definitely a rising star in our circuit. Top cut in Bologna to end the season. Number 2 placement in Frankfurt, only losing to Inadequance there. So he's off to a tremendous start this season, and now he's 1 win away from getting to day 2 here in Gdansk.
Being able to take out a well-known trainer such as Tomahawk UK would be a nice accolade to add to his name. But if I know Tomahawk UK, he's not going down easy here. He's been able to take game number 2 and 3 against Koning Lionheart to be able to win out the series that he saw earlier on in this. Will he be able to do it once again here in this winners semifinals?
And I like the team composition by Alfie on the later game, because you have Florges to debuff the attack or the fast move pressure on to Tomahawk's Pokemon, because it has that Annihilate super hard hitting, and then you have the Altaria to soak in that damage, so you can keep the 2 shields nice and healthy for that Scissor to sweep the end game like it just did now.
Yeah, being able to get these moments, being able to get into the mind of your opponent, recognizing exactly what you need to do to be able to win the game is these high caliber, high plays that both of these trainers are wanting to make here in game number 2 of the winner semifinals. Let's rock into it. We got that Florges up in the lead, up against the Credilli on the side of Tomahawk UK.
Back against the wall for Tomahawk, but he gets the lead in game 2. Staying it with the Florges, maybe trying to debuff the attack of the Cradley first before swapping out. This is a negative matchup for Florges, though.
The big problem is if you swap in any other Pokemon to a Credilli, I mean, look at Alfie's backline. You don't want to be able to take any of the attacks of the Credilli on either one of those Pokemon. You don't want the Rock Tomb for the Charge Bug. You don't want the Grass Knot for the Jellicent. Alfie's kind of stuck playing against this Credilli, the #1 used Pokemon here in Gdansk, protecting up this Pokemon as he puts another Chilling Water through.
And I would even dare to say this is where Alfie wanted to see that Cradilli, right? Because you can debuff its attack with the Chilling Water. If you get debuffed your shell, you have Trailblaze to boost that attack right back up. So I think Alfie's in a pretty good spot. If you're running soft to Cradilli, this is where you want to see it.
Going ahead and going for that heavy hitting Grass Knot, not going to try to debuff anymore. No Protect Shield used on the side of Alfie, and Alfie actually, after 2 Chilling Waters, has opted to go for the heavy hitting Trailblaze, which will boost his attack, but the Credilli is actually quite low at this point, so I'm not sure if it will help either trainer very much.
Yeah, here Cradilli pretty much neutralized here. Coming with the Jellicent, doesn't survive the X! And gets the farm down. What a great play by Alfie here. And now, what do you come in here? You can't come in with the Clodsire, right? You have to come in with the Corviknight with access to that payback.
Corviknight does have access to payback, but Corviknight is completely out of energy, just coming in, and now Alfie swapping into that Charge Bug, and this might be the redemption arc as Clodsire gets matched up against one of the things that Clodsire loves to see here. None of the charge attacks, none of the fast attacks. This Charge Bug can't ramp up any energy against this stone wall.
Clodsire finding its target, but don't forget we have a 45-second switch clock, so since Charge Bug is so spammy, you can throw this resistant X scissors and hopefully try to make the switch clock go by and switch out.
Yeah, completely just every little bit of damage could end up impactful as these games start to dwindle down about midway through now. Stone Edge super effective, taking that default switch or taking that Charge Bug so desperately low, and now swapping back out to the Jellicent, going for actually another Hex or 2 here before throwing the Surf, getting a Protect Shield off of the Clodsire.
Interesting here. I like the play by Tomahawk UK shielding the Surf. Why? Because you have so much energy loaded, and now you can throw one Stone Edge here, maybe even swap out and put the Jellicent in the payback range.
Going ahead and throwing that charge attack, no Protect Shield used on Alfie's side, knocks that Jellicent down to about half health, but look how much energy is now on the Corviknight. While it started out on even energy against the Jellicent, now it has so much, and it still has one Protect Shield that it has to get through. Surf going through, not enough to knock out that Corviknight from the sky, getting so much more energy, and actually going for the heavy hitting attack.
Alfie does call the heavy hitting attack, is 2 X's away from another Surf. Can this Jellicent pace fast enough to take out this Corviknight? Goes for the air cutter just before the Surf is loaded. Great counting by Tomahawk UK because he has no Protect Shields left.
Yeah, no Protect Shields remaining on the side of Alfie here, getting that so low. The attack does rise on the Corviknight, but doesn't matter on the side of Tomahawk UK, saying Corviknight has done its job. It's chipped down this Jellicent as far as it can get, and now comes in the Clodsire. One away from an attack that is enough to do it. He does need to be mindful of the catch.
Yeah, great play here by Tomahawk UK. Throwing in the middle of the fast move animation by Jellicent, preventing that catch, and this seals the win for him because Charge Bug, even though it has energy, it can't threaten the Clodsire from this range.
Tomahawk UK lost game number 1 in the match he earlier played. He lost game number 1 in the match in the winners finals, but he's taken game number 2 both of these times. He just needs one more win to put him into day number 2, a spot that he's very, very familiar with in this Pokemon Go competitive circuit.
Yeah, and that shows the resiliency that Farid has, right? Because he's been in these long tournament runs since last year pretty much, or since 2 years ago, and he's gained so much experience. He's been in this spot before, and if there's someone that has that experience before, he knows what he did wrong before, and he knows how to adapt, and Tomahawk is in a position now that he has comfort with. He's 1-1 versus one of the best, one of the rising stars in our circuit. but he himself is a name to watch out for.
I wonder if you're Alfie, are you scared of bringing that Charger Bug, even though it does have some really nice matchups against that Corviknight, against the Credillia, against the Greninja? Does having a Clodsire, a Pokemon that completely walls it, enough to scare it off from bringing game number 3?
And it's kind of an interesting call, right? Because if you look at Alfie's team, he has that Diggersby, that Jellicent, even the Scizor with shields up is such positive matchup versus the Clodsire. But Tomahawk making that call, that Charger Bug plus Forges was a solution for Alfie, and getting that checkmate play, aligning the Clodsire into the Charger Bug.
Yeah, it all boils down to this. This game number 3 will decide who goes on to day 2 in Gdansk on that winner's side of the bracket. Both of these trainers have one game to their name. This will be the moment to decide who will be the champion of it.
This is pretty much the old guard versus the new guard. Alfie, the up-and-comer, getting top cuts left and right. Tomahawk UK still a top cutter, but maybe you would say he's not at his top as far. He did top cut the last 2 tournaments he played.
It's true. Top cutters with air cutters, as that Corviknight really put on a show in game number 2, but that is all behind them. They're so focused now. They're so ready, and they are so going to see who will be the champion here. We got a Greninja up against an Altaria.
What a lead by Alfie, resisting that Hydro Cannon thanks to the Dragon typing. Tomahawk UK swaps right away, and the Clodsire saves off, gets meet by his worst enemy. Diggersby hits the field.
Ground meet ground here, going for that Earthquake. It is the heavier hitting attack. It will do more damage, but both of these Pokemon are so bulky, so defense-weighted. No shield needed by Alfie as he takes it on the chin, still in the green on the side of that Diggersby, and now throwing his own attack, a Scorching Sands in return.
Yeah, and even though the Diggersby has the charge attack that doesn't do as much damage, it has that neutral quick attack adding up, and it's still in the green. Another Scorching Sands loaded. Clodsire gets off another Earthquake. This doesn't threaten a knockout, but puts Diggersby quite low.
I mean, you heard the sprinkles and you saw them there. The attack is also lowered on that Clodsire. A pivot back out into now the Shadow Annihilate. We'll have to take a Scorching Sands here on that side of the Diggersby, and we might see Alfie swap out immediately after it again to counter with that Florges that's coming in now.
I really like this play by Alfie, but now getting the no-shield on the Scorching Sands means that he can farm down this Annihilate and use that energy to threaten the rest of the backline of Tomahawk UK.
Despite all of its rage here, this Annihilate might get completely countered down, farmed down here, as it's coming out with 100 energy on that side of the Florges. He could throw a Chilling Rauder to be able to lower the attack, or he could throw a Trailblaze to boost his own at whatever comes in.
And this is where the coverage of Florges comes into play, right? Super effective move into both backline Pokemon by Tomahawk UK. Trailblaze coming through. Does Tomahawk make the call that this is a Chilling Water? He last second Protect Shields.
Goes that Trailblaze going through. Trailblaze number 2. There's still Protect Shields left on Tomahawk's side as he uses both of this on the Greninja here, trying to Water Stricken down here. He wants to get this Florges out of the way, but a quick pivot now into the Altaria. Alfie still has 2 shields remaining.
He has 2 shields remaining, but this Greninja is so fast, and there's always a chance for that Night Slash boost. I think that's the only hope for Tomahawk UK. Goes into the Clodsire right away, trying to pull the last Protect Shield with the Stone Edge. Altaria reaches a Sky Attack. Great counting by Alfie. Tomahawk is looking in a dire position right now.
Sky Attack going to be able to connect. It is enough to take out the Clodsire. It's Greninja against the world. 2 shields, 3 Pokemon on the side of Alfie.
I think this Greninja might need to Mega Evolve to pull this matchup. Altaria reaches the parting Sky Attack. Alfie will lock in his place into day 2.
You go ahead, you see Tomahawk shake his head. He smiles at his opponent. He recognizes that he has fallen down into the loser's bracket, and Alfie continues his fantastic run of the season, making it to day 2 here in Gdansk.
And you hear the cheers from the crowd, probably from the Italian community, so close together. They're always cheering for each other. They had Alejandro going through, an Italian, and also they have 9 Alfie. So 2 Italians making it to day 2 versus very tough competition in Zizwalis and Tomahawk UK.
There's been so many competitors from all of the different regions of Europe being able to make it so far in different tournaments, being able to make names for themselves. But Alfie is one that you definitely need to be taking note of, being able to get up to 2nd place in Frankfurt and already making it to day 2 in Gdansk.
Yeah, and here these trains seem to be in each other's minds because we had such polarizing matchup. We had that Claude from Tomahawk UK into that charge bug, clinching that win for him to tie the series 1-1. But then Alfie goes out the other way back, locks in that Diggersby into that Claude, and that sets it up nicely for that game 3 finish.
It's almost like a ping pong match, right? It's like game 1 goes to this person, game 2 goes to the other. Both of these trainers playing absolutely fantastic to be able to get to where they were at in that winners semifinals. But look at this, Dragon Breathing down the Annihilate, Dragon Breathing down the Credilli, taking these games fantastically.
Yeah, and here is where the importance of flexible picks comes through, right? We had that pick like the Ferret, for example, in the past game, that even versus its other discounters like the Fairy types or the Steel types has a lot of play. But then again, here in this matchup, I don't feel like either Tomahawk didn't really have that many safe picks, so it was about line calling mostly. And this time, unfortunately, Alfie gets him in this time.
I mean, look at that flex that Alfie had in game number 3. He had 2 shields. He had all 3 Pokemon remaining. Sometimes, you know, if you win one of those in the Go Battle League, you can say like, oh, I won with all 3 or I won with 2 shields. It's not often that you see both of those conditions being able to be met.
Unfortunately, he can't take those shields for the next game, but I bet he's happy to get such a win versus a decorated battler in Tomahawk UK, sealing his spot into the day 2 and another day 2 finish for Alfie.
Yep.
Let's see how much longer, how much further he can go.
And we know that Tomahawk UK will be knocked down to that loser side of the bracket, but he has been in this position before. He's been able to take it so far, so don't count him out yet. I know that a lot of times we see it in the chat. He is a crowd favorite, so I think that definitely people would like to see some more of him later on. Jocks, you said at the end, maybe not even Mega Evolving this, Greninja would be able to help him at that point. What about a Gigantamax?
I mean, that would be kind of cool. Gigantamax Greninja looks super dope, right? It's one of my favorite designs.
Well, I know that is not the one that is actually going to be released soon in the Wild Arena, but guess what? There are going to be new releases of the event that is coming up in-game soon, our Wild Area. And you know what? If you don't know much about it, get ready to be surprised.
Yeah, a new debut from Grimmsnarl here in Pokemon GO.
So scary.
I think it's the first Dark Fairy joining our format. Pretty interesting typing, right? What, do you think it could be meta viable? I think the lower evolutions have a bit more stat product from the Great League. They share the same typing. It's about saying what can trainers cook up with it, but I think it could be interesting.
I know that we had kind of been talking about it a little bit yesterday. What is the potential? Do you want to use that first evolution or maybe the middle evolution? But I know that for a fact, the fact that there are fairies already viable in this format could, you know, potentially mean that the Dark Fairy typing could also be seen in our Pokemon GO PvP format.
Until while Corsola is king, a dark type will always be welcome. That's my opinion. So we'll see how Grimmsnarl impacts the meta. Here, though, we have our own 2 Titans, right? We don't need the Grimmsnarl because we have them 2 in Pokemon GO. We have Stone Collection versus PvP David.
And we saw earlier on Stone Collection doing some wonderful plays. He played up against the Unnovan Stunfisk that he said, actually, it might give me a lot of trouble. Unfortunately for Stone Collection, if you look at the team of PvP David, there is a Unnovan Stunfisk on that side as well.
Yeah, Stone Collection already been on stream playing versus the Gengar Life, a very good battler. And now he's playing versus PvP David, one of the best in the circuit. We already have lock-ins. We have that Corviknight lead into the Florges. Great target selection by Stone Collection.
Yeah, being able to find the target here. The Chilling Water will be able to do some nice damage and be able to lower the attack of the Corviknight. But Corviknight's attack is not actually the big thing that makes Corviknight so useful. It's it's being able to just kind of chip away. Its overall utility, its overall bulk is something that really is going to be helpful.
Yeah, that defensive typing, and unfortunately, no boost on that first Earth Cutter, meaning that the Chilling Water will reduce the attack stage by Corviknight by 1, making this matchup way better for the Florges. The sand attacks won't add as much, nor will the Air Cutters.
And obviously, that Stone Collection will be going for the Air Cutters here because Payback, a Dark type into a Fairy type Pokemon, is not the attack that he's looking for. So he does have a potential to continue up and boost. The Chilling Water will always be able to knock that back down. Chilling Water, number 2 going through, still no rise in the attack of that Corviknight.
The odds are not in Stone Collection's favor. No buff on the Air Cutter this time. The longer this matchup goes, the better it is for Florges, putting in so much work. A Fairy type versus a Steel type.
Going ahead now, number 3, Air Cutter going through. Still no Protect Shield used on either side. PvP David comfortably taking this and able to make it up to yet another Chilling Water.
I'm not sure if this Chilling Water is enough to KO, but it will be so close. Can PvP David get the Fairy Wind down? The alignment is important. He chooses to go into the Ferret, and he goes into the Tinkaton, one of its hardest counters.
A big risk here when you go ahead and swap in Ferret. Yes, it is able to pace quickly. Yes, it is able to ramp up, but what do you do against this very Steel-type Pokemon when neither the Trailblaze nor the Swift is going to be doing too much damage?
Yeah, and here Tinkaton eating these moves for breakfast,
Nom, nom,
getting
nom.
off that Play Rough. It's for neutral. It's not going to be enough to KO the Ferret, but it will put it pretty low. Pulls up the first protection out of PvP David.
David says, not on my watch. This Play Rough will not connect. I've already boosted a little bit, and I know that none of these attacks do too much, but I'm keeping an eye on that health bar. I'm keeping an eye on that timer, and I'm going to get out of this matchup potentially as soon as possible as another boost goes through and a catch onto that low health Florges.
This is a pretty good catch by PvP David, but you cleared the ramp up that you had on that Ferret, right? So even though you're neutralizing the energy, you kind of have that drawback as well.
A good point, but at this point, the Ferret might not have had so much impact against that Tinkaton. Tinkaton now being able to throw another Bulldoze here at the Unova Stunfisk. We've seen this before. Tinkaton has a lot of bulk. Neither one of these attacks are going to do too much to the Unova Stunfisk. It does have a chance to lower and debuff, but not able to do so. And now David's a little bit ahead on energy as Stone Collection's own Unova Stunfisk comes into play.
I like this play by Stone Collection because now he doesn't need as many moves with the Unova Stunfisk to defeat it in the mirror. So even though he was down energy, he has that shield advantage. And now maybe 2 Mud Bombs threaten to the knockout.
Be able to keep your eye on the lower portion of the screen. Keep track of the energy that these two have been able to get at. Also keep an eye on that switch timer. PvP David has the option at any point to swap out while Stone Collection is locked for just a little bit longer. But every charge attack thrown, every time, it changes a little bit. And now Stone Collection is able to throw onto this Ferret and realign whatever he wants. But he's got a low health Tinkaton and a low health Corviknight in the back.
Yeah, PvP David with that switch called manipulation, taking advantage of that Bulldoze throw, getting into the super effective Trailblaze. This will threaten the shield from Stone Collection. Will he choose to use it though?
Does he think that it's just a Swift? He might be able to think that, and it's not though. It's super effective. It gets it low. But does David want to use his last shield here as the Mud Bomb could be able to knock out? Yes, he does.
Yeah, now with so many charge attacks thrown, maybe Tinkaton can come back into play. It's dry though, and this Ferret is boosted. Will reach the Swift, will threaten the knockout and the last Protect Shield out of Stone Collection. He pulls up the last Protect Shield.
Swift not able to connect. Tinkaton still being able to gain a little bit more energy as Stone Collection uses his last Protect Shield here, throws that Bulldoze onto the Ferret. Should be enough at this stage, and Stone Collection has a Unova Stunfisk to go through for a Tinkaton and a Corviknight in the back. Will he be able to gain enough energy in time?
Oh, switch call coming through, and he gets the full farm down here, and now Stone Collection is in a predicament. He wins if he keeps his 2 Pokemon, but now I think he will have to switch in one of his, and will the Unova Stunfisk just endure?
He's going ahead, maybe trying to play out for the switch timer here. He comes in with the Corviknight, a Mud Bomb is thrown. Doesn't even matter that this bird's in the sky because it's still knocked down. Low health HP, coming back in now with the Unova Stunfisk. Time is up!
Yeah, and David's sighing of relief because he knew he was kind of a predicament, right? It was just a matter of a few seconds because if you guys at home don't know the mechanic, if the switch clock is coming out, the trainer with more Pokemon alive, no matter the HP, would win. So Stone Collection, even though it was in a bad position, was actually a few seconds away from getting the win there.
And I like that play by PvP David because he recognized that he knew that the Corviknight was so low on health, it didn't matter. He needed to throw the Mud Bomb no matter what, because if he went and tried to throw the Discharge thinking it was a Corviknight and it was instead Stone Collection's Unova Sunfist, that would not have done enough damage to knock out. But he knew, okay, I have a Mud Bomb ready. I have to get that Pokemon out because I see how low that timer is going to get, and I have to play to my win condition.
Yeah, and great recognition here by Stone Collection in his team building because so many trainers, including himself, are relying on that Ferret, but he has two of the hardest Ferret checks in that Corviknight and that Tinkaton that have been doing work here versus PvP David. That lock-in of the Tinkaton into the safe swap Ferret dictated the rest of the game.
And you know what is really interesting is we've seen PvP David play so many times before. He's a trainer who was just a champion last year. He's someone who's gotten so far in so many tournaments, and he's running some off-meta picks that are slowly becoming more popular. We've seen different dragons starting to be able to take form, and in Gdansk, it looks like Altaria is actually starting to make some big plays.
Yeah, he has a quite similar team to Boom. I wonder if they maybe build it together. But yeah, Altaria's Scissor Core is pretty solid into the meta. They cover each other's weaknesses pretty well because Scissor is one of those Pokemon that has that fast move pressure into both the Cradily and Wigglytuff and Florges that have been so common and are the most common threats into the Altaria.
And not only that, it also has the Night Slashes to threaten that Corsola, but there are so many Pokemon that actually really do some heavy damage back to the Scissors since it doesn't have a lot of bulk. It's a risky pick, but it does pay off for a lot of people who can utilize it and know how to play it well.
And that's nice because you see how David built his team. He has 3 Pokemon that are very good damage soakers into the Altaria, the Corviknight, the Unovan Stunfisk. That's all to support the Scissor and that Ferret to be able to 2-shield those, let them boost, let them take care of the team by themselves.
Even though David did swap in that Ferret game number 2, met by one of its hardest counters in that Tinkaton, because that switch timer is a little bit less this season, because he masterfully knew the counts, he was able to catch on his Florges and really shift the momentum back in his favor in game number 1. Let's see if he's got similar plays in game number 2 because it could push him into day 2. He's found his mark here with that Gyarados against the Florges. Both of these trainers opting to stay in because Stone Collection recognizes that an Aqua Tail will do a nice chunk of damage.
Yeah, here Stone Collection recognized that Aqua Tail is faster than the Trailblaze from the Florges getting off the Aqua Tail, not pulling the first Protect Shield, but the Florges is already in the yellow.
I've seen a lot of trainers play this out in Go Battle League. This is exactly what I expected. He knows it's not going to be quite enough. Look at this. He doesn't even shield up the Gyarados because he recognizes he's still going to be able to outpace and still make it to another Aqua Tail.
Yeah, the Gyarados spacing with the new Dragon Breath is insane. Those Aqua Tails hit so hard, pulling the first Protect Shield out of a Fairy type with Dragon Breath.
Exactly. Look how much it's whittled down here. But now David will be able to completely farm down this Gyarados, be able to throw at whatever comes in and lower the attack here. Tinkaton going in, starting to swing that hammer, but it's already going to get a little bit heavier. It's going to have to do a little more lifting as his attack is being debuffed.
Yeah, Tinkaton trying to soak in all this Chilling Water damage. Don't forget, the Florges is boosted once thanks to the Trailblaze, so these Chilling Waters are adding up. 2 Chilling Waters putting the Tinkaton very low. Next one will threaten the knockout.
Being able to get up to all these attacks here, going actually for that play rough. Stone Collection recognizing since he's double debuffed, perhaps that Bulldoze might not have been enough. Now being able to knock out that Florges, but Florges put in a ton of work here. Stone Collection still 2 Protect Shields on his side with that Ferret now trying to make some moves.
And I like this play by PvP David. Why? Because you're preventing the Ferret from Trailblaze boosting because it's resisted by the Altaria. So you're throwing the Swifts, right? So you're not letting Ferret ramp up its damage, and it's way tougher to sweep the backline even though you're behind 2 Protect Shields.
Going ahead and using that very first Protect Shield as the Altaria reaches Sky Attack number 1. Ferret is a little bit ahead on energy. Swift is already loaded. He knows that the Sky Attack will be up for a little bit here. And actually, Ferret and Stone Collection going for a little bit of extra energy, using both Protect Shields here against Altaria, but he's almost got back-to-back Swifts loaded.
Yeah, I really like this play by Stone Collection because you know the Unhoven Stunfisk pace is so fast, so you want to maximize as much energy versus this Altaria matchup so you can later outpace the Unhoven Stunfisk, because this Ferret has to pull in a lot of work.
Going ahead now, and now comes in that Unhoven Stunfisk. There's still one Protect Shield on PvP David's side, but this Trailblaze #1 is being the first one to boost up. Maybe not where you want to use that Protect Shield in this point.
Yeah, great no shield by David, recognizing that the first Trailblaze wouldn't do as much damage. Here, Stone Collection going for the Swift bait. I think PvP David has to Protect Shield anyway because it would be too low. He gets the charge attack priority tie, and Stone Collection has no shields. Hopefully, this Mud Bomb KOs.
And Stone Collection is waiting to see if he'll be able to get off any more attacks. He barely survives on it, but he's now getting fast attack down, giving one more to, and now there's going to be a race to that Mud Bomb. Mud Bomb now going through for PvP David. You see him pump his fist. You see him swipe those bubbles as it's about to connect with that Tinkaton.
Yeah, and unfortunately that Tinkaton had to play rough that floor just to get rid of it, meaning it's dry into this matchup. Even though player would deal significant neutral damage, the Tinkaton was dry, and Unhoven Stunfisk paces so fast that he was able to take out that Tinkaton, stealing PvP David into day #2 versus Stone Collection.
Stone Collection said he had a Unhoven Stunfisk problem, and PvP David said, I'm taking some notes, using that Pokemon to perfection in both game #1 and #2, taking him to day #2 here in Gdansk.
Yeah, to be honest, the matches that we've been having online and on stream have been crazy, because I'm pretty sure most of these matchups could have been winners' grand finals in most regionals. The U region is so stacked.
I know, we were looking at the bracket earlier on, and you see all of these big names, everyone that you've known the times watching the regional competitions, watching the World Championships, seeing these trainers get so far. But there's so many new players as well, so many really talented trainers who also want to make their marks. Both of these trainers, both Stone Collection and PvP David, have been around since almost the beginning. But not only here in the Pokemon GO Championship Series, also in grassroots tournaments. Both of these trainers absolutely formidable. PvP David making some incredible players right as that timer goes out.
Yeah, and Stone Collection looks so dominant early on stream, but PvP David pulling up and saying, I'm PvP David, I am him, pulling an impressive 2-0 win versus Stone Collection and locking in his a ticket to day #2.
There's so many trainers here in Gdansk that want that title, who want to be calling themselves champions. They're going to have to get through big names like PvP David to be able to do so, as he is another trainer with that Altaria, like Boom, who has made it into day #2. So, I mean, if you took a snapshot of that day 1 usage earlier on, I think it's going to be heavily shaken up for day #2.
Yeah, and kind of interesting also is that Unhoven Stunfisk, I think a lot of players are relying on it, seeing how much work it did in Lille as well, trying to stop that Scissor, that Empoleon. Yeah, you do take super effective damage from some of his charge moves, but you pace so fast and you have such good natural bulk that you can hang on those matchups.
What's so interesting to me about that sort of thing is Unhoven Stunfisk doesn't have a very good matchup into Credilli. It doesn't have that great of matchup into Galarian Corsola either, the two Pokemon that are at the top. But a lot of the Pokemon that people are using to try to break that core of the Credilli and the Corsola, Unhoven Stunfisk is just perfection, and it looks like that's what a lot of trainers are opting to play around, and that's what makes this Show 6 Pick 3 so engaging. So many different Pokemon can be viable. This is a completely different snapshot than there was last weekend in Lille.
Yeah, I agree. And even in those matchups that you mentioned, Corsola, Cradilly, you can be still so annoying because Mud Bomb hits neutrally and you pace to it so fast. And this short switch clock that we have, 45 seconds, that's perfectly fine because you're so bulky, so you tank at least one super effective in the case of Cradilly, and you can spam out maybe 2-3 moves, burn that switch clock, switch right out.
There's been so many incredible plays during this, and this is actually the first time in a long time that we saw a timeout in Pokemon GO in Great League.
Yeah, that's true. Recently in our history of our circuit, we had Galaxka Bolton even building a team around this strategy. He was using debuffing Pokemon that debuffed the attack, like Jugong, like Mantine with Bubble Beam, but he was also relying on that Chansey, a heavy HP weighted Pokemon that would just pretty much let go of a debuff, and when the opponent gets to attack, oh, let me put my chance in there. Throw your moves at it.
You know what's so funny is like there's been, if we take a little screenshot of the times that we've had in the past in Pokemon Go, there's been so many different Pokemon that have been used. And not only that, the next tournament that actually is going to be in our circuit, LAIC, has a completely different meta where a lot of new Pokemon will also be used as well. And if you're curious about LAIC, because it's a little bit different, our next one, then we're going to go ahead and show you this video.
It's time for a quick recap of the Latin America International Championships 2025. I'm Tomahawk UK, and I was in Sao Paulo when Mato Galde took Brazil by storm against many of the best Pokemon Go players in the world. Famous for its electric atmosphere, LAIC was a showcase of some of the best talent, support, and sportsmanship that Pokemon Go has to offer. Dominating the scene were meta staples, including Clodsire, Azumarill, and Shadow for Alligator. However, LAIC was also ripe for spice, as Primeape, Jumpluff, and even Shadow Alolan Marowak found their way into trophy placements. Championship Sunday kicked off with a face-off between friends, which saw fan favourite Mato Galde take a quick victory over his teammate Richie1409. Richie dropped into the losers finals for a sensational set of 5 against local hero 12 Vitorello. In fascinating fashion, Vitorello and his Galarian Moltres recovered from a 2-game deficit to secure his place in the LAIC Grand Finals. Vitorello went on to stun the crowd as he steamrolled his way through the first 3 games against Mato Galde, resetting the bracket and leaving everything to play for. In one of the most closely fought finals the game has ever seen, Mato Galde and Vitorello took the series to a final game of 5. An immensely climactic charge attack priority event saw Azumarill and Galarian Moltres exchange heavy blows, with Mato Galde coming out victorious.
Mato Galde is your 2025 Latin America International Champion! Give it up for the Tercero del Mundo!
Off the back of his 3rd place finish at the 2024 World Championships, his 1st place finish at the 2025 Lima Special Event, Mato Galde sealed his name as a legend of the game, as he became the 2025 Latin America International Champion. Make sure to keep up with all of the incredible action and Pokemon champions this season at pokemon.com/compete.
Certainly one of the greatest of all time there, Mato Galde. He's been a staple of Pokemon Go ever since grassroots, ever since we got PvP. Mato Galde is one you can count on, but I just want to say, I have never faced him in an official tournament. And
So it means you never lost to him.
I've never lost to Mato Galde.
How does he win all those championships then?
Maybe I'm not competing for the same tournaments as he has. And when we play the same tournaments, somehow he eludes me, or I elude him. I don't know how it goes, but he's certainly an incredible trainer. And I really...
Didn't you play in Peru a while ago? And
I did,
too?
but he was on the opposite side of the
Oh, he was on the
groups.
winner's side of the bracket, and you were on the loser's side.
Anyway, an incredible trainer that certainly has a lot going for him, and he is one. Whenever he plays a tournament, you kind of have to have in that mindset that you need to beat Mato Galde.
You can find everything about the LAIC on the Pokemon website, so make sure that you follow the channels and stay up to date. Our next match coming up is going to be a Dutch classic. It will be Howie, I call him the Howian.
Howian?
Yeah, the Howian, versus Colin 6, also known as the Final Boss.
The Final Boss. It's been a while since I've seen the Final Boss.
It has been a while.
Yeah, so it's good to have the Final Boss here back with us on stream. I can't wait to see what he has been bringing here.
He wasn't attending Frankfurt. His brother was, but Colin had something else to do at the time. And then in Lille, he didn't get as far. Now it looks like the Final Boss is back. He's the Final Boss for Howie as well, on the way to day 2. The winner of this match will advance to tomorrow. This is an interesting team, because we saw a similar variant earlier from PvP David, but then I don't think David had the Empoleon nor the Clodsire. He had the Stunfisk instead. But we see the American bird Corviknight and Altaria, the Dragon-type bird.
Those two seem like they pair well together. The Steel-type Corviknight with the Dragon type Altaria. Altaria is not as bad into the electric types and the fire types that Corviknight struggle against. So when there are so few rock types here, then maybe this is the way to go. And the Corviknight is not even that bad into the rock types. But we see here, this is Colin 6. He's been one of our most consistent and decorated players here in Europe. He's an incredible battler, and he's bringing their Furret and Clodsire core. They go so well together.
Clodsire generally runs Stone Edge because in the current Open Great League iteration, there's a lot of flying type Pokemon. If you have Sludge Bomb paces a little bit quicker, is better against a Pokemon like Florges. It just doesn't do as well into a Pokemon like Galarian, Moltres, Fearow, Talonflame. And then, of course, Clodsire is also meant to counter Cradily. It double resists poison. The fast attack from Cradily is acid. And thus, that makes Clodsire an incredible counter to one of the most common Pokemon in the meta.
And here we see this is Howie. He has decided to not run the Corsola nor the Cradily. And he is running that Shadow Dusknoir and that Shadow Talonflame. He must have been...
And Shadow Steelix.
And a Shadow Steelix, but he must have been hitting up those LAIC Travel Award winners to see what they considered for this tournament and what would do well. That Shadow Talonflame, that Shadow Steelix, maybe that is enough to scare away the Corviknight from Colin 6.
Yeah, and another pick I find curious is Azumarill. It's kind of fallen out of the meta. I'm curious to see if Howie is going to bring it in this first game here. Both trainers have locked in. We're gonna have the Fortress into the third from Colin.
And this is great for Howie. The Bugbites do tons of damage to this Furret. Look at him go. And the Sucker Punches is what will dent this Fortress. The energy of the Furret goes nowhere here. So Colin 6 swaps into his safe swap of that Clodsire. A normal type with a Ghost matchup and Clodsire, they go super well together.
There's no hard answer for this Clodsire on the team of Howie because his ground-type Pokemon is Steelix. And Steelix is actually pretty much the only ground-type Pokemon that loses to Clodsire.
You're absolutely right. And here comes the debuff Stone Edge. Will Howie shield? No. The Dusknoir, even though it's a Shadow Pokemon, is deviously tanky, so it takes these moves kind of well. And Howie throwing on good timing, a Shadow Punch.
This Clodsire has been debuffed by Santu, so can one Astonish knock out? If not, no, definitely not. Now this Clodsire is going to get... No, looks like Howie does not want to take any risk. He's not going to put up a Protect Shield on the Clodsire, because otherwise the Clodsire would have reached Astonish and would have knocked out Howie. Wants to keep Switch, but now the Furret gets even more farm.
In my opinion, I think farming down the Clodsire with the Dusknoir, shielding the Clodsire and coming out with that Dynamic Punch to threaten the Furret would have been a slightly better play in my opinion, because the energy of the Furret is not that scary, so the Fortress doesn't need shield. Immediate pivot from Colin 6.
It's debuff down, baby. Fortress going for another Sand Tomb, this time on Empoleon. Yes, it's super effective, but it's not the hardest hitting attack. This drops the defense. Now the Furret comes in from Howie. With this alignment, he can just kind of set up his own Pokemon here. One more Metal Sound before the next Hydro Cannon here. Howie would get there on Charge Security Tie, but I wouldn't expect him to throw the Trailblaze immediately. Let's see if he kept track of the energy here. Yes, he did. He's not throwing the energy just yet. In fact, I think the Furret can even farm down entirely. He puts up 2 Protections, realizing, wait, this Empoleon has the hardest hitting charge attacks from the team, on the team of Colin. The time is not even up yet from Colin.
I think this is great recognition by Howie. He's not letting that Empoleon swap out either by throwing a charge attack. He's banking on this Furret. He almost has, and he wins charge attack priority
Important
as well.
information, because Howie now knows that his Furret will win against the opposing Furret, knowing that you win charge attack priority tie.
And that is incredibly valuable information. Colin 6 has a lot of energy here, and he throws a Trailblaze into that Furret, hoping to get enough momentum so he can win this game. But Howie is so close to a third Swift. If that Swift comes through, this is looking so tough for Colin 6. And here comes the Fortress. The energy of the Furret is not looking to go that well into this Steel type.
I don't think the final boss has any special attacks remaining to take out this game here because you get to the charge attack here, but Howie still has energy on his own first.
Incredible counting by Colin6. He knew that the Sound Tomb was not coming in. The Ferret will take out the Fortress, but can Howie now get to a parting charge attack right before the Ferret?
He does.
And he does. He's one away. Ferret is now on Howie's side, is knocking Colin6 out of this game number 1.
That was very well played. And keep in mind that even if Colin had one more Sucker Punch, we knew from just a minute ago that the Ferret from Howie wins charge security tie. Can you explain to the viewers who do not know what the charge security tie exactly means? What is this? What are we talking about?
So, when 2 Pokemon get to a charge attack at the exact same time, the Pokemon with a higher attack will win the charge attack priority. We do not have speed in Pokemon Go. We rely on the attack stat to determine who gets to throw the energy first. And that means Howie's Ferret and Colin's Ferret, they are not similar, they are not the same Pokemon. So different Ferrets can have different types of stat distribution. So Howie's probably has slightly more attack than Colin's.
Yeah, and I think for that reason, it might be a little bit more appealing for Howie to lead Ferret, knowing that you can decide switch advantage. The problem Howie is dealing with, though, is that Clodsire. Is Colin the final boss, or is Clodsire the final boss? You have to defeat both, and he doesn't really have exactly hard answers to it. His best probably is at Ferret and the Dusknoir, and Howie did bring both in that first game.
I think the Azumarill can also put in some work against Clodsire, because the Clodsire is not running Sludge Bomb, as you mentioned. So the Azumarill can win the Zero Shield scenario, and also getting to the Ice Beam, it will chunk the Clodsire down pretty well. But Clodsire usually wins the 1 shield scenario just because those super effective poison stings do enough damage and charge up so quickly that Clodsire can also win against Azumarill.
And by those scenarios, we mean that those trainers use an equal amount of shields. We're gonna get into game number 2. Howie's 1-0 up. Howie, now he has the time. He leads Ferret, but it's met by the first from Colin. We know that Howie wins charge security ties, so perhaps Colin is now already thinking, how do I adapt here? Do I just soft lose this matchup, leaving Howie's Ferret at low health, or do I catch the charge at some point?
This matchup is so close because 2 Swifts are not enough to knock out a Ferret in the mirror matchup. That means Colin will get to 2 Swifts, but he goes for a Trailblaze.
That is an interesting play.
That might indicate that Colin might be willing to go down shields to get switch advantage in this scenario. But in my opinion, when there is a Shadow Dusknoir on the opposing side,
it's hard to use shields.
Colin should be saving. He saves his Ferret here because he knows that Shadow Dusknoir is so threatening if his Ferret goes down.
Howie gets to the charge attack, and Colin is counting perfectly, catches this final charge attack on the Clodsire and preserving all the energy on his own Ferret.
But Howie has Colin's number today. He goes straight into the Shadow Dusknoir. And now that Fortress in the back is looking so good for Howie.
Oh man, it has Bug Bite. And you know what bugs like to do? They like to chomp on plants.
Yum, 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 yum.
I don't know if Fortress makes those kind of noises. This Dusknoir definitely not gonna appreciate this Stone Edge right here though. An Earthquake wouldn't knock out just yet, but looks like Howie's respecting the damage either way.
Howie appreciates that his Shadow Dusknoir is in an incredible position. And he barely gets to the attack just before the Clodsire. No, this Clodsire is throwing the Stone Edge.
The Stone Edge is being shielded though. Howie's not taking any chance. Earthquake would have almost knocked out. In comes the Ferret, and now expending the energy. This Ferret is in Shadow Punch range. I don't think you can Astonish down though, especially now the Sucker Punches are going to add up. You have to expend the energy. No, he swaps into the Fortress right away. And he doesn't get the attack off.
Barely does not reach that body slam. And Colin6 is shaking his head because this Fortress is not what he wanted to see on his Cradley.
Howie reveals his final ace. It's the Fortress, and this is the Pokemon he needs to defeat the final boss because Cradley has no chance against Fortress. We see Colin not even going for a charge. Like, he's looking up. He's like, oh man, Howie, You got me, man. Well played.
Well played, Howie, and the final boss is taken off his heads, and Howie, just for good measure, charges up this Sand Tomb to finish off the Clodsire and win this winner's semi-finals.
This is one of the very few times, because Howie has played in so many tournaments, just like with Hikami, where we saw in Liu, he lost in some winners and losers finals. This is Howie's, I believe, second time that he made it to day 2. So a big congratulations for him. This is a big accomplishment for him already to get this far, but obviously, we're gonna see more of Howie tomorrow. He wants to take it even further.
Howie knows that he needed, when he's paired up against Colin 6, then you know you really need to pull all the brakes to stop that final boss.
You can't make mistakes.
Exactly, and Howie did not. He realized what his win conditions were and how to maximize them at the most. When he double shielded that Dusk Noir, yes, I was a little bit curious about that play, but he knew that the energy of that Dusk Noir went everywhere into Colin's team.
Even though that Clodsire looked so good from Colin, yes, the Dusk Noir resists the Poison Sting, but it's still such an awkward matchup just because of the bulk difference. Dusk Noir has so little HP, high damage output, but then Colin starts to show third. You kind of must be a little bit scared there as Howie, but he always had the alignment. He never had that Dusk Noir exactly on a full third.
I'm also incredibly intrigued by that ferret of Howie because it both won charge stack priority and it's bulky enough to live to get to 3 Swifts in the mirror, even though the opposing Ferret boosted up with a Trailblaze.
I know that Howie played a lot with Ferret in grassroots formats, so if anyone is a Ferret master, it could be Howie. He has played dozens of games with this Pokemon.
And it certainly is paying back the favor right now because that Ferret, it dominated the opposing Ferret so well. Forcing Colin to give up switch advantage and shield advantage in that game number 2.
And these trains are already familiar with each other. You know why? Because they've played against each other before in local tournaments. If you want to compete in local tournaments as well, get some practice in or get some people to know or get those championship points, we got a little bit to start you off with.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokémon League.
And this is the opportunity that you can have trainers. Scan this QR code and go find the local events that happens close to you and go attend them today. Martijn, you've been to a few local tournaments yourself, haven't you?
Absolutely. Last Wednesday, I think I went 1-4. I had 1 win. I played with a Teddy Ursa with the Halloween hats, and I cored this with an XXS Pumpkaboo, also with a hat. And the only trainer I beat was Triptando. He's now in the production. But other than that, you know, it's been really great to get all the practice in because Teddy Ursa actually gets. What are you laughing at? It's a great core. Teddy Ursa gets to 1500 CP actually.
I'm just laughing at Triptando managing to lose to that Teddy Ursa XXS Pumpkaboo.
Yeah, look, it can happen to the best of us. It just happens. Right? It's a grass and ghost type Pokemon Pumpkaboo, and he played like Swampert, Gastrodon, and Mudkip against me. Like, what do you expect?
He just got Razor Leaf down immediately.
Exactly, that's the attack I would run.
And then you had the Teddy Ursa to just tank all the energy from all the Pokemon anyway, so what was he going to do?
Dude, he played Dusknoir with Shadow Punch and Shadow Ball, and like, you have to think about which movesets you run, right? Because if you run no coverage attack, it's entirely walled by Dark and normal type Pokemon.
And that is why people usually opt for that dynamic bunch of Shadow Dusknoir, but not Triptando, but the players on this stage.
That's a Satono!
That's a Citadel on the screen! What are we watching, trainers? And I spoke to Mixon backstage before he went on. It's been his MVP so far.
What? I thought it was I thought I was looking at double Galarian Corsola here, and then I realized it's a Citadel.
Maybe that is the trick. Have a Pokemon that looks like Corsola, so you swap out your fighting types, but then it's a Citadel instead.
So we'll probably get the movesets up soon, but this Pokemon has the fast attack Powder Snow, the charge attacks Body Slam, and I believe you run Avalanche with it. Avalanche is an extremely strong charge attack. If you've ever played Mewtwo, it has Psy Strike. Avalanche is exactly that. We're already heading into the first game here. Here we go!
And this is a part of the gamer. I just want to say he's traveled afar to compete here, and he lines up his Corviknight into that Shadow Talonflame. That is not what you want to see as Bard the Gamer. And he swaps into that regular
The Wiggler, yeah, Wigglytuff is here to charm. Now, this is actually not as good for Wigglytuff as you might think. Yes, the more protections are being used, the better this becomes for Wigglytuff. But you see that Feraligatr is shaking his head a little bit. It's going to launch some Hydro Cannon. Now, 2 Hydro Cannon will knock out this Wigglytuff regardless of Shadow Claw damage.
Can this Wigglytuff knock out this Feraligatr with a Swift? I don't think so. Bard the Gamer will know. Oh, he puts up a shield anyway. Maybe he wants to strip away the shields of Mixon.
And you know what I just realized? Mixon went quite weak to this Feraligatr because Citadel doesn't do that well into it either. And Mixon knows that this Feraligatr could be a little bit troublesome, so he's going to use a Protect Shield here. I think this is what Bard the Gamer wants, because that Cradily will do better into the Ice-type Pokemon when shields are down.
Oh, this is clever by Bard the Gamer. He's forcing Mixon to spend all his shields. And now the Cradily in the back can one-shot most of the Pokemon left on the field.
Here we go. Corviknight probably going to take this energy as Ice Wind will be super effective. And yeah, the thing is, now that Corviknight has Air Cutter, it doesn't even take that long to get to your energy and get to dispose of this Wigglytuff. And with the shield advantage, that Cradily in the back looks really good because both Pokemon from Mixon take super effective damage from Rock. And here comes the Cradily into the Talonflame.
And Bard the Gamer, he kind of knows that this Corviknight is pretty safe outside of this Talonflame, but he decides to shield up this Cradily because this Talonflame is so threatening with all its attack.
I don't think you can even farm up too much energy here as Bard the Gamer, because if this second Incinerate lands, this Cradily would almost be in the yellow already at about half health. This Rock Tomb is going to take out an entire generation of Talonflame.
But I think this is perfect from Bard the Gamer, because now this Citadel comes in, it will be 6 Powder Snows until the Avalanche, and Bard the Gamer is only 5 away from the Rock Tomb. This is perfect timing by Bard the Gamer.
And this Rock Tomb is also super effective. He still has that Corviknight with energy. It's also shiny, by the way, and it's best buddy.
This is an incredible display by Bard the Gamer, but also Mixon, who was bringing that shiny Citadel, which is best buddied, one of his best friends here. But now the Corviknight is looking so tough for Mixon to deal with because he only has this Ice type, and Bard the Gamer just wants to get rid of this Citadel immediately.
Citadel not putting up a show just yet, but I love it that Mixon brought it. It wasn't going to be going to beat the Pokemon that Bard the Gamer brought here, though. Wigglytuff comes back in, but this Corviknight wasn't even in Air Cutter range, or sorry, in Icy Wind range, and now the Air Cutter is being launched. And Bard the Gamer is going to take game number 1.
Swoosh, swoosh from the Corviknight. And even though he led Corviknight into the Shadow Talonflame of Mixon.
Yeah, he still came back.
The Feraligatr put in so much work and put the Cradily and the Corviknight in such a good position. But this is Mixon. He's a Danish trainer.
Really?
Oh, yes. And he is bringing the spice here to this tournament. And he has been singing this Citadel song the entire tournament.
Really?
Oh, yes.
Do you know it?
I know that he told me that he has been leaning on that Citadel a lot. For this tournament.
Maybe in his interview he can sing that song. This Citadel, by the way, is a Shundo, as we call it in the community. It is a shiny variant, and the attack, defense, and HP are all full when you hit the appraise button on it.
Perfect.
Plus the best buddy, it reaches about the max CP possible. And actually it lines up quite well into the team from Bard the Gamer. As you, with shields up, you actually do okay into that Clodsire, into the Cradily. You do outpace the Feraligatr, but man, we saw how hard Hydro Cannon does hit though.
And the Corviknight is also not running a Steel-type charge attack. That means the Citadel is not bad into that Corviknight either. So I think this is a very interesting team from Mixon, but Bar the Gamer, he showed that this regular non-Shadow Feraligatr is going to put in so much work. It's really good into that Shadow Talonflame. It's good into that Galarian Corsola because it's running that Shadow Claw fast attack. It's fine into the Corviknight. It's pretty good into that Citadel as well because as a water type, it resists the Powder Snows. And the Gastrodon and the Wigglytuff are the two things that give that Feraligatr a problem. And Cradley can deal with both.
As Mixon, how are you going to adapt to that? Do you bring perhaps the Gastrodon? It's kind of tough to make your choices because even your best answer, the Wigglytuff, doesn't do that well into Feraligatr. It is not a common Pokemon, so perhaps it's something you don't have to account for. But man, now that you face one, you've got to put the show on.
Bard the Gamer is a trainer with a deep history. He went 10-0 and not dropping a single game in EYC 2025, knocking out the final boss in his winners finals, making day 2. And here, he's running that Corviknight into that Shadow Talonflame again.
A great lead for Mixon. Can he find redemption? In comes the Feraligatr, in comes the Wigglytuff, but we've seen this show before.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, says Bard the Gamer as he safe swaps that Shadow Feraligatr behind that Corviknight yet again. How does Mixon want to go about this battle?
The Hydrocan is coming through, but we know that 2 will knock out and that the Wigglytuff will not win this matchup. Ooh, not going for the Charge Attack just yet. I guess because Mixon knows it won't knock out here. Now going to put up his first protection. But we have seen how good that Cradily is with a shield advantage into the team of Mixon.
And there's no Citadel in this team lineup for Mixon. There is another Corviknight. Cradily can still win that matchup. And Bard the Gamer is adjusting. If it ain't broke, fix it either way. Because he is not shielding his Cradily this time.
And in comes the Corviknight. Is at full health, but it's gonna take this Ice Wind. Now your Sand attacks will do even less damage than they already did. But you do have Air Cutter to potentially get your attack back up. We see Mixon actually staying in for a little bit. He wants this Corviknight to extend energy.
And now Mixon is about to put this Corviknight into payback range from his own Corviknight, and that will make it easier to deal with. But Bard the Gamer, he's going to lead on that Cradily. There's no hard answer to Cradily yet, and the Corviknight boosts back up, but against the Shadow Talonflame, you don't want any of that business.
Oh, look at that. Doing 2 Incinerates, then going for the Fly. I'm guessing that means Mixon is not going to stay into this matchup. You have the Corviknight. It won't feint to Rock Tomb. So I think Mixon might be in an okay spot here. Do keep in mind that this stalls the clock by a lot because the clock is already halfway for Bard the Gamer. He can swap out at some point. Look at that. Oh, this Corviknight is also shiny.
Hey, it's just a team full of shinies. The Wigglytuff was shiny as well. Corviknight now debuffed. This Corviknight from Mixon is the win condition, but he barely gets to the payback before the second Rock Tomb hits.
We see again the charge attack priority tie where both trainers throw at the exact same time. This Corviknight has a slightly higher attack than this Cradily. Cradily is still kind of too healthy to be in a convenient spot here. Now the timer is going to be up for Bard the Gamer and he can swap out if he'd like to. Perhaps he's going to build up energy first because he needs energy for the opposing Talonflame. Going to race for the payback. Oh, and it's
gets the catch! Incredible timing by Bard the Gamer, getting a catch against a one-turn fast attack. But Mixon here is realizing that he needs energy on his Shadow Talonflame, and Bard the Gamer, you
don't get 2 charge attacks off now, and I do like that he goes for the payback because you can't.
It's so hard!
Yeah, but you can't shield because Cradily almost is a Rock Tomb.
Oh, and this is going to hit the Talonflame super hard! And now the Corviknight is gone, but Bard the Gamer knows he needs to shield his Cradily. Can it get to 2 charge attacks to also knock out that Corviknight in the back?
This Incinerate won't land because the next Incinerate knocks out. You need a charge attack, I think a payback even, to knock out this Cradily because the Rock Tomb's coming in. It's gonna drop the attack, and Air Cutter already doesn't hit hard.
The Air Cutter, will it be enough, and can he get there? I think the Corviknight might barely reach it before the Cradily.
It needs to get to the Air Cutter.
Oh, but Cradily gets there, and Bard the Gamer, even though he led Corviknight into a Shadow Talonflame twice. He's on the back of the Feraligatr and the Cradily. He is turning around these games and winning.
Don't be silly, bring Cradily. It's the top used Pokemon in the meta, and Bard the Gamer just showed why.
He does not fear a Shadow Talonflame with his Corviknight. When he has that Feraligatr to lean on,
that really showed how flexible a Pokemon can be when it has the perfect conditions to thrive.
We saw basically the same compositions almost. This time though, we saw the Corviknight instead of that Satotl, that Shundo Satotl. I think, honestly, that he just wanted to flex it a little bit, the Satotl. But even though it was substituted for the Corviknight, it didn't matter. Credilli was just so good.
And that was the issue, because Mixon did not have a great response to that Feraligatr safe swap, meaning he had to go down shields. That made it so hard for him to protect that Shadow Talonflame, because Shadow Talonflame is so easily taken out of a game if it doesn't have shields. So Mixon, he had a strategy where he needed a little bit more shields than he had in those battles.
That's kind of the downside of having a Shadow Pokemon over a non-Shadow Pokemon, because it has less defense. It does have more damage output, because Shadow Talonflame is one of the best Pokemon at just forcing switch defense, right? You just put 2 shields on it and you can incinerate through almost everything.
But not a Feraligatr though.
Not a Feraligatr, but also you just don't take a payback that well from a Corviknight. Otherwise, potentially, you could get some more Incinerates in and just knock out with the Air Cutter.
And that was the curious case in this battle. So Bar the Gamer knew that with Feraligatr, he can create a situation that even though if he gets the Corviknight on the Shadow Talonflame, he could create situations where the Corviknight could still dent this Talonflame a lot.
Yeah, we saw that. The Gator makes just such... it's just a water type defensive typing, right? Only has 2... It's only 2 typings are super effective against it. Grass, electric. And like everything else, it's just... That's for both Feraligatr and Blastoise. We saw a lot of Blastoise last week. Maybe this is the time Feraligatr is going to be the best mono-type, water-type Pokemon.
But that is why, trainers, you run Goodra with Thunder Punch and Power Whip to make sure that you can hit these water types for super effective damage.
Do you think you can miss out on Aquatail?
Yeah. What do you need Aquatail for? There's not a lot of stuff. The ground types in this meta, except for Clodsire, obviously, you hit super effective with Power Whip. You have a 1-hit KO on the Gastrodon. You deal with the Unova Stunfisk and the Diggersby anyway, and you keep the Thunder Punch to hit the flying types in this meta. I don't think it's bad. It's just the Clodsire that is problematic.
That's all really cool, but what about Macargo?
Well, Macargo would be unfortunate.
It would be, right?
Would be unfortunate. But I even think Goodra still wins that with Thunder Punch.
It might actually. You resist the Incinerators.
Exactly. And the Rock Tombs doesn't hit hard enough. At least that's what I think. But let's see if there is a Macargo on screen. No.
No, what a surprise.
Against Polasha. And we have a face-off between 2 female battlers here who come far to compete. Polasha has been so close to winning Gdansk before. She's been very close.
Yeah. With a Shadow Steelix mirror against a Mind Joke at the time.
That is correct. But on the other side, we have Mishamp.
Let's call her Mish.
Mish. Let's go ahead and call her Mish. She has that Shadow Scizor, which is not looking that great into Polasha, if I'm honest, in my opinion.
Let's zoom in on the water type Pokemon instead, right? Because we had the Feraligatr earlier. Now we have the mono water type Blastoise, and that is a very kind of safe Pokemon, but mostly a wedge. It is the Pokemon that can set up other Pokemon to sweep later on, and then she has Galarian Moltres. We've seen many birds, right? We've seen the European bird, Talonflame, the American birds, Corviknight. We've seen Murkrow. Altaria, we've seen the Dragon Bird, and now we have the Apex Bird because Beals Boy won Worlds with this Pokemon. Galarian Moltres. I think it is like one of the better Pokemon to core break some of the top meta, such as Galarian, Corsola, and Gastrodon together. But also, even against Credilli, you have play.
Absolutely. And take note of the Skull Bash on Mishamp's side, on Mish's side, because that makes the Cradley matchup a lot worse for Blastoise when it's running Skull Bash instead of Ice Beam. But here we see the Shadow Gyarados from Polasha. She's taken a note out of Stone Collection's book when running that Shadow Gyarados Unova Stunfisk core. But this team, is a little bit better into opposing Unova Stunfisk, even though we're not going to see
Some
it here.
Collections team kind of struggled more with that, but Paula is also a big fan of Ferret. And I'm curious to see if she's going to use that Pokemon here. Both trainers have locked in. Remember, Mish is from North America. Let's see if she doesn't have any Jalak and is awake for this one. She's leading that Charjabug. It's met up with the Fortress. I would say this is slightly advantageous for the Fortress because you have access to Rock Tomb.
And the Bug Bites do chunk this Charjabug pretty hard, but Charjabug can still hit back with neutral discharges.
And here we go, the first one is being launched. Fortress can hang on quite easily here, so Paula is not using up a Protect Shield. And yeah, at this point I feel like you might be a little bit afraid where your Stunfisk is gonna go, because usually when there's a Stunfisk in the lead, a Charjabug in the lead, you'd be like, they might be covering Stunfisk in the back. But we see in the back actually, wow, she lets that go, actually.
And she barely gets to that parting discharge, and that is fortunate for Mish, because that can chunk the Fortress down. But I'm a little bit curious about this team composition from Mish, because she has brought a team composition that is weak to everything on Polasha's team. There's a Unovan Stunfisk that really thrives again seeing this Galarian Moltres, and there's also a Scissor who's not that great into it.
She is going for the Brave Bird. This is resisted. It's still gonna chunk a little bit. And it does about 40% damage. In comes the Shadow Caesar. This is kind of the best Pokemon Mish has into this, with Stunfisk, and it actually has been chipped a little bit already.
And Polasha also has the Ferret. The Ferret is not great into the Moltres, and look at this Scissor. It's so attack-weighted. These bullet punches are actually chunking this Unovan Stunfisk down.
In comes a Mupple. Mish is not keeping shields. She is going to use them both on the fragile Shadow Caesar. In comes the Ferret, but there's still 2 shields on Paula's side, and even though Swift is resisted, the Shadow Scissor is nearing Swift range almost, because it's very fragile.
Even though, and this is so much damage on the Unovan Stunfisk. And here comes a Swift. Is this enough to knock out? It might, maybe not.
Really close, but I think the Sucker Punch after death. Maybe 2 Sucker Punches. Keeping that attack. I love that play from Mish here. Now getting a lot of energy on the Galarian Moltres. This actually puts Paula in a really awkward spot, but she still has those Protect Shields.
I think this is maybe what Polasha is looking for, because now the Unovan Stunfisk can get a farm down and then take out the Scissor. So can Mish get enough fast attack damage in to get rid of this Unovan Stunfisk? I don't think so. And here comes Unovan Stunfisk. 2 shields to hide behind and a charge attack ready. And Polasha's Pancake Pokemon, this Unovan Stunfisk is taking out this Scizor.
Mish is like, why are you keeping the shields? That is my thing to do. Paula uses that strategy, knows that she didn't need to use any Protect Shields there, and the Unovan Stunfisk just really shows that it's a great core breaker. I always, when I play against or team build around Unovan Stunfisk, I'm just gonna be honest with you, Marcus. I'm like, this Pokemon is so annoying. Its typing is so good and bad at the same time.
Yep. It's a ground type that loses to every other ground type, but it's also a ground type that beats the flying types. So its type combinations is really annoying to deal with for a lot of trainers.
You're right, and I think Mish kind of underestimated that Unovan Stunfisk. She has the Cradily and the Shadow Marowak on her team, but it looks like Paula was not exactly afraid to play the Unovan Stunfisk regardless, and really worked out for her. Maybe we see the Shadow Gyarados come out next.
I think that would be risky from Polasha.
It would be.
Because Mish brought that. Actually, she brought 3 Pokemon that all 3 lose to that Unovan Stunfisk. The Charjabug in the lead, and then the Moltres and the Scizor. I don't know who has given her this advice, but maybe it's time to bring out the Marowak or the Cradily.
Marowak even has play into some flying type Pokemon. As long as you can wiggle around a little bit with shields or energy, you have Rock Slide. And Rock Slide, I can tell you, it will bury the Gyarados beneath those rocks, because Gyarados is even more fragile. And anything else, like, I think Marowak is playing to everything else. So let's see if Mish is going to bring if she can make the comeback here, or is Paula going to take a 2-0 victory? We have the Cradily. This is a great lead for Mish. It's met up with the Unovan Stunfisk.
And this is exactly where Mish wants to see it, and she's happy. But here comes that Fortress. This is chunking.
Man.
Mish is looking up. She's a bit annoyed with this Fortress.
There's not really a hard answer on the side of Mish. here, because her best answer might just be that Shadow Marowak, but she's not bringing the Shadow Marowak, even though Paula showed previously that she didn't mind going a little bit weak into it, going for the first Protect Shield there. And now I think you gotta go for a fly here. If you go for the Brave Bird, the bug bite damage from the Fortress would add up too much. Paula knows that she can take this, but can she get to another Rock Tomb here? And if not, if she goes for the Sand Tomb, would Mish know?
And here comes the second Rock Tomb, but Mish realizing that she needs to preserve the switch advantage. So she's shielding this Fortress. Yeah, well, Polasha is not looking to go down shields. She's saving her shield for the Furret, because she knows the Stunfisk is not threatened by the energy of the Moltres anyway.
And the Furret won't be aligned to the Galarian Moltres. Now Paula has baited out the Galarian Moltres with the Fortress, so now her Furret may be able to sweep. The thing is, this Cradily can also be a little bit obnoxious with all that Rock Tomb, so now that you have the energy advantage on the Furret, you actually would outpace that Cradily. In comes the Scissor, but even though your charge attacks are resisted, this is not that bad for Furret.
I think this game is not over, because the Cradily is still a nuisance to deal with for Polasha. So Mish, she needs to threaten a shield here, and then maybe go back into her Cradily to keep. Or she's staying in with the Scissors still.
Yeah, going for the Bullet Punch damage here, but now... Oh, you barely get there still! Does Paula use her next protection? Yes, she does. Now you have shields down.
Incredible stat distribution on this Scissor. It's so tanky that it hung on even through those Sucker Punches. But now, the Cradily, in my opinion, this is not looking that bad for Mish anymore, because now she can shield up the Trailblaze from the Furret, which is the hardest hitting attack so far. And if you can double up on attacks...
Well, I do think that the Unova Stunfisk is not in range yet of a Grassland. And I love this play, by the way, from Mish, because everyone always just throws the Rock Tomb. It makes sense. It drops the attack. But let's say if Paula caught that Rock Tomb, it actually would have been pretty dire. Actually, I think it is nearing Grassland range. It's going to get really close.
This matchup is so close because Polasha needs her Unovan Stunfisk to knock out this Grass-type Cradily. And she will need 3 Mud Bombs to do so. But here comes a Grass Knot from Mish. Will this be enough to take out this Unovan Stunfisk? It's so tanky.
This is super effective on the Unovan Stunfisk. Unovan Stunfisk is tanky, but it's not tanky enough. Mish ties up the score to 1-1.
And Cradily is showing yet again why it is one of the premier Pokemon in this meta. With positive matchups into that Unovan Stunfisk, it really managed to neutralize that annoying Pokemon from Polasha.
And there was no charge bug from Mish. I think that the Shadow Gyarados may actually have worked out for Paula, but she just relies on her core breakers here. Unova Stunfisk and Fortress. Mish is not showing Shadow Marowak, so those Pokemon are just so good for Paula.
In my opinion, I think pairing the Shadow Marowak with the a Charge Bug is the best team that Mish could run, in my opinion, because that Shadow Marowak is only really scared of that Gyarados. Even the Florges, Shadow Marowak can win in the 2-shield scenario if the Florges is not particularly attack-weighted.
Yeah.
So the Shadow Marowak is what I would be bringing if I was Mish.
It's just so scary, right? You're just afraid of everything that Paula can counter or do super effective damage with. It's just like Shadow Marowak is at its best when you can just use Protect Shield and just Mud Slap, Mud Slap, Mud Slap. And
Mud Slap, Mud Slap, Mud
right.
Slap.
You just keep going with it. And then with Bone Club coming out pretty quick, it had actually pretty good matchups, even into Cradily. It can win. Here we go. Into decisive. Game number 3. Mish is leading Galarian Moltres. Paula's leading Furret. This is great for Mish on the left.
Polasha is grimacing because Mish is so happy to see this lineup. She goes immediately into her Shadow Kanto Marowak.
Now, remember when I said that Marowak is quite good into this? Yes, it kind of is. But if Paula wants, she can actually flip this by going straight for the Sand Tomb. Mish is not going to shield those because they don't deal a lot of damage, but the defense is dropped. Now, this Fortress can bug bite through, but Paula's letting it go again.
And Paula, she must be realizing that her win condition is the 2-shield Furret yet again.
Mish is not going to let Paula get to that sound tube. She just gets rid of this fortress immediately.
I think Paula's thinking to herself, okay, I baited out the Shadow Marowak, now my Stunfisk doesn't have to face this. She brings in the third immediately, doesn't wait, maybe waited the clock by half a second, now goes for an entire Sucker Punch down successfully, swaps into the Stunfisk immediately. Now, the Cradily is probably going to answer that, but it's actually not the worst for the Unova Stunfisk when both trainers use 2 Protect Shields. If this Cradily is not baiting any Rock Tomb, Unova Stunfisk can win this matchup.
But I'm sure the Cradily can still land a Grass Knot
even
in
will
the
get it
2-shield scenario. And if the Moltres can get the shields down, it can Brave Bird that Furret in the endgame. If it can, as long as Mish can just get rid of this Unovan Stunfisk.
Let's see. Paula also still has energy on the Furret, so she could potentially just double shield this Stunfisk right here and then swap out into the Furret later. Does Mish put up her second protection here? No, she does not.
Not yet. Mish is saying, you need to throw more energy to get rid of my Cradily. So here comes another Grass Knot. Palasha knows this Unovan Stunfisk is her most valuable Pokemon in this matchup.
Grass Knot again being shielded. She has a lot of energy, Paula. Is this Cradily in 2 Mud Bomb range? If it is actually in 2 Mud Bomb range, you have got to use a Protect Shield on the third one.
I think it barely might be. Oh, it's so close. Oh, she catches a Mud Bomb.
What the hell is going on here? Because, like, this is a bad matchup for the Galarian Moltres, but this is a great catch.
And is this good? Is this bad? I'm not entirely sure. But the Galarian Moltres, I think
Charge attack pretty tight on the Brave Bird, but I think that the Unova Stunfisk is going to hang on here.
And the Unova Stunfisk is throwing the discharge. Maybe Mish just wants to get... Oh, but now the Unova Stunfisk is in farm down range for the Cradily. And now maybe the Cradily can still win against the Furret in the back.
But Paula has so much energy on that Furret. As you can see here, she was already at 1 Swift. I actually think Mish needed that Galarian Moltres for this Furret right here.
Oh, she's so close to victory. She needs to land this Rock Tomb immediately, but
this is not going to be enough?
It's not going to be enough. And Furret is now looking so good for Palasha.
Rock Tomb going to drop the attack of this Furret, but it's not even in the red. Now it is in the red, but it's gonna get to the Trailblaze. Paula's running off with this victory with the Furret, one of her favorite Pokemon, and that is going to seal the deal. Paula wins decisive game number 3. We're gonna see her again on day 2.
Incredible display by these 2 trainers. What a catch it was from Mish, but it ended up being not so fortunate for her. So Palasha, she capitalized on what was a very curious and unique play from Mish. But Paula, she realized exactly what she needed to do in that moment.
Here's what I think what happened.
Tell me.
Mish used her Protect Shields, right? And she was like, okay, I use my Protect Shields. Paula still has energy on the Furret. At this point, I think she's going to swap and deal damage on my Cradily with that Furret. I don't want that to happen. So I think that's why she predicted she swapped into the Galarian Moltres, but in the process, instead, she caught a Mud Ball. I mean, it's a great catch. Let's be real. But
the catch is great.
That's not where you want the Pokemon. You wanted the Galarian Moltres for that Furret.
Exactly. And the Furret was not at a Trailblaze. So Mish could have shielded that Mob Bomb and taken her time to see if the Furret would be swapping in. Because if the Furret only throws a Swift on that Cradily, it does not threaten a knockout. And then Mish could potentially bring in the Galarian Moltres into that Furret. I think Mish had the alignment and she had a way to win that game, but decided to go for more spectacular play. And
that's tough, right? Because Paula is such a good player that you kind of have to play out of your mind. It's just like Howie versus Colin, right? First the final boss. Paula is also kind of a final boss there.
Exactly.
You cannot make any mistakes here.
And then you know that there is energy on that Furret, and you don't want to get sniped down because that will potentially take away your win condition with a Furret boosting up as well. So I completely understand why Mish went for this spectacular play, but Paula, when she got that switch advantage, it did not have a knee-jerk reaction by swapping herself, then that was the win condition that she was looking for.
And the pop-off from Paula there, she always shows that emotion after winning a game, no matter against who it is. Every victory counts, and a top player by Paula just kind of shows that, right? Mish, of course, she is not out of the tournament yet. She moves down to the lower bracket. So, if you are a fan of Mish, she will still be around. In the meantime, though, we're gonna hear from Paula. Amanda is ready for an interview. Let's hear from Paula how she did that victory right there.
That's absolutely right. We're ready to congratulate another competitor into day number 2 as Palasha takes decisive game number 3 against Mish there in the winners semifinals. Paula, how are you feeling about those matches?
Well, what can I say? I mean, I'm really nervous right now. I'm really happy with my results, so let's see what happens tomorrow. But yeah, I faced a lot of tough teams against mine. I think I run something spicy because I'm running Disarming Voice Flores. I'm running Shadow Gyarados, so yeah. But right now I'm really happy.
Spicy indeed, because Florges, if we've seen a rise of it, most of them are running Chilling Water and Trailblaze. I know you probably don't want to get too much into the weeds about why you're running specific movesets, but there's obviously a reason, I assume, that you're running Disarming Voice.
Yep. I mean, I'm running Disarming Voice because I think it has some different matchups. So yeah, I think it's a different point from Trailblaze, and yeah, basically it's this.
Oh, great. And I mean, game number 3, when the leads came out, it didn't look very good for you for the beginning parts of the matchup, but you really maneuvered around. You played really great, and you also played with the Pokemon that you're holding in your arms there, Furret. Furret, would you call it your most valuable Pokemon? Because I know it's also one of your favorite Pokemon.
Yep. Like Alessio said, a mind joke, Furret is basically one of the best Pokemon in the meta because it's so neutral in some matchups. It don't really have a lot of counters because, for example, there aren't a lot of Annihilate, there aren't a lot of Tinkaton, so yeah, I think it's really safe and I love it, so I'm happy playing it.
I think it's happy with you as its trainer as well. Paula, thank you so much for taking time. I know that you get to relax for the rest of the day, but there are still plenty more matches to go, so we're going to see who else will be day 2 competitors as Gdansk continues on.
A big congratulations to Paulasha. And again, any Mish fans, she will still be going through that loose bracket. She's an absolute pillar of the community and might still make it to day 2. If you want to see more of the bracket and battles to come, use !bracket in the chat. A link will pop up. You can click on that and then see which battles are to come. And this one, Jocks, we're going to have a Portuguese player on the right against a Polish player on the left. Tell me more about Tunante. What do you know about him?
Yeah, so Tunante is a local of mine. He's been owning up his skills in the Go Battle League, doing pretty well, getting page 1 leaderboard often.
Really?
And he's been doing a lot of Showsex practice. And this is his first tournament, and he gets to winner semis.
Wow.
But in front of him is one of the behemoths of our game. A 3-time regional champion. Last season, back-to-back events he played, he won. That's Nickname.
And Nickname brought Zweilous. Zweilous is actually looking quite good into the team of Tunante. The best Pokemon Tunante has to take it on is either the Empoleon or, well, actually Credilli is not that bad either, or I was gonna say the Altaria. Malamar is an iffy Pokemon to use because Psywave is double resisted. The good thing about Malamar is, especially Shadow Malamar, it has Superpower, and Superpower can hit back those pesky Dark-type Pokemon for super effective damage, and with Shadow boosted damage, hits even harder.
I feel like Tunante has a massive team comp advantage here because if you look into Nickname's team, Clodsire doesn't really have that many hard checks, right? Corviknight is a good Clodsire counter,
but Clodsire
has Stone Edge coverage, right? And at Empoleon, there's no fighters there. The only super effective sources of damage here are the sand attacks from the Corviknight. You get neutral Astonish, but we've seen from Lil, from Mikami's performance, that Empoleon is so fine in that matchup.
I do think that the Corviknight is likely to come out from a Nickname because there's not exactly a lot of answers on the side of Tunante either. I do think that if the Corviknight starts boosting with Air Cutters, it could get a little bit iffy for that Clodsire. And I think this might sound strange because you'd never think this. If you saw like Worlds 2 years ago, Altaria versus Skarmory, a steel flying type Pokemon as well, it was never that good. Now Altaria double resist Sand Attack, it actually already did, but now it has Flamethrower, and that is for super effective. So Altaria is effectively kind of a counter to that Corviknight.
Yeah, but Nickname has some heavy hitters on that side. The Zoomerl, the Clodsire to contain the alt area. Let's see what our trainers lock in. Game 1, Corsola lead into the Empoleon. A pretty neutral matchup because Hydro Cannon does so much damage, but Astonish do add up.
Empoleon paces really quick here. Galarian Corsola does have the bulk to hang on here. This is not exactly the Shadow Dusknoir which we've seen paired versus that Empoleon most of the time. Now going for the Hydrocan. The awkward thing here is though, do you throw immediately as the Galarian Corsola? I don't think 2 Hydrocan will be enough, so you might just go for another S. Oh, it's actually gonna get really close.
Interesting play.
Oh, the catch on the Cradilly though!
That's a very good catch by Tunante, preserving the protection on that Empoleon that was getting pretty low. He's going to have so much value on that banked energy. Cradilly, it's this Nightshade for breakfast.
This is what he wanted. This is exactly what Tunante wanted. He wanted to bait out the Zweilous, and now Zweilous cannot reach a Dark Pulse before this Rock Tomb, which is very nice for Tunante because the Dark Pulse would now deal less damage. And on top of that, the Shadow Malamar doesn't have to deal with this Zweilous anymore now.
Yeah, this Rock Tomb probably makes that Cradilly can barely endure this Dark Pulse and maybe get to a second Rock Tomb. Very clutch play that Tunante there. Still pulls up the Protect Shield, trying to preserve the Cradilly's HP.
I think that if the Dark Pulse had landed before this debuff, you would have been able to farm down with the Zweilous. Now, I think this Dark Pulse will not even knock out yet. The timer's up for Tunante. He swaps out. He has an attack already, but no! Nickname reacts immediately and goes for the Dark Pulse. Does this knock out? It is double debuff, and Poland's quite fragile though.
Yeah, I really like this no protection. Still endures as Hydro Cannon
Whoa!
barely survives the Astonish. Tunante gets off the Hydro Cannon.
Do you want to keep this energy, Nickname? You'd have to put a protection, and yes, he does. He knows that the energy is going to be useful. There's still like 30% left on this Cradilly, or 40% maybe. And there's also the Shadow Malamar. But Shadow Malamar is not a Pokemon that wants to take the energy here. But here it comes. Can you get the Psywave down before the next Nightshade? Tunante, you haven't make a call. Do you use a protection here or not?
He decides to no protection, hoping that the Malamar can survive enough Astonish to get the full farm down and have value. The Corsola barely doesn't get to the Nightshade.
Wow, that's a clutch farm down right there. What do you come in with as Nickname? The Zweilous, I don't think can be farmed down just yet. Here it comes. It doesn't have any energy either though, so you're forced to go for a charge stack. Now that the Zweilous is so low though, you can go for the foul play. If Tunante went for the superpower, which is super effective, he would drop his attack and defense.
I really appreciate this slight overfarm because now Tunante will be able to outpace the Corviknight, gets off the superpower, no protection. This is gonna do massive neutral damage.
And if this brings it into range of Rock Tomb, Tunante might be in a good spot here. This Cradilly doesn't have any energy though. If this... Oh, he's going for the payback because I thought if you go for Air Cut, you call it and it gets a boost, then you lose that. Does he shoot it? Oh, he shoots it!
It goes the payback! Massive shield and gets off the Rock Tomb. Trying to lower the attack prowess of this Corviknight. The Rock Tomb won't be enough to KO, and this Corviknight resists the acid damage.
That was such a crucial play from Tunante, but Steel double resist poison. We don't have immunity in Pokemon Go, so this Corviknight still can get energy. I think this might actually not knock out just yet.
The Corviknight is debuffed. Doesn't Zarkana KO? Barely doesn't. Can the Cradilly get to the Rock Tomb? Tunante gets the win!
Wow, what a well-played game there. Starting off with that catch on the Cradilly, preserving that Empoleon, getting all the debuffs necessary. Tunante just showed how relevant Rock Tomb is in this meta, because debuffing all that energy, Cradilly would hang on easier to the energy of Zweilous. Then the Empoleon took a Dark Pulse. Like, it usually does like 60%, and now, or 50% maybe. Now it did like, what, 30%? Double debuff. That was so crucial. Dancing around with that energy, very well played. That was a Portuguese dance.
Yeah, and pretty much Cradilly just faced 2 of its hardest counters in Nickname's team in the Corsola and the Corviknight, and still managed to pull the team on its back with that Rock Tomb debuffs, setting up both the Malamar and itself to clean up the endgame for Tunante.
How are you going to adapt here as Nickname though? He made pretty good team calls here, leading the Galarian Corsola and avoiding the Shadow Malamar. Even though Shadow Malamar does take neutral damage from Ghost, you have Foul Play, and Foul Play hits so hard on Galarian Corsola that might not be exactly the matchup you wanted in. But I'm curious how Nickname otherwise would have played that out.
Yeah, I'm curious here if you bring in the Azumarill as a damage fence, because it walls the Malamar energy, and even though it as a negative matchup versus Cradle, you have super effective Ice Beam. Maybe put on that pressure there, but this Empoleon is so strong into Nickname's team. I'm not sure how he can even contain it.
Well, we're gonna find out very shortly. Tunante has the confidence. He locked in for the next game already. Nickname is 1-0 behind. He needs a little bit more time for his comeback here.
Yeah, I think Nickname has to bank on that Corsola, hoping that Tunante doesn't bring the Ferret and to deal neutrally with this Empoleon. Kind of curious that the Clodsire was on the bench this game, right?
Yeah.
Even though it looked pretty good neutrally. Maybe Tunante valuing the speed instead of the Malamar instead of the bulkiness of the Clodsire.
No, I agree with you, but it's kind of tough for Nickname here, right? Because you look at the team from Tunante, it has core breakers all over the place. It's hard to play Azumarill and Zweilous together because of that Empoleon. It's hard to play the Clodsire because of the Malamar, and it's just kind of tricky to build a reliable composition here because nothing is really safe on either side.
Let's see if Nickname has the answers. We have lock-ins. The Empoleon lead once again for Tunante meets the Corsola once again. Let's see if the trainers play this out differently.
Well, we have a different team from Tunante on the right. It is the same team from Nickname though, so let's see how he's going to play it out this time. Does he want to bait out the Zweilous again? If he were to do that, then there's a nasty surprise for that Corviknight in the back in the Altaria.
Yeah, and here Nickname gets the first Nightshade. Tunante chooses to no-shield, banking on the bulkiness of the regular Empoleon, gets off the first Hydro Cannon. It will not threaten the knockout, but will do significant damage.
Empoleon, one Metal Sound off another charge attack. I think it will barely knock out this Galarian Corsola or one Metal Sound off. And in that case, Nickname could get a nice farm down on either of his backline Pokemon. No, Nickname's gonna fight for switch advantage. In comes Malamar, which does great with that shield advantage. In comes the Corviknight though. And this is actually a very curious position. You cannot really swap in Zweilous, even though that's your dark type Pokemon, because you are down a shield and Malamar has access to superpower, which would fade away the Zweilous in one charge stack. So Nickname brings in Corviknight instead.
Yeah, and that's interesting because now the Corviknight gets to avoid the Altaria. Nickname doesn't know that, but this was actually the correct swap. And now Corviknight resisting those side waves can put in work against this Shadow Malamar.
The thing is, oh, that's a nice attack boost out there. And we see the Air Cutter being launched before the superpower. The thing is that Altaria is also not bad into the Zweilous.
Yeah, let's see. It pulls up the first potential, the attack boost. Maybe gets another, and superpower comes in. Does Nickname bank the shield on the Corviknight, or is it all on Zweilous' hands?
He uses no Protect Shield. Down goes the Corviknight. You have to use a Protect Shield against either of this coverage, but it looks like Tunante clears the debuff immediately. He goes into Altaria. Now, Altaria, I think, may be pretty good here just because of better bulk, but because Nickname is slightly ahead in energy, he gets to the Dark Pulse first. Tunante knows, he tries to call a Body Slam. It's a Dark Pulse though. Can you now get a full Dragon Breath down as the Zweilous? That might be the win condition for Nickname here.
Yeah, that one turn difference making all the difference here. And Tunante gets the last Protect Shield out of a Nickname. The Dragon Breaths are adding up. This is pretty much Body Slam range.
And looks like Nickname is not taking any chances. I don't think you could have gotten the Dragon Breath down either, so he goes for the Body Slam here. Does Tunante use the Protection? Yes, he does. Do keep in mind the Galarian Corsola is also still around, but it doesn't get to the charge attack though. Now, does the Zweilous have enough energy to outpace the Malamar? I think Zweilous doesn't have that much energy at all. I think Malamar still had some.
Does Malamar have enough HP though? Malamar goes to the superpower, throws the
foul play! It's the foul! It's resistant, Joe!
Yeah, the foul play is resistant, but it put the Zweilous so low. I think Zweilous can't take out this Malamar in time. Malamar goes for the farm down. Tunante locks in day 2.
Wow, what a debut in the championship series. Tunante wins 2-0 against one of the 3-time regional champions, Nickname. I did not see that coming. Obviously, you know him better than I do, but what I see here is a new face making it to day 2. That's always exciting to see.
Yeah, and this is such a core memory for this trainer because he's been owning up his skills for so long and making his debut and putting on a show facing Nickname. Such an impressive battle by Tunante.
Are you crying a little bit? Are you like proud that another Portuguese is making it this far?
Yeah, it means a lot because I know him personally and I know how much work he puts in, and it's just amazing that it's all panning out here today in Gdansk. Tunante locks in day 2, very well deserved.
Yeah, memories are being made here in the Championships series. So we take another look at this replay here. Tunante having such a commanding victory, and his nickname, I don't know if anyone who wasn't familiar with Tunante had predicted this, but nickname definitely didn't.
Yeah, and
catch
actually, but before the match itself, nickname was telling me, oh, I actually faced Tunante with this team comms, and it was such a rough match. I mean, he played that so clean, and here Tunante not giving it an inch, trying to dominate here, and picking up a great win versus nickname. Impressive stuff.
Yeah, this great daily was just so important, right? Because Tunante was doing that Portuguese dance, catching everything and anything, and then just debuffing all over the place, which allowed him to just take a Dark Pulse twice on both Credilli and then Empoleon, and then it just set him up for that second game here. Excellent, right? With the Malamar. Malamar just showing, even in some of its worst matchups, if you can get a shield advantage, your Dark type suddenly isn't that good anymore, is it now?
Yeah, and something that I really appreciated about Tunante's gameplay, he was not willing to give those farm downs, right? Even though his Pokemon were low, he knew that he had the flexibility to swap out, and then use those Pokemon later on, and that's what he did with that Malamar. Malamar was low, but he had just enough energy to get off the KOing move versus this Wireless.
Even though it looked like both trainers had answers for every single Pokemon all over the place, you know what I think was also just the thing that got Tunante over the line here for the victory? Confidence. Like he had a plan. He was like, okay, get the shield, then just go into Malamar and see what happens from there. Because like his one sole answer from nickname isn't even that good into Malamar when shields are up. So what you gonna do, bro? You can't bring in your Zweilos.
Yeah, that's true. And it's something important not only for Tunante, but also for the trainers back home. If you've been owning up to your skills in the Go Battle League, practicing, getting better, this is the place to show off. This is the place to show off all your hard work, and that's what Tunante just did, locking in that day too.
Do keep in mind that in this championship series format, we have open team sheets. So your opponent does know which movesets you have. Thing is, I wouldn't exactly say that's what Tunante relied on here, because all the Pokemon kind of had obvious movesets. But it's possible that you're like, for example, if you're using a Florges, and you're like, oh, there's Clotsire, I'm a little bit weak into it, I'll stay in. I have Chilling Water, I can give it a Cold Shower and hit super effective damage, drop the attack, and then boom. Sludge Bomb, super effective. What do I do? Yeah, that doesn't happen here exactly.
Have you ever been hit by a surprise Hyper Beam in the Go Battle League? Because I sure have.
Yeah, I've also seen like Pranav get hit by a Hydro Pump from Azumarill on like his Steel-type Pokemon at some point. Let's take a closer look at the Florges. This Pokemon comes in many different colors. Pick your variant. It has a very diverse coverage in his moveset, right? With Fairy Wind as the fast attack, charges quickly and deals super effective damage into some common typings, such as Dark and Dragon, and Chilling Water and Trailblaze. Just kind of reminds me of Ariados, you know?
Yeah, I think it's Ariados is a great comparison in terms of speed. Maybe not the coverage, but Chilling Water allows Florges to have play into the Steel types and Fire types that usually hard counter the Fairy type. Even though you see here Key Loss Scizor, because of the super effective bullet punches, Chilling Water does a significant chunk to it.
Well, what I meant actually with that is that you have a charge stack that drops the attack of the opponent. Oh. You have a charge stack that boosts your own attack, right? Ariados also had that, which we saw last season around the same time actually.
Yeah, true.
And you know, Trailblaze being so good into ground type Pokemon such as Gastrodon, but also Marowak if you have a little bit of attack. It's just a scissor that you have to be careful of. But with Chilling Water, you can even hit back hard into like Talonflame, like Scissor, because it's so fragile. Only the Lille champion brought an Abomasnow, which resists both. And we don't see Pokemon like Jumpluff anymore, thankfully, because that Pokemon's bad. That's just my thing to say. But that's what makes Florges so good. There's hardly any grass-type Pokemon because of all the flying types.
Yeah, and now going into the lower bracket. We just finished with a match from the winners bracket, and now we have the lower bracket. These trainers are on a win or go home situation. And to be honest, this could have been a winners bracket day 2 match on another tournament. We have Stone Collection versus RGR.
Well, we saw RGR actually last week as well in Lille. And at that time, he also brought the Pangoro. And does Pangoro, what do you think? Does Pangoro line well into this team from Stone Collection?
I think it's fairly interesting because it's a very fast-pacing Pokemon, so even versus something like the Gyarados that paces in with 9 turns into its Aqua Tail, Pangoro takes 8 turns to get to the Night Slash and it deals significant damage. Also, the hard counter, which is Tinkaton, a Fairy type, takes neutral from close combat, and that has a lot of damage. So I think Pangoro, if well piloted, can have good play in this matchup.
This is a losers round 5 in Group B. The winner of this match will play against the winner of Z-Swallows versus Color Special. That's going to be after this. First, obviously, we're going to have this one. Stone Collection, he's just going to pray that he doesn't see any other Unova Stunfisk, because as we've seen, his team is not exactly great into that.
And to be fair, the ace for Stone Collection has been that Furret, right? And we see in RGR team 2 of the hardest counters to Furret, that Pangoro and the Tinkaton.
Right. Well, we'll see how they adapt here. RGR does have the Stunfisk. He does have Shadow Marowak, but I think that's exactly the ground-type Pokemon you don't want against Stone Collection. Now that I think of it, actually, looking at Stone Collection's team, he covers the ground-type Pokemon really well with Golisopod and 2 flying-type Pokemon. But again, the annoying Stunfisk is just a core reaction to that, right? There's none of that here. The Marowak still has some play, though, with that Rock-Slide coverage.
Yeah, I think with shields down and a bit of energy, just like Pangoro, Marowak can put in a lot of work in this matchup, though it has to avoid that Golisopod and Gyarados, like you mentioned. I think against Corviknight, you kind of hang on because the sand attacks don't add up that much, but both Golisopod and Gyarados are massive offensive threats to that Marowak.
RGR was one of the few players who brought Tinkaton last week. And now we see 2 Tinkaton against each other. This Steel and Fairy-type Pokemon is a hard check to some common Pokemon such as Furret, Galarian Moltres, Murkrow. They all don't want to see it. And let's see what these trainers are bringing to the first game. Losers round 5. We have Furret from Stone Collections met up with Shadow Talonflame from RGR. This is actually where the Shadow variant does worse than the regular variant, because the Sucker Punch and Swift damage does way more to the Shadow Talonflame now.
But such a typical lead from RGR or any Talonflame player. Really try to gather that energy, try to do a bit of chip damage, and then those fights are threatening a knockout blow. So let's see how he plays out. Goes for the Flame Charge, maybe trying to stay in this matchup.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see also the signature tapping from RGR. The only other person I see do it like this is Galaxy Bolton. Stone Collection putting up his first Protect Shield right away. He wants to get another Charge Attack off with the Fur. Do we see the second Protect Shield as well from RGR? Yes, he is fighting for the switch advantage here.
Yeah, protecting this Talonflame. We saw him reaching for that Flame Charge right away. This is interesting because it kind of messes up the pacing from Talonflame, but it boosts even more than Incinerate damage. Will the Furret be able to get off a departing Swift though? He's only 2 Sucker Punches away. Gets to another Swift. Maximizes the energy. Prime gameplay by Stone Collection.
Look at that management there. The last Incinerate barely didn't land. He maximized the energy, as you said, and now both Pokemon don't have a lot of fast attack pressure. I think you get to another Swift here. You do as Stone Collection. Excellent play. As they say in Germany, wunderbar.
Yeah, and this is very nice because whatever Pokemon he chooses to come in with, he will need less charge moves to get rid of this bulky Azumarill. The Unovan Sunfist now can KO with 2 discharges. I think it would be a good swap here.
And Galarian Corslats lurking in the back there. Furret out of the way is such a relief for RGR there. We see the catch on the Corviknight. I think, though, that Stone Collection is hoping to catch a player up here.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he would have thrown the Play Rough into the ground type, but Corviknight here nullifies the energy from the Azumarill, and it's a pretty good shot. Reaches on an Ice Beam, but this is only neutral on the bulky Corviknight, so no Protect Shield, that's okay.
Ice Beam is going to put this Corviknight almost into the red here. A few more bombs are necessary. You can only go for air cuts here, though, but the danger for RGR is, though, if this Corviknight starts boosting and then you get hit by a payback, I think, have you met Jover? That would be the game after that.
Yeah, let's see how Stone Collection plays. Actually goes for another hair cutter. He's not getting the luck on this boost, right? But the Azumarill is so close to another Ice Beam. Can he reach another hair cut? No, he's going to the Unova, going toward the knockout blow versus the Azumarill.
Interesting play, because I think that energy could have been way more useful into the Galarian Corsola at that point. Now you use some teamwork to knock out the Azumarill. In comes Galarian Corsola. Your Corviknight is not going to be super useful anymore, though. You can use it as a potential catch later on.
Yeah, I think the objective for Unova is to dwindle this Corsola down, try to put it maybe in Aircutter range, because the Corviknight is not that close to a payback.
And another Nightshade is coming through. How does he swipe them? At some point, I'm like anxious if he hits all the bubbles here. Look, this Stunfisk is now in range of another Nightshade. I think 2 Mud Bomb won't be enough. It's gonna come down to if this Corviknight can get to another Charge Attack, or is Stone Collection going to make a catch here?
And I wonder,
oh, he comes in immediately.
He doesn't
Can he
allow
get
the
there?
farm down, gets to the Air Cutter, goes for the Cash Attack priority.
The charge attack priority here, this could be crucial. If it actually is, then RGR expends energy, and it is! It is the charge attack priority tie. We see RGR not swiping a lot of bubbles here, but I think it's still going to be enough. Now the Stunfisk, the path is clear to get to another attack.
This was such a great play by Stone Collection. The Unovan Stunfisk racing to the Mud Bomb is gonna get the KO. That's a winning play. Stone Collection is up 1-0 against RGR.
He's not just a collector of stones, he's also a collector of wins. He takes game number 1 here, and that is 1 step to the next round in the losers bracket. Excellent play there. I just loved how Stone Collection realized, I'm not getting to the payback here. I have to expend energy. If he doesn't get the charge attack priority tie, RGR would just astonish down the Corviknight and then unleash energy that would knock out the Stunfisk. So it had to be charge attack priority tie where you get rid of the energy from the Unova Stunfisk. But if you don't throw as RGR, this Corviknight could get to a payback and you also lose the game.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. I think RGR was fearful that the Corviknight had enough energy to get to that payback, so he was rushing into the charge attack, and Stone Collection playing into that psychology. Knows you have to throw here, bro, else you ain't getting rid of this Pokemon and getting that charge attack priority, getting rid of the energy to preserve the Unovan Stunfisk for the late game, and also getting the damage needed to put it in a single Mud Bomb range.
It really is a mind game, right? You could be like, you know what if RGR was like in that moment, in that specific moment, he's like, I think my opponent is going for the charge attack priority tie. I'm not going to throw, right? That could be an actual guess that RGR makes. If you make that prediction, if you can predict your opponent like that, he would win that game. The win conditions are sometimes so niche and so small in these kind of games. You need to know your opponent and perhaps just make a bold call. Just do it.
We have lock-ins. Game number 2 to start. Unovan Stunfisk takes the lead against a Talonflame. What a lead for Stone Collection.
RGR not going to be happy with this one because Azumarill also takes super effective damage from discharge. He just throws it in right there though. Stunfisk is pacing up very quickly and now going for a discharge. We could see the infamous chip and dip where the Pokemon throws a charge attack and then swap out. Or the Stone Collection stay into this. He's not exactly weak into the Talonflame in the back.
Yeah, and I think what's very good for Stone Collection here is that the Golisopod in the back avoids Azumarill, who nullifies all that energy, right? So the Golisopod looking pretty good into the end game.
Oh, swapping into the third though, and I think this actually might give RGR a window of opportunity because again, we see the Galarian Corsola though. Stone Collection brought third on his team for Galarian Corsola, but he doesn't use it for Galarian Corsola.
Yeah, interesting here. The chip damage and then going into the first, maybe wanting to put it into Swift range. Let's go of the play rough. This is not going to get out, but it's going to put Fur dangerously low.
And Stone Collection still farming up. I like that play because he's going to come out with another Swift here. Perfect from Stone Collection. If RGR puts up a shield here, I think you lose Switch and the charge attack. And looks like the bubble that snuck through after that Swift does knock out. Stone Collection lost Switch advantage. And now RGR can have his Talonflame into Golisopod. But if Golisopod gets energy here, do you know what time it is?
It's time to cook! Golisopod goes for a full farm down. He doesn't get it though. Azumarill too thick!
Play rough is being protect shielded. Golisopod's not the bulkiest. Where do you come in here? As RGR though, you cannot take this energy on the Talonflame, but he brings it in anyway. I think he has to sacrifice this Talonflame. Do you shield up? No! He's letting it go!
He's banking it all on that Galarian Corsola. Unovan Stunfisk is in the back. He knows that Talonflame doesn't have enough shields to protect it. And can the Corsola get this?
Is that an important moment? Because with the Talonflame hanging around still, there is a chance that RGR later can still make a potential catch. You have to get past this Golisopod first though.
Yeah, let's see if this Galarian Corsa can pull through. This
Oh my
Galaxabot
goodness.
paces so fast, gets to another Aqua Jet.
It's like, it's just slashing with those Fury Cutters, and it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it's just so fast. It's so, look at that. Look how fast this thing is moving. Almost hitting as fast as Archer swipe.
Oh,
And Charge Attack ready to die!
move! Aqua Jet from Galaxabot is too fast. RGR losing count. It's Charge Attack priority.
Wow, Galaxabot popped off. You're bulky? I don't care. Galaxabot did all the work it needed to do. It almost knocked out a Talonflame. It almost knocked out a Galarian Corsola. There's still a Protect Shield. You have a Nightshade, but you also still have a shield. That Talonflame only has 1 Incinerate.
Yeah, I don't think that Talonflame is getting to a move. I would have almost protected the Galaxabot because it put in so much work to win the endgame. Stone Collection locks in day number 2.
Wow, well, not yet actually. He still has 1 more losers round to do. But yes, this is an important step for him to get to day 2 here. Excellent play. RGR is such a good player as well. It's difficult to get past someone like that, especially considering RGR had a really good performance in Lille last week, and now Stone Collection is like, you know what? Yeah, everyone might be saying my team doesn't do well in Stunfisk, but you don't have a Stunfisk. What are you gonna do? And then he won there. Excellent play from Stone Collection. RGR just had kind of really unfortunate alignment and team calls in the end there. There was nothing weak to that Talonflame that Stone Collection brought there. He didn't bring the Tinkaton, he didn't bring the Corviknight, and then the Talonflame just had kind of nothing to do. As long as he got shields, right? As long as he got the shields down from RGR, then Goliathspot could land an Aqua Jet as well. It'd be fine for Stone Collection there.
And I find it really interesting, even though RGR had 2 of the hardest counters to that Ferret in the Pangoro and Tinkaton, Stone Collection still relies so heavily on the Ferret. He doesn't care about the counters.
And like, the Tinkaton could have been pretty good as well, right? But the RGR was like, I can't bring it. Corviknight could be just so good. Like, even though Corviknight has resisted charge attacks into Tinkaton, it wins that matchup really hard. So RGR was, I think, just predicting entirely different Pokemon from Stone Collection there. It just worked well for Stone Collection. It could have been entirely different, right? If Stone Collection had that Corviknight somewhere, it would have been so different for the Talonflame from RGR.
And I feel like what was so clutch for Stone Collection is the speed of his team. Looking at his Pokemon, every single one of them can get to a charge attack in 10 turns or less. And when you're in the heat of the battle and, oh, you overfarmed a bit and it swapped out, you lose count of everything. You lose count of the other. That's what happened versus RGR. That Goliathspot getting to the parting Aqua Jet on the charge attack priority, sealing the game for Stone Collection.
We don't have the speed stats that the video games do in Pokemon Go. But instead, we have charge attacks that just take for some Pokemon longer to get there than others. And as you point out, I love that. Within 10 turns, which translates to 5 seconds, you already have a charge attack on Stone Collection's side. He just went for the speed stat, even though it's not in the game. He's like, let me just show you. It's just kind of, I kind of like that about Pokemon Go, because it translates so differently. In the video game series, Dusclops, one of the slowest Pokemon. In this game though, in Go, it's so fast. 3 Hex, which is like 4.5 seconds for 1 charge stack.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of curious that even though there was that crucial moment of the no shield on the Talonflame, trying to bank everything on the Galarian Corsola, it ended up not mattering for the end game, and Stone Collection gets the win.
It's kind of just a setup, right? You can really tell that the best players, they think like 10 steps ahead already. Stone Collection sees the Talonflame lead. He's like, I don't really need switch advantage here, so I'm just gonna throw in the Ferret, and then my Goliathspot and my other Pokemon, my Stunfisk, will be just fine.
I think it's good realization by Stone Collection as well, because if you do insta-swap the Ferret into the Izumo, yes, you have super effective Trail Blades, but the Sucker Punches are resistant, right? So you needed at least a bit of chip damage, right? Fortunately for Stone Collection, there was no hard counter to that Ferret in the back. Ended up paying off. It was indeed the Corsola. Corsola got rid of that Ferret, but it still wasn't enough to deal with the pacing of the Goliathspot.
Now, we captured a moment real quick from this battle that we wanted to go through here. If we take a look, can you go through what happened in this match that we captured?
Yeah, so pretty much here we were at the point where Talonflame knew that there was a Unova Stunfisk in the back,
RGR,
And,
but yes.
yeah, RGR, exactly. And then there was the Aqua Jet from the Golisopod. Both moves would do massive damage into the Talonflame. So we realized, okay, neutrally, Galarian Corsola is very strong into these Pokemon. So we decided, okay, Talonflame, unfortunately, this is not your game. I'm banking everything on that Galarian Corsola.
Yeah,
Barely
let's go.
survives, as you guys saw. But here, the Fury Cutters are resisted, right? So Corsola looks in a prime position to sweep because the Golisopod already has some chip damage from the Incinerate.
But because Golisopod is so fast, you know, yes, it deals bug-type fast damage. It just gets so quick to its water-type coverage as well, and that's really what I liked about Golisopod here. Because even though it doesn't function and doesn't do that great on even energy against Talonflame, it actually excels when it has an energy advantage, and that's what most trainers use this Golisopod for. You can see it's getting so fast there. RGR was like, "What already? Another Aqua Jet?" Yeah, that's
but
tough.
unfortunately, even that, if that wasn't a charge attack priority, I think RGR realized that he needed that energy for the Unova Sunfish in the back because it was so healthy, right? He threw that charge attack priority because, oh, this Golisopod is so fast, he's gonna get to a move. But unfortunately, a little bit too late. Golisopod cleaning up for Stone Collection.
Golisopod is a Pokemon that was really close to winning the World Championships as well, and it's like it's an absolute staple. It's an absolute staple because it's so fast. It didn't used to be this good. When Fury Cutter wasn't buffed just yet, yes, it generated energy quickly, but it didn't do as much damage. So most trainers went for Shadow Claw coverage.
Yeah.
And yeah, you just don't need that anymore now.
Yeah, Patoman using the Shadow Claw variant here. Fury Cutter doing bits also in Gdansk, but we're to our next pair of trainers. Losers round 5. We see two familiar faces of the stream already. Z-Swallows with a Shadow 2 Cannon versus Kale Special, who was our very first game.
Z-Swallows is probably looking at his opponent. He's like, I heard you brought a Heatran. What is this meta nonsense? And he brought a 2 Cannon, right? He was hoping to face a little bit some opposing spies there. The Kale Special is playing it a little bit safer, and it's paying off, right? Losers round 5 is already an excellent performance, and of course one of these trainers is going to take it even further.
And if you look into this matchup versus Alejandro, there was that Unovan Sunfish that was pretty troublesome for the 2 Cannon. But here we have another pseudo-electric type per se. We have that Thunder Fang Steelix that also does pretty well into the 2 Cannon. So, but if you look at the rest of the team, 2 Cannon is pretty neutral. Will 2 Cannon have play in this matchup?
I think it's almost impossible to bring, if I were to give my genuine opinion. Murkrow might just be a little bit better in its typing and its coverage. We're gonna find out if Z-Swallows brings that 2 Cannon, his spice pick. It's the Guzzlord. Oh, this is a great lead for Kale Special, but I think that this Guzzlord does have access to Sludge Bomb, which is super effective, but I would expect Z-Swallows to swap out immediately. He does.
Yeah, we've been seeing Swallows picking up the same, but Guzzlord as that super effective Sludge Bomb that could come in clutch in the end game. Safe swap Cradily met by the Ferret. Cradily was so fast, gets to the Rock Tomb first, debuffing the attack of this Ferret.
This is not exactly a Cradily answer, but Kale Special didn't really bring an answer to the Cradily. He has the Steelix and the Azumarill, so Cradily is kind of a problem. I think that for Kale Special, he just needs to get this Pokemon kind of low. For Z-Swallows, he probably wants switch advantage here, but Guzzlord, it's kind of iffy now versus Steelix. You have resisted Dragon Tail versus resisted Thunderfang.
Yeah, I feel like Guzzlord is stuck between its Pokeball and a hard place. Ferret going for another Trailblaze. Z-Swallows choosing to no-shield because there's 2 debuffs on top on this Ferret.
Ferret running at this Cradily, and Cradily still hangs on. Can it get to another charge stack though? It will be getting really close. Can it get there? Oh, it gets there!
Oh, and this is so massive for Z-Swallows, potentially pulling the last Protect Shield out of Kale Special. He chooses Protect, but he wants to keep that alignment of the Azumarill into the Guzzlord.
This is now debuffed. This Swift won't do as much damage. Jocks, I must say, Azumarill into Guzzlord, great alignment. But what if you're down shields and Guzzlord has shields? This Guzzlord might actually devour your Azumarill now because you solely rely on your charge attacks to deal significant damage. The bubbles aren't gonna do this. Z-Swallows is probably just gonna stay in here.
Yeah, and now with the 2-0 shield advantage, Guzzlord has a bit of extra energy. Look at the damage of that Sludge Bomb, doing about 40%. Swaps out though.
In comes the Ice Beam, Z-Swallow shields. He looks at the backline. He's like, there's nothing that hits me harder than this Ice Beam. In comes the Steelix, which has Thunder Fang, but this is not a great matchup. You still have Protection on the side of Z-Swallows as well. Keep in mind, yes, you have Psychic Fangs as Shadow Steelix. It doesn't do a lot of damage though. And you have Earthquake, but it takes forever to get there.
Yeah, both these Pokemon throwing resistant damage at each other, but Claws are pacing a bit faster. Psychic Fangs is loaded, so is Earthquake. He throws a Psychic Fang because he realizes that Earthquake isn't enough to KO.
And we don't even see the Protection!
But no Protection! Z-Swallows knows that Earthquake doesn't try enough, calls the Psychic Fangs, and is in a massive position here for the end game.
Another Psychic Fangs was going to be thrown, but looks like Z-Swallow's not going to have any of that. Going for the Earthquake. This is going to open up the floor. It puts away the Steelix. In comes Azumarill, and in comes the Guzzlord again. Would I ever think that Guzzlord is a Azumarill counter? It's going to be here.
Yeah, and I really appreciate this play by Z-Swallows because I think he could have stayed in with the Clodsire and closed the game, but he wants to make sure that the Sludge Bomb coverage is needed. Massive damage into the Azumarill!
Big Chomper. It has double resisted Dragon Tail, but it doesn't matter. He's going for the most brutal of the swings. It's gonna take out this Azumarill. Oh, you thought you were a counter? Not on my watch. He's taking game number 1 for Z-Swallows.
Yeah, and I think a turning point in this matchup was when Kale Special chose to use the last Protect Shield, right?
Yeah.
Because in theory, Steelix, yes, the Thunder Fangs are resisted, but you also resist the Dragon Tail from the Guzzlord, right? So I'm not sure if you really needed that switch advantage per se.
Right, one of our trainers already has locked in, very convinced by their lines. I think that there was like 5 seconds on the clock after that game, so we'll see. We'll probably see one line that's going to be the same. The other trainer is still thinking it through. Z-Swallows did not really need switch in that matchup. As you said, the Steelix, it's kind of an iffy matchup for the Guzzlord. Guzzlord does have a lot of play there. Now that Steelix has Earthquake though, it has a little bit more play into the Guzzlord, but Guzzlord just needs like a shield advantage there. Azumarill is not as bad for Guzzlord as Florges would be, because Florges has Fairy Wind, and that is actually double super effective. The problem is here, though, I found that Guzzlord lead was kind of risky. If you lose the lead with the Guzzlord, you swap in Clodsire, you get debuffed immediately by Chilling Water.
Yeah, that's true. That's where the coverage from Florges comes in. We have lock-ins for game 2. Yeah, and again, we have the same lead. Azumarill into the Guzzlord. This worked out for Z-Swallows last time. Let's see how it works out for now.
Z-Swallows doing one Dragon Tail, then swapping into the Cradily, onset by the Shadow Talonflame. Remember when I said that the third wasn't an answer to Cradily? I don't think this Shadow Talonflame is going to do that hot either when it's behind energy.
But this is where the Shadow Talonflame comes through, right? Because you can boost up that flame, that Incinerate damage, maybe power through. He gets debuff at first, though, presses the Flame Charge right away, maybe trying to force his way through this Cardilly.
And he doesn't even go for Switch Advantage because Z-Swallows knows this doesn't knock out. He's only one asset off another Rock Tomb, and he just gets there. If you want to keep Switch as Kale Speciale, you have to put the Protection up, and he does. Now you are single boosted on the Shadow Talonflame because of 2 Rock Tomb debuffing and 1 Flame Charge buffing again, but at least your energy is much more valuable than from the third was earlier.
Yeah, and I wonder here if he chooses to pivot to reset the debuffs. It does not.
He does
He goes into the Azumarill, banks to fly. It's very important into the end game. Sludge Bomb coverage coming through. It's going to do massive damage to the Azumarill.
This Pokemon is exactly why you run Sludge Bomb. Here it comes. Does super effective damage, but doesn't put Azumarill into the yellow just yet. But we're in the same scenario as we were last game. You only have charge attack pressure. So as long as you have shield advantage here as the Guzzlord, this Azumarill cannot even touch you.
Yeah, we saw that from last game, that 2 Sludge Bombs barely don't KO, but puts it in a very sweet farm range. Maybe he goes for a Dragon Tail down with the Guzzlord, or comes in with the Clodsire. Either way, Z-Swallows on the front seat here.
And in comes the Clodsire now. It's going to take an Ice Beam to the face. This time Z-Swallows doesn't shield it because it's not the hardest hitting charge attack. An Earthquake from Shadow Steelix would do much more, but in comes Shadow Talonflame. This has 2 charge attacks already. It's actually looking quite tricky for Z-Swallows now.
Yeah, there's not that much fast move pressure into this Talonflame. First fly goes through. He can do an extra Incinerate for good timing. The next fly is going to threaten a knockout. Will Z-Swallows put up the Protect Shield?
I think he might just be putting everything on the Guzzlord here. Guzzlord will get a Dragon Tail down. Azumarill still is hanging around as well, but doesn't have the energy. This Talonflame, it doesn't get to the charge attack. And now you have 1 Protect Shield on the Guzzlord in comes Steelix, but Steelix is bulky. You're going to be swinging a lot with this Guzzlord if you want to take out Steelix.
Yeah, and looking at the HP of the Guzzlord, I feel like it's pretty much in Earthquake range. So the Steelix, it takes a long time to get there, but if it can... Oh, interesting, goes for the Psychic Fang right away.
Doesn't even build up. He didn't even build up to it. Interesting play there. This is double resisted, won't add up. I think Kind of Speciale is just looking to get fast attack pressure in now because the Thunder Fangs are still going to add up a little bit. Does 2 Brutal Swing nuke out from here? That is going to be key because if the Steelix hangs on, you might actually be able to get the fast attack pressure in.
Not going for the catch, another Brutal Swing along. I find this play by Zizwal interesting because it's predictable to throw after one Dragon Tail. Those true Dragon Tails to not let the catch go through. Almost KOs the Steelix. He gets off the departing Psychic Fangs. Does he get the last Protect Shield off of Zizwal?
Psychic Fangs is double resisted. Zizwal is not taking any chances. Big Chomper comes out with the Brutal Swing. This Azumarill going to resist it. It doesn't matter. Guzzlord already took it down before. It's going to take it down again. Yummy.
Zizwal, even though he let Guzzlord into Azumarill twice. 2 times. The coverage from Sludge Bomb coming in clutch, and he gets the win, moves on to the next stage.
This is the Zizwalos we know. A genius. He called himself, or he said he reverse engineers the plays. He thinks from the side of the opponent, and it just pays off. It is no surprise that we see Zizwalos perform so well again. He is getting all these championship points to get the Travel Awards, and yeah, it's just phenomenal to see him play. He's going to be playing at the LASC as well. This is a great warm-up.
And here you kind of see the difference between Guzzlord versus Zwilus, right? Even though his name is Zwilus, he doesn't run Zwilus, he runs the Guzzlord. Why? Because of that Sludge Bomb coverage. Yes, Dark Pulse hits very hard in neutral matchups and it makes you be better versus something like Cradilly, for example, in the Zero Shield, but that Sludge Bomb coverage was so clutch. If it was Zwilus in that spot, Zizwalos wouldn't have been able to get that win.
Now, I have a question for you, Jox, because last time I saw you play Guzzlord with Sludge Bomb and Brutal Swing as well, and you played against Steelix. Why did you throw the Sludge Bomb into that Shadow Steelix? Can you explain that to us?
Yeah, sometimes I feel like to get into my opponent's head, it's important to throw the resistance move, to show dominance, to make him think, oh man, I'm so mad, I need to get back at him. But nah.
And then they shielded it, so they didn't even do that.
Yeah, but you shielding a Sludge Bomb, joke's on you, bro.
This is something that we've seen Marto Galde do before. When I have like a Clodsire on a Bastion, I love throwing the poison type attack. It's like showing like I have the good matchups here, right? I am winning this game. That's what I do with that.
Yeah, I've even seen some players in the Go Battle League on streams closing the app while on that matchup and going back into it, and the Clodsire was still so healthy, they still got the win. That's always very fun.
Marto. Yeah, it's phenomenal to see all of these trainers get in this position. We didn't see any of those poison types into steel types this time, but maybe if you are going to be on stream and you know, maybe you could do that. It would be pretty funny.
Yeah,
don't do it if you watch the game though. Don't do that.
I'd maintain a serious caster face, but I'd laugh a little bit, and then I'd back to serious business.
Yeah. The next match we're gonna have after is gonna be Tomahawk UK again versus Fire and Sid. And you know what Fire and Sid is bringing? He has a Bombasnow, an ice and grass type Pokemon. Do you think that Pokemon has a lot of play in the current meta?
I mean, it did win Lille last weekend, right? So it has to have some play. But the ice grass typing often brings a lot of weaknesses, right?
Yeah.
It's weak to poison type, to steel type, to fighting type. And those are pretty prevalent in the meta. But then again, flying types are everywhere, and so are Mud Slappers.
Well,
so maybe a Bombasnow is a good...
from flying as well.
You do take some perfective from flying, so maybe you do, Weather Ball did get a rework though, and it hits harder this season. So maybe a Bombasnow is the sauce, because those foragers are pretty common, and as you said before, you do all that moveset.
I love the team compositions that trainers are bringing to this tournament. We'll show you Tomahawk UK versus Fire Sid very soon. First, we're going to take a quick look again at some of the best players we've seen at the World Championships, and we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere just yet.
Hello, trainers. My name is Will Dunphy. Let's take a look back at the 2025 Pokemon World Championships in Anaheim, California. Pokemon like Credilli, Lapras, and Dusclops were meta staples, but picks like Galarian Moltres, Shadow Kenta Marowak, and Tinkaton set themselves apart. There were plenty of meta surprises too, like Senhudigo's Turtonator and Toedscruel, Lyle Jeffs III's Shadow Dusknoir, and Tonton Batus's Dragapult. After 2 days of extremely hard-fought battles, only Spain's Patoman and India's Beelzeboy remained. These two trainers were destined to meet on Championship Sunday, in the arena, for the very first time. On a Sunday morning unlike any other, the roar of the crowd was carried onto every street corner by the soft California summer breeze. As the palm trees swayed and Pokemon fans took their seats, Patoman and Beelzeboy clashed on center stage. Beelzeboy struck first, and he struck ferociously, dominating Game 1 with a triple Brave Bird barrage. Patoman rebounded in Game 2, overwhelming Galarian Moltres and delivering back-to-back Sparkling Arias to knock out the Shadow Steelix. Beelzeboy clamped down in Game 3 with a lights-out bait call on Patoman's Shadow Kanto Marowak, and then leaned on his mighty Shadow Steelix to win Game 4, forcing the bracket reset. In Game 1 of the Grand Finals reset, Patoman brought both of his Rock Tomb users to corner Beelzeboy's Galarian Moltres, but the trainer from India was one step ahead.
He gets the resistant grass knot on his Moltres here!
Patoman's strategy unraveled completely when Shadow Steelix connected a stadium-shaking crunch onto Galarian Corsola. After stumbling in Game 2, Beelzeboy unleashed his fury in Game 3, leading Shadow Annihilate for the first time in the entire series. This decision paid off, big time. Patoman's Cradilli outlasted Beelzeboy's team in Game 4, and the table was set for a decisive Game number 5. In the final battle of the 2025 season, Beelzeboy's Galarian Moltres and Shadow Steelix shattered Patoman's shields and shredded through his Pokemon's HP. Then, with Patoman's 3 remaining Pokemon and Beelzeboy's championship dreams on the line, Beelzeboy turned to his final Pokemon, Lapras. Beelzeboy's Lapras reverse swept Patoman's entire team, striking decisively with Ice Beam and Sparkling Aria. The crowd cheered as Beelzeboy became our 2025 Pokémon GO World Champion, proudly hoisting his trophy for India.
It's Beelzeboy in 2023 World Spectator! It's Beelzeboy in 2024 World Competitor! It's Beelzeboy, your 2025 World Champion!
Beelzeboy proved to countless trainers that the key to becoming a world champion is trusting in yourself and your Pokemon. The future of competitive Pokemon is incredibly bright, and we can't wait for you to be a part of it. Visit Pokemon.com/compete, and we'll see you in the arena.
Beelzeboy taking the 2025 season by storm, defeating out Patoman, who is actually competing here in Gdansk. But guess what, Marcus? Just guess.
Okay, you are feeling nauseous? No?
Oh, no, not.
Okay.
I told you that in confidence.
Oh, sorry.
No.
What is it?
Patoman has actually already been knocked out of this competition. He got knocked down to the losers bracket by Boom20, and actually Koning Lionheart, who we saw play up against Tomahawk UK earlier on, knocked him out of the tournament in the losers side of the bracket.
That is such a short-lived tournament for that second-place finisher, Patoman, at the World Championship. I had high hopes for him, but Koning Lionheart showed no mercy, apparently. And then Koning Lionheart faced off against Tomahawk UK again for a grudge match, but Tomahawk UK, he clunched up against the Koning Lionheart once more. Now here he is against Firenze, which is a Swedish battler, and he's bringing that Shadow Charizard and Pangarokor.
And not only that, he's bringing a Pokemon that was used in Lille, that Abomasnow, something that people were not quite sure what the utility of it was going to be. It did prove to be pretty costly because it was in that championship, and perhaps once again, it could be making it on to day number 2 here in Gdansk. But first, he's got to be able to make it through Tomahawk UK and the team that we've seen already quite a few times on stream.
Abomasnow, an ice type that also can deal with those water types because it is a grass type as well. So it has a pretty good matchup into that Gastrodon, resisting both the Mud Slaps and the Water Pulses. But here we see a Tomahawk UK's team
he is still running that Greninja, Wigglytuff, and Shadow Annihilate.
The team that is also a little bit different than things that we've seen throughout the tournament. Tomahawk UK, one of the trainers who has been making day 2 quite consistently since his time in competitive Pokemon Go. If he will be able to take this game, he will be able to continue that streak, but he needs to be able to get through Firenze here.
And we have our trainers getting ready. Firenze, he's looking to get one of his best performances yet. He did finish 9th place in Malmö in 2023, and he was 17th in Stockholm 24, but the actual top cuts have eluded him so far, but let's see if he can deal with that at Tomahawk UK.
Going ahead, taking it into game number 1 of losers round 5. Shadow Annihilate up against the Blastoise here. Those counters are going to be doing more damage than the rollouts, but Hydro Cannon is still going to hurt. We'll have to see who wants to throw first and who wants to put up a shield. Rage Fist coming through.
It's a Shadow Rage Fist, and Firenze is not shielding this, so he trusts in his Blastoise to hang on. It does, and Blastoise here will outpace the Shadow Annihilate, getting first to 1 Hydro Cannon, and then another. This will take Annihilate incredibly low if it lets it land.
Going ahead and getting one more roll up before the next Hydro Cannon is ready. Look how little health that Blastoise has, but still able to hang on, able to throw off this Hydro Cannon. No Protect Shield here, and Annihilate has also been knocked down low, but Tomahawk UK gets to dictate what will come in to this now. Shadow Charizard taking the field.
And Shadow Charizard is now up. Well, it needs to shield this boosted Rage Fist because Shadow Charizard is not a tanky Pokemon. And here comes a Greninja, and that is a curious swap by Tomahawk UK.
Coming in now to Abomasnow, seeing it played a little bit in Lille. I guess we're about to see it played even more in Gdansk because it's going to be able to take this attack. This first Night Slash is not going to be enough to take it out. No Protect Shield used, and actually, Firenze going straight for that heavy-hitting Energy Ball. Does Tomahawk UK think this is a bait? Does he want to use his last Protect Shield? He does!
And this is a great shield from Tomahawk UK because now this Greninja is loaded with energy. But it still needs to throw 2 to take out this Abomasnow, and Abomasnow also has a shield to hide behind.
Going ahead, that first Night Slash is ready, trying to go ahead and swap out, trying to snipe, and that's exactly what he's able to do. Firenze not able to swap out in time, takes all of that. He still has a shield to hide behind, but this Greninja, like you pointed out, Marcus, has so much energy. Going for a bait here, getting that last Protect Shield. This is exactly what Tomahawk UK needs.
Get this Charizard into range, and Charizard, it throws a Blast Burn. This is probably enough to knock out this Greninja.
This is a Shadow Charizard. This is a Community Day attack. It's not very effective, but down it goes. In comes the Clodsire. Clodsire with Stone Edge in the back. One Blast Burn will not be enough, although we will see how much damage this can do as Firenze is not giving up. He's letting it go through.
This is a Shadow Blast Burn from Charizard. It does so much to the tanky Clodsire, but here comes the Stone Edge, and this Shadow Charizard will not be able to withstand the energy of this Clodsire. Game 1 goes to Tomahawk UK.
You know, I actually like that by Firenze. It said, you know, for science, let's see how much this Blast Burn does to the Clodsire. Quite a bit, but Tomahawk UK managing energy very well. Even though he wasn't able to get off another attack on that Shadow Charizard, his Greninja, I believe, put in a lot of work in that round.
It really did, but I gotta say, I think this is the first game that Greninja is winning here on stream. Tomahawk has been bringing it, but it has not served him that well up until now. The spam and the type combination really put in a lot of work for Tomahawk UK because the Powder Snows from Abomasnow is resisted by that water type Greninja. So when Greninja shielded up the Energy Ball, Abomasnow couldn't really handle it well.
Yeah, couldn't take all of those different Night Slashes. And here's an also funny thing. Firenze is running one of Tomahawk UK's favorite Pokemon, that Pangoro. We saw it in Lille do so well, being able to core break that Corsola and Credillicore. It actually surprises me that Tomahawk has chosen to go with another Night Slash user rather than that fighting type Pokemon that he loves so dearly.
maybe he wants that water type to deal with that potential Charizard, as we see here, because Charizard as a flying type has a better matchup into Pangoro than against the Greninja. So I suspect the Greninja is for this team, is in a perfect spot to deal with Firenze's threats.
I'm just saying, he said it was true love between him and that Pangoro, but I don't see it anywhere when it's time to shine. We do see it on Firenze's side. He's made it all the way to losers round 5. He needs to be able to take this next game to stay in the tournament, because once again, in a double elimination tournament, the loser of this will be out of the tournament.
So we have our trainers getting ready for this game number 2. Will they change it up, or do they trust in their strategy? Firenze, has he gone for the same Blastoise lead? He has, but Tomahawk UK is changing it up, going in with that Greninja in the front.
Leading that Greninja there, and I think that at this point, I mean, the big call for the Blastoise is, do you go for the Skull Bash, which takes a little bit longer to pace to? It does boost your defense, but is this really the impactful time that you want to use this Water-type Pokemon against another Water-type Pokemon? One away from it, and it looks like Farid trying to go for a catch here. A Skull Bash catch on that would have been great, but now swapping into a Corsola. But the Nihilip has an energy advantage.
Yeah, this energy advantage is so fortunate for Tomahawk UK, but he has so much energy stored on that Blastoise, and he has the Abomasnow for Greninja in the back. Perfect timing by Firenze here, throwing right before the second Rage Fist, so he doesn't need to shield it. And Tomahawk UK puts up a shield, but will it hang? Oh, it barely hangs on. Tomahawk UK trusting in his Shadow Annihilate to hang on through that Astonish.
Going ahead and using the Protect Shield here, wants to keep the Corsola as healthy as possible. Gets one more Astonish in, but what comes into this? Is it the... Indeed, it's going to be the Greninja trying to catch her. Blastoise comes back in, and look at this play. Great call. You'd think it was going to be... No, it turns out it actually was the Skull Bash. He tried to click the Hydro Cannon.
And now this Skull Bash does less than the Hydro Cannon potentially would. So Firenze, unfortunate timing for him there, but Tomahawk UK will be incredibly He'll be happy with having the Skull Bash landing on the Clodsire.
Great catch there by Tomahawk UK, just charging up energy. He knows at this point the Stone Edge should be enough to do it. There's only one Protect Shield remaining. Blastoise has put in quite a bit of work for Vincent here, but he lets it go down. And once again, Blastoise hanging on by a thread. Game after game that we've seen, Blastoise has been able to take out the remaining Pokemon there. Hydro Cannon coming through, knocking out the Clodsire. In comes the Greninja that is basically fully loaded.
This Skull Bash actually not kind of paying off, because then the Blastoise managed to hang on. But as we saw in the previous game, this knockout is not going to be so easy. And Tomahawk UK talking to his phone. Maybe he wants the Greninja to boost. No boost here so far.
Going ahead for boost number 1, but there's already another Night Slash ready. And if you're looking at the charge attacks, there's one more. Even after that, only one Protect Shield remaining. Already at another one. Is Firenze going to use it on the Abomasnow, or is he going to take it for the Corsola? He uses it now.
It needs to get off this energy he has on the Abomasnow. But can Abomasnow now outpace the Greninja to another charge attack? I'm not sure. But Firenze really needs to get some energy on this, some damage on this Greninja, and fast.
It ended up getting that bait with the Weather Ball, but even still, Greninja pacing so quickly and actually catching here. This is actually enough to probably knock out the Corsola at this point, but you see Tomahawk UK going ahead and using a little bit of an undercharge. Wants to try to get one more Water Shuriken. He also got the attack boost.
And this is now a race for Tomahawk UK to outpace the Abomasnow. Can it hang on? It has an Ice Slash, and this is the charge attack priority. This is a boosted Greninja. We're coming in with a Night Slash, and this is enough to knock out the Abomasnow.
Tomahawk says, I know you went out with an attack loaded. Let me show you who wins charge attack priority. Greninja taking game number, and you see both of these trainers going up, shaking hands, and hugging it out.
Incredible display by both of these trainers.
I was not a believer in the Greninja initially because it looked to cost Tomahawk UK so many games on stream, but then it showed up here in big fashion, dealing with that Abomasnow, the Blastoise, and also that Galarian Corsola.
He must have heard you saying that you didn't think that it had much play, wanted to make you a believer. The Night/Boost in the end turns out doesn't even necessarily matter, but it was still enough to be able to put him into, is it day number 2? That was losers round 5.
That is such a close matchup still, but the Greninja, be careful what you say about a Greninja because it might come after you and try to prove you wrong. We saw in game number 1, it put in so much work, it stripped away all the shields from Firenze that the Clodsire could land the Stone Edge in the end, and in game 2, it got to so many Night Slashes, taking out the Corsola, and also winning charge attack priority against the Abomasnow in the end.
Great play, great wherewithal, recognizing where your opponent is at in energy and being able to do everything you can do to counter that, to be able to take the games, to be able to move on in this tournament in Gdansk.
I think these players were both, obviously Firenze was not happy with the result, but he cannot be too unhappy about the way he played because it made it so close against a tough matchup with a Greninja.
I mean, there was a very, very close matchup in those in-betweens. And like you said, Abomasnow being part, grass type, Tomahawk UK actually shielding up the correct energy ball was the big thing, because if Firenze would have baited at that moment, which you saw, it was like the big debate, do I want to shield this? Do I think it's going to be a bait? It turns out to be very, very costly in the end, but congratulations to Tomahawk UK to be able to advance on in the tournament.
And I think this, as you said, this puts Tomahawk UK in day 2. He has been consistently top-cutting these tournaments, and he is one of the trainers that, even though he has not won a championship yet, he's always one of the trainers that we look to see how far we can go, because he usually gets into that top cut.
And he was using that Greninja that we've been talking about so much. And actually, Greninja evolves from Froakie. And right now, there is an event going on in Pokemon Go where you can catch not only a Froakie, but also one that is in a Halloween costume. We're in the middle of the Halloween event. This is part 2 going on. Look at all the different Pokemon that you can be catching. Some of them can be shiny. And I have to say, I caught the Teddiursa with the hat, and she was a 15. She was top notch.
No way.
All of the red bar completely filled. I'm so happy with it.
Then you can also max it out and maybe also beat Triptondo in one of your local tournaments. And I'm just going to say...
Normal Ghost combination, what can we say? It's apparently formidable.
It's formidable. It's also, it evolves into that Ursaring and Ursaluna, and all of them have those hats. We also see the Noibat with ear warmers, and Noivern, it also has some ear warmers, but not on what I actually thought was his ears.
Yeah, that is actually a good point. It's more like, I guess, a headband than ear warmers. But the big question, and everyone let me know in the chat too, do I keep it as a Teddiursa or do I actually evolve it into the Ursaluna? Because, I mean, it's sort of a tough choice. Again, we see that Froakie that could be shiny. That's in the field research task. But there's so many cool things that are going on. Basically trick or treating here, getting all of this candy for your stack. This is big for Pokemon Go.
I just gotta say, there's also a few Pokemon in raids, the Sinistea and the Poltergeist. That is right now in the 1-star raids, and I would be looking to get those raids in trainers. But here we have Dane and Kazim, and they are facing off in this losers round 5.
Kazim was our first winner of the 2025 Pokemon Go series. He's playing up against Dane WWW, who we saw a little bit earlier on in the stream, being knocked down to that loser side of the bracket, still running that regular Murkrow, not the Shadow version of it, but also opting for that Shadow Charizard with Dragon Breath over Ember.
Diggersby and Murkrow were the core that Dane played the most in Frankfurt last weekend, and he wanted to lean into that this weekend too. Let's see how it has served him. But here we see Kazim, and he is running that Gudra with Power Whip and Thunder Punch that I mentioned earlier. This Gudra
is so special. I've never seen anyone run it before.
Tell me what you think the utility is going to be. Why do you think he's opting for running Power Whip on the Goodra over the Aqua Tail, which has been way more common and also faster pacing?
So right now, the only target for Aqua Tail, in my opinion, is Clodsire. And if you can deal with that with the rest of your team, then you have the Power Whip to win every equal shielding scenario against the Nezubro.
Okay.
You still have the Thunder Punch for the flying types like Talonflame, where you threw Aqua Tails previously. And also you have that one-hit potential against Gastrodon. I think also the matchup in the Zero Shield scenario against Cradley is slightly better with Power Whip, because you do a lot of damage with the Power Whip compared to the Aqua Tail.
Honestly, I'm looking at also Dane's Diggersby, which is such a good Pokemon with there's going to be Corsolas everywhere, but if Goodra is running Power Whip, doing a little bit more damage, perhaps that matchup is a little more even. Very anxious to see what these two trainers want to bring to the field in this Losers Round 5. This is our first group of the day, Group A, and we're very anxious to see who will be continuing on in this tournament in Gdansk.
I think Kazim might be considering that Goodra for real, because the Power Whip hits the Stunfisk, it hits the Diggersby, and then the Thunder Punches hits Charizard and Murkrow, all of them super effectively. It's not that good into Fortress, it's not that bad into Corsola, so if Kazim can cover the Fortress and the Corsola, then maybe his Goodra can have a good matchup here.
It looks like both of these trainers still kind of deciding a little bit what is going on. You see them kind of discussing. Both of these trainers have been part of this competitive circuit for quite a long time, so they have most likely played against each other, or at least scrimmaged against each other. They know each other's playstyles, but it doesn't matter when you're actually in the game, because things can be different. You can try to get into your opponent's mind. You can try to decide which Pokemon do I think my opponent is going to bring, and that's what makes Show 6 Pick 3 so engaging.
I'm curious to see what these players are bringing for us. We saw Dane's Charizard earlier running that Dragon Breath, so maybe we can see it here again. I think the Charizard is looking really good for Dane, actually.
Go ahead, these two trainers are locking in. They're getting ready to do game number 1. Ooh. We've got the Galarian Corsola up against the Murkrow here. Murkrow's foul play is going to be able to do nice damage, and the paces quite quickly to the attack, but Corsola just going ahead and gaining a little bit of energy here. I wonder if we'll see a shield right away or an attempted catch. No, going straight for the attack on Dane's side.
And Kazim is shaking his head. This is not what he wanted to see, because the Corsola is weak to this Murkrow, and the same is the Pangoro in the back. But Dane, will he shield his Murkrow or let it go? He throws up a shield against the Murkrow, and this was a bait from Kazim.
Coming in now with that Goodra to start putting in some of this damage. This Goodra with Power Whip and Thunder Punch, tanking this first foul play. No, deciding yes to put up this shield. Wants to try to keep it healthy, wants to try to start putting in some damage. In comes the Stunfisk to take a potential Power Whip.
Curious play by Dane WWW. He is preserving his Murkrow, which is a good play, but he's throwing his Stunfisk into that Goodra with the super effective Power Whip.
Going ahead now, taking it, still charging up 100 energy. Power Whip coming through here to the Unnovan Stunfisk. No Protect Shield used on Dane's side. This will connect. This will be a lot of damage, putting it deep into the red, and the next one coming through.
How will Dane go about this? I don't think he's shielding his Stunfisk. He has two very squishy Pokemon in the back. Is he going into his Charizard to get a farm down here? I think that will be probably the most efficient use of his Pokemon, in my opinion. Spend a shield on the Charizard and come out with a lot of energy. But here we see the Pangoro, and now the Charizard will outpace. They will seem get to the charge attack at the same time. Pangoro throwing this Night Slash. This would not be enough to knock out the Charizard. Dane decides not to shield his Charizard here. That means he must trust in these two squishy Pokemon to hang on in this matchup. And here goes, the Pangoro is going out.
There he was, and there he goes. Pangoro goes down here. Still one Protect Shield on Kazim's side. Now the big decision for him is, when do I want to use it? He's actually coming back in with the Corsola, now to be met once again with the Murkrow. This is how we started the matchup, but will he be able to peg down? No, he's going to be able to get to an attack. Dane uses his last Protect Shield.
And Dane here, he wants to get rid of this Goodra
with the Murkrow. Can he get to? He has 2 charge attacks ready. Kazim, he will shield up the first one, but he is nodding his head. He knows that the Murkrow is at 2 drill packs, and this second drill pack from the high attack Murkrow will knock out this Gudra from the field.
It looks like a tiny bad omen to many, but a great omen for Dane as he's able to knock out the Gudra, knock out the Corsola, and take game number 1 in this losers round 5.
Incredibly fluid game here. We saw Dane not scared to bring his squishiest Pokemon. It's a Murkrow and a Shadow Charizard. None of them can really take any hits, and Dane even shielded up a resisted attack on his Murkrow. Then he went into the Unnovan Stunfisk against the Gudra, which has super effective power whips to throw. Still did not spend his shield on the bulky Unnovan Stunfisk and then put it all on a squishy Pokemon.
You know, a lot of trainers in the Latin America region opted to use Murkrow to great success. There was also some use of it in North America, but Dane is the player who consistently in Lille and also here in Gdansk has not only used it, but proved how vital it can be for his playstyle. Noticing how well he's been doing in this tournament. Once again, this is losers round 5. The winner of this round should be able to go on into day number 2 here in Gdansk.
Look at these 2 dragon types on both sides. The Shadow Charizard is looking so safe for Dane, but not down a shield. Dane needs to preserve shields for his squishy Pokemon. And then the Gudra from Kazim. If Kazim can set up his Gudra with a shield advantage, there's really nothing except for the Fortress that can deal with that Gudra.
If we're talking about Fortress, knowing that it's also on that Bug Bite, I think it not only was okay against the Gudra, but also against the Pangoro because it's part dark, although it is also part fighting type, but able to absorb some of these attacks. Do you think we'll see any Fortress play by Dane, or do you think he'll continue on this run with sort of his, what you called squishier Pokemon?
I would not be surprised if Fortress comes into this matchup, because I think the Talonflame is looking too scary for Kazim to bring because of that Charizard and that Corsola. In my opinion, Galarian Corsola has a way better matchup into the Shadow Talonflame than the regular one. So I think Kazim will not run that Shadow Talonflame, and then you can more safely run that Fortress.
Yeah, Kazim's got one shot here. He's got to win this matchup to be able to continue on in the tournament. Both of these trainers are locked in. They're ready to go for round number 2. We got Gudra in the lead now, up against the Diggersby on the side of Dane WWW.
And it's a double ground strategy from Dane. He goes with the Diggersby in the front and Unnovan Stunfisk in the back. We see a charge attack priority here, where Kazim goes for the Power Whip immediately.
Going for that heavy-hitting attack, knowing that even if there's not a shield, there's no way he'd want to throw a Thunder Punch into this ground-type Pokemon. Dane already at attack of his own now, going ahead and throwing it, and it looks like no shield on Kazim's side, but also no drop either. Gudra continuing to just charge up here, and it looks like he will try to throw right before the next Scorching Sands is available.
Perfect timing from Kazim, knowing that the Gudra will outpace the Diggersby here. Dane, though, shielding his tankiest Pokemon on his entire team. And here comes a Scorching Sand. Now Kazim can go into his Pangoro with a shield advantage.
I really like this play. Going ahead, letting that Gudra go down, and I think that's exactly what Kazim is going to do. Those Karate Chops are going to be super effective. Yes, they don't do too much, but look how much Dane had actually saved. Knowing that he lost that charger priority, putting up the shield here actually let his Diggersby get a ton of energy and really knock down the Pangoro quite low.
But how will he deal with this Pangoro up shield? The Murkrow cannot take a close combat, and Kazim goes straight into his Clodsire.
Oh, Clodsire now up against the Unnovan Stunfisk. The Earthquake is what Kazim is going to want to be going for, but not before this first Mud Bomb goes through. 2 shields remaining on Kazim's side. He's going to use that first one now to keep up the Clodsire here. Wants to keep it nice and healthy before this Earthquake goes through.
Dane will not shield his Unnovan Stunfisk. He needs to put the shields on his Murkrow, because there is a close combat loaded on the Pangoro in the back. Even though it's super effective, the Unnovan Stunfisk is so tanky that it will take 2 Earthquakes to knock out
this flat Pokemon.
Going ahead, going for another Mud Bomb, saying, okay, shield number 1 was taken. Will you give me shield number 2? Absolutely not, says Kazim. This Clodsire is still in the green. It's only the charge attacks from the Unova Stunfisk that's hurting it. Meanwhile, Kazim wants to be able to get the Stunfisk out of the way, wants to be able to get this Murkrow out of a shield so he can put in some work.
It's important for Dane to get rid of this Clodsire without spending his shield, but that doesn't seem possible right now. If Kazim shields it, oh, and he lets it go, and the Clodsire still hangs on. And now this Stone Edge would threaten a knockout on the Murkrow. And Kazim, he has a close combat stored in the back.
Looks like we're gonna see a combo play. 1 to get the shield, 1 to get the knockout, 1 to get game number 2 for Kazim.
And the Pangoro, locked and loaded, took out the Murkrow with a close combat. Incredible endgame play there by Kazim. I was curious about maybe Dane shielding up his Diggersby in the lead. It was a bit of a tough play to make when you have such a squishy Pokemon as Murkrow in the back. And then that put the Pangoro, who got a farm down on the Diggersby, up for success.
My real question is, do you think a foul play from the Murkrow would have been enough to knock out the Clodsire, rather than the Drill Peck, which left it with just a sliver of health and forced Dane to use the shield?
As Drill Peck does more damage than foul play, I think it was the correct play to make. Those two charge attacks are very similar, but Drill Peck just does slightly more, so it was the correct option for Dane, but it still was not enough to take out that tanky Clodsire.
Also, even so, I was thinking Dane was 1 step ahead, thinking if Kazim wanted to potentially try to catch with that Pangoro, that it would have had an unpleasant surprise with the Drill Peck, but Drill Peck being able to do quite a bit of damage still was not quite enough. Kazim taking game number 2, and we are going into a decisive game number 3 in losers round 5.
And we saw no Charizard from Dane, but in my opinion, it is the Pokemon to bring in this matchup. I think if it's up against the Pangoro, if it's even up against a Gudra with a super effective Thunder Punches, I think Charizard can put in a lot of work. You don't see Kazim running that Talonflame or that Corviknight because he's scared of the Unovan Stunfisk and that Shadow Charizard. So maybe, in my opinion, then Fortress starts looking pretty good for Dane.
Dane seems to be a player who, once he has an idea in his mind, he's really kind of working through it to decide, is this the best play for me? We got to see plenty of him last weekend in Lille. Very happy to see he's doing so well here in Gdansk. He's got to be able to win this game off against Kazim, one of our regional champions, to be able to continue on in the tournament. Decisive game 3 starting up now. We got Clodsire in the lead on Kazim's side versus that Murkrow. Great call there by Kazim. We'll see how Dane wants to respond.
We saw this Murkrow not being able to knock out the Clodsire previously, but now there's so many shields up, so with some additional peck damage, then maybe... Oh, and he tries to get a Stone Edge catch on the Unovan Stunfisk, but Kazim's reflexes are unrivaled, throws an Earthquake into this Unovan Stunfisk.
I always say good luck trying to catch on Kazim. He's one of these trainers who is always conscious of it and then says, okay, let me show you what you meant to do here, as he catches this Mud Bomb onto the Gudra and just continues to get a little bit of energy as the Dragon Breaths start to go.
And this is looking so scary for Dane, because this Gudra, if it can farm down the Unovan Stunfisk, then the Thunder Punches are looking so threatening to Dane's entire team. Unovan Stunfisk needs to get to another Mud Bomb to threaten a knockout. Oh, but here comes a triple resisted Thunder Punch. Will it be enough to knock out?
This is so low on the Unovan Stunfisk side. No shield, and actually not enough to knock out. Mud Bomb also still able to go through. You see Kazim kind of shaking his head saying, oh, not only did I waste energy here, I have to put up a shield.
And now, this could be a combo play from Dane, throwing the foul play all of a sudden into this Gudra. Will Kazim shield again? Yes, he has so much energy on this Gudra.
Look at this. He's got so much energy on the Gudra, but there's so much energy on the Murkrow. Catch after catch. More like Kazim. Like, look at this guy. He's able to get one more here onto the Clodsire. We're right back to where we were at the beginning with these two Pokemon, but this time there's no shields remaining on Kazim's side, and Dane still has 2.
And here comes the Stone Edge from Clodsire.
Dane decides to shield up his Murkrow. He wants to bank on this Pokemon to win this game. Can he time it perfectly? The Murkrow now throwing in a Drill Peck. Will this be enough to knock out this bulky Clodsire? Kasim's shaking his head.
It is enough to knock out at this range. This time there's still some decent health left. There's still a shield up. Murkrow is putting in work. Crow.
Oh my lord, Amanda, this is now a Pangoro show, and Murkrow can it? Oh, it throws exactly on charge attack priority. Kasim tried to be clever and snipe this Murkrow, but Dane through on awkward timing, and now the Gura is gone. How will this Pangoro deal with this Murkrow? It needs a farm down, but can he get there? No! Murkrow gets to the charge attack, and Dane doesn't even show Pokemon number 3.
He says, who needs the Charizard when I've got this bird of prey to take out all of the competition? Dane WWW once again making it into day 2. Congratulations to this trainer, this formidable trainer who's been doing well throughout the seasons, once again showing why he has been so good.
Incredible team compositions by Dane W, and he decided, I would have bet it all on my squishy Pokemon, the Murkrow and the Charizard, and they put on so much pressure on Kasim, and Dane found the perfect way to set up his match winners in that endgame.
Yes, Kasim did everything he could for those matches there. He prevented a catch. He threw the correct charge attack into the Unova Stunfisk. He caught twice in that matchup, but it still wasn't enough to power through Little Murkrow and Dane being able to take that game so decisively.
In my opinion, there is one thing Kasim could have done differently, and that was to throw the Power Whip into that Unovan Stunfisk. Barely hang on through that Thunder Punch, and then it threatened the Gudra with a knockout. That was the only thing. Other than that, Kasim played this game so cleanly, especially this game number 2 that he won. But this was not an easy game for Dane at all.
No, recognizing too, both of these trainers knew exactly what they needed to do to win. Unfortunately for Kasim, it just wasn't enough by the end there. Dane taking another W, adding it to his name, continuing on in the Gdansk Regional Championships.
And I have been watching the stream mostly, but I just checked in on the bracket. Amanda, there is still one loser's round left to go today.
Oh boy!
Oh yes. So if you are wondering what is happening outside of the stream, type in on Twitch !bracket, and then go to that link and you can check on all your favorite trainers and how they are doing in this tournament.
There's been so many trainers who have already made it on to day 2. So many trainers that have names that have been well known throughout the circuit. Not only that, we've had some North Americans coming over, gaining some championship points, doing quite well. But in the end, it can only be one.
And who will that be? We have to wait till the end of Sunday to see. And I think I was really impressed when we saw Mish on stage earlier.
Me too.
She was in her winner's semifinals up against Palasha, and it was such a close matchup. So the trainers coming in from America are clearly talented. I wish the casters were just as talented.
If only, right? Yeah, I mean, like, who's to compare apples to apples type here?
Yeah. Why would you ever compare an apple to an apple? I would love to pair apples to something completely different, like a ping pong table.
I think my favorite apple is Pink Lady.
Oh, I love a pink lady. Sadly, I'm slightly allergic to apples.
Oh, okay. Well, don't feed Marcus any apples. Just feed him wins. Feed him these fantastic games. Because we have been gobbling them up here on the stream. Now, another thing. I know that you're going to be very happy about this because you've been talking about how you kind of know Dane. Everyone else is going to get a chance to know Dane a little bit better as well because we have an interview with him and Jox.
All right, trainers, welcome. I'm here with the winner of the last match, Dane. Dane, something interesting about your team is that you were piloting 2 glass cannons, the Charizard and the Murkrow. Both games you won, you were piloting both in a row. Usually we see players using both shields on their glass cannons, right? But you felt comfortable running both. Why so?
They were both pretty incredible in this matchup specifically, and I felt like I could get enough use of the one charge move or so that I would get from one of them, even if they were playing without shields, because they're both pretty spammy, they're both pretty fast, so I felt like getting a flying move on the Pangoro, even if it's the only thing the Charizard or Murkrow accomplishes, then it should be pretty good. So
yeah, and even though you were running that double flare comp, that Pangoro got out of hand quick in that game too. Something about Kazemi that he likes to catch a lot of charge moves, right? And that game 3 was prime example that both you and him catching charge moves all over the place. How are you liking this new switch clock meta with the 45 seconds, allowing those types of plays? You're desyncing the switch clock, but also gets you out of tough situations.
Yeah, it feels more fun now that you can get out of bad matchups quicker, because even if you end up in a bad matchup, you can maybe go down a shield, store up some energy, swap out, and if your opponent doesn't have a super clean answer, then yeah, they might have to stay in, throw a move or something else, and then yeah, the timers quickly get misaligned, and then you can come out of bad spots.
Yeah, and something about this team in comparison to the team 1 week ago, you only kept Diggersby, Fortress, and the Murkrow, right? You replaced the Ghost, you were running Dusknoir, went with a more reliable Corsola. What made you change this team up in such short notice?
It was... The team last week was built kind of on a short timer. I didn't have a lot of time to prepare before it, so it was slightly rushed, it felt like, and some of the picks really, especially like the Feraligatr that I had last week, felt like it really didn't accomplish much. I rarely brought it and it didn't do a lot, so decided to change things around, and given that I put in the Charizard, I didn't want to have the Murkrow, the Dusknoir, and the Charizard, which all of them require all the shields all the time, and so went with Corsola this time to have a bit more bulk to maybe take some hits for the Charizard and the Murkrow.
Yeah, and of course, last week you managed to go into day 2 and you're only 1 win away, so it's obviously working out. Any last words? Anything you want to say to your fans back home?
Yeah, thanks to all the Swedish players here. We have managed to gather a crowd of, I think, 10 Swedish people here,
man.
which...
Okay.
And sadly, a few of them have gotten knocked out on stream recently, but yeah, so thanks to everyone that's been cheering, and also, of course, thanks to my Snowvertappers teammate for helping me team build, and shout out to Arceus Aurelius for the last-minute team ideas.
I'm sure you'll appreciate that behind the desk. Arceus Aurelius, of course, a good friend of yours. Shout out to the Swedes as well. 3 guys in day 2 last time, and now doing pretty well as well. Yeah. That's all for now. Back to the casters.
Oh, what a wonderful interview with Dane. I'm not sure if you all caught that, but he referenced some really incredible,
I'm surprised
talented...
this headset is still fitting on him, because you could physically see that head getting bigger as he was being thanked.
Is it possible to actually get this headset a little bit looser? Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Boy,
great. And I just got a confirmation that it would not be possible to make this headset bigger. So I just want to say what a genius Dane seems to be. He is now day 2 in Frankfurt with short notice. And then he learns, he adapts. He figured out the Murkrow, the Diggersby, and the Fortress were super good for him last weekend. And then he changed it up. He went for a risky pick in that Shadow Charizard, and it's paying off for him so well.
Absolutely no Shadow Charizard to be found between these 2 German trainers. Stone Collection on that left-hand side, sees Wireless on the right, but there are some pretty unique picks on both sides. Looking at you, Shadow Gyarados, and looking at you, Shadow Toucan.
This is probably seemingly the tournament for Squishy Birch. We see Shadow Toucan and Shadow Gyarados on the screen here, but not in this matchup. Now it's Tinkaton against the Cradley.
Good lead here for the Tinkaton, being able to just comfortably absorb all of the attacks here that the Cradley will be able to throw at it while going for this heavy-hitting play rough, but Z's Wireless says that's okay. If there's one Pokemon that I know can take it with a grin, it's going to be that Clodsire as he swaps in, catching that attack, negating all of that energy, and now comes the Corviknight from Stone Collection's side to retaliate.
Oh my lord, what a play from C's Wireless. He is certainly on point today. And here comes the Stone Edge. This is not doing enough to this Corviknight from what the Clodsire would like it to do. this Corviknight has a pretty good matchup into this Clodsire, being a Steel and Flying type, resisting both Poison and the ground. But the Stone Edge still doing neutral damage, just not enough.
Yeah, but the thing is, the fast attack of the Corviknight is also helping. Catch after catch after catch. Z's Wireless is just putting on a showcase here. We'll have to see how impactful it will be in this matchup, because this does knock that Charger Bug that just came in to about half health, forcing Stone Collection to always have to respond in kind to what Z's Wireless is choosing to do, choosing to dictate the pacing of the game. Swift is coming through here and getting a shield off of that Charger Bug, and now it looks like Charger Bug will be able to get to some energy to throw an attack of its own.
Look at how neutral this Charger Bug is into Stone Collection's team. I spoke to Stone Collection briefly in the back before he came on, and he was very worried about that Charger Bug.
I could understand why. You think you have a Unova Stun Fist problem, Stone Collection. Let me tell you about Charger Bug. Now, getting the shield off of Stone Collection here, recognizing that he might be able to fast attack down with this Ferret, but not if there's a combination play. Z's Wireless coming in with this Stone Edge, getting both protect shields on a very low health Ferret that has a lot of energy to boot.
Ferret does not want to go down, and Stone Collection protects it, comes in with a Corviknight against the Clodsire. He keeps switch advantage, but this Cradley is still looking to be a hurdle for Stone Collection.
Let's talk about this 45-second switch timer that is allowing Z's Wireless to basically tango around the screen. The real question is, will he be able to make it to another attack? He will, but at the same point, Stone Collection choosing to go for that charge attack priority, and Z's Wireless doesn't want to use the shield here. Clodsire goes down with energy, and in, I assume, will come the Cradilli.
This is perfect for Z's Wireless, making sure that Stone Collection has to throw his energy. Now can throw the Rock Tomb to take out this Corviknight immediately. But Tinkaton, being a Steel type, can resist all the energy that the Cradley has.
It's still going to be an uphill battle, because this is exactly where we started out the matchups here. Though he was able to catch the play rough, now this Rock Tomb is going to lower the attack of that Tinkaton that is in the matchup.
And this is why Stone Collection kept this Ferret. Now this Ferret can boost up and start threatening this Cradley with a lot of damage.
Not only threatening, he's still got a shield to hide behind, but Z's Wireless aside, but look how much energy is still on this Ferret. What it's lacking in health, it's going to start making up in damage here, because now trying to go for a catch, but not able to do so here. Trailblaze number 2 coming through, and no Protect Shield used on Z's Wireless' side.
Is Z's Wireless banking on the Charger Bug, or is he just letting go of this game? I think he is letting it go. This was looking like an uphill battle for him, but I think these players will want our judges to take a look at some of the situations that happened in this game. And we have some of the best judges in the entire community on stream, and I'm sure that they will be able to find a solution both players will be happy with.
Yeah, but when it comes to this portion of the matchups, when it comes to this portion of the day, when you are in the losers semifinals here, this means a lot, because this means in a double elimination tournament, whoever loses this, their dreams of becoming the Gdansk Regional Champion are already going to be squashed. So every point matters. Every single moment matters between these two battlers.
I believe that we have a situation here where both trainers are not happy with how the match necessarily went by, but Stone Collection, obviously the winner of this game, he would gladly accept the result.
I think that you see the two of them talking it out, and like you said, the match is under review here, so we will have to see what the judges will come to for a conclusion. But the game was incredibly close, and I think that Z's Wireless had a very strong showing at the beginning, even though he had such a bad matchup between that Cradilli and the Tinkaton. Being able to catch a play rough on that Clodsire put him in a nice position. There was many catches, there was a lot of maneuvering by both of these trainers in these matchups.
And both of these trainers, they have so many opportunities they've had to go on to win this game, and this game that we just saw was such a fluid game between two players playing to their best of their ability, and these two are also quite close friends, so I'm sure there will be no bad blood. And we see that the game is rematched, and here we see Stone Collection with his Tinkaton into the cradle of the Zeezwalas.
So when it is a rematch, that means that it's essentially a clean slate. It doesn't mean that they have to play the same Pokemon. Even still, they're playing it out exactly the same way as game number 1 started, with both the Cradily lead into the Tinkaton and catching that play rough onto the Clodsire. Now the Corviknight is coming in. No, you guys don't need to readjust your screens. This is a new matchup here.
Is this a game in good faith, or is it just the two players? They have one certain way they want to play out this matchup, and they know what is the best, so they're just going to lean into it no matter how it goes.
I think that perhaps what went on was there could have been what we call a gentleman's agreement, where maybe they decided to play the same Pokemon, both feeling that they had the strong position that they could have won the matchups. And we'll see how they want to play it out here, as now, this time, once again, the payback is going into that Charge Bug, which will knock it down to almost half health.
But this is different, because now the Charge Bug got a Volt Switch through, meaning that it has now more energy going into the Furret than it did in the previous game. So the Charge Bug will threaten the Furret more quickly, but the Furret, because the Charge Bug took the payback, the Charge Bug is now under threat of getting knocked out.
Going ahead and just charging up a lot of extra energy. Stone Collection now throwing the Swift. It's a little bit different than it had played out before, but does Zeezwaila still want to use his Protect Shield? Yes, he does on this Charge Bug. It's being able to get to another attack here. Wants to maybe threaten a shield or get the Furret low, because Furret was a big problem for Zeezwaila in the last matchup here. And Stone Collection lets it go down. It gets very low health. In comes the Cradily again, and unable to do it, but he is able to take this Swift, which is not going to be very effective.
And here we see the biggest change from last game from Stone Collection. He thinks that he's better off with saving shields for probably his Corviknight in the back. We see no shield on this Rock Tomb. That will leave this Tinkaton debuffed until it swaps out.
And we have to remember that Zeezwaila swapped into this matchup, so he is going to be switch locked, though this 45-second timer makes it a bit quicker, a bit more dynamic, and going once more here for a Rock Tomb. This is going to double debuff, and now Tinkaton going for another play rough. This time it's finding its mark, although it's debuffed, and it's going to hit the Cradily. No shield on Zeezwaila's side.
Double debuffed. I think the Cradily is happy taking that attack, and now Stone Collection is going out into his Corviknight. But this Corviknight will also be debuffed.
Going ahead now, using the Protect Shield. Stone Collection had two. Now there's one of them left. But what is Zeezwaila going to do? All of his Pokemon now are quite low health, and this Corviknight has a ton of energy.
Ooh.
Still a combination play. Going for the heavy-hitting player, payback. Zeezwaila does not use a shield.
But this is a debuff payback, but it's still enough to knock out the Clodsire. Zeezwaila, I think he really needed that energy to go off into that Corviknight.
Going ahead now, there was a payback for the Clodsire. There's an Air Cutter for the Charger Bug. One Protect Shield remaining, and it is used now on the Charger Bug. Just trying to do everything it can to gain some energy. Trying to do everything it can to be able to get off this charge deck. Going for that discharge here. Still one Protect Shield on Stone Collection's side. Does he want to use it on the Tinkaton? Yes, he does.
I think Stone Collection is in his right mind here. He knows he can get the farm down, and if he can get to the play rough, he can take out this Cradily. The Charge Bug goes down. Zeezwaila nodding his head in recognition that this Tinkaton is winning the game for Stone Collection.
Where it started, it's now ending here, being able to take out that Cradily that was in the lead and take game number 1 on the side of Stone Collection.
Very neutral game. I think, as you said, they did a gentleman's agreement of starting the game the same way, and then Stone Collection in the Furret against Charge Bug matchup decided to play it out differently. He did not want to be susceptible to that combination play of that Zeezwaila did in the game number 1, where he got the shield with the Charge Bug and then went straight into the Clodsire to get the second shield off Furret.
Both of these trainers are very well known, and both of these trainers actually are teammates and friends. They play together in grassroots tournaments. They know each other's playstyles. They maybe have even helped each other build teams for events such as this. But of course, everyone wants to play nice. They want to play together, but sometimes they have to play like that Tinkaton and play a little bit rough, because only one of them can continue on in the tournament.
Amanda. I really want to see how rough this Tinkaton can play, though. There is a Clodsire and there is a Corviknight. So Stone Collection is really taking some risk that the Tinkaton can line up against Toucanon or against that Guzzlord. Even the threat of Tinkaton even being on Stone Collection's team might leave the Guzzlord on the bench.
I think that is absolutely true. Do you want to risk it when you can get so hard countered by a Pokemon that you can negate some energy? Now, we've seen Zizwilus play some very interesting things in the past. It wouldn't surprise me if he still has a few tricks up his sleeve to be able to take game number 2, but he's got to be able to do it now because this is the big moment for both of these trainers. Loser semifinals, I know we said before round 5 might be day 2, but this is the moment.
I think this is the moment that Stone Collection can bring out his Unnovan Stunfisk. If Zizwilus brings out the Corviknight, Stone Collection really needs to have a way to mitigate the energy and also hit the American Bird with some quick damage. And the Unnovan Stunfisk is perfect for that. It also beats the Charjabug because it is an electric type that beats most other electric types. I think all the other electric types. And it also has play into the Clodsire. It's just the Cradley that is way too hard of a matchup for that Unnovan Stunfisk.
And I think that's exactly why Zizwilus had it in the lead, hoping to catch something that had such a strong matchup like that Unnovan Stunfisk. Unfortunately for him, a great read by Stone Collection there, leading that Tinkaton and making Zizwilus be on the back foot for that entire game. Though there were so many catches, though there was such good energy management, in the end, it wasn't quite enough, and now we're having to go into this game number 2.
And if Zizwilus has been paying attention to Stone Collection's team selection, when there is an incredibly threatening Pokemon on the other side, he disrespects it completely, going with a Water type and a Flying type in the back against a Charjabug team. Stone Collection, he does not care.
Going ahead now, going for the Air Cutter. Definitely not enough to knock out, but definitely will be enough to do some meaningful chip damage into this Golisopod. They're super effective, knocking it down to half health, and this Aqua Jet will not do the same.
This Aqua Jet is going to chunk this Corviknight a little bit, putting in perhaps payback range for the opposing Corviknight. But now Stone Collection goes into his Unnovan Stunfisk. Great catch, catching that Air Cutter.
Yeah, Stone Collection we said he was collecting stones, he was collecting Pokemon, now he's collecting catches here. It was a great one, not very effective, losing all of that energy that was gained by the Corviknight. Now Zizwilus getting a bunch more energy, and look at this. We talked about, do you want to risk bringing a Pokemon when there's such a hard counter? Both of these trainers have decided to do so. Guzzlord comes into the fray, takes this Mud Bomb here, and just he's going to start swinging.
And it's swinging, it will, but this Unnovan Stunfisk is now throwing its Mud Bombs. These trainers are not letting their charged attack go to waste. They are certainly making sure that the energy they have will get off.
Going ahead, going for the first Brutal Swing. No Protect Shield on the side of Stone Collection. Knows he's not enough to knock out. The next one will get it mighty close and goes for it right before the charge attack is loaded for the Unnovan Stunfisk. Stone Collection lets that go down. Guzzlord looks to be in a decent position where still has a nice amount of health and has some energy behind it.
And now the Stone Collection needs to shield his Golisopod if he wants to keep it healthy, because this Brutal Swing threatens a knockout.
Definitely getting that shield there, but Golisopod has a lot of energy, but not enough for this combination play. Zizwilus banked up against that Air Slash. He said, I wanted it to actually hit the Golisopod, so I'm going to bank all that energy for later, and that's exactly what he did. He got the attack rise. The real question is an Aqua Jet enough at this position, or is Stone Collection going after shield? Zizwilus doesn't even want to take the risk, uses his first Protect Shield here because another Air Slash is almost ready to go.
And the Air Cutter is coming in as Zizwilus throws the Air Cutter into the Corviknight. Great catch again by Stone Collection. I said these trainers were not letting their charge moves go to waste. Well, occasionally they do.
Double attack rise though from this Corviknight on Zizwilus' side. That means the payback is going to hit even harder here, and it's going to be ready to go. No Protect Shields remaining on Stone Collection's side. None of the fast attacks are doing that much damage. It's going to be this heavy hitting payback that brings the Corviknight down to the same health as ZZ's.
And Stone Collection is confused. How much damage did that payback do? But as you said, Amanda, it is double boosted from that Air Cutter.
going ahead now, coming in with the Credilli here to try to soak up some damage, try to be able to put some work back into it here. Air Cutter coming through on the side of Stone Collection. He's hoping for the same treatment, saying, I saw that, but now a combination play of his own. Air Cutter for number 1, getting that last Protect Shield down with the Golisopod as the X-Scissor is coming through.
How far away from a charge attack is that Golisopod? Can it outpace the Cradley? And it gets to... Oh, if Stone Collection throws that attack, he might have had a chance at winning this game. But he lets Zweezwalis throw the Rock Tomb.
You give him an inch, Zweezwalis will take a mile, and he will take a Rock Tomb for that first one. He will take a Rock Tomb for the Corviknight here at the end, and he will tie up the series in the losers semifinals.
I think Stone Collection will ask the judges to take a look at this game because there was an inconsistency where Guzzlord maybe got one more fast attack than it should have at some point, and that leads to this game possibly also being under review. But still, even though it might have been an inconsistency, Stone Collection pulled it so close with that Golisopod, leading into that Corviknight and yet making it so close.
Yeah, absolutely right there, Marcus. It does look like there is going to be another review between these two trainers. And like I said before, I absolutely can't blame them for this because these are very, very impactful moments for both of them. These are go big or go home times, but it also gives an insight into how these two opponents like to play out their matches. How do you play off of a bad lead? How do you get off of a bad switch even if you have a bad counter? So if anything, we're getting a little bit of an extra lessons from the two of them of how to play competitive Pokemon Go.
I think that potential, we have a confirmation, by the way, that the game is under review, and we see these two friends on stage talking it out and discussing how that matchup went and how it could have played out and what they are going to do about it. It could be that they are replaying the same game, or it could be that is an entirely new game, or that they let the judges decide. Anything can happen here, but you see great sportsmanship from both of these trainers trying to figure out a solution.
Obviously, in these best of 3 matches, every single match point counts big time here. If this remains for Zweezwalis, then we'll be going into a decisive game number 3. If it will be called for a rematch, then that means that game will essentially poof out of existence, and we're going to be playing game number 2 over again, where Stone Collection has a possibility to sweep his opponent.
So I think Stone Collection is interested in rematching that game because he lost, and Zweezwalis obviously would like that win, but it is up to the judges if the players cannot come to an agreement. And I think they are discussing a situation where the Unova Stunfisk was throwing a 2-turn Thundershock against the Guzzlor's 3-turn Dragon Tail. And maybe we could take a look at that moment if the players are still discussing what is going on. Because what is supposed to happen is that the Unova Stunfisk is supposed to get their Thundershock through and then throw the charge attack. But when Unova Stunfisk threw the charge attack, it seemed like Guzzlord got another fast attack through, which it usually is not supposed to get.
Which could have proved impactful for those middle games, because we saw that the 2 Brutal Swings was enough to knock out the Unova Stunfisk in the middle game. You know, honestly, we say it so many times, Pokemon Go is a game where each thing is 0.5 seconds, so decisions have to be made so quickly. You have to notice exactly what your Pokemon should be doing and when they should be doing it. But these top-level players have this sort of understanding and also recognize when it could have been impactful for them and potentially could have changed the matchup of a game.
I think these two are still discussing what is going on, and the level is so high, these two trainers are so experienced, I'm sure they can come to a solution, but it's ambiguous because it is one fast attack in the middle of a game where it could have swung either way. If that Stunfisk hangs on after that Brutal Swing, maybe it can get off another attack, maybe it forces the Guzzlord to throw more energy, maybe not. And that is the
Ambiguity? Nailed
that,
it.
That was a tough word. Maybe I should delete away from those words that are long and complicated. Anyway, when it's so complex, it's tough to say how much it impacted the matchup. And if it did not impact the matchup at all, there's no reason, in most people's opinion, to rematch a game that would have ended the same way that it did end. Eventually, there's no point there.
Yeah, I agree. I think that these trainers are kind of talking it out, deciding how they played out the matches. We can already kind of discuss how that game number 2 looked for them, because you pointed out at the beginning, you thought it was a little bit funny that Stone Collection noticed how good Charger Bug was for Z's Wireless, and yet still chose to lead a Golisopod and also had a Corviknight in the back, which we would call an ABA team.
And that ABA strategy is really brilliant when it's a soft loss into the opposing Pokemon. So Stone Collection, if he was faced against a Charger Bug with that Golisopod, I suspect that he would have stayed in, thrown an Aqua Tail, and then tried to decide what to do.
Now, on the flip side of that as well, we talked about how Tinkaton just completely walled a Guzzlord. Would we ever see a Guzzlord if there wasn't that good of a matchup for it? And Z's Wireless brought it into that matchup for game number 2. So both of these trainers coming up with some kind of unique strategies to pull out the wins against each other.
It's such a hard matchup, and there's so much strategy going in. Both of these players taking massive risks against their opponent. They know each other very well, so the strategy they have to use to go in when they go into this battle, there's so many layers, because they've played each other so much in the past that they are familiar with each other's playstyle. And you can see it very well on Z's Wireless, how he likes to dip in and out with these Pokemon, utilizing that 45-second switch timer to its maximum potential.
Yeah, and you call it layer upon layer, sort of like a good cake, I think, you know. And so these two are bakers on screen trying to give us sort of a cooking class of how to do well in a Pokemon Go tournament. Both of these trainers have many accolades to their names. Z's Wireless was our first actual championship winner in 2024 in Germany. Stone Collection, like we discussed before, was a last chance qualifier for our first ever World Championships in London, being able to take that and also do quite well in the tournament the next day.
Cool down, Amanda, because you're coming out of the oven steaming hot with those references.
Someone
and those
chilling
puns.
water me.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Can someone take over from here? I'm out. No, incredible wordplay. We have yet to see what will go on with Stone Collection's Z's Wireless, but I think they keep discussing it on stage, and they both have had some chilling water themselves, because they are certainly trying to solve this in a fashionable manner.
Yeah, I mean, it does take a bit to be playing these tournaments. It goes on quite a long time throughout the day. Obviously, if you're on that loser side of the bracket, it does mean that you've had to play more matches to be able to stay in the tournament, while the winner side is a little bit more clear-cut, a little bit quicker, but just as hard, because we've been saying you can type in that exclamation point bracket into the chat and see all of the phenomenal trainers that are here in Gdansk, because there have been quite a few. Already a lot of them have made it into day 2. We're already looking out to round out this meta.
What this opportunity does give our trainers is a nice break to go spin those Pokestops, to get those fast and charged TMs that are dropping from the Pokestops here in Gdansk. If you are present in the venue, make sure to clean out your bag so you have space to get those charged TMs. I know I'm really a sucker for charged TMs.
Yeah, I know that you are. I mean, you could have just stopped at sucker punch user. That's what I thought you were going to say. You were a sucker punch user. But in the meantime, while we are going through all of these technicalities of how these trainers are so good, the nuances between them, we also have some tips about how you can be that good yourself. Starting off with the event that's coming up soon at LAIC.
Record my game gameplay and watch it afterwards to see what I'm doing in the game and become more aware. I don't really think about it in the moment, I just perform. So I record it and then watch it afterwards to actually, have the practice mindset, see where I can improve.
Bom, eu amo muito Pokémon e uma das coisas que eu mais gosto de fazer é dar bastante carinho pra eles. Por incrível que pareça, dar carinho pra eles faz com que, às vezes, ele consiga dar uma evasiva. Apesar de não funcionar isso tanto no campeonato oficial do VGC, é muito legal ver ele saindo da Pokébola com aqueles coraçõezinhos, porque ele ama muita gente.
Para melhorar, eu sempre tento observar o estado do jogo, do oponente, sempre tento pensar à frente o que ele vai fazer. Eu acho que um treinador, para melhorar, ele pode ver os resultados de outros campeonatos, né, e sempre tentar progredir.
Eu gosto de rever os meus erros, ver onde eu poderia ter melhorado durante a partida e a partir disso ver o que eu poderia ter feito melhor naquele momento.
Bueno, para poder jugar mejor Pokémon GO es importante salir siempre a capturar muchos Pokémon, aprovechar los eventos al máximo para sacar los Pokés con mejores IVs y siempre estar entrenando constantemente en las batallas del juego para poder seguir mejorando.
A lot of great tips coming in from the Latin American International Championship that went off in the 2025 season. I was there as a competitor.
I was there as a caster.
Oh my boy, we both were there and we both had a good time. My record was nothing to speak of, but you certainly...
I made all 3 days.
Did you? You made it to grand finals, did you?
I made it to Championship Sunday at the very least. We were able to go over the losers and winners finals of those matchups, and then of course Marcel Gardley ended up taking that competition. He ended up taking so many competitions in that 2025 competitive season. Very anxious to see who will be able to do something similar, and if it's even possible in the 2026 season.
An inspiring trainer for me in that competition was Vittorello 12, or 12 Vittorello, because the passion that he showed when he was winning games on stream and in losers finals to make it to face Marto Galde with that Shadow Alolan Marowak, one of my favorite Pokemon. It was truly inspiring, and it shows trainers that you as well can win with your favorites.
And he did so well in that competition. Not only that, he's in the top portion of the standing for trainers for this season's LAIC. We had him on the graphic earlier on when we were in the lounge, and he had picked Shadow Dusknoir to be a Pokemon that he thought could be pretty impactful for the tournament here in Gdansk. We actually haven't seen too many Shadow Dusknoir here, but we did see many last weekend in Lille.
And Shadow Dusknoir is in that curious spot where it's not as attack weighted as, for example, a Shadow Scizor or a Shadow Charizard, but it's also not as tanky as, for example, a Galarian Corsola. So the Shadow being a Shadow Pokemon, that gives you a further attack boost, but it also nerfs your defense a little bit. So Shadow Dusknoir is in that middle spot where it will lose charge attack priority to, for example, a Scizor, and winning against, for example, a Corsola, but it does so much damage being a Shadow Pokemon and having those Astonishes and Shadow Punches and Dynamic Punches, punching left and right.
It's got all of the punches there going on. There's so many different Pokemon that have been used in this current meta. I know that we've seen quite a few things continuing to pop up again after tournament, such as that Corsola, such as that Credilli. We've even seen a rise in the Empoleon. But each tournament brings something a little bit different. Trainers are tweaking their teams slowly and surely to decide what is going to be best before this actual season ends.
Even though Empoleon was something that stood out last weekend in Lille, there's been another steel type that has really been performing incredibly well this week, and that is Corviknight. After he got a Community Day charged attack Air Cutter, it has been doing super well, and we saw it especially with Z Swallows and how he likes to dip in and out. With his Sand attack, ground type fast attack,
that gives it incredible coverage into, for example, that Tinkaton, which is a steel type. So even though Tinkaton resists Air Cutter and Payback, the sand attacks do enough for Corviknight to win out that matchup.
Not only that, Air Cutter has the potential to buff the attack of the Corviknight by using it. We actually saw a great example of it in that last matchup that we had between Stone Collection and Z's Wireless when 2 Air Cutters gave him a boost, and we saw how much that boosted Payback did to Stone Collection's Corviknight in return.
But if there is one Pokemon the Corviknight does not want to see, it's usually that Talonflame. Being a fire-type Pokemon, having access to an Incinerate, it does so much damage to the Steel-type Corviknight. And as Corviknight is relying on Sand attacks, which is a ground-type attack, that is resisted by the Flying and Fire-type Talonflame. So if you have Corviknight issues in your team, then maybe Talonflame is the way to go.
Corviknight was popular even before Air Cutter was viable. It was also in the past running Iron Head and also Sky Attack. Do you think, I know that you're a big Talonflame enjoyer yourself, there's also some different options for charge attacks for that Pokemon. What do you think is most viable right now in, the current meta that we have?
It kind of depends on your team. But Shadow Talonflame has incredible 2-shield scenario matchups when it's running that Flame Charge. Because Flame Charge for Talonflame boosts up its fast attack damage. And there's not a lot of fire-type resistances that are around right now. For example, the water-type Empoleon, you would think, Empoleon's a water-type, it has a great matchup into that Talonflame. Nope, not in the 2-shield scenario where Shadow Talonflame shields everything coming in because you're ramping up the damage with a Flame Charge. Empoleon cannot get to 3 Hydro Cannons, and that means Shadow Talonflame has only taken Metal Sounds in the 2-shield scenario, and that is a healthy Talonflame.
I mean, Talonflame in Lille, all of them that ended up making it onto day 2 were that Shadow variant, and we actually saw some really incredible gameplay doing that Flame Charge like Marcus was talking about, being able to get some extra damage on their Incinerates, and that actually won out some big matches there. Speaking of winning out matches, it looks like it is going to be a replay for game number 2 there, as we see the score is still 1-0 for Stone Collection side.
And the question is, how will these trainers go into this game number 2? Will they replay with their Pokemon, or is it an entirely new game? We cannot know with these trainers, but we see the Gliscopod into the Corviknight yet again.
And we take a peek at that backline there. We have that Unova Stunfisk for Stone Collection side, as well as that Corviknight, and as we do see the Credilli and the Guzzlord on Wireless' side. This time going ahead, and the Aqua Jet is going to go through first before Z's Wireless goes with that Air Slash or Air Cutter. Last time the Air Cutter was caught on the Unova Stunfisk, so I think Z's Wireless might be a little bit wary to have it happen again.
Already a change from these trainers. Z's Wireless went straight for the Air Cutter last time, but he still gets to land it in this position. Can Stone Collection yet again make a catch on the second Air Cutter? He tries to, but here comes the Corviknight saves the energy, and then eventually he comes in with the Guzzlord, storing that energy on the Corviknight yet.
Yeah, there is the Air Cutter and the Payback already ready for that Corviknight should Z's Wireless want to use it later. Guzzlord is going to come in. It does have to take a Mud Bomb, and it's going to have to take another one here, starting to charge up its energy. We're seeing very similar gameplay, but it hasn't been exactly the same because both of these trainers have played things out a little bit differently here. Brutal Swing #1 coming through on the side of Z's Wireless, and no Protect Shield from Stone Collection.
I wonder if this Unova Stunfisk might be able to threaten the Guzzlord in the 0-shield scenario right now, because the Guzzlord is in danger of maybe not getting taken out by this Mud Bomb, but it's getting close.
Danger, danger, Guzzlord here. You are getting low. 2 Brutal Swings are ready. No Protect Shield once again from Stone Collection side, but a very, very small sliver of health on the Guzzlord. Is he going to go immediately for another one? Yes, he is. He's going for Brutal Swing #2. There's basically little health left on the Guzzlord, and Stone Collection puts up a shield. He wants this middle matchup.
He does not want to see this the Gliscopod on the loaded Corviknight. So here comes the Cradley. The Cradley is going to try to farm down this Unova Stunfisk, but there's so much energy on this Unova Stunfisk still.
Yeah, Mud Bomb after Mud Bomb about to be released here, but it doesn't do too much damage to the Credilli, and fast attack damage actually is going to be too much either, so Stone Collection choosing now to come in with that Gliscopod, forcing the shield off of Z-Swila's side. Keep in mind how much energy is on that Corviknight. The switch timer is up, and we see an immediate pivot by Z-Swila's going for Air Cutter #1.
And this will be enough to knock out the Corviknight on Stone Collection's side. There is still a Rock Tomb left on that Cradily, so Z-Swilas will hope to eventually debuff some of the Pokemon on Stone Collection's side. But if Stone Collection can just get rid of this pesky Corviknight,
going ahead, going for that heavy-hitting payback here. No Protect Shields used from Stone Collection. He still has one on his side, and you will see that this does not even close to the same amount of damage as it did in the previous one there. There's no boost on the Corviknight here on either side, and it looks like Stone Collection going for his own payback, getting the Protect Shield off of Z-Swila's side. Even though his Corviknight is quite low, he knows that it's not going to be doing much from those fast attacks, but a catch on this low health Unova Stunfisk. Stone Collection keeps himself in the game.
And Stone Collection wanted a combination play where he can take out the Corviknight with his Unovan Stunfisk. But now he has a dry Corviknight and a tall task ahead of him.
Going ahead, using that last Protect Shield as Credilli reaches that Rock Tomb, throwing it up into the sky. It is protected, but the attack of the only Pokemon left on Stone Collection's side has been lowered. No Protect Shields remaining on Z-Swilas, forced to take this Air Cutter, which will not come close to knocking out Stone Collection, trying desperately for a boost.
He needed that boost to make sure that he could win out this game. This Rock Tomb is going to come very close to knocking out this Corviknight. And Z-Swilas, he can see the end of the tail of this Corviknight in game #2.
Going ahead and just knocking it down. Attack falls one more time, and so does Stone Collection as Z-Swilas takes game #2, and we are going into a decisive game 3.
It's 1-1. Stone Collection not too happy about how that game went. He is for sure looking to change up his plans and try to keep that Gliscopod away from the Corviknight.
Going ahead, these two trainers have a lot on the line because this is the losers semi-finals. Whoever wins this matchup will go on to day 2 in Gdansk. And whoever loses this will be going home with a nice amount of championship points, but maybe not the title that they were hoping to achieve. Both of these trainers have played against each other a couple of times now by this point, not only in this tournament, but before. So they need to recognize, okay, what are the big plays? What are the adjustments that I need to be able to make to be able to stay in this tournament?
I think both of these trainers, they need a plan for this game 3. They are both so determined to make it through to tomorrow's round 2, day 2, but they need to overcome the opposing trainer ahead of them. Can we see the Charge Bug from Z-Swilas? Will he call out another ludicrous round from Stone Collection? And here we see it's the Shadow Gyarados. No respect for that Charge Bug.
Shadow Gyarados coming in here at the very beginning of the matchup, just starting to charge up a bit of energy, and we'll have to see how they want to play out these matchups. Something that hasn't been played so many times in the competitive circuit before. One of these Pokemon is tried and true. One of them is about to be tested here. Shield coming up on Z-Swilas' side before he throws the first Rock Tomb onto that Shadow Gyarados, and I think we're going to see a Shield here from Stone Collection's side.
No Shield would have swished out this Gyarados. But Z-Swilas really needs to preserve this Cradily because his backline is so... Oh, and it gets a Volt Switch through on the Shadow Gyarados. That could be detrimental. It's going to hurt this Gyarados so much.
Gyarados now going to be able to throw off this Aqua Tail, but look how much damage this is doing here. This Volt Switch knocks the Gyarados out of the sky. We'll have to see how Stone Collection wants to respond here. Coming in with that Unovan Stunfisk against the Charge Bug. Electric versus Electric.
Stone Collection not happy. He wanted to switch out that Gyarados, but was not in time. And so it goes down to 2 Volt Switches. The Unovan Stunfisk now has a tall task dealing with this Charge Bug. It is an electric type, but it's not weak to that ground type damage because Bug resists ground.
So it will need 2 Mud Bombs to take out this Charger Bug.
Going ahead, X-Scissor number 2 coming through here. No Protect Shield used on Stone Collection side, and just still continuing to ramp up energy from both of these Pokemon. Mud Bomb is already loaded, going 1 overthrowing. A nice timing there on Stone Collection side. Mud Bomb here should be able to knock out the Charger Bug, as Z's Wireless has not put up a Protect Shield, and we'll see how he wants to respond. Credilli coming back in to negate all of this energy that Unova Stunfisk is going for the heavy hitting attack. This should be enough, and Stone Collection puts up a shield.
He does not want this Unovan Stunfisk to go down just yet. Can it pull back against the Cradley? He needs some kind of miracle here. This Cradley is looking so strong for C's Wallace.
It's planted its roots, it's blossoming here, it's able to take attack after attack against this Unovan Stunfisk, already at another Grass Knot. But actually, this has gotten so low that Z's Wireless is forced to put up his Protect Shield on his Cradilli. I think he didn't want the Grass Knot to get caught on whatever was in the back, so he's continuing to gain energy here. Now Tinkaton comes in, and we saw the spotlight graphic. We know that this Corviknight has a decent matchup against this Tinkaton.
But let's see, Tinkaton has the Bulldoze that can potentially debuff the Corviknight, and in the Zero Shield scenario, Corviknight does not have, he gets the debuff. Maybe this changes things, because Corviknight does not have a hard-hitting charge attack into this Tinkaton. Both Payback and Air Cutter are resisted by the Steel and Fairy type.
Yeah, Fairy type doesn't really mind this, but still, this is a heavy-hitting attack. It does put the Tinkaton down into the yellow, but now Tinkaton, with the defenses being dropped of the Corviknight, goes for a play rough here, swinging the hammer up at the sky, knocking the Corviknight down to the yellow as well. But another Payback is almost ready to go. Z's Wireless throwing right away.
And this Tinkaton really needs to preserve some health to get off some energy on the Cradley. But this Payback is getting it so low. Can he get to the player up? No! The Sand Attacks will knock it out. And then Unova Stunfisk gets Grass Knotted in the end. Stone Collection putting down his phone. And he is talking to the judges about this game. C's Wallace taking game number 3.
Taking that decisive game 3 there with the Cradilli, Grass Knotting the Unovan Stunfisk to be able to take the losers semifinals. As we discussed, it looks like the trainers are discussing a couple of things that happened in the earlier parts of the matchup when the Charger Bug swapped in to that Gyarados.
Stone Collection certainly not happy that his Gyarados went down without the opportunity to preserve it. So let's take a look, or let's see what these trainers decide. To do. We can hear the audience cheer or make ooh sounds when something spectacular happens on screen. And a lot of players noticed that Gyarados going down without able to put up enough of a fight against the Charger Bug.
And a lot of oohs going on because these two trainers also have been putting on a show of how to play the Pokemon. There's been so many different Pokemon that both of these trainers have opted to bring. We saw Shadow Tucana playing a little bit earlier against a different opponent, but it looks like Stone Collection has opted once again to bring that Shadow Gyarados, something that is a little bit interesting. It's not a dragon type Pokemon, but it does run Dragon Breath, giving it a similar utility to Pokemon like that Goodra that we see, or the Altaria, or some of the like the Guzzlord on the side of Z's Wireless.
And we have confirmation from the judges. There will be another rematch.
All right.
That means clean slate. The trainers can decide if they lock in the same team or if they change up their teams entirely. I suspect that they will go in with a brand new team this time, but I could be wrong.
Well, that is the actual ruling of, you are not required to play the same Pokemon that you played if it's going to be a rematch. It is up to the opponents how they want to play out those matchups. And again, in these big impactful moments when it is going to be who will be able to make it onto day number 2, these are going to be, incredibly close battles, and going to be something that's going to be going on in the mind of both of the opponents.
There's so much on the line, so it makes absolute sense that these trainers want everything to go down correctly before the final result is decided. And that is why we have a rematch on this game number 3, because Stone Collection was not able to play out this game exactly as he wanted to. So we have a game number 3. that is yet to play again, and that means we get to see more of these spectacular trainers.
These two trainers, both from Germany, both teammates and friends, playing grassroots tournaments, playing practice tournaments, both of them wanting to be able to call themselves the Gdansk champion. But one of them, after this next round, will have to go home with some points, definitely with some points, but in a double elimination tournament, since we are on that loser side of the bracket, only one can continue on.
Who are you rooting for, Emma?
I don't know. I can't even tell at this point.
I'm rooting for both of them because they're so passionate.
Trick! That was a trick!
It was a trick. I set you up, but I think both of these trainers are showing such great sportsmanship to each other. So either one who goes through will be a winner. Even the loser of this round will be a winner in my mind.
Well, and if you're a winner in Marcus's mind, then you are just obviously a winner because, I mean, that is that's a coveted spot.
It's hard to become a winner up in here. I actually think there are a lot of winners out here today. We've seen so many trainers win games, and in my opinion, I think Stone Collection is facing such a tough and brutal matchup against that Charge Bug. Him even winning that game number 1 is an incredible feat in itself, and he's making it so close in all these games as well. You just see Zwalis, he's so meticulous and he's so fluid with his gameplay. It's so hard for Stone Collection to really get an edge in all of these matches.
No, I know, it's like they're going absolutely back and forth. One game for one trainer, the next for the other. And like you said, everyone's a winner. But truly, this is true between these two players because Zwalis was a 2024 Barcelona champion, I believe, and Stone Collection was a last chance qualifier champion in London for our first ever season. So both of these trainers would love to have another big accolade behind their name. Zwalis has gotten to the finals in a couple of tournaments very, very recently. He's hoping to be able to make that win for himself here in Gdansk, and he's got to get through Stone Collection to do so.
As you mentioned, Zwalis he won that Barcelona special event in 2024. Then he's gotten to 4 or 5 grand finals since that, but the championship title has yet eluded him. Stone Collection in the previous season got to the grand finals in Stuttgart, where he also lost. Both of these trainers so hungry to avenge their latest losses and go home taking another victory here today.
And the first step is this next matchup in the decisive game number 3 in the losers semifinals to decide who will be moving on to day number 2 here in Gdansk. Both of these trainers just taking a second to lock in their teams, and you know what? I don't blame them. There's a lot on the line here. We all need to take a breath, just like these trainers here. Yeah, breathe in, breathe out, and let's see what these two trainers want to bring to the matchups.
I want to see some Charge Bug from Zwalis. Stone Collection has disrespected it for so long. Can Zwalis put it in the face of Stone Collection and see how he copes?
Well, we're about to see because this game is ready to go. Looks like exactly we got a Charge Bug in the lead up against that Shadow Gyarados. So we'll see how quickly Stone Collection wants to dip out of this matchup. It looks like he's going to go for a couple Dragon Breaths before and now trying to transfer this energy onto the Unobin Sunfist, now to be met by the Guzzlord. A very quick pivot there by Zwalis' side, but still going to have to take a Mud Bomb right away for his efforts.
And very clever by Zwalis recognizing that even though he wants to Cradily on that Unobin Stunfisk, that would mean Tinkaton would be so hard to deal with in the back.
Going ahead now, going to have to take Mud Bomb number 2 here. And you're absolutely right, this is going to be a huge problem, but if he doesn't recognize that it's going to be in this matchup here, Brutal Swing coming through, no Protect Shield used on Stone Collection side, going to take it all here. Guzzlord is getting low. We know that another Mud Bomb plus the extra damage from the fast attacks will be able to knock it out if we saw last game as any indication. 2 Brutal Swings loaded, first one ready to go.
Zwalis will know he might not need switch advantage in this situation because that, oh, and we get a catch on the Tinkaton. That is a Brutal Swing coming through on this fairy type. It will do insignificant damage.
And not only just a Brutal Swing, what are you going to do in this scenario? Neither that Cradily nor that Guzzlord want to face off the Tinkaton. Zwalis is forcing out play in the Charge Bug here. Charge Bug going for that heavier hitting discharge. The X-Scissor obviously not being able to do much much damage to the Tinkaton, being able to take their no Protect Shield used on Stone Collection side. Stone Collection already at another player up. First Protect Shield also used by Z's Wireless.
Stone Collection will be so happy that he's seeing this Charge Bug here instead of on that Shadow Gyarados. But how does Z's Wireless decide to play this out? Because an early throw by Stone Collection, throwing that Bulldoze. That means that is not doing significant damage to this Charge Bug.
And I think Z's Wireless definitely knew his counts, recognized that it wasn't going to be the heavier hitting player up, used no Protect Shield, and also got some extra energy. So Discharge will be enough to knock out this Tinkaton, and he will be able to dictate the pacing. Now going straight for that X-Scissor, wants to get the Unova Sunfisk out of the way, but Stone Collection has to shield this up because he has that Gyarados in the back.
Stone Collection knows that he cannot allow this Charge Bug to land any Volt Switches on the Shadow Gyarados, but here comes the Mob Bomb. It's not shielded by Z's Wireless, and maybe the Gyarados can maybe do something for Stone Collection in the end.
We saw him get a little bit of energy there. Unova Sunfist had so much energy to give. It's doing so much, taking out not only this Charger Bug, but also getting that Guzzlord super low. Credilli now coming in against that Gyarados. Gyarados does have a little bit of an energy advantage. Will be able to hit first. It looks like he's throwing right before that Rock Tomb is available, getting that last Protect Shield off of Z's Wireless' side.
Question for Stone Collection is, will he be able to do enough damage before 2 Rock Tomb comes out for Z's Wireless? Here comes the Rock Tomb. It is obviously shielded, or else the Gyarados would be gone. And now he's getting close to another Rock Hotel. Can he outpace the Cradley to 2 attacks?
Going ahead now, using that first one. He also has a Unova Sunfisk for a potential safe swap. So it's something that Z's Wireless has to be conscious of, that he doesn't want to get this Rock Tomb caught on the Unova Sunfisk, throwing right at charge attack priority. This is the big question. Is this Aqua Tail that is already debuffed enough to knock out the Credilli?
Oh, he barely hangs on. This Rock Tomb will knock out this Gyarados, but the Unovan Stunfisk is not in range of getting farmed down by this Cradley, and this Guzzlord still remaining in the back. But can it get to an attack? No, this Stunfisk will get there to the Mod Bomb. This will knock out the Guzzlord. Are we seeing a reverse engineering by Stone Collection here?
Mud Bomb will connect. Is it enough to knock
it's
out?
Enough.
It is!
And then Cradley's so low. The Unovan Stunfisk is thunder chucking down the Cradley, and Stone Collection, he flips the game on its head.
He's collecting Pokemon. He's still collecting names, collecting catches, and he is now day 2. Stone Collection taking this game. Our last chance qualifier, looking to get another chance at redemption here in Gdansk.
That is one of the most remarkable games I've seen in such a long time. I hope you did not miss this, trainers, because Stone Collection, he led his Shadow Gyarados into a Charge Bug, an electric type, doing Volt Switch damage, but he did not care. He found a way through. He swapped in his hard counter, the Unovan Stunfisk. It managed to leverage the Guzzlord in such a way that the Guzzlord threw the energy onto the Tinkaton. We will have the judges to take another look at the game to make sure that everything happened as it was supposed to do, though.
There's been a lot of going on between these two trainers, and we know, especially as viewers too, this can be exciting and also frustrating. Imagine how these two trainers also feel. They want to be able to make it onto day 2. They're playing incredibly well. They're not only having to get into the mind of their opponent, they're also having to keep up their own stamina, make sure their counting is on point, their energy management is perfect. These games have come down to the absolute wire every single time, and of course, if something is a little bit wrong in the eyes of the trainers, they have every single right to be able to bring up that issue amongst each other, also amongst the judges.
Get ready to be shocked, Gyarados. But no, it was not the Gyarados that was shocked, it was the Charge Bug and the Cradley from Z's Wireless. Electrifying matchup here in the Gdansk Losers Semis. If you're missing out, trainers, you are missing out on shocking events and powerful matchups.
And look how much switching went on between those two matchups. And I think that this last game, even though it is under review, just also goes to show that just because you lose a lead doesn't mean that you're necessarily going to lose a game, because that would be called a heavy loss there. If you have a Shadow Gyarados and you see a Charger Bug, you see an electric type on the other side, Still, Stone Collection was patient. He was cool and collected there, going for a couple Dragon Breaths before swapping out.
Because that Volt Switch takes 4 turns to activate, that means the Gyarados has the opportunity to do at least 2 Dragon Breaths before swapping without taking that Volt Switch damage. And then he transferred that electric type Volt Switch damage onto that Unovan Stunfisk using ground and electric type, and takes barely any damage from those Volt Switches at all. That led the Gyarados to charge attack priority, tie the Cradley in the end, putting the Cradley so low that Unovan Stunfisk could Thundershock in the end.
So that was a big level play, and also something that you recognize from trainers once they start learning, how much the attack damage does when the attacks apply their damage. Stone Collection was patient as ever, recognizing, okay, even though I know this is a bad matchup, I know exactly what I need to do to at least play it out to the best of my abilities, and that's exactly what he did for that Game 3.
Stone Collection, he painted a piece of art winning that game. He certainly does not want to let it go to waste, but let's wait and see what our judges conclude with, because this magnificent painting and work of art that Stone Collection just created for us with that game number 3 is such a jewel in my eyes, if everything went down correctly.
Stone Collection has been bringing some unique Pokemon ever since the beginning of his play. When he was at the World Championships, he actually brought a Samurott to be able to play, which was, I believe, the only Samurott in the World Championships that year. So it was something that a lot of people really remembered about him.
But it was so good as well, because the one-turn fast attacks was really good into a defense weighted Pokemon, like for example the Registeel that was very prevalent at the World Championship. So you would think that the Samurott relying on Fury Cutter would not be great into that Registeel, hitting it back with Zap Cannon, but Stone Collection realized if he could just double shield through that matchup, then it was not bad at all. And Stone Collection showed everyone how creative thinking and not relying on just the meta Pokemon can give you an edge in a lot of matchups.
And truly, you fast forward 3 years and still he is using a water-type Pokemon with Fury Cutter as its fast attack, but it's now going to be that Golisopod, which has a little bit different pacing and a little bit different utilization than that Samurott actually had when he used it before.
But because Golisopod is quicker to that bug-type charge attack X-Scissor, which is also an excellent attack, that is a little bit more fortunate than Samurott's heavier hitting Megahorn, but that is because it's more expensive. It takes more energy to get it off. And Golisopod as well, being a bug type, has such positive matchups into all the ground type Pokemon we see right now, especially that Gastrodon. So because that resists the ground type damage, and that is why Golisopod currently is preferred over that Samurott.
Golisopod also has been used in previous metas with Shadow Claw as its fast attack. This season, and it seems to be more recently, people have been opting to use Fury Cutter instead.
I think Fury Cutter is the way to go right now with the same type attack bonus. I think Fury Cutter, being a one-turn fast attack, gets the edge over Shadow Claw in a lot of matchups. And even against even against Pokemon like Galarian Corsola, Golisopod still has the opportunity to win that game in the two-shield scenario, even with Fury Cutter, because so quick. It can outpace the Galarian Corsola to its third charge attack.
So Stone Collection bringing a team.
Here we see, it seems like the trainers agree on a rematch.
No rematch.
No rematch. They are hanging in the Louvre. They're painting that Stone Collection painted for us in game number 3. That was such a work of art, leading that Gyarados into a charge bug, but still winning that game. What a masterpiece that Stone Collection managed to pull off here in Gdansk.
Congratulations to Stone Collection being able to take it into day number 2 here in Gdansk with a pretty unique team, knocking out Z's Wireless, a former champion. But Z's Wireless has gone away now with a lot of different championship points. And if you notice, there are a couple of Pokemon on the team of Z's Wireless, like that Credilli that we see so often, that actually has an attack like Rock Tomb that changes the outcome of the games.
So the power of Cradley is incredible. Even though it is a grass and rock type, and you'd think a steel type would certainly match up favorably into that Cradley, Cradley can beat Tinkaton. Yeah, and that, in my mind, it should not be possible, but the Rock Tomb debuffs, it helps Cradley so much, being able to withstand the damage from, for example, that Tinkaton or those Corviknights. And that makes Cradley such a force. So being able to hit it fast and hard with those bug type attacks, that is the upside of, for example, the Golisopod.
Yeah, Rock Tomb there being able to 100% debuff attacks, Air Cutter with the potential to buff your own attacks. There are so many attacks in Pokemon Go that can change the outcome of a game and change the way a player is going to play out their matches. And if you want to know, a few other Pokemon, a few other attacks that you can be using, then you're going to want to make sure to stay tuned to this video.
Hi there trainers, welcome to this video, where we will be talking about status changing charged attacks. My name is Martijn, you may also know me as Inadequance. You may have seen them before in the Go Battle League or in the Show 6 Bring 3 format in the Pokémon Go Championship series. Charged attacks that alter the attack or defense stage of a Pokémon. What makes these attacks so good and how can you use them to your advantage? To start off, how do you know if a charged attack can change the attack or defense? You can find this by selecting a Pokemon in your Pokemon storage and scrolling down to the fast and charged attacks that this Pokemon has. If you select trainer battles here, you can see not only the damage per attack, but also if there is a chance of changing the attack or defense of the opponent. In some cases, this is even guaranteed. Generally, these attacks are not strong in terms of damage, but they can be key to flipping a battle in your favor. Let's take a look at Dugong for example. Dugong is a Pokemon that wins a lot of neutral battles, and that's mostly because it relies on the charge attack Icy Wind. When used, Icy Wind drops the attack stage of the opponent by 1 stage. This makes Dugong excellent in a battle that takes longer. You could even come out of the battle with another Icy Wind loaded to weaken the next Pokemon that is brought onto the battlefield. Having a Pokemon that can lower the attack or defense of the opponent is a strong and safe option to lead in your battles. There are also attacks that lower your own status upon using. The best example here is Deoxys defense form. It can learn the efficient low energy cost charge attack Psycho Boost, but this will drop the user's attack by 2 stages. Now you're wondering, is my Pokemon stuck with this attack debuff for the remainder of the battle? The answer is no. Status changes are cleared upon switching out of the battle. What you will see many players do is launch the Psycho Boost quickly into the opponent and swap into the next Pokemon to clear the attack debuff for when Deoxys defense comes back into battle later. There are also charge attacks that can boost your own attack or defense. Poliwrath, for example, can win the mirror matchup with Power Up Punch. This is not a strong charge attack, but it's low in energy cost and it raises the attack stats of the user by 1 stage. One last thing, not all status changing attacks are guaranteed. Some only have a chance to trigger the effect. Examples are Crunch, Scald and Zap Cannon. It's worth getting familiar with these attacks as they can aid you in building a strategy for your battles. Go to Pokemon.com/play to check out the latest news on nearby events and hey, give it a try!
An absolute marathon by Z's Wireless and Stone Collection there. Stone Collection pulling through, locking in his place on day 2. And to be honest, well-deserved. Stone Collection has been playing insane this tournament.
He's definitely a veteran of the scene, and it just shows. Next up, we're also going to have 2 veterans. It's going to be Tomahawk UK, and on the right, Dana WWW.
You almost called him Tom the Hawk, didn't you?
Did you know he has a hawk named Tom?
Yeah, I heard about it.
Yeah, he actually does. And He didn't bring it, but he does have Greninja. It's a very unique pick. I actually think it looks kind of good into the team of Dana. Dana does have Fortress, and Fortress in turn also looks kind of good into the team of Tomahawk UK. Do keep in mind that Ghost and Fighting resist Bug. That makes Annihilate an excellent potential counter into the Fortress. Whoa, we're already getting ready.
Let's get into it then. These trainers are wasting no time trying to lock in their place on the day 2 of the competition. The Annihilate bleed that you mentioned into the Unnovan Stunfisk.
This is a very neutral matchup. Annihilate does have access to Ice Punch though, and that's super effective onto the Unnovan Stunfisk. Let's see how both trainers are going to play. We see the immediate Mud Bomb from this Unnovan Stunfisk because the Annihilate does have a lot of bulk, so this will do a good chunk of damage.
And that Wigglytuff looking to be in trouble because that's that Fortress and that Charizard in the back. Even though it is Dragon Breath Charizard, Wigglytuff doesn't want to see that.
Yeah, excellent call from Dana already at the start of this game. But let's see how this proceeds because the Clodsire does look very, very playable. Another Mud Bomb comes in. Does Tomahawk UK go for the switch advantage? That's what you do with Annihilate.
Yeah, that's what you do. You put shields behind him, try to counter all the way down. Though the Annihilate, can he get the counter down before the Mud Bomb?
Oh.
He just about gets it.
This is so awkward. I'm not sure if you can get the Bug Bite down, but if you bring in the Charizard, you're going to have to use Protect Shields. The energy is going to be really good in the back, though. So let's see what Dana is going to bring in here. He brings in the Fortress. I think after this Rage Fist, perhaps we see Dana swap, because if you stay in with this Fortress, this Annihilate gets to another attack.
Yeah, I think that's the play. Dana hoping there's no Greninja in the back. Oh, Annihilate almost getting to them one counter away. Goes into the Clodsire though. And Charizard as an energy head start. It goes straight for the Blast Burn. Will Tomahawk UK call this?
Blast Burn will do a lot of damage. If it's an air cutter, it will do no damage. Here it comes!
No shield! Kaboom!
That's so much damage on this Clodsire. Do you use a protection here? Charizard is the one Pokemon you probably don't want to lose out on, and now you can go straight air cutter.
Yeah, this is a prime position for the Charizard. The poison sticks don't add up that much. Charizard generating a lot of energy here. Just about before the Stone Edge goes for the air cutter, and I don't think that's charge attack priority.
It has 2 attacks here. I don't think it's charge attack priority tie, but there's 2 air cutters, so there's no point for Tomahawk UK to use a protection there. Now it's all in the hands of Wigglytuff. I think Tomahawk UK is hoping for, well, he's already seen the Murkrow actually. He's hoping that this Wigglytuff can close out. I think if you shield this air cutter, Charizard might be able to pull off a Blast Burn as well.
Let's see the Tomahawk. Oh! He pulls the protection. Can Charizard reach the Blast Burn? It's so close. And now the counter's down!
That is insane. And now the Rage Fist, it's being reached. The Bug Bite barely did a knockout there.
That double resistance to Bug from the Ghost fighting time came in clutch. Gets off the Rage Fist, taking the last protection out of Dane.
Who can get 2 charge stacks here? Bug Bite is resisted on this Wigglytuff. You don't see Wigglytuff take on Steel types every day, but it's looking like in a pretty decent position here actually.
Interesting play here by Tomahawk, not going for the Ice Wind, rather going for the double Swift play, hoping it's enough to knock out Fortress, closing in on that Rock Tomb.
In comes the Rock Tomb now to debuff, but Rock Tomb, it does solid damage. The problem is that this Fortress doesn't charge fast enough. It's a Bug and Steel type just like Scissor, but Scissor has Bullet Punch, a Steel type charge attack, or sorry, fast attack, and now this Wigglytuff can still hang in this match.
The Swift is not enough to KO, but I don't think the Fortress has enough HP to reach another move. It's coming in close. Can he get there? Santum, the point, is this enough to KO?
I think this barely might not be enough, but let's see. This Wigglytuff doesn't have a lot of HP, but Santum is not a strong attack. The Charm went through, the Santum's coming through. Which Pokemon hangs on? It's the Wigglytuff!
Wigglytuff beating a Fire type and beating a Steel type.
Was not on my list for today.
I mean, that's why you love Wigglytuff. It just pulls wins like that.
It's so good, right? It's so good. I told Jay last week, and he picked up immediately. He said, oh, so this is a very good Pokemon, apparently. Now you know as well that Wigglytuff is a really good Pokemon.
And I think it's a great call by Tomahawk, leaning in on that Wigglytuff. Why? Because the counters that Dane has have Bug Bite and Dragon Breath. Though they resist the Charm, they're not doing effective damage either. So it's not that bad of a matchup. Wigglytuff can hang on there.
Yeah, it's not exactly most favorable, but I see where you're coming from. And if you look at the other matchups as well, right? Unnovan Stunfisk, you have Icy Wind. Galarian Corsola, you double resist Ghost type attacks. Diggersby, again, you have Icy Wind. And then Murkrow, Fairy type Charm, and Icy Wind both are super effective. I can totally see that Wigglytuff being a problem. Dana told me he was afraid of the Greninja. I think it's Wigglytuff he needs to be afraid of.
Yeah, and I really like how that core of Annihilate, Wigglytuff works here, even though there's a Charizard who in theory is a core breaker, right? Being on Dragon Breath makes it a tad bit slower to those air cutters, and then Wigglytuff also double resists the Dragon Breath, right? So Charizard has to hit that Blast Burn to do significant damage.
The thing is, Charizard doesn't output a lot of fast attack damage, despite being so fragile and having high attack. Annihilate can still hang on with Dragon Breath, and for that reason, I think if Tomahawk UK would face a Charizard in the lead, he would just stay in and just keep punching, going for Rage Fist. Even resisted counters would still do a good amount of damage on the Charizard. And if the Charizard's gone, it is likely that the Wigglytuff in the back would have play as well. So I really like the team composition there from Tomahawk UK.
Yeah, and I really like that Tomahawk chose to actually go into that Annihilate, trying to deny all that energy from the Charizard, and then since the Ghost fighting that double resist bug, he was able to hang on and get to that last departing Rage Fist. That was so clutch for Tomahawk.
One trainer already has locked in, the other one still thinking it through. Tomahawk UK needs one more win in this match to advance to the next round. Dana is on the brink of defeat, but perhaps he can make a comeback. He is one of the veterans of this game. After all, we're going into game number 2. We have the Greninja making his appearance. He's met up with the Stun Fist from Dana WW.
Yeah, this Unova stuff is really fast, but the Greninja paces so fast to these Hydro Cannons. 9 turns only gets the first Hydro Cannon off.
The Water Shuriken is the fast attack from the Greninja. It charges up incredibly quick here. Dana is letting the first one go. He knows that the more shields there are being used, the better this Greninja becomes. So he decides to not use the first Protect Shield. There's no way you don't put up a Protection here as Tomahawk UK.
Yeah, Tomahawk preserving the HP on this Greninja. In the backline, you see that Dana doesn't want Charizard to meet it. He charge attack priorities with the Night Slash on the next discharge. Will Dana choose to shield this move?
If he wants to get 2 shields down, he would, but he's not using any shields just yet. I would expect Tomahawk UK to swap immediately, though, once he sees the Fortress come in. There's no way Zard comes in, Charizard comes in here. So in comes Fortress. Clodsire does resist Bug Bite. This is awkward, right? Because you cannot really throw in your Charizard here, since the Clodsire is very bulky and it can hit back with Stone Edges, which would annihilate all Charizard in the world.
This looks like a checkmate team comp from Tomahawk UK, since this Clodsire does so well both into the Fortress and the Charizard doesn't want to take its energy. First Earthquake coming through. Will Dana put the protection? He does not.
And now that the energy has been expanded, Dana tried to go for the swap there, didn't go through. Now going for a Sand Tomb. Instead, do you now go into the Charizard? The thing is, the timer already has been postponed so long that Tomahawk UK's timer is going to be up after this Stone Edge right here. He tried swapping, it wasn't available just yet. Decides to go for the Stone Edge instead to pull a shield from Dana. Does he let the Charizard go? No, he puts up the protection here as well. But now Greninja can come back in.
Yeah, I like this throwing off the Stone Edge, because Greninja paces so fast and the Shurikens add up, right? Charizard going for the air cut, Tomahawk using this last Protect Shield.
This is looking very interesting. I thought that Tomahawk UK was definitely in the lead here, but it looks like this Charizard is going to outpace to another air cutter here. So if Dana shields this, I think he can just knock out this Greninja and then the Annihilate.
Oh, he puts the protection just about.
But I don't think yeah, look, you got the boost, but it doesn't matter because now you get to another air cutter.
And this Charizard still quite healthy, taking into account the backline. Can this Charizard pull through for Dana? The Fortress still has some health, but this Annihilate is terrifying in the back.
Annihilate is terrifying, but so is the Air Cutter or even the Blast Burn from this Shadow Charizard. So let's see. Clodsire is going back in. I think Tomahawk UK wants this Charizard to expend some energy. We see the catch attack there. Whoa! Tomahawk UK almost pressed the Stone Edge and then reacted just in time to now bring in the Annihilate into this Fortress. And this is a great opportunity to gather energy on the Annihilate and to try to secure this match. Because remember, there's a Stone Edge stored. Dana needs 2 charge attacks at this point.
Yeah, so Annihilate will come out of this matchup with a Rage Fist, so this which will be enough to KO. Charizard has to throw. Oh, he doesn't even have a hair cutter loaded. The Annihilate going for the Rage Fist, hoping for the knockout, and this will secure Tomahawk into day 2.
Fighting type knocking out the flying type just casually there. Tomahawk UK defeating Dana WWW, and very well played there. The team compositions were just where he needed to be. In game 1, that Wigglytuff looked so good that he was like, nah, you know what? Dana is going to predict it. It's coming back in game number 2. I'm not going to bring it back. And the Greninja put in so much work there.
And I believe this is 3 out of 3 day 2s for Tomahawk UK this season. It's doing so well. Maybe he might be back.
He might be so back. Tom, and his Hulk, making an appearance again in the Championship Series. It's been like last season he didn't get any medals. Perhaps this is the season he can do it again.
Yeah, he's very well known for his work behind the desk, even casting Worlds with yourself, but showing he's still one of the top players in the circuit, putting up an incredible display here versus Dane 2-0.
Right, yeah, he's been casting a lot. He did tell me that he wants to focus a bit on commentating, but it's just very nice to have him as a competitor as well, and just prove to us that he's still with us with the gameplays and that he still knows a lot.
And this was such a crucial moment, right? Getting that deny of the energy of the charge, getting the Rage Fist off, that secured game one for him. Wigglytuff barely hanging on to the Sand Tomb and defeating a Steel type. That was massive.
I must say that in game 2, Dana made it closer than I thought it would be. Because that Charizard, he was basically waiting for the close side to expend energy and then brings in the Charizard. When Charizard had an energy advantage, that Greninja was suddenly not looking so good anymore.
Yeah, and now I'm excited to see that Greninja, after the show that it put on in the North American International Championship last season, is still giving dividends, locking in that matchup for a Tomahawk in Day 2, because it puts so much pressure, right? That when Stunfisk is so fast, Greninja is even faster.
Question to you, my friends. We've seen Feraligatr, we've seen Blastoise, we've seen Greninja. Which first partner Pokemon do you think is the best one in the meta to use? Which, if I were to compete tomorrow, which Pokemon would you say bring this one?
I still think Feraligatr is the most neutral out of those picks. It has great coverage with the Shadow Claw and Hydro Cannon, and a great coverage move with Ice Beam to hit that critically, to hit these flying types, right? I feel like people are sleeping a bit on the Feraligatr. Dane had just told me in an interview earlier that it didn't too much for him, but maybe that's a driver. But then again, Dane has been doing pretty well by himself, so.
So you would recommend Ice Beam over Crunch on Feraligatr? Because I think with Crunch, you can, on the other hand, take on the Empoleon just a little bit better into Galarian Corsola. Ice Beam, I guess, targets those flying-type Pokemon in Credilli.
I guess since you have so many choices, it's a bit of what your team needs, right? If you need more Empoleon Corsola coverage, which is a pretty hard core to beat, to be fair, besides that Pangoro that's been showing around, maybe Crunch could be an option.
Perhaps, yeah, that's great advice here. If you're looking for a solid water-type Pokemon, we have the expert here. He told you to get Feraligatr. Get your Feraligatrs, and perhaps we'll see it in future tournaments as well. But first, we're gonna get into this matchup here. We saw Colin earlier today play in the Dutch Classic. That was Colin versus Howie. Now it's gonna be Colin. He made it to the losers semis. He's gonna be playing against C. Leonardo, and he's a player who's been around in the grassroots formats a lot, and he was like, you know what, I like my restricted formats better. Up until he finally started to invest in the Championship Series, and he's been making top cut after top cut, C. Leonardo. He's been becoming an absolute staple in the format.
Yeah, and that experience in grassroots proving potentially to be very valuable here, as he's running a Doduo, or Dodrio even, which is a very interesting pick. We've seen a couple normal flying types around the meta. We saw the Toucanon, right? We saw Firo doing well in North America. But now, Dodrio, what do you think about this pick?
It has kind of a versatile moveset, right? It has, I believe it has access to Drill Pack, Trailblaze, and Brave Bird.
Yes.
And all of that is very useful. The problem is it doesn't really have the bulk to get to as many charge decks as possible. The only thing it does secure, it will win charge deck purity tie.
Yeah, and that's potentially why C. Leonardo chose to pack that Brave Bird instead of the coverage move. Brave Bird from such an attack-weighted Pokemon will hit very hard, even if resistant.
And I think C. Leonardo knows that it's playable, Dodrio. You know why? Because the Europeans, they don't play Bastiodon.
That's true. And it's interesting that you mentioned that, because another Pokemon that's weak to Bastiodon, but it's in C. Leonardo's team, is that Shadow Charjabug. Wondering if you know a bit about the matchup differences between both the regular and the Shadow version.
I think that Shadow Charjabug just excels in matchups where one discharge normally doesn't enough. So, like, there's many water-type Pokemon, such as Blastoise and the Feraligatr. They can sometimes still take a discharge because it's not the strongest electric-type attack. We're gonna see if either of these trainers is going to bring some of those interesting Pokemon that we have here. And Empoleon from Colin, the final boss, into the Colossai from C. Leonardo. This is a very I would call this kind of a goofy matchup here, because Both Pokemon hardly do any fast attack pressure, but boy, if you land an Earthquake, land on Empoleon, it's not gonna like that.
And I think this is where C. Leonardo wants to see that Empoleon, because if you look at the backline, a Dragon Tail user and a Pack user both resisted by the Steel type of Empoleon.
That's going to be a problem though if Colin decides to use 2 Protect Shields here. And there is that first one. Empoleon is going to be valuable for Colin. He knows it. If he looks at the line of C. Leonardo, it's basically only the Shadow Charge bug that could be a problem for the Empoleon. Oh, and a catch there though on the Guzzlord. That's an excellent play. It's also a Drill Pack and not a Hydro Cannon.
Interesting that Colin potentially was predicting this catch as another Drill Pack loaded, probably threatening this Guzzlord to be in red HP.
I like this play because now Colin can actually bring the Altaria and get a full Dragon Breath down. Remember that Dragon Breath had a rework, so Dragon Breath doesn't deal as much damage anymore, but now Colin secures that he won't get knocked out by any charge attacks here, plus the Dragon Tail damage, of course, and we'll just be able to get a full farm down to come out with almost another charge attack here.
Yeah, I really like that play because Guzzlord is such an HP-weighted Pokemon, and now Altaria is an energy head start, right?
Wait.
And he has to bring the Dodrio into a loaded Altaria.
I just want to point out that all 3 Pokemon of Colin are still in the green health right now, and C. Leonardo basically has 1 Pokemon remaining, and then there's Clodsire with some energy and a little bit of health here. The packs, they're adding up, but so is the Skytech. Look at this counting, by the way, from C. Leonardo. Wow, that's perfect.
Yeah, managing his energy health here with the Dodrio. Gets the last Protect Shield out of Colin. It was actually charge attack priority, so Altaria will get the last Protect Shield out of C. Leonardo, and can Dodrio clean this up for Leonardo?
The thing is that Empoleon doesn't have any energy. In comes the Clodsire. Yes, you have Brave Bird. I have no idea how much this is going to do, to be honest. We're actually going to see an attempt to catch, unable to, and Colin anticipates very quickly, goes for that Earthquake. Maybe this is what C. Leonardo kind of wants though, but I do think that Earthquake could have been super valuable to put this into Brave Bird range.
And I find this kind of interesting because Colin didn't overfarm at all, so this Dodrio can build to 100 energy, throwing the Drill Pack. I think this is a wise choice because now maybe he can double Drill Pack instead of debuffing himself with the Brave Bird.
You need so many charge stacks at this point. Keep in mind that you also need, at the very minimum, a Brave Bird for the Empoleon. Does this even knock out the Clodsire?
From the damage of the previous triple, this will be so close. Can this Clodsire hang on? He barely hangs on, gets off the Stone Edge. Colin 6 picks up game number 1.
It has a derpy face, it looks goofy, but it's a monster. Clodsire hangs on, and it's gonna take that first game. The final boss is 1 step ahead here, and he is almost moving on here. Let's see if C. Leonardo can make the comeback.
Yeah, and you see that even though both trainers only have 2 shields, Clodsire and Altaria is so bulky that he managed to leverage his HP, right? Because he still had the Empoleon so healthy in the back, even if the Drill Pack had KO'd. I think Colin Six had this match in the back.
The thing is, I don't think, like, you can't even go for a Brave Bird and farm down there because 2 Drill Pack do more than 1 Brave Bird from the Dodrio. So you needed to go for a Drill Pack and a Brave Bird, both of those knock out Clodsire. But like you said, if you go for the Brave Bird, your defense will drop by 3 stages, and that Altaria was still around. The Empoleon was still around. You need so much time and energy there to get to all those charge stacks, and I don't even know where in the process this happened, but at some point Colin had just like 3 Pokemon all in the green health, while C. Leonardo was down almost 2 Pokemon, and he only had the Dodrio left.
Yeah, I think the key play was Colin Six throwing the Drill Pack, predicting the catch on the Guzzlord, getting the double Drill Pack off, made it so easier so the Altaria could get the farm down and have energy to threaten that Dodrio, get the first Protect Shield, even the second.
I'm curious to see if C. Leonardo is going to double down on the Dodrio. If he can get a victory, it could even be triple down, 1 down for each head on that Dodrio. But it's going to be tough. I feel like you kind of want to play it safe here and add some bulk to your team. Or if you really insist on playing the Dodrio, you have to make some hard calls here. It doesn't really even hard target anything on the side of Colin.
Yeah, but if you see, I really like the lead of Empoleon by Colin Six, because if you look at C. Leonardo's team, besides that Charge Bug, there's not really many threats, and he protected that Empoleon with a hard counter Clodsire and Altaria, which has a pretty good matchup as well.
Oh my goodness, and how good is this matchup exactly? Clodsire from Colin into the Shadow Charge Bug is going to resist everything, swapping into the Dodrio, being answered with that Empoleon immediately. I actually don't think this is that bad for the Dodrio if you can land a Brave Bird. is going straight forward. Can you get a pack down here? Colin is letting the Brave Bird go. This is resisted, folks, but it's going to do a lot of damage. So, but it's going straight into the red.
And that damage was so much, I think he can get a full pack down. I think Colin is on back-to-back Hydro Cannons though.
Yes, and I think that this Empoleon is barely going to hang on to this final fast attack that the pack just went through, so he can get to another one here. See, Leonardo does not like any of that, but if you have to double down now, you have to. There's no other play.
The thing about this energy lead on the Dodrio is that he probably gets another Brave Bird on, but it's already debuffed, throwing the Brave Bird right away to give as minimal farm to the Altaria as possible.
This is such a safe shield to use for Colin because it only gets to one charge attack here, even if it went for Drill Pack. Letting this go, you can't swap out a C Leonardo there because otherwise that charge bug will be back aligned to the Clodsire. The thing is, there's still his own Clodsire. C Leonardo cannot really get the hard alignment here because his own Clodsire, and look at his flamethrower as well, by the way, super effective.
Yeah, getting off this flamethrower is so good. Oh, banking that charm move. I think that's a good play by C Leonardo. Though the Zeltar is so healthy, it's gonna need a Stone Edge to take it out of the sky.
The Sky attack is coming through now on the Clodsire. You're nearing Stone Edge range, but it doesn't really matter because Colin just brings in his own Clodsire right now. And even when you're behind energy, Colin still has that Protect Shield as well. He's playing out of his mind. And this kind of just shows that the Dodrio on C Leonardo's side, let's admit, it's one of the cooler Pokemon out there, but it's so tough to use.
Yeah, it is tough to use, and unfortunately, Dodrio doesn't get his place on day 2 as Colin 6 reaches the Earthquake. Is this enough to KO? Barely not, but I think Colin 6 has this match in the bag.
The Clodsire is basically almost full health. It's really nice to get this super effective Earthquake off, but this Clodsire from Colin will only just get into the yellow, and then you have a crunch banked on your charge bug. We're gonna see, this is kind of just experimental damage because it's not going to be significant, but we'll see how much it does actually from a Shadow charge bug.
Well, traders, if you didn't know how much a Shadow Crunch did on the Clodsire, now you know. C Leonardo is doing a favor for all of us Pokemon Go enthusiasts. Colin 6 locking in his place on day 2. He's so back, baby.
He is so back, the final boss. And let's just emphasize here that what's also back is that Empoleon Dragon core. Steel plus Dragon always has been so solid together, and Colin just put on a showcase there. He was like, okay, you know what? If this Empoleon goes down, it doesn't matter. I also have Flamethrower on my Altaria. And we haven't seen much Altaria lately, but he just showed that like with Empoleon, those two just are combined so good because Altaria covers like ground type Pokemon and is okay into electric type Pokemon besides the Dene. And then Empoleon basically just covered the fairy type Pokemon. That's just like just a perfect core of two that you see there.
And I think what we saw in this matchup is that bulk is king.
It's important.
Even though that Dodrio was behind 2 Protect Shields, Clodsire plus Altaria, too much to handle even behind no Protect Shields. So yeah, trainers, Dodrio could be viable. It is viable with the new pack update, but unfortunately, the team of Colin 6, this 3 combination of Empoleon, Altaria, and Clodsire are proven to be too bulky for the normal flying type bird.
Colin needs one more win to make it to day 2. And it's going to be a big achievement here in Gdansk because he lost against Howie earlier on and still has a little bit of a way to go here.
Yeah, so Colin, I think this win is kind of massive because if you're trying to get into day 2 and what's in between the way is C Leonardo, who is such an experienced team builder, and he's running a weird team, let's be honest.
Like that's something you don't practice against,
yeah,
generally.
Exactly. So I think C Leonardo was banking on his opponents not knowing the matchups, and unfortunately, he met Colin 6.
Yeah, Colin is named the final boss for a reason, and yeah, you just see that he's a prime example. That's why he's usually one of our players to watch. When we showcase that graphic, we're basically telling you, you're probably going to see these players, you can learn a lot from them.
Yeah, it's pretty much Mr. Consistency in our cycle, right?
Yep. The C for Colin is also the C for consistency.
Yeah, for sure. And I think something that Colin excels at is picking the teams that do well, maybe changing one thing around or another, but he pilots them better than anyone else can.
I don't know, man. When I watch his previous tournaments, he just blatantly takes someone's team and outperforms with. It's almost rude. It's almost like, what? This guy just plays the same Pokemon, but he gets further than me. What? It's a skill. It is definitely a skill.
I'm sure that he's involved in the discussion in the team building, right? Surely.
He has many teammates with him as well, and that's probably where that inspiration of the Empoleon plus Altaria core comes from. I know that Colin plays much more PvP than he catches Pokemon, so literally it's possible that David was like, you know what, Stunfisk is gonna be the call. Yeah, but I don't have Stunfisk. Nah, I'll just go with Clodsire. It's also like weak to... it also can defeat flying type Pokemon. It's weak to other ground type Pokemon. Surely that'll do the job, right? Well, it certainly did.
Yeah, speaking of, what's your favorite between those Pokemon? Because I feel like right now in the meta, we have a couple Pokemon with that role. Clodsire, Steelix, Unova, and Stunfisk. Do you have a favorite among those?
Absolutely. Clodsire. You know why? It looks goofy. It's just like... Blastborn? Funny. I could take that.
So when you defeat your opponents, they're staring at the smile of the goofy blob.
It hardly takes damage. One of my favorite cores that we saw like a couple months ago was like the Clodsire Quagsire core. You just have two Pokemon that are scarier to look at than to play against. But let's take a look at our next matchup. We have a Clodsire again. This time it's going to be nicknamed 3-time regional champion against Chris. And Chris is, I'm just going to call this out, a soon-to-be champion. He is putting on such a performance. He's basically getting top 8 twice in a row. And now, like last weekend, he won his first medal. He's very well on his way to get to Top Cut again. But let's see if he can defeat Nickname first. This is the team of Nickname.
And it's kind of impressive, right? Because we've all known Chris as the friend of Bottoman. He shows up once in a while in the tournaments near Spain. That's pretty okay. But now he said, I want to take this season serious. I want to be in San Francisco. And 2 top 8 so far is well on his way.
Not just that, but he's also very well on his way for the travel stipend or travel award for the Europe International Championships. The top 4 trainers based on championships will get a travel award for the EUIC in February. That's going to be a prize package of 25, I believe it was, no, it was $2,000.
Yeah, $2,000.
Yes, exactly. Out of region will be $3,500, but we're not playing for the NAIC travel award right now. And if he would place 5th to 8th on the leaderboard, he would get a travel award, a travel stipend of $1,000. So there's a lot at stake here for Chris.
And I see that Chris kind of combined both teams that he had from Frankfurt and Lille. In Frankfurt, he was relying a lot on that Shadow Malamar, right? You even faced him in your run to become champion. But in Lille, he was relying on that Corviknight. He said, oh, I saw this sim from Rise to Occasion, maybe change one thing or two. Oh, he had that Ice Beam Blast.
Yeah,
that was pretty
did.
Cool.
And it was very clutch sometimes, because normally Blastoise has Skull Bash, but with Ice Beam, you're a little bit better into like opposing Cradily. Let's take a look. We're gonna go into game number 1 here.
Yeah, teams getting locked in. We have the Shadow Malamar lead against Wireless. This is a pretty good lead for the Wireless because you double resist the Psywave, but Malamar packs that super effective superpower.
We've seen this from Tunante before when he played the Malamar in the back and going for the superpower immediately. We call these the infamous chip and dip, throwing a charge stack and then likely switching out. I would really like to see a Florges swap in now, and here it comes. Now you're forced to switch out, but as Chris, you have a shield advantage. If you can get an energy advantage later on that Malamar, you can actually kind of just start over again, building up the superpowers.
And this matchup is kind of deceiving, right? Because yeah, you're still type into a fairy type, but you're throwing consistent air cutters, and Chilling Water from Florges gets debuffs consistently. If you don't get this air cutter boost, this is a very dire matchup.
Yeah, the steal on this bird is kind of getting rough from all the cold showers. Look, it's already working because it's not even getting the air cutter boost here. It's a 30% chance to boost the attack by 1 stage of this Corviknight. Nickname does not have to use any protections here. Little does he know that this Wireless energy is going to look very good in the back, but if Chris has an opportunity to get energy on that Malamar, this could look very tough for Nickname because he takes super effective damage on either the Zweilous or that Galarian Corsola.
Another air cutter coming through, no boost, another Chilling Water getting that consistent debuff.
But it won't knock out yet.
It won't knock out yet, but it's pretty much in Fairy Wind downrange. The Corviknight is pretty much doing no damage. Will he choose to potentially swap out? No, he chooses to stay in still.
Air Cutter's not going to do a lot of damage here. I wouldn't be surprised if Chris now is going to swap out to get an energy advantage on his Malamar. No, he's staying in just a little bit more. If he stays in though, this Florges will get knocked out. No! He's getting the catch on this Empoleon. An excellent play. Do keep in mind that there's a lot of energy on the Zweilous here, but at least you now have wasted all the energy on the Corviknight. In comes Galarian Corsola. Nickname is holding on to all the energy on the Zweilos now.
I like this play because even though Nickname is at the shield disadvantage, Corsola can take one of these Hydro Cannons no problem, right? Putting pressure with the Astonish and putting it in a single Nightshade range.
I think that this air cutter did so little damage that as the opponent, you might actually be able to hang on to a Nightshade and an Astonish. But Chris is not going to take any chances. He's going to protect this Empoleon.
And what Chris wants pretty much is get that last Protect Shield, because if Malamar has shields down, that superpower will knock out the Zweilos.
Hydro Cannon coming through. Do you use your Protect Shield here as Nickname? He still has a catch later on his Corviknight if he wants to. Now the energy from this Zweilos is going to be super important, but you probably have to expend some in the Empoleon as well, otherwise it might get to multiple charge attacks. Chris also still can catch a charge attack as well. Perfect timing there. Nickname has to go for the expensive Dark Pulse here. This is a lot of energy spent. Oh! Chris sniffs it out!
I like this shield from Chris, getting potentially the last Protect Shield with the Drill Pack, or will Zweilos...
But you can't do that, you can't do that!
You can't do that because now it's path free for Malamar and that's superpower.
In comes Malamar. There's only one way out for Nickname. He has to make the catch. He tries to make the catch. Chris is like, nice try, brother, but that's not gonna happen on my watch. Superpower is locked in. Oh, but wait, does this knock out?
Interesting that Zweilos won the charge attack priority here. It will be so close to knockout.
It knocks out!
He gets the knockout! But now, there's still the Forges, there's still the Empoleon. This match is not over yet.
Can the Empoleon get to a charge attack here? Looks like this Florges still had a good amount of energy. Chilling Waters coming through. It's not going to deal a lot of damage, but the Fairwind is double super effective.
Interesting here, going for the Chilling Water instead of the Trailblaze. Maybe ramping up the Fairwind would have been the better play. He gets to the Body Slam, but he's energy dry. Can Empoleon Metal Sound down for the win?
This Zweilos is single debuffed here. It's gonna pace really fast to a Body Slam though. Can Empoleon get the Metal Sound down, or Zweilos gonna hang on? Empoleon's Metal Sound just does enough!
He barely gets it. One turn! One turn was the entire difference here. Nickname almost pulling it off, but that Malamar lead pulling the Protect Shield right away from the start, and then Forges putting so much work, neutralizing that Corviknight completely.
And just to put that in perspective, one turn is half a second. That could have been the difference maker in this entire game. Now, I was actually surprised that Zweilos won the Charge Attack Purity tie against Malamar. Apparently, this is based on the attack of that Malamar. If Malamar has a very high attack, and we've seen this before, so it can win Charge Attack Purity tie against some Pokemon, then Malamar can win it against Zweilos. But generally, Zweilos has a little bit higher attack to win that. So this might indicate that, and Chris is someone who runs Pokemon with high attack, but perhaps his Malamar actually has a low attack.
Yeah, he's relying so much on that Malamar. He wants maybe to keep it on the field as much as possible. Maybe going for a bulkier, better stat product version.
Right, because Shadow Malamar already is kind of fragile, so maybe some bulk would help you out in some of those matchups. Generally, whenever I see Chris play, and I've commentated some of his battles last weekend, right? He always wins Charge Attack Purity tie in a mirror match. Do we even have, we have Corviknight here, and last time Chris won Charge Attack Purity tie against an opposing Corviknight, so it might indicate that he has a little bit higher attack.
Yeah, that's interesting to see. I really like the Florges play from Chris. I feel like it has a lot of potential versus this team, but then Nickname has both those poison type attackers, right, with a fast attack. And Corviknight apparently is not good enough into Florges to guarantee that switch advantage, even though it took a lot of Chilling Waters and it hang on, right? So wondering if Nickname makes the adjustment, maybe he wants a bit more pressure onto the Florges, brings one of those poison type attackers, but then again, that's where that Empoleon comes in.
The thing is, I don't think even Clothsire is that good into the Florges, just because you generally don't have Sludge Bomb. You have Stone Edge and Earthquake on the Clothsire, because Stone Edge is needed to hit back against Flying-type Pokemon. But if you don't have super effective charge attack damage into the Florges, it can actually hit pretty hard back with the Chilling Water and make it really awkward for the Clothsire.
Yeah, that's why it's such a great pick. Let's see what he runs. Malamar in the lead again, this time against the Corviknight. This is an interesting matchup because Malamar is doing resisted Psywave, but the charge attacks do pack a punch.
And Sand Attack definitely does not. It almost makes Malamar look bulky, going for, he's stepping near the superpower, but now going for the foul play instead. This is still going to chunk quite a bit on that Corviknight. And then as Chris, you have to call. Is Nickname going for the Air Cutter or the Payback here? Payback would do a massive amount of damage. Is curious. Oh, he tried to catch on his own Corviknight here. Does he shield up this payback. Chris doesn't like shooting the first attack. He doesn't do that. He's not a rocket leader.
Oh, buddy, the Malamar just endures, gets off the parting superpower. This will be enough to KO. Will Nickname choose to preserve his Corviknight? He does. He pulls up the Protect Shield.
Just in case it will be something like Ferd in the back where he can soak energy. Corviknight is really good at soaking energy. And now bringing his own Corviknight, Chris just has a lot of like safer options that he can just throw in, attempting to catch a payback, but fails to do so. Now you have to take a lot of air cutter. The thing is, Azumarill is exactly the type of Pokemon that can take all these air cutter. How many do you think you need here? Like 10?
If you don't get any boost, I reckon that he gets the boost on the first one. That's so nice for Chris. Makes this matchup a bit more bearable. But like you said, Azumarill is so tanky. He takes so many of these air cutters.
Nickname is no another one. Nickname is like, oh come on, are you kidding me? Are you for real? I'm already 1 point down, and now my opponent keeps getting boosted. This is an actual challenge. You've won regional champions before. See if you can win your way out this one. Nickname has to pull up a lot of charge stacks here. He does have the Galarian course line, which looks good for him in the back, but you have to be careful of that Malamar as a catch for Chris later.
Not only that Galarian course, but that Malamar is full of energy. Nickname made sure to fill up on that energy before
he
gets that catch on the Empoleon! Ice Beam is double resisted!
This is diabolical from Chris. He's playing out of his mind. The Spanish would say that play is muy bien, but now going for the air cut. Do you call? You have 2 shields. Chris is not going to keep his protect shields here. He wants to make sure that he doesn't get hit by the payback here, but do you go 2 shields down at this point? There's no way. This is an air cut to Chris. Do you use the protect shield on this payback?
He just last second pulls up the protection. I think that's the right call, because if he did take that payback, Empoleon would be so low.
I think that he can just go for the air cut here. Interesting play. Otherwise, you could use a protect shield and then just go for another payback. That would almost knock out that Empoleon. At this point, you can get more energy. And now swapping into the Malamar, trying to get that Fardon. Actually, you really like this play. Oh, wait. Till you get to another charge deck here. This might actually be crucial. If you are 1 side wave off, you will get to a charge deck here. But on Azumarill, it won't do a lot. On Galarian Corsa, though, it will do a lot.
He has to come in. Oh, he comes in with Scorpion.
Oh, he gets there!
Foul play!
That is
Malamar
huge.
is insane!
Wow, using protection here makes sense, but there is energy on the other Pokemon of Chris as well. There's no protections though. Galarian Corsa needs a lot of time to get to the charge deck. Payback comes in. This won't put Galarian Corsa into the red just yet, but it's going to do a seasonal chunk.
And I like getting the payback off right away, because you get the significant amount of damage, and Azumarill can't really catch it anymore. Tries to catch on the Azumarill. The switch clock is almost up. Can Nickname
get the bubble down?
Oh, he goes for the payback into the Azumarill. Maybe thinking haircut wasn't enough.
What? Why would you do that? Okay, this is a lot of energy. This is also resisted. That is an interesting play. Do you have energy on the Empoleon to secure this? What are we talking about here, Zhao? He has 2 Hydro Cannon loaded even.
And Empoleon is going to take Chris into day number 2.
He is playing so out of his mind. You know, at one point, he was like known as the friend of Patoman. At this point, he is outperforming Patoman at some of these regional championships. Chris, he's making a name for himself. Remember the name, Corviknight. Malamar is his game.
He's no longer the friend of Patoman. His name is Chris, and he gets his 3rd day 2, right? Or 2nd day 2.
It's now Patoman is Chris's friend.
Yeah, that's exactly, yeah. So far this season, Chris has been outperforming Patoman. I'm sure Patoman will get back into the swing of things, but Chris proving is a menace in this competitive circuit.
A competitor to fear and a name just that you really see evolving. Of course, Chris still has a long way to go in this tournament because he is on the loose side of the bracket, but you can just see the confidence in here. What I like the most about Chris, he shows no emotion, right? All his energy is channeled into the game, and it just shows, right? Because that flex at the very end, and all the catches that he makes, right? This is just an example, but he's made so many catches throughout this tournament, and then the payback on the Azumarill, amazing.
And I feel like that's also something he could have learned from Patoman. I remember Patoman going through a huge growth phase where he became so solid mentally that nothing could shake him. And I think Chris has a bit of that demeanor. He's so stoic out there.
Right, Chris is moving on the loose side of the bracket, but he's not into day 2 just yet. His next match will be against the winner of Mish versus Galax Gobolta. We're going to see it later as well on the broadcast.
Mish, we've seen earlier on stream, she played against Paulasha. Such a close series, neck and neck. Ended up losing 1-2 there, but now facing Galaxka Bolton, who is one of the biggest names in our circuit, right? I'm wondering if he brings that Leaf Tornado Superior
I was just
again.
about to say, does he have Leaf Tornado Superior again? Is obviously going to be the question. Just circling back real quick to this, Chris is not going to the LAIC, or as far as I know, perhaps he's changed his mind. He's like, yo, I'm insane. I'm going to go to LAIC as well. Pokémon will be, and the LAIC is going to be in a different meta. You know, Pokémon has, I believe he went he had 2 wins and 2 losses in both Liu and here in Gdansk. Perhaps there he can like make a little bit of a change, because I feel if you have a different meta, it could really just be, perhaps you might be better with other Pokemon.
Yeah, I feel like Patoman is someone who strives on knowing a lot of his matchups, right? And I feel like the LAIC meta is close. There's like 10 to 15 Pokemon that we are expecting, and Patoman is someone who strives on knowing precisely how to play out the matchup. We've seen him earlier this year. He was playing with that Goodra, right?
Yeah.
Versus the Coursewell matchup, throwing like multiple Thunder Punches instead of Aqua Tails, because he knew that he needed just that amount of damage to win the matchup. So I think Patoman will do very well in the LAIC meta.
Patoman, very cool, but we're now going to listen to what Chris has to say. He's making a rush through all of these stories, and I love to hear more from him. Marcus, take it away.
I'm here with a real Spanish prodigy, Chris. You have had just a battle on stage where you won decisively. How did you go into that game? What was your mindset?
To be honest, I was pretty nervous. I had to make a very long run from loser's bracket to get in. I think it's not loser semis, the round before. Yeah, I would like to play another day too, as the last regionals I was attending. So nickname, it's a really good opponent. Also, Tunante, who beat him, I think in winners bracket, was running a similar team to mine. So I was pretty scared that he could maybe study some matchups or something, but yeah, good.
Yeah, as you said, you've had an incredible losers bracket run. I think you went down pretty early in round 1 or 2 in the losers bracket, but then you've not looked back. You have just gone on an incredible winning streak. Which Pokemon has been the best for you today?
I would say Shadow Malamar. The team was built for it. I was talking days before with Leo, with Patoman, about running Shadow Malamar, because I thought that could be really nice anti-meta for Gdansk. So it's working really well by the moment, so let's see.
And now you've had 2 day 2s back to back. It's not long since we sat here together in Lille, just a week ago. And now you're getting really close to that day 2 again. Well, Patoman, he's not had the success that he's been known for lately. Would you say that Patoman is becoming Chris's friend right now?
We have such a great relationship. We talk each other always for the team building. Also, everything which is not related with Pokemon GO. That's a natural friendship. So yeah, I know these tournaments were not the best for him, but he's the best player in the world, and I'm sure he will come back. So
I'm absolutely certain of that too. But right now, you seem to be on a hot streak. If you were to release some of your plans, what will be the next tournament you go to after Gdansk?
I'm attending Birmingham at probably 100%, but I have to consider Stuttgart because in my mind I was not coming here. My decision to come to Gdansk was the top 4 in Lille, so I don't know. My plan was going Lille, then Frankfurt. No, sorry, Frankfurt, Lille, and then Stuttgart. So like top 4 in Lille changed my plans. So I don't know at 100%, but I would like to do Stuttgart.
That was Chris, and he has been on such a hot streak. We cannot wait to see more of him, and good luck in the final round of the day. And back to Amanda and Martijn.
Chris is just evolving into a superstar, don't you think, Zhao? Oh, another superstar! Hi!
Oh my goodness, I mean, we're talking about good friends. I feel like that was just talking about us two good friends in the game, but also
You helped me so
life,
much with my
right?
battles.
Well, yeah, listen, I don't want to brag,
I
but
couldn't win tournaments without your help. It's true. We were just in a Giratina raid, and that's the Pokemon I use a lot. Right? So like without you, I could not have done it. And
sure. Let's keep it like that.
what do you think of these trains that we have here, Amanda? We're gonna have Mish on the left, a fan favorite. I know like a couple Americans. I believe like out the top of my head like 8 Americans. They came here. And now Mish is the last North American remaining. She's up against Galaxy Bolton, and he did it again, Amanda. He did it again. Look at his team. He brought a superior again.
I tell you what, I saw Mish playing earlier against Palasha. Very, very close matchups there, ending with a 1-2 against her to be knocked down to the losers bracket. Still in it here for losers round 5, but she's got to make it past a previous Lille regional champion. She's got to make it past Galaxy Bolton with his Leaf Tornado superior.
And this lead is actually quite neutral for both trainers. You'd think Scissor has access to Night Slash, it is very good in this matchup, but Galarian Corsola has a lot more bulk, so it will actually be very fine in this match. I think Galaxy Bolton generally didn't exactly build strong with this line of 3 into the Shadow Scissor, but with some teamwork you can likely take it down.
Yeah, also great timing there by Mish. Look at that. Not only was she able to get off the attack, she was able to absorb that energy from that Galarian Corsola onto the Galarian Moltres in the sky. Not very effective, no problem, but in comes the Tinkaton.
This is exactly where Galaxy Bolton wants this Galarian Moltres at. Now going for the Brave Bird, and I love this play from Mish because the Galarian Moltres already was in player range. You don't really need this defense anymore.
Going ahead and just trying to do as much damage as possible. Galaxy Bolton says no more fooling around with this Tinkaton. Going and releasing this, but look at this. Not swiping any bubbles. Will this still be enough? Absolutely. Hangs on, swinging out the hammer. Still got a little more energy for whatever's going to come back in.
Do you soak the energy on Blastoise here, or do you just put a Protect Shield on the Scissor and farm down this Tinkaton? Looks like going for the Bulldoze. Do you use a Protect Shield here? Blastoise cannot really roll out this down. Mish uses her first Protect Shield. Today, she's not a Shield Keeper.
Going ahead now, quick swap by Galaxy Bolton into Altaria to be met now by the big old Blastoise. Just these rock going ahead and now going to have to either use a shield here to protect up against a sky attack or let it go down. Mish uses her last Protect Shield.
If you look at the team of Mish, there's hardly an answer to this Altaria, so I'm not surprised that Galaxy Bolton has this Pokemon on his team. Use the Protect Shield immediately. This Skull Bash would do a ton of damage. The thing is, even though this is a lot of energy, it will also boost your defense. So there's only a win here for Mish to bring the Blastoise here.
Great idea. They're shielding up that first sky attack because now that the defense is a little bit more because of that Skull Bash, it's going to be able to tank it a little more comfortably, being able to get up to perhaps another one. But look how fast this Altaria is pacing already at the next sky attack, letting it go through. Now there's just a small amount of Scissor left. Will it be able to go through 3 Pokemon on Galaxy Bolton's side?
But the thing is, Mish does have this Scissor right here. There's not a lot of HP left on the Pokemon of Galaxy Bolton. If we see a boost here, I'm pretty sure that this Scissor might just bullet punch everything down.
Going ahead and using his last Protect Shield, but there is another one. Mish immediately throwing. This is a Shadow Scissor, so it's doing that 20% more damage. Altaria is quite low, and it is enough to knock it out of the sky.
But I think the Galarian Corsola will hang on. 2 Astonish is enough. Galaxy Bolton takes game number 1.
Very, very close matchups. You see Mish saying, just get out. Just get out of the screen there, Scissor. I'm ready to move on to game number 2.
That was a very close game. There's some picks that I definitely would predict to come in there. Altaria is decent into the team of Mish. However, it doesn't have Moonblast anymore, so a Pokemon like Galarian Moltres is much better now. We saw a great catch from Mish. The problem is she gave up switch advantage there. And the fact that she gave switch advantage meant that the Tinkaton could then be aligned to that Galarian Moltres. If you swap in Blastoise, it is very possible that Galaxy Bolton also would have swapped in the Tinkaton because it resists the rollout damage and can take 2 Hydro Cannon.
Yeah, what she ended up doing with a great catch, catching that ghost type attack on that dark flying Moltres, ended up proving costly because the Tinkaton was there to just hard wall all of that energy. Even still, incredibly close matchups. No surprises, we're nearing the end of day 1. This is losers round 5. Both of these trainers need to be able to make it on, to be able to continue on in this tournament here in Gdansk.
And how do you adapt here as Galaxy Bolton? Of course, you're 1-0 up, but that line from Mish was very tough to deal with. It's kind of unconventional to have a scissor lead with a Galarian Moltres in the back, because if Mish led into a Greninja, Galaxy Bolton would have may have been able to throw 10 Hydro Cannon in that game. And can you name any Pokemon that can take 10 Hydro Cannon?
No, not off the top of my head. Galaxy Bolton, not the only person in this tournament using that Greninja there, but it looks like he also wants to be able to pilot it to success to day number 2.
Whoa.
But it looks like actually, we'll see, it has taken the field here. We've got water damage versus water damage. We've got the Blastoise from Mish and that Greninja on Galaxy Bolton's side.
You say we have water damage versus water damage. I don't think either Pokemon is going for the Hydro Cannon here. Although Mish could actually try for a bait, it is very, very likely that we see the shield come up on the Skull Bash from the side of Galaxy Bolton. I think as Galaxy Bolton, or sorry, as Mish, you're always holding your heart hoping that Greninja won't boost from a Night Slash.
Going ahead now, boosting up the defenses. We saw it game number 1 and getting that shield there off of Galaxy's side. This is going to be very big, but this means this Night Slash will not do as much damage, and I think that absolutely inadequate. She's just hoping it doesn't buff.
Yeah, the next Night Slash I think won't knock out just yet, but with one more Water Shuriken, this actually, oh man, another catch here, this time on Galarian Moltres. Here's the thing, this is again resisted, but this Greninja for one has a lot of energy still, so we might just see Galaxy Bolton stay in. You also won't have it aligned to the Galarian Corsola now.
Going ahead and just letting this Hydro Cannon through. Look at the swiping technique, making sure he's getting all the bubbles, getting the shield off of the Galarian Moltres on Misha's side, almost up to a fly, but not before the next Hydro Cannon is going through. You asked how many could take 10? I'm not sure how many can even take 2.
Greninja is fast, it's swift, and it just gets so quickly to the Hydro Cannon. Can even get Sucker Punch down. And if he gets Sucker Punch down, looks like Galaxy Bolton tried catching an attack there. Oh my goodness, this is a full Brave Bird. Oh man, that's gonna go through!
No protection used on Galaxy said the Brave Bird bubbles are being swiped. This is the big attack, and boom, that goes huge against the Altaria. Now coming back in with the Blastoise. And look at this, you talk about storing up some Hydro Cannons. There's 2 on Misha's side.
And this is resisted. The Altaria is very low though. It still will hang on. Can it get to a Sky Attack here? Looks like Mish is not going to let that happen. This would allow Galaxy Bolton to get a Farna on one of his Pokemon in the back. And looks like he is letting the Altaria go. Just going for a Farna in the back. This is kind of scary for Mish because now the Galarian Corsola comes in. You have the Scissor in the back. Scissor is a very good Pokemon, but you don't have shields.
Yeah, no shields to hide behind. One of the squishiest Pokemons we have in the Great League. Now coming into that Galarian Corsola. We saw a catch last time, but the whole team has been revealed by both of these trainers. Galaxy Bolton going for that heavy-hitting power gem. No Protect Shield on Misha's side.
Interesting play because this actually does the same amount of damage as a Nightshade, but the thing is, what makes it so good is because I think Galaxy Bolton was afraid of a potential catch there. And that's why he threw that power gem, because a Nightshade on the Galarian Moltres would have potentially lost in that game. Now swapping in, go for the Blastoise. Can he get that? Can he get it? No, he goes down with it!
Wow, and if you look at all this energy that's on the Galarian Moltres there, waiting a little bit, she's at the energy there. This is a Brave Bird once again, wants to land onto the Altaria. This one to land on the Corsola.
Wake up, Europe! Mish is in town, and she takes game number 2 from Galaxy Bolton, tying up the score here. She's making catches all over the place. She does not care about the alignment, and then pulls the rabbit out of the hat. There is the win. I did not see that one coming.
Mish being able to take game number 2, not only off of Palasha, also off of Galaxy Bolton now. Regional champions here in Europe, making some championship plays of her own. She wants to stay in this matchup here. She wants to prove herself in Poland.
Well, it's showing. As the last North American standing here, she is on the brink of getting to day 2. After defeating Gdansk Bolton, she would then have to face against Chris, who we saw earlier. And Mish, if she can get some momentum here, she might just be the one to do it.
Now, this is the big moment. This is the decisive game 3 between two very good opponents here. Looking at the team compositions, we know that Gdansk Bolton always at least has it on his team, that's superior. But is there much play into this team? Because there's a Blastoise, there's a Credilli, there is a Shadow Kanto Marowak.
The Scizor is probably the scariest Pokemon for Gdansk Bolton to face. And I think that's also the reason why we saw that Greninja. Because Greninja, it doesn't really have a lot of bulk. You get taken out by one Trailblaze, blah blah blah. But it's fast. It's faster than Scizor. It resists Bullet Punch. And that makes it a tremendous counter to that Scizor. Not just to the Scizor, also to the Galarian Moltres. And those are two Pokemon Mish just keeps bringing.
Both Game 1 and Game 2 using similar strategies, but both times catching on that Galarian Moltres. Will she try to do that again? Will we see even the same Pokemon? Because normally when there's a Game 3 on the line, players try to adapt. They try to understand what their opponent is going to do because they recognize this is the go big or go home moment.
Decisive game number 3. Let us know in chat, who are you rooting for? We're gonna get Mish on the left, Gdansk Bolton on the right. It's gonna be the Credilli into the Altaria. This is a great lead for Mish.
Don't be silly. As it goes to the field here, Credilli's gonna start ramping up some energy. Make sure to keep an eye on that because people have been catching left and right throughout this tournament. Going for the Sky Attack before the first attack is loaded on the Credilli. No shield used on Mish's side. Even though this would be the one that's doing the most damage, she recognizes, I think that's still okay. Now going for that Rock Tomb.
This Rock Tomb is going to do a lot of damage to the Altaria. Gdansk Bolton just letting it go. I think he's putting everything on that Greninja in the back because Greninja has been so good for him this whole time. And Greninja, the Credilli is kind of the one thing that it doesn't want to see, even though Greninja would still have play into it. The thing is, I think Gdansk Bolton is just looking to set up one of his backline Pokemon here.
Now going for that Sky Attack, not going to be able to knock out here, and now going for another Rock Tomb. This will definitely be enough to knock out the Altaria, and Gdansk Bolton lets it go down. I think he's banking on the fact that there would be a Galarian Moltres for that Tinkaton, but if you take a peek at Mish's line, it's nowhere to be found because this Credilli is still putting in the work.
Can you get the Water Shuriken down before the next Rock Tomb? Yes, this is such a good play from Gdansk Bolton. He comes out with a full Hydro Cannon loaded. In comes the Blastoise. The problem with Blastoise is it doesn't have a lot of fast attack pressure. And that's what a Pokemon like Greninja, which is fragile, really enjoys because you have a lot of opportunities. Oh no, there's the boost!
A little bit of salt in the wound here. That first Night Slash getting the boost. That means all of the attacks of the Greninja will be boosted for the time that it is in the game. No Protect Shield by Mish there. As you can see how much damage that does to the Blastoise. Going for a very risky bait, but I guess she figures since the Greninja boosted, he's gonna have to shield, and that's exactly what happened there on Gdansk Bolton's side.
What looked so decent there for Mish with that team composition in the back now has turned into the favor of Gdansk Bolton. Greninja can take this Hydro Cannon, but it's boosted. Why wouldn't you use your next Protect Shield there? In comes the Shadow Scizor, but Scizor already is going to have to use up 2 Protect Shield there, take boosted Water Shuriken, and then can you take out the Tinkaton in the back?
It's a race, because look at this energy on that Greninja. Look at it, already ready for another attack. Mish is forced to use both of her Protect Shields here. She's trying to go ahead and get up to an attack, but Glax, will he stay in or will he already just sacrifice the Tinkaton? No, already at another Night Slash.
The attack didn't come up here. Kind of surprised. Mish, can she take this Night Slash? No, it's boosted. Greninja's gonna knock it out. And that's kind of tough on Mish there. Do we see any reviews there? I'm curious to see, because that Tinkaton, I don't know if that any play otherwise, the Scizor I mean, because when shields are down, that Tinkaton's actually not the worst into it.
I think Mish recognized at that point, once that boost happened, once she saw it being able to strip away shield after shield, getting damage after damage, there was not much to be done. Even though Tinkaton didn't have a great matchup against that Scizor in the back, Gdansk Bolton didn't even need it for that game.
I wonder if this is something that Gdansk Bolton has practiced before, right? He let
getting a boost?
Yeah, that's actually, you just press the button. No, when you have the Altaria into the Credilli, you just let it go. That's normally I would say, bad matchup, I want to go out. I don't want to be here. So you swap out of that matchup. But what he did, he stayed in. And when he stayed in, he actually was able to put that Cradily in 3 Water Shuriken range. And 3 Water Shuriken is already enough for Greninja to have a charge attack. So the Greninja came out with a full Hydro Cannon.
And even though that Blastoise came in, it was just, really, truly worse for the wear there, as Galaxibolton had a lot of skill, a little bit of luck behind him there for that game number 3, and he advances on into the losers semifinals.
I wonder how that match would have been if there was no boost there, because I think then you cannot Water Shuriken down the Blastoise, but the Greninja would still have a lot of play just because of the solid energy advantage. The thing is, it really would then come down to that Tinkaton. If Tinkaton is unable to knock out the Scissor, you lose that game.
Yeah, Mish played fantastic. She was able to take it quite far in this tournament in Gdansk, but the last North American trainer has been knocked out before day number 2. That means there's still plenty to play for here in Europe. Galaxibolton hoping that he will be able to make it onto day 2, and I think he's just got to find that boost button again.
Galaxibolton would have to play against Chris next, the Spanish superstar that we saw earlier. Gonna be a very exciting match. I must say though, no superior? Huh?
Weird, right? I don't know. Maybe we'll see it in the next matchup. He has been known to bring it even into matchups when there's been like scary Pokemon for it, like a Shadow Talonflame. If you only have grass type attacks, do you really want to be bringing that Pokemon when they have a fire type on their team?
Let me do a Galaxibolton cosplay. Yes, I would do that.
Why not?
Why not? The next match we're gonna have is the final boss is making a return. I believe his 3rd appearance today on the broadcast. Colin 6. He's gonna be up against Mixon. Mixon has the Sotolo, and this Sotolo is what we call in the community a Shundo.
Yeah.
It is a shiny variant, and it has, if you go to the appraise button of your Pokemon, the attack, defense, and the HP bar are all full, and the Pokemon is shiny. We call it the Shundo, or as my friend Brian would say, the Shundo. And this Pokemon is interesting because it's actually not that bad. It has solid ice type damage output, but defensive typing, ice only resists ice. Not super useful.
I sent a message quickly to another Citadel fan, the Mega Junko, when I saw that this was being played, because I know it's one of his favorite Pokemon, and I agree, it definitely had a lot of utility, things that we haven't been considering, but with so many flying type Pokemon, I can see the definite use for it in this meta.
Yeah, look at that. Altaria and Clotsai and Cradily all take super effective damage from ice. The thing is, actually all 3 Pokemon have coverage, because you can hit it with a flamethrower at some point. You have Stone Edge for the Citadel, you have Rock Tomb for the Citadel. We saw earlier today that Mixon lost a match because he used Protect Shields. He had a Talonflame and his Citadel, and then his opponent with his shield advance on the Cradily just swept.
Will he be able to learn from those mistakes while he's playing against Colin 6, or will he be able to go on? Listen to this. So many Shadow Talonflames have been making an appearance in this past couple weekends. I'm so jealous because I don't have one, but having Flame Charge and Fly for this Pokemon just seems like the attack wear to be using.
You don't have the European bird?
I don't.
Because you're American.
Because I'm must be it.
Talonflame is an absolute staple. One of the most reliable fire and flying type Pokemon. The other one being Charizard, which can have multiple fast attacks. But let's see if we're going to see any Shadow Talonflame here. We're going to get into game number 1. Winner moves on to day 2. It's going to be the third from Colin. It's met up with the Shadow Talonflame from Mixon. And this is the one of the very few matchups where Shadow Talonflame actually performs worse, because the damage just adds up way more on the Shadow Talonflame. Regular Talonflame would hang on way more comfortable while still dealing plenty of damage with your charge attacks.
And you know that Colin 6 definitely knows his energy management when it comes to Talonflame. He's been known to have some pretty fantastic plays against it in previous regional competitions, but now this Talonflame is ramped up on energy, and Colin 6 uses his first shield on the Furret because Furret has a lot of energy as well.
Interesting. Mixon is going for the Fly instead of the Flame Charge. And Amanda, this is where you ask me, why do you find that interesting? That's because 2 charge attacks, regardless of Fly or Flame Charge, is still only 5 Incinerate.
Going ahead now, coming in with that Gastrodon. The Furret at this point should be able to reach a Trailblaze, and that's exactly what Colin does. Even though this will boost and the Furret is so low, this would knock out essentially the Gastrodon, and a last-second shield by Mixon there. Very good call. It was not a bait.
There's no way you cannot use your Protect Shield there. And now with the alignment, it's pretty nice because Colin doesn't have to have his Empoleon on its Gastrodon. In comes Sotolo. In comes Disaster! Because Empoleon's going to double resist all this ice. We see the Sotolo for the second time today. And for the second time today, it's not looking great.
Going ahead, just trying to do as much as it can, wear down the switch clock, trying to do anything possible to get this Empoleon low, but it's just charging up energy. We are basically at the top here. Another avalanche going through. Colin 6 not even bothering to shield it. Hydro Cannon after Hydro Cannon being loaded.
For the record, this is like one of the best charge decks in the game, Avalanche, because it deals, it's like equal to a Side Strike from Mewtwo in terms of power, but because Empoleon double resists ice, the Sotolo, like you could tell already by his smile, I was not happy to be there.
And I tell you what, these mud slaps do definitely hurt the Empoleon, but when the Empoleon is up this much energy, when you know you have a Credilli in the back to handle that low health Gastrodon, Colin 6 is going to be able to do very well using that last Protect Shield, keeping that Credilli as healthy as possible.
This might sound crazy, but Gastrodon, when it has shields, actually has some play into these matchups. The only time when Credilli thrives in this match is when shields are down. Shields are down. Credilli is gonna land grass on the Gastrodon. Gastrodon doesn't like to touch grass, and it goes down. Colin, the final boss, takes game number 1.
In these loser semifinals, the winner of this round gets to move on to day number 2. Colin 6 is just one game away from doing so, but he will have to go through Mixon, who's been playing incredibly well throughout this day. Someone who's not as well known within the circuit, but has absolutely been making a name for himself here in Gdansk.
I already could tell from the comments earlier that everyone was a big fan of someone bringing that Sotolo. That takes some courage to bring that. Yeah, like you say, Mixon, not a very well-known name, but he did defeat well-known names before in his tournaments, such as Kokshak, who got 3rd place at Lille last week.
And also was a champion in Poland a couple years previous to that. In his first tournament ever, I remember him saying that in an interview with you, and I found that an absolutely incredible thing to be so young at that time, to play so well. He said, yes, there was a little bit of luck to his team, but you know what? I think that a little bit of luck can go a really long way, especially when you have that skills to back it up, like a trainer like Kokshak does.
Mixon. Is he going to bring the Sotolo again? It's a fan favorite. Everyone would love to see this Pokemon perform very well, especially in a matchup where it can look so good. The problem is, if you play a Pokemon that relies on alignment, and my fellow Bastion users know what I'm talking about, you need switch advantage. You cannot play without switch advantage if you play Sotolo. It's impossible.
There's a lot of kind of alignment-dependent Pokemon that are on these lines if you look, because Wigglytuff definitely has some very nice matchups, especially into the Altaria, but also doesn't want to face the Pokemon like the Empoleon, like the Clodsire, even like that Corviknight.
Here we go. Game number 2. Can Mixon make the comeback? He's leading the Corviknight. It's met with the Altaria. You'd think from the days when Skarmory was still meta that the Steel and Flying type is favorable here, but this bird now has Flamethrower, and Corviknight is not going to appreciate that. Let's see if Mixon is going to attempt to make a catch here. No, he's going for the Air Cutter instead.
Going for Air Cutter has the potential to boost the attack of this Pokemon. No shield on the first one by Colin 6. Knows he can comfortably take it. Knows he can comfortably take a few, but he does get the boost on the side of Mixon. Does he want to use his shield here? This is that heavier hitting Flamethrower.
Corviknight is quite bulky. It can take it. It's going to hang on in this bird battle right here. Air Cutter is already loaded. Mixon is not throwing the energy just yet. Will this payback knock out after a boost from the Air Cutter? I think it's getting really close. Here we go, payback coming through, and look at that, into the red, but you cannot get the set attack down just yet.
No, not even being able to. But this Altaria also has to expend energy of its own to be able to knock it out. And Mixon actually chooses to shield up the Corviknight there, recognizing that he might be able to get to another attack, and he goes straight for the Air Cutter. I think he's trying to get some alignment for in the back.
He listens. He wants the Sotolo, not on the Empoleon, and Colin is like, that's Sotolo, come here, that baby's mine.
So Colin's saying, okay, show me what you got. In comes that Sotolo, and already has to take an attack. I think if you're Mixon, you recognize, okay, I know that nothing that Altaria is throwing is going to be able to knock me out. He gets it and takes it on the chin, and now let's see how he wants to play it out. In comes that Empoleon. Both of them recognizing how important that first part of the matchup was.
Staying in this match for a little bit, now swapping into the Galarian Corsola. This is actually really good usage of that energy for the Empoleon, but Colin is like, it's fine. I can just bring in my Galarian Corsola. Empoleon is the win condition here, but Gradially can be used to sponge energy and just be a support here for that Empoleon.
Corsola was a little bit ahead on energy, so that means it was able to throw that first Nightshade without getting debuffed first, so that Gradially is going to be a little bit lower than it would have been otherwise, but still no Protect Shield needed at this point for either one of them. The attack has fallen on the Corsola, and he will be able to outpace on the side of Mixon, still going ahead there, and actually just continuing to astonish while the second attack goes through.
Grass Knot will do a little bit more damage than the Rock Tomb, but it doesn't debuff. Now, the timer is almost up. Are you going to expend your energy here? No, I think you needed this Nightshade for the Empoleon, but looks like Mixon is just going to throw it here, and then Colin keeps his Protect Shield for the Empoleon. It doesn't even knock out just yet.
He keeps his energy, he keeps his shield. He's able to use one of them to knock out that Corsola, saying, okay, just get it out of the way. I know that there's a Citadel in the back. The team has been revealed, and I want to get that Pokemon out of the way.
In comes the Avalanche, an extremely strong attack. Colin is not taking any chances. We've seen earlier, though, this doesn't deal that much damage. The Citadel, it's cute, it's not smiling, it's a very rare Pokemon that Mixon has brought up here, but I don't think it's going to make the cut.
Going ahead, still trying to be able to do as much as possible. Both of them are smiling. Colin 6 might be smiling a little bit bigger because he is going to be able to make it to day 2 on that loser's side of the bracket.
How did you say it again in Liu? He took the crown from the Empoleon and put it on his own head there. Colin, the final boss, he is showing why he has deserved that name. And he's moving on again to day 2. What's new?
Colin 6 was our first trainer in Europe to win multiple regional competitions in the same season. Even since then, he has won other regional competitions. He's top cut so many times. He's been in the finals, but he knows he wants to do it again.
Well, he hasn't won a championship last season.
Nope.
Like that was actually very unusual for him. And I think that has been like, it's been nibbling at him, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's like, oh man, I've won so many championships. How did I not win one this season? And, you know, this 2026 season is going to be a big one. If you want to win a championship, this might just be the moment to do it.
I was saying that last season was like the season of not newcomers, but people who had been around for a while, and it was their breakthrough moments. Nickname was the only one who hadn't had won previously, and he won 2 regional competitions last season. But all of the rest of them was a little bit of a new faces. This season, well, I mean, you won the first one, but it might be sort of a repeat here as Hikami. Does that bother me? No, absolutely not. But I'm just so interested to see the old guard. See, everything is starting to shift a little bit because so many incredible trainers have started to make a name for themselves, and they're not letting go of those moments.
Mixon getting his first championship points might just be the start of his road to victory up all the way to San Francisco, the World Championships this season. That's what all of these storylines lead up to eventually.
65 trainers from Europe will be able to use their championship points to be able to compete in that World Championships. That's also not counting the people who get direct invitations for their first place finishes or up to 4th place finishes at international championships. So it's going to be a very stacked field, especially if you've seen the level of gameplay already at these regional competitions so far this season.
It's so high, right? It is so high. And what I also want to mention about Colin, last season he played at the LAIC. This season, he's also going to the LAIC. So any Latam players that are watching right now, take notes, because Colin might be a trainer you will face there in that very unique meta. Did you get any good Turtonator lately?
You know, there's so many Turtonators that are actually spawning at these regional competitions that I have gotten a few of them. I'm also keeping a couple to mirror with other people because I want one with certain. But I've also been trying to play in the LAIC meta a little bit, just trying to figure out what works really well. Have you noticed anything specific that also could be? I mean, is Citadel viable for LAIC?
I believe Ice-type Pokemon are viable, but struggles a little bit into Dugong, and Dugong is going to be an absolute staple. Of course, if you want to try any of those Pokemon that you caught here at the Regional Championships in events, you can also try it out at local tournaments. I have actually traveled to Amanda once. She never traveled to us, but I traveled once to your local and we played there as well. If you want to take a look at how you actually get into local tournaments and meet up with your community, check out this video.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokémon League.
These local cups and challenges are a great way to also gain those championship points. So if you are one of the competitors who are thinking, I might need a couple more to be able to get a good placement on the leaderboard, go ahead, get out your phone, scan that barcode, and see if there is a local near you. I know that you said that you came to Belgium, but you actually were not the only person. There were trainers from Luxembourg that came in, trainers from Belgium,
Germany?
also the Netherlands, and Germany. So there are so many different people who can be coming and attending these, making new friends along the way, and, you know, maybe gaining some glory.
I think that's kind of only possible like around the place we live. I don't think that like in Texas, someone's going from another state in. So that's going to be a little bit tough. Of course, you can decide for yourself whether you want that or right how long you want to travel to one of those local championships. Let's take a look at our next matchup that we have here. It's going to be two familiar names that we saw just now. It's going to be Chris, the superstar from Spain, against the superior master,
Now,
Galaxy Bolton.
Chris did say that he thought that that Shadow Malamar was his most valuable Pokemon. We'll see how much play it has into Galaxy Bolton's team, a team that has a Tinkaton on it, the team that has a little bit of perhaps other answers to it. What would you think? Do you think we're going to see a lot of Malamar play?
It's Chris, and Chris can play whatever he likes. If he thinks that the Malamar is going to be good, it has superpower and it's going to be super valuable. Here we go in game number 1. Does Chris bring the Malamar? Does Galaxy Bolton bring the superior? Well, we see one of them, but it's matchup with the Empoleon. You think, oh yay, grass-type Pokemon into water-type Pokemon. This water-type Pokemon has Drill Peck though, and it's going to be super effective on the grass-typing of the superior.
Yeah, it's not so simple here as going to be able to not even win charge attack priority, but Galaxy Bolton lets that first one go. He is at that Frenzy Plant, but he could also go for a Leaf Tornado bait. It doesn't do as much damage, but it has the potential to lower the attack of the Pokemon. I believe he did go for that Frenzy Plant. No Protect Shield on Chris's side.
Galaxy Bolton did his homework because he's like, oh my god, that's an unfortunate swap there. Well, what I was gonna say is Galaxy Bolton did his homework because he's seen Chris play. He's like, this guy never shields the first attack. I'm gonna go straight for it because Galaxy Bolton really likes to go for the coin flip. This match is actually not as bad for Altaria as you think, because this Florges is only throwing resisted charge attacks.
Yeah, while Galaxy Bolton likes to go for the coin flip, Chris likes to go for the surefire thing, as the Chilling Water is guaranteed to debuff the attack of that Altaria, but it's like a bird bath to the Altaria at this one, saying, quite refreshing here, not being able to do much damage, not very effective, and now the Altaria is still able to get to another Sky Attack or a Flamethrower, and it looks like just charging up a ton of energy here.
And this might just actually be where Galaxy Bolton wants to see this, swapping into the superior. Chris doesn't know what to do. That's kind of tough because if you stay in longer there, this superior can lock in your last Pokemon with a Leaf Tornado, and you don't want that. Galaxy Bolton's strategy all along was to bait out that Florges with his Altaria, so his Greninja in the back now is free, and we see in the back the Malamar. You need your Protect Shields on the Greninja to have a good matchup here. In comes the Florges again to expend some energy. This Trailblaze, I think, might barely not knock out. Another Fairy Wind will. Oh, it actually does barely knock out. Now, what do you come in with? If you come in with this Altaria, you might actually get Fairy Winded down. Oh, but going for the Charge Security tie. Does Galaxy Bolton put a Protect Shield up here, though? No, he doesn't!
Galaxy Bolton puts his head in his hand, but he keeps the shield up as well. He's able to get this charge attack off, but at what cost? The attack has fallen. Neither one of these trainers have shown their last Pokemon. Flora just falls, and I think we're going to see a quick pivot as both of them will now bring in their last Pokemon, Malamar. Go ahead and meet Greninja.
If you look at all the Pokemon Gdansk Bolton has here, this is probably one of the very last Pokemon that you wanted to see, because this Greninja is one of the very few Pokemon that will outpace Malamar to its charge stacks. And the problem is that the Shadow variant is even more fragile, so it's not going to appreciate any of this water type damage.
Yeah, Psywave's not really doing too much, neither is that Foul Play, but the superpower would debuff Chris's Malamar, so he doesn't want to throw that so early on.
Yeah.
Not using his Protect Shield here even. I think he kind of recognizes the end game.
Yeah, his win condition is calling a Night/Baiter, but he saw the writings on the wall. It doesn't matter. Greninja throws another Water Star at this Malamar. It goes down, and Gdansk Bolton takes game number 1. Basically had the alignment that he wanted, even though the simultaneous swap kind of looked at forces at first. You have your Altaria on a Fairy-type Pokemon. You're like, well, that's unfortunate. I'm gonna lose this game. He didn't, because the one flaw that Florges has, you wall the Dragon-type Pokemon with your typing, but they wall your energy. And that's what we just saw, why Altaria was actually not terrible. It was not all terrible. Was that too bad? It was kind of bad, right? Sorry, forgive me, please. It's like an Amanda joke, I got it.
I'll give it to you. Yeah, no, it was a good try. I'm really curious with Chris, because he ended up using that Trailblaze to knock out the Superior. So that means those Fairy Winds would have done more. And against a Greninja and Altaria in the back, that's not a bad thing. But unfortunately for him, it was just too low on health to really find much utility anymore. And Gdansk Bolton played around that masterfully.
I wonder how well Gdansk Bolton did his homework here. Because if you've seen Chris play, you've seen him play the same line again, because he is so set on his plan, and usually those are very solid plans because he tends to win more than he loses. Chris already has locked in. Did he lock in the same Pokemon here, and does Gdansk Bolton predict this?
Right last weekend, Chris got 4th place in the Lille, so he is really on the back of a good momentum, and the fact that he's been able to keep up this momentum so far to be able to make it to the losers semifinals is huge, because Chris went down, I believe, in round 1, so he's been going through this losers bracket the entire day.
An absolute gauntlet for Chris. It's been a long day, but it seems like, you know, I had a friend, the Nut 93, and yes, more than one actually, and he only seemed to become stronger the longer the day was on, right? Because basically his opponents got tired, but he's always tired. So basically it was just his strength.
Yeah, it was his own superpower. He doesn't even need one on Malamar. He just recognizes, oh, I am excelling when I am sleepy. But wake up, everyone, because we're jumping into the next round here of loser semifinals. We got Chris on that left-hand side against Gdansk Bolton with that Shadow Malamar in the lead against the Shadow Talonflame.
Squid game time. Malamar is going to pace very quickly to these charge stacks, but as you can see, the Incinerates do so much damage. 3 Incinerate already put Malamar at 50% health.
Going ahead, using that first Protect Shield on that Shadow Talonflame. We'll have to see how Gdansk Bolton wants to respond here. Does he want to boost up? Does he want to go? It looks like he's going and putting that right away onto the floor. Just a quick pivot out by Chris, and also having to use a shield.
This Shadow Talonflame may not have been a Pokemon that Chris expected, and this is such a bummer for Chris, because Gdansk Bolton did one more Incinerate. Chris is so close to the Chilling Water. He's like, maybe I can get a knockout, maybe I can get a shield. In comes Superior. And if you had Moonblast, you could actually hit this back. But with Chilling Water and Trailblaze, Florges is walled here. Perhaps it's a comeback for the Superior now. Locked in the Frenzy Plant, but with 2 Chilling Water, I don't think it's going to knock out.
Going ahead and just lowering the attack. This isn't doing too much of the Superior, but the Superior is gaining a lot of energy, and it's definitely found its mark. Going for the heavy hitting attack, Gdansk Bolton has now twice used the Frenzy Plant. Hasn't really used the Leaf Tornado as a bait, but not even necessary at this point. In comes that Malamar, has to take a Leaf Tornado. Does he know that this is a bait?
He does know. He knows shields, but I think Malamar's fragile. This won't knock out yet, but it's going to get pretty close. Actually, I forgot there was a lot of Chilling Water debuffs. There's the double debuff. In comes Altaria. And again, such a bummer for Chris, because this is double debuff now. It won't do as much damage.
But think about this. If Chris knows what's in the backline, even though he is not quite able to switch out at this point, he's able to get some energy off here with Altaria, and he's going to come in with that Empoleon.
The Florges also might be useful for later. If it is 4 Fairy Wind off a charge stack, it could potentially get to something on that Shadow Talonflame. Chris, he knows that he needs to make use of the clock not being up yet. Oh, what a catch from Chris! Muy bien, as the Spanish would say.
Going ahead, just taking all of that energy, the one that hits a little bit harder than that flamethrower, just taking it onto the floor, just saying, who needs it for an attack when I'm using it for a swap here? Just getting a ton of energy on the Empoleon, and now being able to go ahead and shield up this next flamethrower. You see still Chris shaking his head no.
Yeah.
He still knows it's an uphill climb.
He can't use his protection here. But actually, is this a window of opportunity now for Chris? Because you have 2 charge decks here. I was like, wait a second. Earlier, I thought this may have been bad now, but it's now Galaxy Bolton. He knows this is kind of bad for him, because otherwise, you can't Metal Sound down the Altaria, and you would not be able to get the 2 charge decks on the Talonflame. Now you just threw in the Talonflame, and Chris has a window here. Can you get to a charge deck here? This is a Leaf Tornado, though. This won't knock out just yet. You have to put up a protection shield here as Galaxy Bolton, but then can the Altaria Dragon Breath down after?
It's going to be huge because the Altaria just threw that flamethrower before it went out here. This is just a Leaf Tornado. It is just a sliver of that chance to be able to debuff, and that's exactly what Galaxy Bolton needs. He's able to hang on here. He's able to throw this next drill peck, and now it's down to the Empoleon and the Altaria in the back.
I love this play from Chris because Dragon Breath deals less damage, probably because it's resisted. But let's take a look. Does Dragon Breath add up enough? Can this Empoleon pull through? No! Altaria is the king of the skies! Galaxy Bolton takes game number 2!
He might have put his head in his hands, but he still had a plan there. Galaxy Bolton still able to take both of those games, able to move on to day 2 in Gdansk with his trusty Leaf Tornado superior.
He did it! He brought it, right?
He did it!
Even though the team, like, there's a flying type Pokemon on every single team. Chris has Corviknight, and Galaxy Bolton was, well, I don't care. I don't care. I'm just gonna bring Superior anyway. And it was a great call, because the solid mono-type, the mono-grass typing from Superior, we saw in Liu that Abomasnow walled Florges. It targeted Florges. Now we saw Superior walling the energy from Florges, and it worked out really well because he was just able to throw in the Superior into the Florges twice. And yeah, that just kind of helps you preserve those shields.
Not only that, but the pacing. He was able to throw Leaf Tornadoes when he absolutely needed to and save a little bit of that energy. I mean, the fact that he was able to get that Leaf Tornado off onto the Empoleon made it so the Altaria could Dragon Breath down.
And Dragon Breath, of course, it does less damage now since the start of this season, but it does generate more energy. And even though it deals less damage, it's still kind of oppressive because the damage just adds up so quickly. Every turn, every half a second, damage is applied from this fast attack.
Chris just doing everything he could here, trying to get some good catches here, trying to negate any energy that Galaxy Bolton was throwing. But in the end, the Empoleon, which did so well in Lille, was unable to take out the Altaria, and Galaxy Bolton was able to move on in the tournament.
We've had so many battles today. We've had the trainers on the winner's side of the bracket. They'll be playing it out tomorrow to win that group. And now we have trainers that have made it to the losers finals as well. Those will be played tomorrow as well on day 2. We're gonna have 12 trainers, 8 on the loser side of the bracket, 8 on the winner side of the bracket, 4 on the loser side of the bracket.
And rumor has it, we're going to get to see all of the gameplay.
I would like that. I would like that. Usually we don't always get to see everything because we have a lot of battles on day 2, right? So sometimes the first round of losers round, you won't see them. But tomorrow, all of them, great. Everything you see on the bracket, type ! bracket, and you can see all the matches we've had today and still to come tomorrow. Let us know who we're looking out for the most.
Yeah, I mean, and also let us know what Pokemon are standing out, because even if you compare last weekend, again, just last weekend, you were there, I was there, there's a lot of similarities, but there's still a lot of differences. People are still adapting. They're tweaking their teams. People who are playing at both of the events to be able to, get the right formula, to be able to make it on, to be able to crown themselves a champion here in Poland.
Especially in Europe, you see a lot of diversity among some of the top teams. That's because trainers are looking for core breakers rather than utilize the hard meta. We see that more in North America. If you remember from Milwaukee, we saw the runner-up, Pranav, just brings the core meta. And previous NA tournaments, you see that same trend just going. Playing it safe versus maybe I'll put one kind of unexpected Pokemon that no one sees coming or had practice against, so I can gain an advantage to myself. And then you still have 5 other Pokemon to deal with anything. That could be like 5 meta Pokemon, 1 Spice.
I know that you're a Giratina lover. That was your Spice, but has there been any Spice here that you felt has done really, really well that you found a bit surprising, or you think that this could be a new meta shift?
Not per se surprising. I wish that the Toucannon from Z's Wireless did a little bit better, but the more I saw it and the more matchups I noticed from it, I was like, maybe Murkrow might just do the job a little bit better. Dana WWW was one of those players who had Murkrow on their team, but I believe he did not make it further because Murkrow has a better typing advantage. For example, against Scissor, you lose charge security ties to Toucannon and you have to shoot a Night Slash. That doesn't really do the job. But in this bird meta, the one Pokemon that I like the most was Galarian Moltres. It just seems so solid into everything. But Greninja, I feel like it only lost to Greninja today.
There was a surprising amount of Greninjas. Okay, surprising being 2, but still, that's a surprising amount.
Well, that's going to be 2 out of 12 teams tomorrow, Amanda. I'm just saying.
That's true. That is true. But a thing that actually surprised me was the pick of LNDS Hardjeff that we had on our caster predictions. Altaria seems to be on quite a few teams who have been able to make it in day 2. It was on Colin Six's team. It was on Galaxica Bolton's team. PvP David. Boom. These are just the ones that I remember off the top of my head. So I think perhaps a new dragon could be in charge.
We'll see about that until Giratina makes an appearance again. Of course, with Flamethrower, it's great coverage, right? Because we have some Fortress around, we have some Scissor around. We saw a Charjabug getting toasted by that Flamethrower. Maybe there's some utility there. And of course, the Corviknight matchup becomes better for that Altaria. Because I remember when I played at the World Championships, I had a Skarmory on my team, a Steel and Flying type Pokemon, just like Corviknight. And then when I saw an Altaria, I was basically like, that looks like a great bird for my bird to eat. And then now it has Flamethrower. Altaria is actually a counter to the Steel and Flying type Pokemon.
Starts to roast those birds if you're going to say it like that.
Toasty little bird.
We talked about Hardjeff's pick of the Altaria that has been doing quite well in this tournament. I mean, we've talked about how Colin Six will be traveling to LAIC. Both of these trainers might have an opportunity to play against each other because this is the next event that is coming up. The big one for Europe, the big one actually for all of the different regions. So if you're not hyped yet, I have no idea, but this video might help. Let's go!
The world invite is secured. Another day, another moment you can't wait, cause it's time. Time for you to win the race, so level up. Come on, take it all the way you're in. Pole position right out of the gate. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on Victory Road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on Victory Road. Put your hands up. Put your hands
Hi trainers, as the sun sets in Gdansk, so ends our day 1. I think, in my opinion, was one of the most skilled day 1s I've ever seen, actually. What were your impressions, guys? Starting with you, Nightless.
Like I just discussed with Amanda, this is kind of a bird meta, and I love birds, but I think that Galarian Moltres stood out the most. We saw Toucannon, we saw Murkrow, we saw the European bird Talonflame, the American bird Corviknight, and Galarian Moltres, I feel like it only lost on stream when it faced Greninja.
For me, it was that Feraligatr of Bar the Gamer. How it managed to turn the tides when he led his American bird Corviknight into the European bird Talonflame. But then the Feraligatr just flipped the matchup on its head. That was so impressive.
I think what this tournament is maybe lacking in size, it's making up with talent because there are so many incredible trainers that have been here, that have been doing so incredibly well. Even some of the new trainers, like seeing Pataman playing against his brother Jorge was such a fun matchup.
Yeah, and speaking of what the trainers use, you were mentioning the Feraligatr, the Galarian Moltres. I'm looking forward to see what the day one usage was. The top 12 Pokemon.
Right, we see here Great Dilly and Galarian Corsola, the most notorious core in the current meta, and they've been on so many teams, they've been successful. I think that another Pokemon that's been really good is Empoleon. Empoleon just has been such a staple with that energy, but also with its typing.
I think the Empoleon was impressive, but not as dominating as it maybe was in Lille. I think the Unova Stunfisk is one of the picks on this graphic that impressed me the most because of how good it played into that Guzzlord for Stone Collection, or how it punished RGR Shadow Talonflame and Azumarill coming from someone. I can't remember exactly who it was.
Actually, speaking of someone, I'm looking forward to see the trainers that actually went on today too.
We're gonna find out now.
Yeah, walk us through it, Amanda.
So there's so many trainers. On that winner's side, we have Boom 20 up against 9 Alfie 2. Alfie has been doing an incredible time, not only since the tail end of last season, but the beginning of this season, still once again in day 2. Also, Alejandro up against PvP David, Bar the Gamer against Howie, and Palasha up against Tunante 1-1-2.
The only player that 9 Alfie 2 has lost to so far in the 2026 season
is Giratina.
It's the Giratina. It is inadequate. So 9 Alfie 2, who can stop him? He looks unstoppable right now.
And that losers bracket is looking so scary. All of those trainers are potential regional winners, have been to grand finals actually. So I think none of the winners finals guys want to drop into the losers bracket, because if they do, they're gonna have a tough task ahead.
Let us know in chat who you think is going to be the most exciting match coming up. We definitely have an idea of what's going to be some of those more exciting matches, because winners and losers side, like on the loser side of the bracket, 1 and you're out. Winner side, you have a little bit less pressure on it.
But there's still some new faces. Tunante as one of the new faces in the winners bracket. There's also Bar the Gamer for the first time in a European regional, and he's facing off against Howie, who's he's had a few top cuts, but this is one of the first, I think maybe the first time he is on winner's side on a day 2. And I'm very excited to see Howie and Bar the Gamer face off tomorrow.
I'm also excited to see Boom 20 play against Alfie.
You always have excited for Boom 20.
Right? Thank you. Someone said it.
Okay, listen. Boom has only played in 3 tournaments here. So that means we can gather quite a few statistics about him that we can't gather about other trainers. He hasn't lost a game ever at the tables at any of the tournaments that he's been at so far.
Unfortunate for him, the rest of his games will be on stream.
Womp womp.
Yeah, kind of interesting. And I'm mostly proud of both Bar the Gamer and Tunante, because even though they don't show up as many times on the Play Pokemon circuit, people know that they've been honing their skills. They're on doing all those practice tournaments. They've been doing well there, and they now that they're on the big show, they're paying dividends, showing up. They're one of the best trainers in the world.
And the big show is starting at 9:20 tomorrow, so make sure to tune in for this to see who is going to be our Gdansk Regional Champion, the 3rd champion of this season for Europe.
Yeah, and if you guys are looking forward to, you're seeing the action at home, you're itching to maybe compete, there's plenty more regionals to come. Here's our EU regional. Walk us through it, Marcus.
This is the 3rd European one. We're about to enter the Latin American International Championship. If you are racing to get that travel award for EUIC, you need to get your points in now. Galax Bolton, he was on the 3rd place on the European leaderboard before this. Now he's trying to make a run for that EUIC in London in February, before we move into the latter part of the season where NAIC and then eventually Worlds 2026 will kick off in San Francisco.
Worlds in San Francisco is what we're waiting for. But if you can't get enough of Pokemon content, there's more to come. Twitch has been cooking with the content, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they have going on.
If we take a look at the schedule here, next Tuesday you can watch Pokémon Master Quest. The Wednesday following up, you can rewatch the 2025 Pokemon Latin America International Championships TCG rerun. Then, on Thursday, another episode of Pokemon Master Quest. If you still want to see some more Pokemon after that, we also have a movie night. You can see Pokemon Jirachi Wishmaker. Jirachi, an absolute staple in Pokemon Go as well. You can see some more of it next Saturday.
I'm going to get my popcorn ready and I'm going to be watching some movies.
I've never seen that movie, so I'm really looking forward to it. And I've been playing Jirachi in GBL, spoilers, and it is one of the best Cradle encounters out there in the meta.
Yeah, you reckon with all the dark types running around with the Corsola, it will make a splash in the
Or the Shadow Kanto Marowaks or the Gastrodon.
I'm just going to say Jirachi is currently top 30 on the GBL leaderboard. So, I mean, take it up with the actual evidence.
Look, here's the thing though, Marcus. I would like to believe you, but I just saw your elo on your phone.
It's not from me. It's not from...
It was on 1700 right now. So I'm not super convinced by your Jirachi just yet. When you hit Ace, you can come back and tell us how great it is.
Can you please post a screenshot of your elo with your hashtag play Pokemon so we can see Jirachi performing in GBL?
Yeah, and if you want to see all the action, don't forget to follow our channels on YouTube, on Twitch, Pokemon Go or Play Pokemon, depending on what you... Just open both and have both ready. And to get to know where all the action is, go to pokemon.com/broadcasts.
And of course, we're also having more channels because you can follow all our socials. Use hashtag PlayPokemon like Marcus just said and tell us what you think. You can follow us on X, on Facebook, Instagram, all of those to let us know what you think.
Man, I'm really looking forward to tomorrow because there's some big names out there and it's going to have an early start. So don't forget, trainers, to join us and we'll see you next time. Take it easy.